Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. A few quick announcements. This podcast is viewer-supported, heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs, which we just pulled up, instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So if you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. We do prioritize messages that are made via Streamlabs. We have my Caucasian, Andrew Wilson, here, and a lot to get through tonight. So for the sake of a smooth stream, we have boosted the read and TTS triggers. $10 and up will be $10 and up will be displayed in stream overlay, $100 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS text-to-speech message. $200 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. And thank you for the gifted 10 memberships there. Why, when, can, and then a string of numbers. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara, even if you disagree with myself or the podcast, we'd love to have you. We welcome debate. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us here. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Yep, there it is. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short. It's really the pressing issue of our time. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel, which is like 2,000 subscribers away from 1 million subscribers. Guys, we post clips there every single day. If you can't catch the full streams, go subscribe. We're so close to the 1 million subscriber milestone, and we're gonna actually, Nick, could you pull up the other tab? We have a tracker here. Can you put this on the other side? We're going to be tracking it during the show. Guys, let's get to 1 million subscribers tonight on the Whatever Clips channel. If you can go over there, mods, put the spam the link in the chat so people can go over there and subscribe. Let's get to 1 million tonight, lads. And we get another YouTube plaque at 1 million. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. Yeah, you can go join it there. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. Without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, and occupation. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Renee. I'm 19 years old. I'm a second year at UCSB, and my major is political science, and I'm currently working as a server.
Where are you from?
Originally, I'm from Orange County, Anaheim, good old Disneyland.
Gotcha. What about you?
Hi, I'm Dahlia. I'm 20. I'm from San Francisco, and I'm currently going to Santa Barbara City College for nursing.
All right, welcome.
Hi, I'm Keisha, and I'm originally from Canada. I'm an American Indian, though. And my occupation, I do a podcast with my father. He's a mechanical engineer, and we exposed in early 2020 the improper contagion mitigations for the COVID pandemic, or the pandemic, whatever, and how it's tied to election interference, treason, and trafficking, and bioterrorism. And so we kind of do that on the podcast. And I don't know if I said my age, but I'm 27.
All right, welcome. And are you from the French-speaking part of Canada?
I'm originally from Manitoba, which is it's English and French, I guess.
Do you speak French?
Yes, a little bit.
Un petit peu. Okay. Yeah. What about you?
My name is Reina, and I'm 21, and my occupation, I've had OnlyFans for the past 2 years, but I'm looking for a new occupation.
So you quit, right? Or?
Yeah, I pretty much quit, yeah.
What does pretty much
mean?
Well,
so I was working with my ex-boyfriend on OnlyFans for like the past 2 years, but we got in this point in our relationship where we both just wanted to quit. And so I'm living off my revenue and I'm looking for a new job.
Were you doing any other kind of S work besides OF?
Yeah, I did mainstream, I don't know if I can say the word corn.
Adult content?
Adult
Okay.
content. Yeah.
Okay. Any dancing?
No dancing.
Okay.
Hi, my name's Faith. I am 21. I'm an Arizona native. However, I'm currently living in Central California. I go to Arizona State, and I'm in the honors college that they have there. I'm studying psychology, but I'm also getting my certificate in art education. And I currently work at a grocery store, and I am also a wife.
All right. Awesome.
Hi, I'm Millie Weaver. I'm a conservative journalist, big on YouTube, Millennial Millie on YouTube. And I'm also a co-founder of a tech company called QUX, which provides disruptive technology that doesn't spy on you or collect data on you. I'm also a co-founder of Sleuth Army, which is an army of researchers and sleuths that do investigations. I'm also the vice chair of the Women's Networking Club.
Did you say your age?
Oh, I am 33 years old,
33.
and I'm a mother of 2.
All right. Welcome.
Hi, thanks for having me. My name is Alicia. I am 36 years old. I am originally from Albuquerque, New Mexico, but I currently reside in LA, and I am a, I'm a stay-at-home mom.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Eden. I'm 21. I'm from Fresno, California, and I work in the tech department of a nonprofit, and I'm studying computer science. I'll go
right into it.
Okay.
Sorry, your age?
21.
All right. Got it. Andrew?
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson, host of The Crucible. It's the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. I do political satire, I'm a political commentator, and I'm a blood sport debater.
All right. Welcome, everybody. So we're going to go around the table once more. What is everybody's current relationship status? So are you single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, whatever it may be? If you're single, how long have you been single? And what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Starting with you. Go ahead.
Well, you chose the youngest one to go first. I'm currently single. The longest relationship I've ever been in was, I think, does it even count if I was in high school? September 2020 to April 2022.
Okay.
So 2 years, about.
How long have you been single? Did you say that?
Oh, I've been single since February, right before Valentine's Day.
You got dumped like the day before Valentine's Day?
No, like a few days before.
You wait, so they broke up with you though?
It's complicated.
So you've been single for like 2 months,
Yeah.
about, right? And orientation?
I'm straight.
Straight, okay. 2 months. So it was a mutual breakup then?
Well, no. We were on and off up until that point. That was the last time we were in contact.
It was
This
on
is
and
messy. Yeah.
How many times was it on and off?
Oh, you're really,
How many like
you're really
breakups
coming
were there?
for me. I blocked him in October, and then I texted him again probably like beginning of November, and then he blocked me again in January, like middle of January, and then he unblocked me again like a week later, and then by the beginning of February it was done.
It's a lot of blocking.
A lot of blocking, unblocking. Wait,
Yeah.
so you would block him, but it sounds like you would end it, but you would also kind of reach back out?
I really hope he's not watching this. Yeah, both of us sort of, kind of,
Like-
kind of toxic. It was a little toxic.
So how many times total? You said there were 2 times total that it was off?
I mean, in that period of time, yes.
Well,
That wasn't our first time ever breaking
But
up.
in the entire duration of the relationship,
No, we had broken up before that.
how
True.
many times total?
Probably 2 other times. Let's say 4 total.
4. Okay, 4 total. So 4 times total, and then you ended it each time?
No. It was definitely alternating
Like-
for alternating reasons.
Okay, I see.
This is a very complicated relationship. It was like a situationship, and then we started dating, and then we stopped dating, and then we kept talking, and then we got back together.
So what are the
Yeah.
odds you guys get back together again?
He just texted me today after 2 months.
Don't do it. Don't do
I
it.
won't. It's okay.
What did he say?
Hey.
That's it. Oh, he gave you the hey. Okay. And are you contemplating getting back with him?
Getting back with them is a strong word. I would like a fat apology first. I think that's
you
what
need
I'm
a fat
waiting
apology.
for. Yeah.
You need a fat apology.
Yeah, not hey.
Did you text him back when he said hey?
I haven't yet.
Are you going to?
We'll see.
If there
Even
is,
if there's no fat apology?
I don't know. Depends who DMs me after the show.
if there is a fat apology, are you taking him back?
I would probably need like a few weeks after the apology. That's kind of what happened when we were on and off. I'd be like, okay, like I'm not gonna date you yet, but like let's take some time and see if you can prove to me that you've improved.
Is
You know
this
what
like
I mean?
is this long distance, or does he
No,
live in he lives in Santa Barbara?
Santa Barbara.
Okay, all right. And how long were you seeing this guy?
I met him my first week of my freshman year of college.
Okay, and you're a sophomore currently?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys been on and off seeing each other for a year and a half or so, or almost 2 years?
Yeah, but like I haven't contacted him in 2 months.
2 months.
so.
And yes, was it, sorry,
Today.
Oh, today he
Today.
said, okay.
I know.
Wow, okay.
Crazy luck to be on the show.
And during those any of the off periods, or during this most recent, you've been single for 2 months, have there been other people in the picture?
Yeah.
Like most, I kind of asked you 2 questions there. Most recently, have there been, like in the past 2 months, have you been seeing other people?
Yeah, I have dating apps.
Dating
so
apps,
I
yeah.
just
Which we'll
meet
do the
people
dating
on
app
there.
review a
Yeah.
little later on. And then what about those in between breaks? Did you see other people? Did he see other people?
For the last 2, we both saw other people in between.
And did it bother you at all that he was seeing other people?
It didn't when I was seeing other people, but then I stopped seeing other people, and then
it
he
bothered
started
you.
seeing other people, and that
Okay.
bothered me.
And did it bother him when you were seeing?
It wasn't at first, but then I actually started doing it. See, that because it was a situationship. He was
I
like,
see.
"Oh no, we don't have to be exclusive," and then I started seeing other people, and he was like, "We have to be exclusive. What is wrong with you?"
Gotcha.
You know?
And so what did he do that necessitates a fat apology, I think you called it?
Oh my gosh, I don't. Does she have some relationship drama she wants to spill, or like?
I won't go too long on this. I'm just curious. If there were
Like the Reader's Digest version.
Okay, well. Oh wow. I'll just spill it. Why not? He's in a frat, and I went to a frat date party with him,
Mm-hmm.
and it was after all of the different breakups, and I'd asked him like, "Oh, did you invite anyone before me?" And he was like, "Nah, I was joking," like because he had told me before he was going to invite someone else. He invited another girl before he invited me, and she couldn't go, and I found out. And then I told her he's still with his ex, or like he's still doing stuff with his ex, and he got super mad at me, and then he texted her that he never knew who I was.
He texted her that
He texted
never
her
knew-
that he never even knew who I was.
And you guys were together at this point when he invited this other girl?
No, we weren't
Oh, you were
anymore.
on.
I was his ex who he took to the date party. But I was thinking like, oh my God, he wants me back. You know what I mean?
Huh. Oh, so you were like second choice, kind of.
Yeah.
For the date party.
Yeah.
Can I
there we go.
just say that I think you genuinely deserve so much better than that as a
Thank
human
you.
being.
Yeah.
Just
Thank you.
clarity, and I think honesty. You deserve better. I think everyone does.
Well, we don't know his side of the
Right.
story.
Oh,
Um,
I mean, I could.
Should we
It would be.
text him?
I could take up the whole podcast. Yeah, he's
Don't
a frat guy.
ever,
Wait,
don't
you're-
ever be a guy's number 2. If you're seen in his mind as a number 2, just look elsewhere. Don't put up with that disrespect.
And so he's in a fraternity. You're at City College, is that correct?
No, I'm at
you're
UCSB.
You're at UCSB. Are you in a sorority?
No.
No. Okay. All right. Frat guy. Stick it up.
No.
Okay. All right. You don't tell us which frat he's in, but okay, got it. Well, we can maybe get some more a little bit later. What about you?
I'm single right now, and then I've been single since like the end of, or like this summer, I guess. Yeah, and then
So like nine months.
yeah,
6 months.
pretty much, yeah.
7 months.
Yeah, like June-ish, I would say.
They can't all be,
June.
yeah, right.
Like June?
Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, the end of
let's
the
just say
school year, I would say.
9 months.
When summer started.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll say 9, 10 months. Okay.
Yeah.
And longest relationship?
Like 3 years.
3 years.
We kind of were off for a little bit, but we were
Okay.
still talking, and we just like didn't see anybody, and then we got back together. But it was solid for 2 years.
Was that the one that ended 9 months ago?
Yeah.
Okay, got it. All right. And who ended that?
It was kind of mutual. Like we both kind of outgrew each other. I met him when I was 15. So, and he was moving back to the Bay Area, and I'm living here, so it just kind of fading away.
Oh, it was long distance?
Yeah, and we were just already kind of fading away, fading out, so you
Okay.
know, it was just kind of the best thing.
And you said it was on again, off again a little bit, or?
No, just like once.
Okay, one time.
Yeah, just for a couple months. We both still lived here, still talked to each other, didn't see anybody else, and then kind of realized that we still really like loved each other.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, then we got back together, and you know, we just faded out. So, yeah.
Okay. What about you?
I'm single. I've been single for like a few years. And I guess the longest relationship that I've had was like a year.
You've been single a few years. So you're 27 now. When's the last time you were, I guess, not single? 23, 24?
Well, I guess it's like kind of complicated because, I mean, I had like, so like I was in a relationship, but that was not, I don't think that can really count as a relationship because, I don't know, it's like, it's hard to like explain, but pretty much like when, it's not funny, but like it's funny because it's not funny.
Wait,
like,
he
so
started dating men?
No, so like
okay.
I had a relationship, but it's like my dad said it's not really a relationship because like when we started exposing a lot of like the stuff during the pandemic, they ended up turning on the person ended up turning on me and my family and was involved in like trafficking like me and my family, so it doesn't really count.
Wait.
But that's like the last
What? Wait, trafficking you and your family?
Or
yeah,
tracking,
like human trafficking. So like
Ooh.
it wasn't like a real relationship.
Trafficking your family?
Yeah, me and
The
like
whole family.
he was involved in trafficking like me and
Wait, you said you're
my-
from Canada? Like, so he's
I was
trying
born
to
in Canada.
He's trying to traffic you to the United States?
That's not what I said. I just said
No, I'm
that
just
he was
clarifying.
involved in like human trafficking, me and my family. So it wasn't a real relationship, but that was like the last
I'm really stuck on this though. What do you mean trafficking you and your family?
human trafficking.
Yeah, I know
the
what
financial
human
and
trafficking is.
exploitation of an individual.
Yeah, so but how though? Like how? What? In what way was he trafficking? I don't even know how I can make that question more clear. Like
the financial and
I know what
sexual
it-
exploitation
yeah, I know
of
what
an
it-
individual.
I know what it
So
means.
He was involved in it. There's a lot behind it, and if you really want more information, I can get that to you at another time. But I'm just saying it was not a real relationship for that reason. My father said that there's a lot to the situation that I'm not going to understand, and I think that's true. I'm just saying that it wasn't a real relationship, but it was the last situation that I was in, and that was like years ago. So
was he trafficking like brothers and sisters, or?
did you hear what I just said? I said if you want more information, you can get it from my father, but there's information surrounding it that I'm not going to understand because men were involved in creating those circumstances. So.
How did you meet him? Was it a dating app?
No, it was at a university.
He was a student there?
Yeah.
Were you a student there?
Yes.
Was he about your age?
Yes.
So what age were you? What age was he when you guys met?
Like 19 or 20.
And he was Canadian citizen?
Yes.
Was he involved in like gangs or what?
Gangs?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
I suppose gangs are involved in
I don't know.
trafficking.
I don't know if he was involved in gangs. Like I said, there's a lot of information that I'm not privy to. But that's just what the situation was. So.
And you said you were dating him for 1 year? Is this the one, you said you were in a relationship for 1 year, but is this the one that you're not sure if it was a relationship?
No, I'm telling you it wasn't a relationship because...
But is that the one, you were seeing him for 1 year?
No, so I said the relationship was about like a year, but we were married and then ended up splitting because of that. So like I said, when my father and I started exposing the crimes during the pandemic, he ended up turning on me and my family.
Your husband did?
Yes. And
were you and your husband living together?
No, not at that time.
So you were married, but you weren't living with him?
Well, he had, we really don't need to get too much into it, but he had put me in the hospital, and so that's why I was staying with my dad. And then he ended up getting involved in a lot of stuff against my family. Like when we exposed all these stuff, we ended up losing our house, our cars, corporate assets. My sister was stolen. Haven't seen her in like 4 years.
Wait, your sister was stolen?
Yes, she was trafficked. So I haven't seen her for 4 years.
By
He was
him?
No, people that were involved. So there was multiple like agencies involved, but I mean.
Wait, do you know where she's located?
No.
Do you mean 3-letter agencies came in and got her?
There was multiple agencies involved. So I worked for the government, and my dad is a mechanical engineer, and we were exposing different agencies in the area.
What branch of the government did you work for?
The Saskatchewan Health Authority.
Okay.
It was a provincial government. So pretty much we were exposing how like I said, the improper contagion mitigation procedures for the pandemic were used for election interference, bioterrorism, treason against Canada and the United States, human trafficking.
Yeah, we can't get into.
Well,
we can't get into this.
That's why I told you. That's why I told you.
We don't need the
if
details about that shit.
Just the specifics.
That's why I said if you want more information.
Well, no. Hang on.
Just
because we can't say those words, those specifics words, we can still at least figure out or try to figure out, because this is wild, right? So we went from you're in a relationship to know you were actually married, and your husband started trafficking members of your family, and your sister is gone and has been gone for years, and you don't know where she is. You could see where we're like, what is going on here?
Like I said, there's a lot. It's not something that you can just explain in like 5 minutes. So like I said, it wasn't a real relationship, and you can leave it at that. And if you want more information, like I said, you can more than welcome to reach out to Dale Richardson on Twitter or his email
or whatever.
All right,
moving on. What about you?
Sorry, I'm recently single. I kind of forgot the rest of the questions. I got out of a relationship a couple months ago, and that was my longest relationship, and we were dating for about a little over 2 years. So.
Okay, 2 years, and you said you recently got out of it. How long ago?
About 3 months ago.
So you've been single for 3 months. Okay.
I am currently married. I've been married for 4 months, so we're broke newlyweds. And our marriage is definitely very traditional, and I like it like that. But yeah.
You said married for 3 months?
4 months.
4 months.
Yes.
And how long were you guys together before that?
Not long, less than a year, actually. So
you've been together for a year, or it's a year and 4 months?
No, so, I'm sorry. This is
okay.
This is
you're
my
fine.
fault.
You're fine.
So we met in June, and then we got married in December. So we were together for less than a year. Yeah. So we've been literally married and together plus for less than a year. It was very, very fast, but.
So you were dating for like 5 months,
yes.
and then got married. So you've been together
yes.
for about nine months.
Yes.
Okay. And is this your longest relationship?
No, it's not. I had one that was slightly longer, about, I would say, a year and 2 months, but that was back in high school. I ended it.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah.
And are you guys the same age?
Yes. Well, he's a year younger than I am, but close enough.
Then your husband?
Oh, no. So my husband is just a year younger than I am, and the person the guy I was with for a year and 2 months, was just a year older than I was.
But so you're older than your husband.
Yeah.
So you're like a cougar, basically.
I know. Yes, we joke about that.
All right. Okay. How did you and your husband meet?
We actually met at the worst possible place for couples to meet. We met at the club. Amen to that. So it was his very first time ever at a club, and it was my last time ever at one. My friend and I went up to Berkeley, and the little sort of show that we were going to see there, that little concert, we just ended up taking too long and we didn't make it, and we were like, we're antsy, let's get out and do something. And that's what ended up being on the radar, because what happens after 11 o'clock. And yeah, so we met there, and there was this total creeper following me around, and so of course, you do that thing where if there's a guy that's bothering you, you make eye contact with someone else and give him the look of "help me, please." And he just came right up to me, pretended like he knew me, like, "Hey, I've been looking for you," and we had like a 3-hour-long conversation about going down the rabbit hole about the government, politics, short-form content, all that sort of stuff. And he's just super intellectual, and yeah, we just clicked really well. So.
Now, how old did you say you were again?
I'm 21.
Do you buy him alcohol?
I'll do anything for my husband.
Okay. It's just like, of course.
So he, the way, like, you didn't know him, you made eyes with him because some other guy was bothering you.
Yes.
And that's
yes.
kind of how you guys met.
Yes.
Oh,
yes.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Millennial Millie, what about you?
So my longest relationship is just about 12 years.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously that's my husband that I'm with. We have 2 kids, and what else do you want to know?
No, so you've been, you said you've been together for 12 years, you're married?
Almost 12 years, yeah.
How long have you been married for?
We common law married pretty soon after getting together. So.
Okay. So you're common law married, but did you have like an official marriage or?
Not an official marriage. We don't want to get the state mingled in our affairs.
Do you have a covenant marriage?
Huh?
Do you have a covenant marriage?
Yeah. Basically, we're like covenant with God, common law married. We don't want the state and the judges.
But was
meddling
it
in our
officiated
affairs.
by a church? A covenant marriage officiated by a church?
Yes, by a
Okay.
Christian church. But we just didn't want to ever register it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
My relationship status, I am married, and my longest relationship has been 16 years. And
Is that your current?
Yes, it is.
All right. And how long have you been married?
So we haven't had our wedding yet, but we
Oh.
technically are legally married.
Okay.
And like I said, we've been together 16 years, so.
Wait, so how long have you been legally married?
Legally married, I think it would be a couple years.
Couple years.
Yeah.
Okay. No ceremony though.
No, there's a few details that we want to iron out. I want to actually get married in a Catholic church.
Okay.
He's not Catholic, is he?
He is not.
Yeah, so they wouldn't marry you.
Well, I think they actually would, but I haven't completed my sacrament of, confirmation.
So you
it's
haven't been
actually-
confirmed in the Catholic Church?
I haven't, no.
Okay, so are you a catechumen?
Well, I was baptized and I had my first Holy Communion when I was very young.
Oh, okay.
And then I
Okay.
was a fallen Catholic.
Oh.
Briefly. Well, not briefly.
What does that
actually.
mean, fallen Catholic?
Meaning like I had a year, or actually like 17 years of just falling away from my faith, kind of becoming more atheistic.
Okay. So you're going back, and your priest said that he wanted you to go back through this before acceptance, or?
I'm sorry, say that last
Your
part again?
priest said he wanted you to go through A, B, and C before you're accepted back, or?
No, so now that we have decided we wanted to get married, that's where I want to get married, is in a Catholic church.
Mm-hmm.
So I have to be confirmed, and I think he may just have to be baptized, because I've talked to a few people. Like, for instance, my aunt, she's Catholic, but her husband is Jewish, so they were able to get married in a Catholic church.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you?
I am in a committed relationship. It's the longest relationship that I've ever been in. It's been about 1.5 years, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
And it is an age gap relationship, so my boyfriend is 11 years older than me.
So he's 32, 33?
Yeah.
Okay. 21, 32. All right. How did you guys meet?
We actually met at the mall. He hit on me, funny enough. Just came up
What
to
was
me.
his opening line?
He just asked for my number, but
Was straight up?
yeah. He was
What's
like,
your what's your number?
Well, I mean,
No, hi.
He was like, "Hey, I think you're really pretty," and then he just
Oh,
asked
okay.
for my number, and we went on a date after that. But
All right.
Took a shot, it worked.
Good,
Yeah, it
good,
worked.
good shit.
Very happy.
All right. Andrew, your relationship status.
I'm married. I've been married for 12 years. Yeah.
Okay, great. So I've got some pre-show notes here that I'm going to start with. Really quick, Keisha, right? You said on your Twitter, I saw this, men play chess, women play checkers. I was curious. I was curious. What do you mean by that?
So, like, my dad raised me to understand that men play chess and women play checkers, so that they have a completely different line of thinking than women do. And I didn't really used to, like, understand what he was talking about, but as I got older, I did, and especially the last couple of years, I see in real time every day men creating circumstances for things that women don't see, whether it be positive or negative. And men are meant to do that, he said, because they are the leaders in the home. So they're supposed to create the circumstances for their family's success. And they do that by chess. And it happens completely unbeknownst to women because we just don't think in that way. And that's a good thing. Like, they have a very, like, a strong ability to compartmentalize and so that they can keep going in difficult situations and hardships that chisel them rather than cripple women, right? Just that's how they become great men and fathers.
Okay.
Yeah.
Could you give an example of what does it mean women play with chess? Like,
You mean
women
men play chess?
Yeah.
And women, okay,
Checkers,
so
sorry, women play checkers.
for
What does that mean?
example,
Does anybody play like tic-tac-toe in this? Like, who's
I
playing
mean, they
tic-tac-toe?
might. I
The kids
don't know.
play the tic-tac-toe.
Yeah.
Okay.
But an example of this, I would say, is a lot of women feminists who are in power. A lot of times they think that they are the ones pulling the strings and making decisions, and men are giving them positions of power so that they can feel like they're making good moves. Whole time the men are behind the scenes pulling the strings on what they're doing, and even actually more in control than they understand them to be, and just using the women as a pawn. So they're playing chess in real time and moving all the pieces on the board. Meanwhile, the women think they're making decisions, but the men are just setting them up to do exactly what they want, whether they decide to submit or not. So a lot of women are like, oh, I would never submit to a man, but in actuality, either with men in society, whether you choose to submit or not, they're gonna make you submit. Like, you either choose to submit to a husband and a father who loves and cares about you and God, or you're gonna submit to someone in corporate America that's just gonna play chess moves with you for their own benefit and their own family. So that's a real-time example. Judges, lawyers, whatever.
Word? Now, do any of the girls disagree with her?
I would say I agree with most of what Keisha said. I would push back a little bit. Like, I don't think that we should underestimate the capabilities of some women. I would say that overall, many women, especially when they're younger, when they're younger girls, I could see them being kind of like that. That same thing you're talking about, where they're playing checkers and they're not thinking things through. But I think as women get older and they start to become more mature in business and other different things, they can start to see things through. But I think you're right in that men do kind of have innate talent for seeing things down. But I wouldn't disregard that there are women that are capable of some of those things as well, especially women that work in intelligence.
Yeah, but they're the outliers.
Right.
It's like everyone always wants to point to the outliers, but they are outliers for sure.
Well, if I could interject, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not actually undermining women's capability and capacity when I say that they play checkers. I'm actually speaking to the greater point of the individuality and the way that God created man and women, and the power that women have when they come to understand that they don't think like men and they're not men, because then you're able to work most efficiently with men, and you're able to just do your own, like, for example, I learned this working with my dad the last couple of years. I might tell something to my dad like, oh, Dad, like, this is gonna happen. Like, I know for sure, like, I can see this coming down the line. And he's like, okay, Keisha, chill. And I'm like, come on, man, like, I know what I'm talking about. And in a couple of weeks it might happen. And I tell him like that, I told you that was gonna happen. He's like, Keisha, that's cool, but I needed to demonstrate every step of the way exactly how this happened, the who, what, when, where, why, how. And all you were looking at was the end result. And I see a lot of times women, we look at the outcome rather than the steps to get there, and we don't know the steps, which is why we're really bad at creating solutions. Women just want to feel better. Men actually want to create the solution to solve the problem. So men play chess because they pull the strings on many situations and literally create the circumstances for that success in real time and mitigate the problem, the consequences of the problem in real time. Women cannot do that. I've come across multiple women in multiple different areas of life. I've never ever seen a woman beat a man at chess. And it doesn't matter how smart the woman is or how smart the man is. It has nothing to do with IQ. It's simply the way that men think versus the way women think. We're just different. And I'm glad we're different, because when I see all the things that my father does on a day-to-day basis to work, like he gets up, he like does his smoothie, does his workout, he goes and works like 16 hours a day, does another like exercise, 2 Bible studies during the day, has constant attacks continuously, and he's still going like a machine. He can do all of that, but I'm sitting here like, okay, I need to take a nap. You know, and I'm not like dumb in any capacity, but it's just, sorry. It's just the fact that they have that ability to make a lot of things happen regardless of what's going on.
You're speaking in nature, the ontology. You're not talking, so you're saying by nature, the nature of these things are totally different.
Well, yeah, because God created us. I mean, God created us that way.
Sorry, I did not mean. I accidentally pressed that. I was just switching the camera angles, but I accidentally pressed the button. All right, go ahead.
Yeah.
Well, it is true though that men and women think differently. I will say that is true, and that they each have their strengths and their weaknesses. Like one example, in the roles that I think God wanted us to really portray and fulfill in our lives. Like even I naturally find it's very easy to multitask as a woman versus my husband. He can't, cook and watch the kids and, clean or do this and do a million different things at the same time. He has to be able to have quiet and focus on one thing. Whereas with women, we are naturally wired to be able to do things. And that's because our brains are slightly different, and then we have more interconnecting nerves between both sides of our left and right hemisphere of our brain.
But she's talking about something different. She's going deeper than that. She's talking about the nature itself from its being, its state of being, and saying that within men's nature on this planet, their nature is to look at a situation and then they're mitigating bad outcomes and maximizing good outcomes. Right. And that women are generally not doing that. They're just benefiting from the either good outcome or the bad outcome. I think that's what you're getting at, right?
Yeah, and you mentioned that men don't multitask. I think they do it in a different way, because like I said, like watching my dad over the past couple of years lose absolutely everything, filing things in court, doing his mechanical engineering, still trying to mitigate my life and my sister's and his and everyone around him, and doing everything to help all these different people at the same time while maintaining his physical, mental, and emotional health. I think that men, they multitask in a way that's protective, in a way that benefits the system as a whole. Like everything that they have to do is not just going to benefit them in that moment. It's benefiting long term and just destroying the attacks in real time from multiple different angles. So I think we were created to do 2 different things, and they're equally as valuable. So women playing checkers is just as valuable as chess, but it has to work together in order to make the system move the way it needs to.
Can I ask you a personal question?
Sure.
Was your mother in your life? It seems like your dad is like a big hero for you.
He is. My dad is like a G. He's I call him the OG engineer. I do know my mom, but I was primarily raised by my father and my grandmother and great-grandmother.
Yeah, it's just because I wouldn't say I fundamentally disagree with you guys, with what you guys are saying, but I'm atheist or agnostic. I'm not practicing of any religion, but I grew up in the church for 16 years. So my mom made me go every weekend.
Which church?
Baptist.
Well, why are you wearing a cross if you're atheist?
For fashion and irony. I don't know. Yeah, sorry, is that blasphemous? But It's kind of like a fashion
It's
thing
just
right
kind of
now.
strange.
It's definitely a trend.
You know?
I mean, I still grew up in the church. I'd still say I'm spiritual, but I'm not practicing. I don't like follow the gospel like that. But
So you more so like believe in God and Jesus, but just not the
No.
church structure?
No.
Oh no.
I have a
Private chat,
connection to the church, and I'd say I have a connection to my spirituality, but I don't believe. I
Okay.
don't believe that I would know if there was a creator.
Okay.
Yeah.
So just relativism.
Yeah.
Okay.
But back to my point, what I was saying was like, I feel like I do agree, but I don't think it's fair to women out there, especially women who do work to organize their lives around their families. Because I had a single mom, and the way you describe your dad reminds me of the way I felt about my mom, you know. And although I do think women are more emotional, and that like increased emotional response can lead to like playing checkers instead of chess, I think maybe when women are able to subtract men from their lives, or like just like, I don't know, I think that there are women out there who can play life like a chess game, or that like I wish I could say that I could, you know, even though I was
Don't you
born
think
a
your
woman.
mom probably had to lean into her masculinity because she was a single mom?
Oh, definitely, but I don't see a problem with leaning into your masculinity.
But
I wish I could
No,
act like
but
I was playing a game of chess.
In order for her to go to her point, you're saying that you notice some of the things that she's talking about relevant to your relationship and your dynamic with your mom, but she had to take on a masculine role. So she probably had to do some of the things that she's describing her father did, correct?
Yeah, but she's a woman.
Yes,
But-
of course. I know she's still a woman. I'm saying she had to lean into her masculinity in order to probably protect you, provide for you, and also nurture you. So she had much more to do, but those aspects of protection and provision are masculine.
I think that I could be leaning into my masculinity more like on Tuesday than I was on Wednesday, but like they're just all abstract concepts, and at the end of the day she's a woman, and we're
Well,
making
if they're abstract concepts, then why would you bring them up as being a differential between the two things if they're just abstract?
They are abstract, but what I'm saying is I think it's problematic to.
Yeah, but you're a relativist. Everything's abstract.
That's okay.
And why is it
Right?
problematic for her
So,
to put
I
her
mean-
father on her pedestal?
It's not problematic for her to put her father on a pedestal.
What-
I'd say it's
what aspect is
problematic to
problematic?
say that men are always playing chess and women are always playing checkers, because chess is fundamentally a higher intelligent game.
Is that a truth statement?
No. I'd say.
No. So then why should we believe you if it's not a true statement?
Why should you believe
Why
me?
should we believe what you just said, that some women are doing this, some men are doing that? You just said that it's not a true statement.
Well, if you wanna
hang
actually talk
is
about
it true?
logic,
Is it
though-
true or not true?
It's a logical fallacy to say something is always one way and never another way.
What's that fallacy
It's
called?
a trend.
Is it called "I just made it the fuck up" fallacy? So
No,
back to
no,
where I
it's
was
not.
at.
It's not called
So back to
that.
where I was at
not called.
when we're talking about relativism, which is what we're talking about right now. You can't make truth claims.
Relativism is what you're talking about. Okay, I was just talking.
No,
she
no,
was talking
no,
about a
it's-
trend
but
that
it's-
she's
but it's
observed.
not. When you say
she's talking about a stereotype.
When you say
between,
something
can I
like "I disagree," when you say something like "I disagree with you," this is not true. This is true. You're a moral relativist. You don't even believe in a standard for truth. You have no standard for truth. Why would you ever make a claim something is true or not true?
Well, you just hate all relativists. I was having a conversation
I
where
hate
I
all.
was.
Is that true?
Well-
is it true that I hate all relativists?
It might be because you're not a relativist.
Is that true? That might be true?
Okay, I'm sorry I had a relativist argument, but the point that I was trying to make was the phrase "men are playing chess, women are playing checkers" is a stereotypical phrase, and I'm sure she might also concede that there are outliers to that.
Mm-hmm.
However, I'd saying maybe a better way to phrase it, as she was saying, was it is more masculine to play chess as perceived in our society, because we have for so long said, oh, men play chess. Of course, that's masculine. You're becoming more masculine if you're starting to play chess. Why can't I just say she's becoming more strategical? Why can't I just say she's
I
becoming
think
more
she was using it as an analogy.
Can I ask you a
I'm
question?
aware.
Yeah.
So I have two questions, I guess. One, would it be as offensive if I in fact said women play chess and men play checkers? And two, actually, you can answer that one first.
I don't think it's offensive at all. I was just voicing my opinion.
Okay, but when it comes, so in regards to the initial statement, you were talking about being raised by a single mother. Do you think that a man can do the role of a mother? Do you think that's replaceable by a man? Can your father do what a mother does for you?
I wouldn't put it in personal terms.
Well,
I wouldn't put it in personal terms to myself, but I think that a man could easily fulfill the role of a single mother.
I asked the, okay, yeah, because
I wish Grid 1 was my dad donated $200. First girl, word of advice. Stop while you're behind. I will only get worse for you from here.
I'm great at arguing.
Ladies, what are 2 deal breaker characteristics in a man? Also, fuck the ATF. Abolish the NFA.
Yes.
And you know what, to give you credit, it's good that you're at least, because I feel like this panel might be leaning a bit more one way than the other. So I certainly give you credit for being open to disagreement on this.
Well, just to kind of play devil's advocate here, because I naturally agree more with Keisha, but I can see both sides of an argument. And what I'll say is that I think what Keisha was meaning was generalities. Like in general, men, think with playing chess and women with checkers. But of course, he already acknowledged over here that there are outliers, that there are going to be outliers in that situation. So just because
the exceptions prove the rule.
Right.
If the exception proves the rule, you wouldn't have the exception.
Right. So we have outliers, we have exceptions, but
which prove what?
Technically, her mother might be one of those outliers. We don't know, but I think that she can actually say, well, I saw my mother fulfilling some of those things. I saw that in her case, so maybe she's just one of the outliers.
Yeah, you can say that, but that's really not in context what the discussion is. The discussion,
it is in context.
The discussion isn't asking, are there going to be outliers in basically every situation we can think of? Sure. Okay, sure, of course there are. Always going to be some kind of outlier for something. But in context, what she's saying is, if you're looking at the nature of men, when they look at the world, they're playing chess. So what she's saying is they organize the world based on a strategic mind. So they're saying everything from how do I want to run the wires for those cameras to how do I want to organize the structures of society. And she's saying if you don't follow that pattern and submit to your husband and allow him to take that role, then in corporate America, you're going to have to do it for a psychopath. That's her whole point. Am I wrong?
No, that's exactly it. And I think another example is like men have told me that when they come up and just have a casual conversation with a woman, they can tell what kind of man is in her life and what level of proximity, like if she's maybe dating, just by like certain behaviors or things that she says and does. Women don't read actions the way that men do, and I don't care how good they are at it, like they just don't read actions the way that men do. We are so deceived by like what we hear, and like it's not the same. We speak completely different languages, and the more that you realize that you are completely different mentally and emotionally from a man, the more you have protection against some of the things that happen. Because as soon as I realize a man
Which is how you know she was raised by a man, if it was a single parent, because she's speaking sense.
I was going to ask you, actually, I was like, you noticed that I had you asked me immediately, okay, were you raised with your mother? And probably because you could tell by the way that I'm speaking, what's coming out of my mouth, that there's more of a masculine influence in my life as opposed to a woman's. And so it's something that you delineate already in your mind that's completely different to what a woman would operate in. So it's just a completely different thing. And as soon as I notice that a man is playing chess, I instantly defer to my father. And if I had a husband, I'd instantly defer to him, because I know that I will never win a game of chess against a man. I just won't. And if I try to, as soon as I enter the game, I lose.
That's the part that I find problematic. Yes, the statement overall is true. I won't be a relativist. I'd say as a generalization, it can be said as true. But the reason I don't like that framing is because...
A relativist can't say anything's true.
I never claimed to be a relativist.
You did.
Continue with your point, though.
But just so you know, in the future, you did claim you were a relativist.
Okay.
But that's all an agnostic.
Go ahead with your point, though.
Well, I mean, like, it creates a sense of fear, because what if some of the men are stupid? Trust me, there are dumb men out there who are playing checkers, you know?
Yeah, that's what's happening now with the deconstruction of the family and everything. Yes.
Yeah,
that's the other thing, and we see that happening all the time, where there are predatory men who are actually targeting young, vulnerable women, especially women who haven't had fathers in their lives like you, they target and prey on the vulnerable women. And I think that's what partially what Keisha is trying to get to here, is that if men are thinking like with chess, and you're not going to be able to figure out if they're trying to prey on you or target you, you become a vulnerable target when you don't have your father in your life.
But you don't believe that you can play chess too.
Wait, can I ask you something?
And you don't believe that they can be playing checkers.
Can I ask you something though?
Yeah.
Would you like a relationship with a man who will completely take care of you, protect for you, provide for you, stand by you, be loyal, have kids with you, and you could trust that he's there for you 100%?
Shane donated $200.
Sure. I don't.
Third girl, huge pick me.
Do you want to address the pick me accusations?
Yes, pick me, because like what the heck? Why would I want to be in the position to do any of this by myself? Like the amount of things that women are put up to do that they literally cannot handle doing is literally the reason for the destruction of our society right now, because men are not being respected in their position as men and fathers, and women are taking control and also being told that they can actually do it and then failing.
A lot of that is because a lot of men aren't present in the childhood, and that's you know, that's what's happening is there's just the women are trying to control, and you know, they don't understand and appreciate what the men do, because they never had an example of that.
What
really
other choice?
Really quick. I wish Grid 1. We will ask your question here. I'm just letting this conversation finish up. I will ask the 2 deal breaker questions.
What other choice do they have? That's strange. Could you go work on an oil rig tomorrow?
I could if I wanted to.
Oh, so are you saying that you have all the choices that men have right this second?
Yeah. Okay.
Well, then what are you talking
no.
about?
Okay,
what are you talking about?
I don't have all the choices men have right this second.
Oh, what choices don't you have?
A lot.
What?
I can't be as condescending as you.
Well, that's because you just have not acquired this skill of knowledge, which is a prerequisite.
It's because society thinks I play checkers and you play chess.
Yeah, but
even if I try to be on the same level as you, I'm already a relativist.
Hey, great, snark. But can you answer the question?
What choices do I have?
Do you not have?
If there's no man in my life?
What choice do you not have that men have?
Okay, what choice do I not have that men have when I wake up in the morning? I cannot walk around with my shirt off. I know that's a stupid, lame one, but I don't know how many of you want
You can walk around with your shirt off.
Okay, well,
without social outrage.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, what choices do you have? Or do you not have?
Well, this isn't relevant to.
No,
what they
it's
were
exactly
saying.
relevant.
They were saying, can you guys
You
repeat
said
what
it's
you were
because
saying?
women, I'll repeat it for you.
Okay.
You said it's because women have not had the choices that men have had.
That's not
yes,
what I said.
it is what you said.
They were saying that a woman is trying to be act as a man in their life because there was no man in their childhood. And I said, what other choice does she have?
Okay, so just so that we're clear, you do think from an egalitarian lens then men and women have the same amount of equal choice?
No.
Okay, well then what choices do women not have that men have?
There's a lot. It would be hard for me to delineate them all for you,
If
but
there's
that
a
doesn't
lot,
mean they're
then
not
you should
there.
name one.
That doesn't mean they're not there.
If there's a lot, then how about one?
It's not going to be good enough for you, but sure, let me think of some of the things. I could probably not go work a contracting job.
Why?
Because I'm physically weaker.
Okay, so
biological.
that has nothing to do with lawfare though.
With what?
With law. So it has nothing to do with the law. You could go work as a contractor.
Okay, but
There's
they were saying women who grow up without male figures typically fail because they're trying to take on these masculine roles, which they are not capable of taking on.
Yep.
What is your question that is challenging
My
me?
question to you just now was, do you believe that in this egalitarian society that men and women have equal choice? You said no.
Yes, that's why the women are failing.
We're not saying they're failing. What we're saying is that women who grow up without fathers in their home, they're made more vulnerable because men who are thinking on the level of chess, who might actually not be a good man, who might be a predatory man, those men see you as an easy target, a vulnerable person that they can take advantage of. See, if if your father's in the home, your father can say, that's not a good guy, don't date him, I see the red flags, don't even bother.
Yeah.
Or the father can set a standard when that man is coming to pick you up for a date. You're going to have my daughter home at this time, nothing funny, or you're going to deal with me and you're going to answer to me. So what we're getting at is the women who don't grow up with fathers, it's not that you're failing. It's more or less that
you
you're
have to masculinize.
no,
That's what
it's
you
that
were
you're
saying, right? That's what she was saying.
No, we're not saying you have to masculinize. We're talking about how you're being made vulnerable because you don't have a father figure in your home.
But aren't male children are also made vulnerable if they don't have a father in the home?
Absolutely,
Yeah,
and
so
they,
it's not
for
just
them,
like-
it's a different thing.
But
It doesn't tend to go in the form of being
it's not
taken
the-
advantage
Right,
of sexually.
I feel
It
like
usually has to go in the form of more likely to be imprisoned or in jail or having
All those places
doing
you get
drugs and
taken
other
advantage
things.
of sexually,
Yeah,
though.
I would say that
Well,
there's a lot of
not
little boys
necessarily.
that are being taken advantage sexually because they don't have fathers, and
Maybe like by
like-
women.
by men and women. Like I've
the public school system is one of the
Yeah,
worst
Yeah.
places for
and
males.
women
That's where
are
women are assaulting
very
young
predatory,
boys all the
yeah.
time.
Oh, I
Women
haven't
are
heard about
Like,
that.
for instance, if you were to take, you hear the old trope, the Catholic priests do all the, the kid diddling, but it's actually, if you look at the public schools, teachers do way more than priests ever dreamed of.
Oh.
And if you look at the female population in public schools, especially, it's an outrageous amount compared to the rest of the general population. So, and yes, of course, if there's no strong dominant male in the home, those kids would be much more prone
Right.
Yeah.
to falling into that.
No,
If
you're
you
right.
think-
I would say you're right. Like overall, a male not being in the home is at the detriment to both children, male or female children overall. And there are different ways I think that it kind of surfaces.
But let me
and
take it a step
tends
further and say
to
it's
trend.
less detrimental
Right.
if a woman isn't, if the mother isn't.
If a
It's
mother isn't-
less detrimental.
if a mother isn't what?
Present in the home. You need both, and it's best to
Yeah,
have both.
statistically
But I think
speaking-
that it's less detrimental to have a single father raising kids than a single mother.
Statistically, it shows that like if a child has both parents, assuming that they're good, they have the best chances for success. And then if they have a single father, they have almost equal chances. I think up to 90 something
almost the same.
% chance of success. And then if it's a single mother, I think it plummets like negative 80 something %.
That's the stepdad effect. So the stepdad effect, often that's where the abuse inside of homes comes from. It's from a step parent. Far less likely to see the step parent who's a female come in and enter abuse because, well, it's really hard to do that to a male, right? They can step in and be like, no, you ain't doing shit, or else. So that's the effect. And that's why you see that over and over again play out in society. And
Yeah.
that's why single fathers tend to have better overarching outcomes than single mothers do.
Yeah, I also just wanted to add, so there was a point where I was very like new wave feminist, and I really resented men and masculinity, I was with the whole thing, and I was so much more unhappy, and just because I was having
What turned it around?
God, honestly.
The patriarchy?
Yes, I'm
As
for
my
the
friend Grid One
patriarchy.
Motorsports would say, the patriarchy is here for you.
Yes,
Yes.
and just and accepting and also humbling myself to accept the input of others and whatnot, and not rebelling against masculinity, but actually seeing the beauty in it. But a lot of that is because men right now they're not giving us the opportunities to appreciate masculinity as much, because you have a lot of like
Is
beta
it also
guys.
because your husband won't put up with any of that shit?
Yes.
Yeah.
But no,
he
he's
won't put up with none of that
but
shit,
not,
really.
but not in a chauvinistic, nasty way.
That's
but
not what I
he'll
mean.
tell me,
It's not
he'll tell me
chauvinism.
logically of like, hey, you're overthinking, which is, like you were saying, like chill out, you know.
like, chill,
and
like.
I appreciate that, and I appreciate that masculine reflection, because it does help me be able to operate better and on a more logical level. But because I was vacillating so much between the femininity and masculinity, I was so much more mentally exhausted and depressed, and it's crazy because I was like, screw men, blah, blah, blah. But then I would go home at night and be like, I want someone to take care of me. I want to be a wife, everything, So, but I do understand what you were saying, and I just think that it's because there's not a lot of healthy masculinity for men, and that's partially our fault as women right now, because we're trying to turn things into a matriarchy.
And can I just say something to you? Although maybe you don't have your father in your home or as much in your life as you deserve, you always will have Heavenly Father and God in your life. And if you let him be in your heart, he will be there with you, and you can know that he loves you. And the other thing is that if you follow his word, it will naturally protect you from these things. So if you're following the word of God, the Father, your Father, then you will be able to have some protection and be able to, I guess, protect yourself from some of the vulnerable things that you might have. So.
Do you agree with that, Renee?
No. I'm 19 and my parents have not been together since I was like 3. I've not had a dad forever, and that whole time my mom was pushing the Bible on me. And you know, she said the same things you did. You're gonna end up getting manipulated by men. You're too much of a people pleaser. You know, you're too emotional. Like, of course I've heard it before. Of course, oh, daddy issues.
Was she right?
and this. No. Well, okay. Well, not about the God part, because it.
Oh, just not about that part. Just about all of the things, all the other things.
No
about
disrespect
the God
to
part.
people's religion, but I think if you're a certain age, especially my age, and if you are very set on like what you think, like I'd say I'm like just skeptical in general. Like it's not even like, oh my God.
Are you skeptical
like,
of your skepticism?
No.
That's
but
weird.
Can I give you an example about something that I noticed with my daughter? If I want my daughter to do something, she's like 7, but I have to go tell my husband to show her that this is the right way. She trusts me. She'll tell me anything. She won't tell her dad a lot. I mean, she will, but she's 7. She doesn't have a lot. The point is, though, if I really want her to do something, I know I have to make him present the idea because she respects what he has to say more.
Yeah.
She's more, even at 7, more afraid or at least cognizant of disappointing him. She's not really worried about disappointing
That's
me.
very true.
Because
I'd
I'm
say
her
I grew up with that too. Even though my dad wasn't in life, I'd say I also experienced that phenomenon. And building off of that, I would say that I think a lot of me not following the gospel that has to do with my experience in the church, which was pretty bad too. Like the experiences of both like mother figures and father figures were just not good, to the point where it's like I would maybe go to another church another time, but it just like it wasn't for me then. It's not
I have a question.
Did they judge you? Did they judge you?
Do you feel like
they were
this
just
is maybe
really
a personal question, but do you feel like your father kind of rejected you by not being in your life?
No, it was really early. Like it was
Right.
because of my mom. I know it was because they hated each other. It wasn't because of me.
But like
they had
he
a
could have
custody
been in your
battle.
life.
They had a
though,
custody
still,
battle for me.
right?
He was partially in my life.
Partially. Okay.
Yeah.
I just wonder if you're, rejecting God, the Father, has anything to do with feeling rejected by your father.
No, I just think I'm not a religious person.
And there's a lot of people who reject religion who have fathers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, but we all reject God at one point or another in our life for different reasons, right? Like when I was younger, I'm not here to judge you.
Not
when
everybody.
I was younger,
What about the outliers? They don't do that.
Okay, yeah, sure, you're right. And I'm speaking in generalities,
Yeah.
okay?
Fair enough.
So, when I was younger, there was a point in time when I was about your age, and I decided I was going to be an atheist, and I was going to kind of reject Christianity and how I was raised and brought up. And all I can say is that it brought a lot of just suffering and bad things happening to me, and I wouldn't recommend that for anyone. And you kind of have to, in some ways, some of us in our journey in life, we have to find out the hard way that when you don't want to follow God's laws and his commandments and his word, you actually find out that you find yourself in these situations. It's almost like he's giving us a guide through the Bible of how we can live our lives and not be hurt and not have things bad happen as much as they could, right? So he's giving us these commandments, not because he wants to tell us what to do, not like an authoritarian. He's coming from it like a loving paternal father figure that wants to keep you safe and wants for you to only have blessings and good things in your life for you. And when you realize that, that's when like, okay, he loves us, he wants us to be safe, he wants good things. And I know you probably heard these things before, and like I said, you're just gonna have to go through life and go on that journey yourself. But I hope you eventually know that God loves you and Jesus does.
She doesn't believe any of that shit. Like, look at her. She doesn't believe
I didn't either for a really long time.
Okay. I admire your advice, and I definitely
I
think about
got through to her.
sometimes.
Really does believe
I
it.
got through to her. You know what? Don't judge people because you never know.
You should judge people
There's
with
so
righteous
many
judgment.
Christians out there who originally were the biggest atheists or the biggest anti-God people out there, and they literally turn around.
Yeah, but
They didn't learn it on a podcast. They usually got kicked their ass.
Well, some do.
secularists-
Never know.
The
You never know.
secularists,
I've been baptized, by the way, already
Yeah,
when I was
from
like
a-
10. So.
Well, that's great.
from a secularist
that's
perspective, if you got to take the worldview out before you can replace it with something better. And the thing
There's
is
nothing
like,
better than God
I
and
know,
his word.
but from the
Jesus
secularist
Christ.
perspective, see, she's a skeptic. She told you, right? I'm skeptical. You have to provide me
There's
proof.
people that are
But no,
skeptical.
but the why matters, right? And the Bible tells us in Isaiah that we're supposed to help the fatherless, the widow, and the poor. And she said that while she was in church, she had a bad experience. And as Christians, it's our responsibility and our duty to make sure that we are showing the love of God and Jesus Christ in our
By
life each and
destroying
every
all
day.
arguments, yes.
No, but by helping.
By destroying all arguments. So that's what the whole point is: tear down the worldview before it can be replaced with something else.
The ideology
secularist
you're
starts.
talking about?
No, the worldview. An ideology can be attached to the worldview. Usually is attached to the worldview. But when you look at Christianity, the Christian ethic is a worldview. It's a prism from which you view the world. It's not just a religion that you follow. It's not just the personal relationship with Christ. It's actually the prism. It even when it comes to logic, when you're talking about logic, things which are logically possible to a secularist are not logically possible to a Christian. Logical possibility does not even exist in our worldview the same way that it does the secular worldview. That's why it's so important to break down the secularist first before you can replace with actual dogma that makes sense. Usually you can't, because what ends up happening is, this is my experience, and it's no offense to you guys, all right? I'm glad everybody's out preaching the gospel. I'm just saying that what I see over and over and over again is you'll preach to they don't give a shit, right? They don't care.
no.
They're like, I've
like
heard
the Charlie
this,
Brown.
I've heard exactly. I've heard this shit 2,000 times, I don't give a shit. The only thing I've ever noted that's ever worked is to actually destroy the worldview as it exists from the secular perspective, granting the secular perspective is true, showing them how absurd it is, then you can replace it with the truth. But that's just my experience. Otherwise, it just seems to me like you're just talking to a wall.
Well, I was actually implying something different. I was actually implying taking action, not actually words. So I was saying that it's our duty to actually go out and help the people, like the fatherless, the widow, and the poor, and do what is necessary to help those people be in a better situation so that they can see the love of Jesus and then want to accept it. Because Jesus in the Bible, like, he healed people before he preached and things like that, right? So that's kind of the approach I was trying to take.
Yeah, and just because you had a bad
I do have to move on. I
perspective-
do have to move on.
Sorry.
Let me get a couple of the chats in. We did have Grid One was my dad. He wanted to ask the ladies, what are 2 deal breaker characteristics in a man? We'll start with you. We'll go around the table. Go ahead.
2 deal breakers. Man. That one sounds a hard one. I feel like does anyone have one that's like at the top of their head?
What about you?
A deal breaker.
Two deal breakers. If you
2.
can.
I would say like disrespect, just undermining.
Okay. Being disrespectful.
Yeah, just disrespectful.
Anything else?
And maybe, yeah, just disrespectful to not only myself but people around them. That's something that I don't like. And then maybe just not being loyal. I think everybody should be loyal.
I would say for me, it would have to be someone who respects and serves God above themselves.
Yo, Sky, thank you for the gift and 20 memberships. So these are deal breakers.
Yeah, if they don't do that.
If they don't respect God above themselves and serve God above themselves, because then I can't trust them to be loyal to the family or me. Sure. Thank you, Sky.
And then I would say if they're not like a genuinely kind just person.
Okay.
Yeah.
Renee, anything come to mind?
If they have no passions in life.
No passions.
Like they just want to work a desk job or something.
So they need to be ambitious?
Yeah.
Okay.
Or just like to have something that you
Like a
like
passion?
doing besides making money.
What about
you
video
know?
games? What if they're passionate about video games?
At least they're passionate about something. You know. Okay, I meant more like career-wise. Like they're passionate about a certain career path.
Huh,
Yeah.
Okay. Was there another one? Another deal?
If they can't dress.
They can't dress? What do you mean? Like no style?
Yeah.
Or?
I mean, I guess I could fix that. That one's like more of a joke. I don't know if they're.
You need like a super
if
stylish.
they're disloyal, I don't know. It's all like kind of the same. Yeah.
I think a deal breaker for me would be if he's like a mama's boy. I don't really like whenever their mom, like if they're like super mama's boy and like kind of like acting feminine, I feel like.
Okay.
And then also if they watch like adult content or anything like that.
Okay. It's a deal breaker if they watch porn.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't
ahead.
you do
Ask.
porn?
She used to.
No,
right?
I did it for 2 months back in 2022, and I haven't done it in like since then. So.
Is that what informed that deal breaker?
Huh?
Is that what informs the deal breaker?
Sorry, what do you mean?
Like, is it because you did that you see that now as
No,
like a huge...
I think even before that, before I even started that, I was in a relationship with this one guy, and it kind of started then, so way before all that, and I like knew that he would watch it, and it would make me really upset. So.
Oh.
Wait, even while you were...
No,
in
that
the
was
industry?
way before that. Yeah.
Well, but what do you think is a bigger deal breaker? A guy who watches porn or somebody who used to do porn?
I don't know. It just depends on who the guy is, because some people have like moved on completely from their lives and erased that completely and like, you know, rebuilt themselves. So
Well, the internet's forever though, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I already dated a porn star, so I kind of know what that's like. So I mean.
Well, I'm not really framing the question from your point of view in terms of, is it a deal breaker for you to date a porn star or an ex-porn star? I'm saying, do you think it's a bigger deal breaker or red flag, perhaps from the guy's perspective, to date someone who used to do porn versus from the girl perspective to date somebody who currently consumes porn?
I probably would say, like, if you're still actively watching it and it's like still a habit and a part of your life, I would say that's probably worse than.
Let's say the
did
consumption is just average.
What is average to you?
Once a week.
Once or twice a week.
No. I don't.
No what?
No porn. Like, I just don't want.
No. But what's the bigger deal breaker? Like, if you were to compare the two.
Or let's try...
It just, like I said, it just kind of depends. Like, I don't...
Well, let's try to frame it a different way, maybe.
Go ahead.
Let's assume if you were thinking, if you had to give an answer on a man's dating preference, and you asked him, would you rather have a woman who consumed porn once a week or once every other week versus one who used to star in porn? Which would you rather have? What do you think he'd say?
I think he'd probably go after the girl who just watches it.
Yeah, so what do you think the delineation is? Is it informed, again, by the fact that you used to do it, and so you're just kind of hoping that that's the case?
No, that's like a boundary I have, that's all.
Yeah, but is it informed by the fact that you used to do it?
No, like I said, it started way before that in my first relationship with my first boyfriend. So it kind of started then.
Okay.
Did I get an answer to my question, though?
No, you still did
I'm sorry,
not.
I'm really nervous.
The reason I framed that up, though, was so if we turn this around, kind of show why would your standard be so much different than what their standard
Yeah, but
would
my
be?
point of view is just different from everyone's here because no one's done porn. So that's just...
Right, so then it
kinda,
informs your standard. That's my whole point.
I guess so.
Yeah, okay.
I guess the reason I'm asking is because I don't know if there's a specific term for this. You're not really coming to the table. I don't know if clean hands is the right term, but you're not like, you used to do porn, right? So I feel like if you're coming to the table with certain potential deal breakers or red flags or baggage, doesn't it mean, well, I guess you can desire anything in a partner, but doesn't it would occur to me that you have to give a little leeway to the potential partners that you're capable of getting.
I guess so. So you're just saying, like, let my boyfriend watch porn, or?
Well, you're entitled to have that preference.
That's not what he's saying at all. He's just saying, if your preference 180 degrees is that you think that men would prefer a woman who consume porn once a month or once a week versus dating somebody who is in porn, then couldn't you understand why the preference in reverse would be the same?
I can totally understand that, yeah.
Yeah, that's
from my own experience.
So
yeah.
you were bothered by a boyfriend you had watching porn, and then you decided to go do porn.
Yeah.
So what
Wait,
do you think the psychology?
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Okay.
I was,
What do you
That was
think?
the sequence of
Like,
events.
I'm trying to analyze the psychology
Okay.
here, like the psychology of like, okay, so she was upset that her boyfriend was watching porn, which in a woman's mind they might
Oh,
feel
you
like
sure showed him.
they're being cheated on, right? Like it felt like a betrayal, like he's
Definitely,
cheating
yeah.
on you, right? And then her response then is, were you guys broken up when you started doing the porn, or were you together when you started doing?
No. We were broken up, and then I did it like 2 months after that, yeah.
Was
you think
that, you
that-
said your new relationship that...
So I met my last partner in the industry. So
Do you think that him watching the porn made you feel like those other girls who were doing the porn were better, and that you wanted to then go do that because he found that more interesting than you?
I'm just religious, so I think if you lust like a lot, that it's just kind of like a sin, and you should probably just work on that.
It's you guys get what I'm saying, right? Like, it's kind of interesting here to see that, you know, she then pursued that.
It's very ironic.
But
I don't know if it's ironic. It's kind of interesting to understand the psychology of what gets a girl to go down the path of OnlyFans.
Money.
Yeah, it was primarily
it's not just
money too.
I think that there's psychological and emotional reasons
Definitely.
behind this stuff too.
I also don't have a father.
Was the money a necessity, or was it just something like, oh, I just want more money? Yeah, added benefit.
I was like living completely on my own in my own apartment, and so I was like, I had been struggling mentally for like quite a few months, I feel like that. So
Right.
And it was just kind of like, I don't know, someone messaged me and was like, hey, you want to make
Yeah,
$20,000?
you want to make a bunch of money so you can go buy shit you want. You're like, yeah.
And of course, you know, 19-year-old me, I lived on my own. No, none of my parents have ever helped me out financially.
We are going to move on. Just one deal breaker, please, if you can. One deal breaker in a man.
Passivity/femininity.
Passivity / what do you mean?
Just being a big wimp baby, having me to be the man. I think it's gross. I think it's disgusting. I think you should act like an adult, be an adult, care for me.
Unless they're sick.
Yeah, well, of course.
Even a cold is level 10.
Oh,
you know
yeah,
this.
I know. I love cooking for him and caring for him and everything. But you know, it's like it's a mutual thing.
They'll kill a grizzly bear, but if they have a cold,
yeah.
We all know men like to be babied when they're sick.
Well, I think that's because their body's like completely breaking down from the 10 billion things that they've been overworking themselves to do.
Yes.
Right. And that's what
and
women
then
are
they
supposed
just
to
can't
do.
handle it anymore. And then the wives are like, "You're being such a baby." It's like, I'm about to die.
That's actually good point. Good point. One deal breaker.
A deal breaker, I would say, there's a couple, but I would say probably not having a good relationship with God, and essentially that's up there. But as far as like other more personal ones is any type of sign of not being loyal or cheating.
Sure.
Things
What about you?
Someone who has vice.
A vice.
I mean,
Like,
a pretty
is-
substantial, not like
Is smoking cigarettes?
No, something that would make me the mistress and them the wife, or the
Wait,
family, like.
What?
Like drugs, you mean?
Yeah, just something that completely.
Like a heroin addict?
Okay.
Okay.
Well, just something that would break apart, like the dynamic and safety.
Okay.
Kind of
into the
following
mic.
what she said, I think somebody that parties too much and
Too much partying? Okay.
yeah, and then also just no goals in life or like career aspirations. I feel like there are a lot better things that you could be doing with your time.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that it's unattractive when your partner has no drive.
All right, Andrew, a deal breaker.
For women?
Sure.
I'll give you two easy ones.
Okay.
Cruelty to children and the elderly. Deal breakers, massive deal breakers.
This
deal
is like for anyone, right?
Yeah.
No, not for anyone.
Definitely
It's
a deal
particularly like, I think you look at the nurturing, or what you consider the nature of a woman to be nurturing. You know, you find some women who talk shit about kids. Maybe you don't, but in these circles, you find them all the time. Anti-natalist, people like this, actually mock children, mock what they call breeders, mock what they call women who actually take care of their children, mock motherhood. Right? One of the representations of the view that I have, even though feminists hate my guts, is I feel like I represent real women in that worldview better than most, because ultimately what I see over and over and over again from liberal progressive scumbags and from the liberal atheist mind and from the feminist mind is that they are anti-natalist, they hate children, and they hate the elderly, and they mock them incessantly.
Oh, wow.
Constantly, all the time, nonstop. I would say those are the two, if I had to really think about it, the two biggest red flags. Any type of feminist who does any mockery of actual motherhood, that's the biggest red flag. I would run the other direction.
Why did you have to start that with feminist before? Doesn't feminist just someone who wants equality between two genders? I'm gonna start something crazy.
That's where the mindset stems
what
from.
Wait, can you say that one more time?
Doesn't feminist just mean equality between the two genders?
Is
Or
that what that means?
That's it's the definition. In,
Sure, I'll grant
like,
the definition.
modern-
Is that what it means?
I'm a poli-sci student. Yes.
Sure.
In our classes, it means that someone who's
Equality, how?
Legal equality, social equality.
So what's social equality?
It would require a lot of different determinants.
Like the draft? Would that be social equality?
Are there any feminists?
I just wanted to ask you. I was asking you why had to
I'm giving you
feminists.
an example.
No, you're asking me more questions.
Of how, well, through the question, it gives you the example of how you can see where feminists in the one side of their mouth will say that we want social equality. Now, the other side of their mouth really are not striving for actual social equality. What they're striving for is supremacy, female supremacy. And this is why you constantly see the victimhood, and I see it time and time again, of what I call Schrodinger's feminists, which is I'm an empowered boss bitch, I'm awesome, but the patriarchy is oppressing me. It's like, well, it can't be both. Either the patriarchy is oppressing you or you're a badass boss bitch CEO. Like, which one is it?
I wouldn't say the patriarchy is legally oppressive, but I'd say there are societal norms and standards that impact women on their daily lives.
Oh, like
that
what?
fundamentally impact how they act.
Yeah, like what?
Knowing that men play chess and women play checkers. Now I'm scared. Now I'm scared to go talk to a man because they play chess. And now I think I'm not good enough. I have imposter syndrome. Maybe that's my fault for not having a dad, but...
Keep going.
Here's my question
I'm
to
confused
you.
as to your-
Do you know any feminists that are pro-life? Are feminists pro-life?
Personally, I'm sure... I don't know any
No,
personally, but I'm sure there might be.
usually pro-abortion. They're usually for people being able to have abortion. So
Yeah.
when he's talking about women that display cruelty towards children and
Antinatalism.
even, prenatal babies
good
in the
point,
womb,
Millie.
it is relevant to say feminist because we know that the feminists are the loudest about aborting unborn babies, and many of them I've literally debated on the streets talk about thinking that it's okay to abort full-term babies. Okay, so when you have women, I talked to a feminist who had literally had babies being eaten by alligator earrings hanging off of her ears, and talking about how wonderful it was to abort all these babies. And I think that it's relevant to talk about feminism because those people are the loudest about being able to abort babies.
I don't think that comes from a place of disliking children or holding animosity towards children. I think it's more saying, as a woman, I shouldn't be tied down to this one outcome of raising a family and having a child.
Is that because is that
attack your
Me,
children?
It's all me.
It's putting yourself before the life of a child.
But is that because of the fear of having to take on the responsibility of the child alone, as opposed to getting the support from the father?
Maybe let's say I got pregnant tomorrow. I forgot to take my birth control. Look at me, premarital sex. What a slut. Okay, yeah, but this is
I
just
didn't
a
say that.
theoretical. Let's say I got pregnant. You guys would all want me to have it. What about I want to go to law school. I'm a poli-sci major.
Me.
Okay, but
Okay,
what's wrong with
but-
having
but
a
that doesn't- that's not-
This is the
so
point.
my
I'm
question-
telling
view,
you,
a
this is the
self-centered
point to the
view.
red flag.
So-
what I'm saying is that the fact that all I heard is me, also me.
Well, a
hang
man
on,
would
hang
be
on,
able
let
to
me
do
finish.
that and not receive any
Let me
backlash
finish
for
I'll
it and
explain.
go to law
Do you
school and finish
Do you want
law
the
school.
answer or not?
Go for it.
So when you go me, I, me, I'll kill
Change
the
the
kid
split.
because then I can get the shit that I want.
Yeah.
We think of that as being fucking monstrous. We think of it, we think of it literally akin to a monster. A monster is the
What's
type
more-
of person who would say, I'm going to do shit that I want, give myself the life that I want, get all the material gains that I want, at the expense of killing children. I literally cannot define a monster better than that.
I wish my mom had aborted me. She was a horrible
Oh.
mother. She did not have the money. She did not have the
Now
money
the
to
truth
take
comes
care
out,
of me.
doesn't it?
No, it's not because I'm suicidal, but I just wanted to make a...
Well,
Yeah,
that's
thank
really
you.
that's really strange.
I
though.
just
You're
wanted
not.
to make a really aggressive
You wish
point.
your mom would have aborted
Can you let me finish my
But
sentences?
you're not. You don't want to unalive yourself. It's so weird.
No. I do. Okay, but what I'm saying is my mom was not capable financially of raising a child at that time, and it gave me a way shittier life that I have to
That's-
deal with every day. Oh, I know, me. Yeah, but if she had, she was old, whatever. But like, if someone who was super young, who's not
How
financially
old?
responsible yet.
Now, what if
Well,
your
that's
mother?
why I
What if
asked
your
you-
mother
wait,
had
that's-
you,
It is
but she
relevant.
put you
40.
No.
What if
That's not
she
that
had
old.
you, but it put you up for adoption, and you were adopted by a very well-off mother and father that gave you
that
the
would
best
have been
life.
great, but she wasn't going to do that, and she didn't. I'm saying if I was about to have a kid right now, I would have a horrible life. So I think it would be better off for everyone, not to mention the issues with the foster
Even
care
if
system.
you adopt, even if you put it
That
for
means-
adoption.
I have a friend who's been in the foster care
Then
system.
why wouldn't you just okay?
And she got adopted.
Let me get this right.
She did not like it.
You don't want to unalive yourself right now, right?
No.
Right
Well,
now.
I mean,
Because you have a good life, right?
Okay, so I have a question.
Well, hang on. Let me finish the line of inquiry. Do you have a good life
Do you
now?
wanna talk to my therapist?
And that's why you don't. Of course you have a therapist, but I'm guessing you don't want to unalive yourself?
I mean, I'm here.
Oh, that doesn't answer the question.
Okay, I didn't mean actually like I wish I was dead. I was saying
But that's
in
what
some
that's what that would
circumstances-
be.
In some circumstances, abortion would be better.
Yeah, I get it. But in your case, you said, I wish my mother would have aborted me. This is, I wish my mother would have killed me so I wasn't alive today because my childhood was rough.
Not just that, but yeah, sure.
Well,
I
what
would
else?
say that.
Can I ask you something?
Yeah.
In your example, when you said, because I want to go to law school and if tomorrow I got pregnant, you made the choice to engage in sex, correct? In this hypothetical.
But I was
We're just talking
saying-
about this
yeah.
theoretical that you set up. But don't you think it's a bit absurd to make the most vulnerable person in that entire dynamic the most responsible for your actions and the actions that you engaged in?
The most vulnerable person being
The baby?
the egg that has not even, the semen has not even reached it.
Well, if
yet.
you have an abortion, that
That
means
would be
it's-
an
That wouldn't be an
that's
abortion.
not-
What
that's
if I
whole
took a
different-
morning after pill?
What if
That's
you did?
not an
That's
abortion.
not the theoretical. That's not the.
But would that be chill vibes with all y'all?
That's not.
What-
That's not what we're. That's not what we're.
Okay.
Okay.
That's not
talking
even what you
about that.
post.
Let's grant
Okay.
all of those, okay? At what point is the cutoff for you
For
to
what?
abort?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not.
You have
I'm a
no
poli-sci
idea.
major. I'm
so
not
then
a
who
medical.
cares? Right. So then it's a distinction with no merit. If you can't tell us when life.
So then why did you say
if
it's
you
an
can't
egg?
tell us when life
when the
begins.
medical people say the heart, whatever is important, I
The
don't know
medical
the
people don't tell
actual-
you when life begins. They can't. It's an ontological question.
There's something in the law that's been demarcated.
Yeah,
about
you know when
this.
human life is agreed on for beginning by all scientists on
What is-
planet
what is
Earth?
that?
Conception.
By scientists.
By all scientists,
If you
yes.
take a biology
A
course,
spark
that
of
is what.
light.
That's human
happens.
life. There's
The
no way around
moment-
it.
The moment of conception, when the sperm meets the egg, there's literally a flash of light that happens. And
Could we get a camera on that? Inside the
yeah,
body?
it's actually it's been documented.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, sure.
And what's your name, by the way?
Renee.
Renee, beautiful name. I'm
I
sorry.
don't know. It's a big pile on. Probably moving on here in a second.
I just want to say, first of all, I'm glad you're here. I have to say that because I really feel sad that you've said that just now. But my question was, you mentioned the financial aspect. Do you think if men took accountability for their actions with the women, both taking accountability that for the child that they've created, that they've helped create, do you think that more women would feel the need to do this? Because you mentioned only a
Men
financial
don't have
concern.
choice. They have to take accountability.
I didn't
no,
mean
I'm just saying
I
in
didn't
the-
mean
in the
financially
event.
was the only thing. I also think my parents were just both mentally unfit to have a child at all, which I don't want you guys to take that too seriously when I'm like, I wish I was aborted. That's obviously like a talking point. It's obviously a...
Was it a talking point?
Yeah, it was, because
then
you
when I
say
followed
stuff
up
like that
with
all
you,
the time.
do you want to be alive right now? You're like, nah, well,
Because I'm funny and people in this day and age don't want to live sometimes. I don't know. But what's it called?
I mean, that
To
sounds
answer her question.
sounds kind of miserable.
It's a joke. To answer her question.
Sounds like cope, not a joke.
I don't mean... My point that I was trying to make was that there are some circumstances where I just think the parents should not be parents at all. Like, it would just be worse for anything that was born, like, regardless. Like, I just think, like, maybe I don't mean, like, I don't want to live at all, but, like, I would have rather been born to a million other different parents, and I know that's impossible, and it's
Sure.
a lottery.
Yeah,
but what I'm
I don't
saying
understand
is,
why these are exclusive positions.
So
you can have
having-
horrible parents after the baby is born, and you know what happens if there's horrible parents? Kid gets taken out and placed with another family.
Right.
Same
Not
exact thing that
always.
she just suggested.
not
Sometimes
always.
it's
But
like
that's
just bad.
But here's the thing: you
That's
can't
not always,
always
and the
you
system is
can't
not
put
good.
an always on it. It's like saying, well, we shouldn't outlaw murder because there's always going to be some murders. Yeah, there are. There's nothing you can do to mitigate
you a relativist too?
100% everything. That's not relativism. It's the opposite of relativism. It's not even pragmatism. It's recognizing objective reality. That sure, even if you outlaw murder, there's still going to be murders. But these are not exclusive positions. I understand saying, well, you can have bad parents. Yeah, that's true. What does that have to do with aborting children?
maybe some parents know that they would be bad
They
parents
don't
at the
have
time
to keep
and
the
would
child.
abort the
They
child.
Why
can put
wouldn't
the
they
child
be?
for adoption.
Why wouldn't
The foster care system is awful. I'm
adoption
sorry.
is not the same as
It's
the
not- it's not
foster
foster
care
care.
system.
Okay,
why are
maybe they
people-
don't have
Not only
anyone
that,
who's
but,
willing
you
to
know-
adopt.
Why are people who are not prepared to take the consequences of their actions having sex to begin with? Because then you are blaming the child for the consequences of your actions, like the miss over there said, that you're putting the full onus of the consequence on that unborn baby because you chose to be irresponsible. That is a reactionary response. And I would say that a man is just as dangerous as a woman who decides to abort the child. But it in no way would benefit you to even be with somebody, a man especially, who tells you, yeah, I want to kill my own child. That man can't be trusted to take care of you either. So in what way, for what reason does it make sense to punish a child because you choose to be irresponsible in your own day-to-day life and that man? That is the most feminine thing I could
Maybe
even
you're not
think of.
punishing the child, you're saving the child.
By murdering it.
Yes, by the life it would have
Yes?
had if it was
Yes?
born.
Wait,
You're
what?
saving it from the life it would have had if it was born.
How benevolent of you.
Yes.
That's
By
why
killing
the
it.
So where's
now
the-
this is why the benevolent patriarchy must exist. Because if we left it to people like you say, you know, the most benevolent thing we could do is fucking kill you. That's literally your line of
If
logic
there were
here.
better like welfare societal systems in place, maybe
Mm-hmm.
How about responsible
for,
men?
for
Oh,
children.
it's just that we don't have enough welfare.
Yeah.
Which demographic would you thought, if you had to think about it, takes up a huge majority of welfare funds?
Single mothers.
Oh, I thought we just didn't have enough of a welfare system, but they're getting tons of cash from the welfare system. What the fuck are you talking about?
Didn't the welfare system actually incentivize the degradation of the family
Especially
unit?
in particular communities, yes.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200. I cannot think of anything less worthy of joking
The
about
patriarchy's
than tending
gonna help.
unborn life. We cannot choose our parents, but we can choose our path. Feminism has failed you. The patriarchy is here to help.
I feel enlightened.
Yo, Grid 1, good to see you in the chat, man.
benevolent
Thank you very
patriarchy.
much. While we have that in, we do have a couple other chats. Let me just get through the chats and then we'll continue on with some of the convo here. So, Grid 1, thank you very much, man. Appreciate it. We have Pico. B, love to see Andrew on. Ladies, if on OF and want to move on, start developing other skills now. You can make millions later if you start now. Sex is the easiest way to do it, but it's not good long term. Okay, thank you, Pico. Appreciate it, man.
True.
We have Rose. Rose coming in. The blonde InfoWars is preaching Sky Daddy principles to the locusts from the pit, casting pearls to swine. I will restore the years the locusts have eaten. The book of Joel is great. Do you have a quick response?
I would say that I would say that
Big Sass Energy donated $200.
Oh, Big Sass
Any
Energy.
other girl in any other country would be so happy to be in this girl's shoes. The fact this girl thinks it preferable to be aborted shows the level of ungratefulness despite a difficult upbringing.
I would.
Well,
do you
she'll,
wanna-
don't worry, she's going to talk to
Okay.
her therapist
Hold
about
on,
it.
but do you want to
It'll be
respond to
okay.
that really quick?
Yeah, maybe I am a little ungrateful to my parents because they had me at a time. And in general, I'd just say I'm ungrateful to my parents. They shouldn't have had me. But that doesn't mean I'm ungrateful for where I am. I still am very happy with my circumstances.
Well,
with
then
the
they
fact
should
that
have
I'm
had you.
alive. Okay, yeah, I get what you mean.
That makes no sense.
Okay,
It's illogical.
I understand the argument that you're making. Okay, you ended up fine. Look at you, you're fine. You ended up great, you're happy. But the thing is that didn't need to happen. I didn't need to go through all the things
what
that
needs to happen?
like I could have been happy anyways with like a normal set of circumstances, and that wasn't even like the
if
main
you're talking
point
about
of my
need,
argument.
though, think about what you're saying. If you're talking about need, it also doesn't need to happen that you abort a child. That doesn't need to happen. So when you use an example of need, right? This is like some type of imperative. This does not need to happen. Nothing needs to happen, right?
Yeah.
But the point, I don't even know how that's a point in your favor to say it didn't need to happen. So what? So what if it didn't need to happen?
Okay.
Aborting
maybe
a
I
kid
can
doesn't
say-
need to happen.
Maybe I can say that all of that rough shit made for better character development in my life, but like fundamentally, wouldn't you agree that like if a couple is like about to have a child, you would probably tell them no. Okay, maybe you don't want the abortion to happen because that's just so evil, but you'd probably tell them know if they're in really shitty financial, emotional circumstances beforehand.
That's kind of a eugenics
that would be
perspective,
so.
I
so
wouldn't
what
say
you're
that's
saying,
a eugenics
How is
perspective.
it not?
It's
If you're saying
bizarre.
people who are financially suitable
Yeah.
should only be the ones to have children, so people in poverty should
No,
have
no, no, no.
children?
You can. I'm saying.
I get what you're saying.
People should be able to have the choice if they know that they're going to
Let me
not
be as
able to
charitable
take care
as
of
I
the
can.
child.
to
Your
your
arguments keep coming back to finances, and that's why I said at the end of the day, if
Yeah.
men were accountable for their actions as
But yes,
well
it
as
is a
the
eugenics
women,
argument,
and
but-
they
but
took
still.
accountability for their children, and they protected and provided for the woman and child, and you were able to continue to live your life unimpeded, then what would be your argument for abortion? Because the main thing that you continuously come back to is finances. So if the men were taking care of you and you were both responsible, then what's the issue?
I have a question. I know you want to
Hang on.
your
Let
studies.
one question
Really
at a
quick,
time
no.
so she can respond. Though.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, you wanted to be charitable, right?
Yeah, I was just saying. Now I'm doing it. I was just saying to be as charitable to your view as possible, which is I think that this is just your argument. If two people came to you and said we're thinking about having a child, but we're in all sorts of rough shape financially.
Big Sass Energy donated $200. You're more than
good.
fine. You live in the greatest country in the greatest time in the history of the world. Travel to other countries, get some goddamn perspective.
No, I know, I'm chilling. I'm just saying.
So anyway, you're just saying, would you advise them to, maybe wait to have children?
Yeah.
Sometimes, but sometimes not. Like, what if we took their age into account? We're like, okay, she's 33, he's 32. Then I wouldn't advise it. I'd be like, well, maybe things will be a little rough. But yeah, you probably should have them now if you're going to have them. But if you're talking about 21, 22 years old, sure, you might say, hey guys, you could wait a couple of years till, you have your feet under the ground a little bit better. Nobody's adverse to any of that. And it's not an argument in your favor for killing kids. Even if we grant the entire worldview, how in the world does it help you with your argument of taking out the kid? I don't
You're
get
not
it.
killing a kid. You're preventing it from being born. That's my view.
So
I know that's not y'all's view.
So
because
let
you
me
believe that
let me
birth
just make sure I
begins
get
at
this right.
conception.
Scott Peterson viciously murders his wife, kills unborn baby, right? Goes to prison for double homicides. You'd let him off on the one homicide, right? He's an unborn baby.
What? Oh, one homicide
somebody
instead of
kills a
double homicide?
pregnant-
Yeah, sure.
You would exempt him from the one homicide.
They're getting a life sentence anyway. Yes.
Okay, let's say he's only going to get 15 years.
Okay, then I.
What age do you think?
I just want to make sure I'm over clear. Hang on, let her finish. Almost
that
done.
it is in the law.
Almost done. I just want to finish
Okay,
this.
so 24
Almost done.
weeks.
Yeah.
Just want to be clear. 9-month pregnant, stabbed in the stomach.
Okay, then that one's double homicide. If it's past the legal.
What's the
thing.
what if the legal thing is 8 months?
I don't know the law like
What
that.
if it's
I'm
8?
sorry.
What if it's 8? That's why don't muddy the water here for just a second. Let's say it's 8 months. Let's say 8 months. They say you can legally do it. Let's just say you can legally do it up to 9 months. There's legislation in places for that.
No.
No? Well, then when?
24 weeks.
Okay, so 24 weeks. It's 24 weeks in a day, then it's a double homicide. But it's 23 weeks. Nope. Then he gets away with it.
That's how it is with every law.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Okay, but the point that you just tried to make is how every law has to be interpreted, like strictly. Yes, it would be single homicide before and double homicide
after. No, laws are
after.
interpreted on a case by case. But that aside, even assuming we were charitable to that, if you can't tell us when life even begins, how the fuck should we care about your opinion on abortion anyway?
I just said 24 weeks.
Because she told you that. But you couldn't tell us why it starts at 24 weeks.
I didn't say that's when life began.
You guys told me it was at conception with the light explosion.
I did not say that life began at 24 weeks.
This is why when you get too many heads in the cookie jar with one conversation, it becomes this. I'm just saying, if we look at it, you would say that guy should get exempted from one of the murders. If he kills unborn kid. I just want to hear you say it.
This is not helping your point at all.
Well, then just go ahead and concede to the point.
A woman should be able to end a child before 24 weeks if she's not ready.
Yeah, why 24
to have
weeks?
the child? Because that's what the scientists say is.
Oh, which ones?
About socially
The ones you just made up? You didn't know when life began 2 minutes ago.
Which ones are they? Which ones are they?
2 minutes ago,
The scientists that say
you didn't know anything about the science of abortion.
You're scarecrowing right now. Or no, what's the fallacy? It's the one where you attack the straw man. Yeah,
What's the straw man?
You're attacking my character for not knowing the scientific start date of when a baby
No.
is
I'm attacking
considered-
your direct position that you said I don't know
No, you're
when
not.
this begins. Did you not say
No,
that?
you're not. You're attacking the fact that
Is
I
it-
don't know.
So okay,
You're trying to make
wait
me
a
look
second. You
like
literally
I don't
just
know
said
things.
I
Which
don't
is true.
know.
I don't.
So then that's your position. How's that a straw man?
What? No, I said 20. Now I'm saying 24 weeks. You were saying
Yeah,
why should we trust you when
okay,
you don't know
fine.
the actual
Based
scientific
on-
date?
then
That's a straw man.
based on 24 weeks, right? You say 24 weeks. Why does life begin in 24 weeks?
I couldn't tell you.
Yeah. So then, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm straw manning you.
Okay, well, you have to do the research yourself. Sorry.
If you took a biology class, don't they say that basically life starts at fertilization?
No.
It starts
and
at
the last time I
conception.
took a
That's
bio
not
class
at
was my
conception.
sophomore year of high school.
But that's not what the argument is.
Constitution
I do have to
says
move
that
things
everyone
on. I
has
do have
the
to
right
move
to life,
things
liberty,
on.
and
We've
the
got
pursuit of
a lot of
happiness,
chats
so
to get through. So let me get through some of these
constitutional.
chats. We can get back to it in a second. We have, let's see. Here, let me pull up some of the supers. We have Omni Design Studio. Hey, thank you, man, for the super chat. Good men are still out there. They want to have families and protect their daughters. The hard part is for these young women to learn how to vet men. Omni Design Studio. Thank you for the super chat. Yes, definitely. You gotta learn how to vet the dudes. And
literally
Sky VRC with the AED. Is this what currency is this? AED. That's like Dubai.
I don't know, but there's 500 of them.
AED. That's United Arab Emirates. Okay, so hey, big fan of Andrew. Your I think there's an apostrophe missing there, maybe an E. You're a good guy.
You're a good guy.
You are a good guy.
Yeah, I think
You're a
that's
good
what he's
guy.
trying to say.
You're
Thank you.
you're a
Appreciate
good
the
guy.
super
You're a
chat.
good
You're a good
guy.
guy.
You're a good guy.
You're a good guy.
You know what, Andrew? You have to take a screenshot of this and just you're a good guy.
You're a
Let's
good
put it on
guy.
your resume.
Maybe
oh,
he's signing it as your good
Maybe
guy.
English
You're a
is
good
his
guy.
second language.
Yeah.
yeah,
You're
there
a
you
good
go.
friend.
Probably.
But
English is a second
yes,
language.
Sky, thank you for that, and thank you for the memberships earlier. Also, one quick thing, Kyle Kelsey, I don't know if you're watching. We missed one of your super chats last show. I don't know if you're watching. I'm very sorry that we missed one of your super chats. There's just way too many super chats coming in. If you're watching, please contact me on Instagram. I'll send me another message you want me to read in a future show, or even tonight potentially. But Kyle Kelsey, if you are, yeah, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow, drop us a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. If you're over there on Twitch, drop us a follow. If you're over on YouTube, pull up another tab, drop us a follow if you have one. Also, guys, YouTube, get our second channel to 1 million subscribers. We're like 2K away. Nick, could you go over to the other tab, see where we're at here? You're going to have to move us. Guys, we're so close. 1.5K away from 1 million subscribers on our Clips channel. Guys, get us to 1 million. Thank you.
Crucible,
Appreciate
make it happen.
The Crucible crew, make that shit happen. Is your wife, Rachel, is she doing like a...
She is, yep.
A simulcast?
Yep.
Okay, cool. A watch party or whatever?
Yep, watch party.
Sweet. Yo, shout out Rachel. And we need to get her on the show, by the way.
She's coming.
Okay,
She's coming,
we'll
yeah.
get it done. I think one thing that would have been helpful, perhaps a bit earlier on, we briefly touched on feminism and then it quickly descended into an abortion conversation.
Yeah.
Just going around the table, who is a feminist? Do you consider yourself a feminist?
Oh.
I'm a black feminist.
Like you're...
No, it's an ideology.
What
Black?
is the ideology of black feminism?
I've never heard that.
Me neither.
Black.
Should you be talking about it if you don't know what it is?
And I didn't.
Do some research.
Did I?
Do some research, Andrew.
Yeah, find out, bro.
Super weird. Me asking you the question, what is thing?
How about you read about some black feminists from some black feminists
Oh, okay,
themselves?
Wait.
Then I'm. So I follow the political ideology of
Like
white.
Angela Davis.
I follow.
It's like Angela Davis.
I follow the ideology.
You
of
identify
white
as
patriarch.
black?
What? Can you
No,
hang
but
on?
black feminism is
I
an
follow the
ideology.
ideology of white patriarchy.
We learn it in my political science classes.
Okay.
I'm not black, but it's an
Wait, you're
ideology.
not?
Oh my god!
I got that.
Well,
I read that wrong.
she could identify. I mean, she's a moral relativist, right?
Did you identify as black?
No, I identify as my present biological race. Thank you.
Are you like half
You don't
white,
think race
half
is a social
Asian?
construction? That's
Yeah.
weird.
Half white, half Asian?
Yes.
Okay.
But in any case, yeah, asking you a question about what thing is would be the opposite
But
of
can
me
you
speaking
define
knowledgeably
what
on
you
it.
mean by black
It's
feminist?
just like intersectional feminism. So usually when you say feminism, it's
So fourth wave?
Detracted from questions of race and class. So it's just including questions
so
of race
fourth
and
wave.
class. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah. Wouldn't you say that's more in line with fourth wave feminism? Now that we've gotten to intersectionalism with feminism?
I would still go with the definition that I know just because that's what I'm familiar with, and I don't want to classify myself as something that I'm not.
So that we're not speaking past each other, though. But when I say feminism with the egalitarian belief, add intersectionalism, that's what I consider fourth wave. We're not speaking past each other. We're talking about the same thing?
Okay, yes.
Okay.
Basically.
All right.
What about you?
I'm not very political, to be so honest.
I don't know, your hair color.
I
read you wrong, I guess.
Yeah, I honestly, like, I don't want to add words on
Gotta add
something
some
that I can't
blue.
really speak on. You know what I mean?
So are you apolitical?
I guess so. Like, I don't really. I know, like, obviously I should educate myself, and obviously I'm not.
Who are you voting for in this upcoming election?
I haven't looked into it at all.
Well, you have it seems like it's going to be Trump, and then you have Joe Biden. You leaning?
I haven't done any research or.
Haven't done any research?
No, like not at all. Like, and I know.
Do you know
that
who the
sounds
president
like,
is right now?
Yeah, obviously.
Who is it?
I'm not like stupid.
Who is it?
It's Joe Biden.
Oh,
like,
okay.
I know that.
Yeah, I
Like,
just wanted to make sure.
Obviously, I'm aware
He's
of
just checking.
things.
Do you
but
know
I
what the
haven't-
vice president's name is?
Kamala Harris.
Okay.
Like, obviously,
All right.
I know of things, but do I do my own personal research? No, I have not. So, do I know who I'm going to vote for? Because no, I just haven't done any research. So, I'm not going to go and say, oh, I want to vote for this person when I don't know anything about them.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
You know?
Yeah.
And obviously, I do have to educate myself as a citizen.
Are you going to vote?
I'm not sure.
Well, okay.
Let's assume you are.
Let's make a deal. You do no research, but you promise me you won't vote. Deal?
Like, okay.
Yes. Yes. Awesome.
I don't know.
Don't even worry about a research.
Are you leaning in any direction?
I just said I have not.
I kind of feel like you're like a full-blown like MAGA Trumpster. You just seem, I get that vibe from you. Like,
Nope.
Are there issues you care about?
like, were you there for January 6th? I kind of get that vibe.
Like, no, obviously not. Like,
You weren't there? Like, you didn't catch a felony or anything like that?
Nothing.
You didn't catch a felony?
Nope.
Okay.
It was just that
I could have
one.
sworn I saw you.
You weren't
there.
storming a certain building.
Did you storm? Did you storm the Capitol?
No,
you stormed
I
the
was not
Capitol, didn't you?
there. I was not there.
All right. All right.
What have you started, Brian? What are you doing?
I don't know. So you're kind of unsure if you consider yourself a feminist.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, just like how you said, like, it's equality for everybody, but then at the same time, do you want to be drafted as a woman? You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So,
What if you didn't? Like, what if feminism was you don't have to be drafted? Well, that's what
Isn't
it is.
that what
but-
it is?
That is what it is.
no, I mean, at the end of the day, okay, then yes, I would say that I am a feminist. And if I did have to get
Okay.
drafted, then okay, because that's for the equality of it all.
Based.
Nah, bro. I know.
Based. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
No, I'm a Christian. No, I'm not a feminist.
Can Christians be feminist?
I mean,
Only no.
I don't-
Here's why: because the Christian ethic requires patriarchy.
Yeah,
It
that's
is
true.
a
The
patriarchal
submission
religion.
to men.
Period. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. Everything from the union between a man and a woman is patriarchal. Everything from the church structure down is patriarchal. Women are not allowed to be pastors, not allowed to be priests, are not allowed to be clergy.
Yeah.
It is a patriarchal structure, like it or not. Probably why our friend here fell off of it, but it is a patriarchal structure.
Is there a denomination that?
Well, that's actually not true, what you just said.
Well,
there
tell me
are
the truth.
women pastors, I've met them.
Yeah, they're
but
fake.
they don't follow the
Well,
Bi-
that's
the-
illegal in the Bible.
No, that's that. Not only
But you
not
can't
only is that
speak
the
as though it's
Protestant
a fact
Bible, it
when
is a
it's-
fact.
When it's actually not, and that's okay. That's your belief, and I might agree with that belief. But what you're saying is not factually true.
It is factually true. What I said was that if you are a female pastor,
So you're
your
saying
female
all the female
clergy,
pastors
all
out there
female
are not
clergy
valid.
are phony
Okay.
baloney.
Okay.
I think
Christians.
he's
So that's
talking
your
about the
opinion.
doctrine
Female
as
clergy-
opposed to like
Listen.
what's actually
Right.
happening.
It has to be. It has to be that way.
Okay.
We can go back to the earliest church history, and we can make the determination of what was determined to be clergy. In very isolated cases, women were called in to do things like baptism, and they may have become deaconesses or things like this, but it was for a very, very limited perspective, from the church's perspective, but it was mostly to do with, hey, we don't want to see girls naked. That's inappropriate. So we have women do the baptism.
Okay,
but they
all
weren't
I'm
allowed.
Going on is
hang
what
on,
you
hang
said
on.
was
Let me
not
finish.
factually
Let me
true.
finish.
You should have said
it's not factually
You should have
true.
said there are women pastors, but I don't believe
what
that they're
I said
valid.
was,
That's what
if
you
you're
should
a
have said. That would have
fake,
been factually
if you're
accurate.
no, this is factually accurate
No,
too.
that would have been
if you're a
factually
fake
accurate.
Christian, if you are a female clergy in a Christian church, you're a fake Christian. That's factually accurate. That's what I
Okay,
said.
that's your belief.
No, that's the truth. That's what
Okay.
is factual.
Well,
Is there a reason why you think that women are not capable of?
Yeah, because we have 2,000 years of church history, and we know what the saints said. And we know not only what the saints said, we know what the apostles said. And we know not only what the apostles said, but we can literally judge this all the way down to when heresy church started under Luther, and even Luther knew.
I
you
knew what
couldn't
the
have female
scientists said,
clergy.
but I didn't know why. Do you know why they said that?
Yeah.
Why?
Because the patriarchal structure, which was laid down by Jesus Christ to his apostles to go and start the church, they were all headed by men. That was part of the gospel. That's why. Hang on, was there anything else that you had there? Any whys?
Yeah, because
Any
you
hows?
just named another precedent as your reason why. Is there any reason why in the fundamental mentality of the man versus a woman?
Yeah,
just
I
know
just
that
told
this is
you.
his own secular,
Yeah.
belief.
Secular?
That's what I'm asking him. Yeah.
No, I guess not more secular. Sorry, this is his own individual
Nope.
version of
No, it's not.
Christianity. It's not every
versions of
version.
Christianity.
No,
Yes,
it's
it
not
is.
every version of Christianity.
Yeah, the fake ones.
Okay, if I
The
can, if I
fake
can
ones.
point out all these female pastors,
They're
then I can
fake.
say it's not your version, but it's not every version
They're
of Christianity.
fake. They're
so
fake.
know that there are Christian religions that have female pastors.
Yeah, they're
he
called
doesn't
fake
subscribe
Christians.
to that, right? And guess what? The Methodists say the others are not, and these say those aren't, and the Catholics say the other ones aren't Christians, and everyone does that in Christianity. So there's a lot of
No, they don't.
nuances
Just Protestants.
in Christianity.
Just
So
Protestants do
let's
that.
not get into all the
Protestants do what?
nuances
All
of
right,
individual
here, moving
Christianity.
on. Do you consider yourself a feminist?
I would say no.
No. Ish.
No.
Wait, no-ish? What do you mean?
Well, I do believe that, women should be offered the choice, we're human beings, but
Hold on, just one.
Living underscore donated $200. I'm fighting the inner simpism for
Don't
the
simp,
black
bro.
girl. She's great. To the girl across from Brian, thanks for coming. Would be boring without you. It's not of the
Yeah,
bad
full
life is
credit.
better than no life, I agree.
Black feminist.
The black feminist.
The black
to the black
feminist.
feminist. I do have to read one that's about to fall off before we continue. Did you want to respond to this really quick, or? I guess you can you read this for us?
Oh wow. I don't know if I want to read this one.
Okay, starting from across Brian, ratings out of 10, 9, 3, 12, 0, 5, 4, 5, 6.5, and Andrew's obviously the peak male physique, 100 out of 10. This
Yes.
is what peak, was it that fucking thing, peak male performance looks like? I don't
That's
know.
right.
Yo, thank you, Living. Appreciate it, man. Okay.
Those
cool.
dad bods are back in style,
Cool,
I hear.
I guess. Wait, so you were saying ish, not a feminist-ish. What do you mean?
Well, I do believe that women should be offered the choice, free will in that essence. Do I agree with, new wave feminism? Not at all. I have my views, and I feel like people should be able to have their views as well, and to have their preferences. And I also think that when women are able to have the option to stay home and it's not necessarily forced, it's so much more appreciated. But also I do want to go back in time and, talk to some of the women who are like, oh, I hate having to just sit at home and take care of kids and animals all day. I want to go out into the workforce and, I want to push major university. Like,
There's actually
No.
very few of them, just so you know. The anti-suffrage, when it comes to feminism, the anti-suffragettes far outnumbered the suffragettes. Far and away outnumbered them.
So I guess the real question is, why do you think the men
Allowed it.
voted it in? Because the men were the
Because-
ones that voted it in.
Because they had people like Rockefeller who were doing this mass funding behind the scenes, and there was occult roots that go all the way back to the early, basically Protestantism brought you feminism.
But how do you
could
think
read
they
a-
convinced the general male population that
Exactly.
It should
'cause
happen.
they
Wait, so you
had to
don't think
we
enforce
should
it in their
vote?
house.
That's your view?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I think women should be able to vote, but I'm not a feminist.
Yeah,
Why?
but how?
Why do you think they should be able to vote?
Why shouldn't I be able to vote?
Well, that's not my question. That's answering my question with a question.
No,
Yeah, but
that is.
Do you
why
think I should
shouldn't
have
be
to
able
pay
vote? I think I
taxes?
should.
Well, so
You're
let's
right.
start-
Wait. We didn't
so let's
get
start.
to
So
your
let's start over.
Millie. We didn't
Let's
Should
get
I
start
pay
over.
taxes?
Hang on. Let's start over.
Should I pay taxes?
Your position is you should be able to vote.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Why should you be able to vote?
Because I'm an American citizen and I pay taxes.
Okay, so let's assume for a second, as you know, most people in America do not pay taxes. Do you think they should be able to vote?
Well, the problem with your reasoning is we have a law that says you can't have taxation without representation.
Yeah, so it doesn't. The
therefore,
law doesn't say that
if you're a
because there's
tax-paying American, and that's why they debate this in
Wait,
D.C. all the
that's
time.
insane.
D.C. residents are paying taxes and they don't have proper representation.
This is first of all, this is a goalpost move. I'm not going to let you get away with it. We're going to move right back, and then I'm going to address that second point after we move right back and destroy your first point. The first point,
You're not gonna
there
destroy
are
anything.
people. Yes, I will. Watch.
No, you
There are
won't.
the first point are the first point is there are people right now who pay no taxes, right?
What about?
Sure.
Should they be able to vote?
Probably not.
Okay, so you would
Yes.
agree that those
They
people
should still be able
so
to
you,
vote.
Not arguing with you yet.
Let's do split.
So we should be able.
That is crazy.
So then, as we look at this, then we should be able to see that you want for at least some people to not be able to vote, right?
Well, I'm saying that Americans have the right to vote. That's what it
okay,
says.
so then I'm asking you an ought, not an is. I'm not asking you what is true. I'm asking you what
How
ought
about
to
let
be
me
true.
ask you a question.
You can ask
Should
me a
women
question. You
pay
have to answer
taxes?
my
Wait,
question.
Should women
we
pay
got.
taxes?
We missed.
I just
Should
want to know
women
why
pay
you think we
taxes?
shouldn't be able to vote.
Wait.
Are we that emotional?
Wait.
So anyway, so
Should
back.
women pay taxes?
Calm down, relax.
You calm down.
One step at a time. Yeah, telling you to calm down is me being emotional. So,
you are. You seem to be getting a
anyway,
little frustrated
I don't
over
know.
there.
You seem to be kind of a dumbass. You want to answer my questions.
Okay.
So an ought from an
Ad
is.
hominem attacks.
Do you know what an ought and an is? Is claim, is true, ought, should happen.
Mm-hmm.
Should everybody be able to vote?
Who's everybody? Should Americans be able to vote?
Yes.
I don't think
Okay.
illegal immigrants should be able
Don't
to
be
vote.
pedantic. Should all Americans be able to vote?
Are all Americans required to pay taxes? at
Yes.
work? Yes. Yes.
But do all Americans pay taxes?
And guess what happens to those who aren't paying taxes? They
Nothing.
get in trouble with the IRS.
No, they don't. Most people don't
Well,
pay
ma-
anything into the tax system. They're not a net positive tax system.
Well, if
What
they're
are
not
you
making
talking
an
about?
income, then they don't have
No, they
to
make an
file.
income.
No, if they're not making an income, they don't have to
Listen,
file.
no.
And therefore,
there are people who make
they wouldn't
more
be having to file.
back from
They
the
wouldn't be
government
having
on
to
an
pay.
earned income child credit than they
Okay.
pay into the government.
Okay, and that's
Should those
another
people
issue.
be able to vote?
You're still not convincing me why women
I'm
should
not
be able
trying to
vote.
convince you. I'm asking you a question. Should those people be able to vote?
But
Should American citizens be able to vote? Yes.
Well, then your argument that just because they pay taxes doesn't make any sense.
Well, I'm saying
because,
that's one of the reasons
let me
why I
finish,
should
and then
be
I'll
able
let
to
you
vote.
finish. I
pay
promise.
taxes.
Let me finish, and I'll let you
we have
finish.
a law that says
Relax,
we have
lady.
to have
Let me finish my point. I'll let you
representation.
finish your point. So, if that is true, then your original argument of, hey, wait a second, people who pay taxes, because they pay taxes, they should be able to vote. But we've just established many Americans do not pay taxes, and you still think they ought to vote. So your first argument's moot. Now let's move to the second one.
No, it's not moot.
Then explain it to me again.
I have a question.
Explain to me why women should be able to vote. I still haven't heard you explain
Okay,
anything.
I'll
know
get.
why you
I'll
brought
get. I'll get
representation
to
and
it.
taxation
I'll
if
get.
you
I
are
promise
also
you, I'll
saying-
answer your
because
questions
we have a law
after
in
we
the
go through
United
yours.
States that says we have to have. There's a
Laws
law
are
that
changeable.
says no taxation without representation. Are women just as
Can we move past that
responsible?
point? I
What
just
law
want to
says
know
that?
why he
What-
thinks we
what
shouldn't
What
be
law
able to
says?
vote.
What law says that because you should have representation? Okay,
You don't
that
have
means
representation
everybody
if you
should be
can't
able to vote.
If you cannot vote, you do not have representation.
Okay,
They're
voting
arguing
rights-
a legal matter in D.C.
Most people
because
in
DC
American
doesn't have
history could
proper
not vote.
representation and they're paying taxes. So therefore, it's in violation of the law.
No, it's not. Most
Yes, it
men
is.
and women. First of all, voting rights are affirmed in the negative. You know this, right? They're affirmed in the negative. There is no right to vote because you have no right
They're
to
negative
do
rights,
anything.
is what he's saying.
They're negative rights. Negative rights, not positive rights. Meaning you don't have to do any of these things, and they're only affirmed in the negative. States,
you don't have to vote.
States themselves used to always
But
be
you
the
have the
ones
right.
who had jurisdiction over this. Now, when it came to voting itself, and when it comes to voting, even right this second, all the laws say is that if there is a vote, you can't be barred based on X, Y, and Z. Not that there even has
I
to
think
be
you're
one.
actually
Actually used to
avoiding.
need to,
I
like,
think
serve
you're
in the
actually
military
avoiding
to
explaining
vote.
why women shouldn't be able to vote. So
So-
you tell me, why should women not be able to vote?
Okay, so I'm going to answer, but I want to promise from you that we're going to go right back to this, so that because I'm not going to let you weasel out of it.
I didn't weasel
by
out
an
of
incessant
it.
peppering of
I answered your questions
without answering any.
and you're asking the same question repetitively.
Because
So
I have already shown a
answer my
flaw in
question.
your logic.
There's no flaw in the logic
well,
there.
I'll explain the flaw
it to you.
again. The flaw is, if your argument is people who pay taxes should be able to vote, we've already established there's multiple people who don't pay taxes, so why ought they be able to vote? Your answer is duh.
That's not my answer.
Then what's your answer?
I said that Americans are supposed to be able to vote. They're supposed to have representation. There are tax-paying
Based on law,
women.
right?
Are there women that pay taxes?
We're talking about an ought. We're talking about an ought, not
Are
an
there women that
is.
pay taxes?
Yes, of course.
So they should. You're saying they should not be able
My
to vote?
argument is not that taxpayers should be able to vote. That's your argument.
Okay. I'm saying women should be able to vote.
I know, and I'm asking you why.
Other than
I'm
taxation.
saying women have a right to vote because we're American citizens. We're
That
taxpayers.
is true. Why
We're property
ought-
owners.
but-
We have a stake in the interests of the country.
Should only property
we should
be
have
able?
representation.
Okay, so should only property owners be able to vote?
Everyone should be able to vote.
So
What if
we're-
we say that? It's a
'cause
human right
again-
to be able to vote. Then why cannot
yeah,
women
the
vote?
problem-
Stop arguing with her and just tell us
problem-
why you don't think women
No,
can
I'm
vote.
gonna finish my argument over here. So anyway,
Okay.
we have to distinguish an ought from an is. You
and
keep
you
on saying
still
it is
are
true.
refusing to say you're the one who
Yes, I'm gonna
initially
get
came
to
out
it.
and said you think women should not
Yes,
be allowed
that's
to
correct.
vote, and you still haven't even made a sound argument.
Because you gave me your reasoning first. So I'm just going through your line
No,
of reasoning.
We spoke about one thing. I have many reasons why I believe this, and you're honing
Now,
in on one
I will
thing.
give you my reasoning, and we can see if there's any flaw in my argumentation. Men are the enforcers of rights. And because they're the enforcers of rights, they deserve to have all the privileges that comes with enforcement. Women are not the enforcement of rights, including for other women. Only men can enforce the rights of women. Therefore, only men should be able to have the stake and the claim to vote. Period.
How can only men enforce the rights of women?
Well, I'm glad that you asked. You have rights, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what is a right?
A right is something that basically we've defined out through a Bill of Rights or a Constitution.
Something the government
That's
can't.
a-
Something the government
that's a-
can't do to
yeah,
you.
It's an entitlement
Right.
absent a duty.
Right.
Is that a right?
Well, what do you mean by absent a duty?
There's no duty with your rights.
We're given. We have God-given inherent rights in America.
Okay.
Right, and that's where we enshrine our rights from, is the rights that God gave us.
So God gave you the right to own a gun?
He gave us the right to self-defense.
Or did he give you a right to own a gun?
He gave us the right to self-defense.
Yeah, I know, but
And
that's
we
not
have
my question. Why do you keep on not answering my question? Did he give you a right to own a gun? Or is
Yes.
that, okay, he did. So that was not, your right to own a gun is not something which can be taken away
Here's
from
the other
you.
thing. You say only men can be enforcers of law. There
Yeah.
are women can
Rights.
actually
No, I
have
didn't
a
say
gun,
laws. I said
and they can
rights.
enforce rights. They can protect rights with guns as well, because guns are equalizers.
So let me explain this the best way.
men
Let me explain this the best way I possibly can.
They give
so that you
children
understand.
guns in some countries
Yeah. Let me
to
explain
fight
this the best way that I
wars,
possibly
okay?
can.
So women can also
I know. You're just
have
prattling.
guns.
You're just prattling.
It's not prattling.
I thought you wanted the explanation. Do you want me to give it to you or not? So I'll give
Guns
you-
rights are women's
I'll
rights.
give you the explanation instead of your incessant prattle. So here's the actual explanation. Men are the enforcers of rights. Rights don't exist. They don't exist. You can't taste them. You can't touch them. You can't see them. They're a social construction.
No, men did not create the rights. God did.
Okay, he did. What
Yes.
rights did God give you?
God gave me the right to
To-
exist. He gave me free will.
You have a right to exist?
Yeah.
Oh, really? So you couldn't just wink out of existence tomorrow?
God created me.
What does that have to do with a right?
I have the right to free will.
You have
Right.
you have a right to literally nothing except what
Freedom
other
of
people allow
speech.
you to
We
have.
God
All of your
given
rights
inherent
can be
rights. That's what it literally says in our Constitution.
I know what it says, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Oh, so you don't believe in the Constitution?
I don't believe that rights are real.
Okay, so you don't believe in the Constitution.
I don't believe that
so
rights
then
are
go
real.
to a different country.
I
then.
didn't say. What does that have to do with anything? Even if
You
I
don't
said,
believe in
okay,
the
I'll go to
Constitution.
another country. Now rights are suddenly real. That makes
So
no
why
sense.
are you even talking about rights if you don't
Because
even believe in the Constitution?
that's the core of what we're talking about, the right to vote. Last I checked, right?
You don't even care about rights because you don't believe in the Constitution.
I don't believe in rights.
Can I ask you a question?
I believe the
women's rights.
Constitution is real.
Do you think
But that doesn't mean I believe that
better
rights
since
are
women
not
got
a
right to
social
vote?
construction. Are rights a social
So
construction?
how do you think the Constitution
You
is
keep asking me questions even though I've answered all of them. Are you going to answer one of mine? Are rights a social construction?
I believe in the Constitution.
I know.
That
I believe.
Americans have the right to vote.
I believe. That's not. Are they real or not?
Is
Sir,
what real?
Rights.
Sir, can
or
I?
are they a social construct?
No, I think our rights are God-given. See, in
What
my
right
eyes-
is God-given?
Let me explain
can I
something
ask
to you.
a
In the olden
clarifying
days-
question?
Hold on, really quick. Let me explain something to you.
Okay, explain it.
Where did the monarchs used to derive their right from?
Oh well,
God.
their right to
the,
rule.
The
yes.
monarchs were sovereigns, and they believed that they had the direct lineage from
Oh.
King David, and therefore they had been given the right of God to rule over their people.
Oh, monarchs
When we
did.
had, yes, because
Okay.
they believed they had been given the right from God to rule over the people. When
And
we
how did
had
they
the
enforce
Declaration-
that right
hold
to
on,
rule?
Don't interrupt. When we had the Declaration of Independence,
Mm-hmm.
right? We had 1776. That was a group of American founding fathers coming together and recognizing that they, in fact, were all given God-given rights, and it wasn't just the sovereign; that we were all sovereign,
Mm-hmm. This is all.
and that we were all given
This is
God-given
all
rights.
John Locke nonsense. Listen.
It's not
We'll
John
back it up.
Locke.
We'll back
This
it up.
is what
Yes, it is. It's
founded the American
enlightenment.
principles
Yes, the Enlightenment
and created
principles.
the middle class.
The Enlightenment principles
It
are
created
what
the middle
founded
class,
it.
okay?
Okay. Well, no, it didn't. But
Yeah,
anyway,
the-
the Enlightenment principles that you're talking about right now, they still acknowledge
Literally
that
did.
rights are social constructs. They have to be.
They're
and when
not.
You talk
That's how
about,
you get your rights
when you
stripped
talk
from you
about
if you
a
believe
God,
that ideology.
if your rights can be stripped on you, which is how you know the ideology I'm talking about is true.
If you can
They can't
convince
be real
people-
if they can be taken from you. You have a right to
How is
nothing.
this not more relative?
What do you mean?
More
What do you mean by
relativism?
only men can
If you
enforce
can convince
rights?
people that
I'll
they
explain.
don't have any rights and it's all social construct, you can strip them from them. You can convince
No.
them that
happens.
they
That's
don't
what
have rights.
happens.
But if people know that they have God-given rights and that their rights come from God,
then they can act as though they're real, and then they can enforce that.
they are real.
God did
not
not
real.
give us a right to vote,
They're made up.
unfortunately.
Our rights are real.
They're socially constructed. Can you point out a right for me real
So
quick?
how do you call
Hey, is there a
yourself
right
a
over there?
Christian?
What about over there? Is there a right down there? Is there a right? I don't see any. Where are they?
Do you not believe in the authority of God?
Yes, of course. God is an existent objective
Okay,
being.
so what did God tell Israel?
About which thing?
Okay, did he not give him authority? Did he not give the line of David
Yes,
authority?
you can
did
say.
he not give his
but,
children
but
authority?
who enforced?
He did.
Who enforced the authority of kings? Kings.
Okay, so the priests apparently are given rights from
Kings.
God, correct?
Yes, and they enforce their authority as well.
Okay, so
you always
how's
have an
that not a
enforcement
social
arm.
construct in your
Because
logic?
these are objectively given from a being. The construction of your 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 12th amendments, all of them are social constructs. They don't exist in tangible reality. If they do, point one out. Show me. Show me your right to vote. Where is it? Absent your mind. Show it to me.
The one for quartering.
You
Show
can say that
me.
with anything.
Yeah, no,
is
well, you can say
physically-
about
We're
anything
talking
that is
about-
a social
we're
construct.
talking about the spirit, so of course you're not going to be able to have something
Noah donated
physical when we're talking about the
$200.
spiritual.
That blonde is making a really good argument as to why women shouldn't
No
vote.
shit. But
Oh,
anyway,
wow.
back to this.
Can I ask a
Back to
clarifying
this.
question?
Hang on. Let us finish the argument. We're almost done.
I know. It's just,
We have.
It's ridiculous. No, you guys
Can you
want a
show
bunch
me,
of guys like him
absent the mind,
that don't
where your
believe in
rights
the
are?
Constitution
I
to
think
vote?
I
Okay. That's great.
the rights aren't a social construct. Can you point to one outside your mind?
The
Can you
quartering-
point to a right outside your
Can you
mind?
point to the
Don't
spirit
ask me a
outside of your
question.
mind?
Answer my question. Can you point to a right
Can you
outside your
physically
mind?
define the spirit?
That's another
Can you
question.
physically define
Stop
consciousness?
asking the question. Answer it.
No, because
No,
you're not.
because you can't.
No,
you can't answer
no,
it.
because
you,
you're not
you
the
imbecile.
one driving
Where
the
is a right
conversation.
absent your brain? Where is it?
Okay,
Define
but
the consciousness.
why can women not vote
See,
if they're
the
not the
funny thing
enforcers of
here
rights?
is-
I want to know that.
No, the funny thing here is this is what's
Remember-
debated
Oh my God.
when scientists are talking about AI. They're debating consciousness, and there are so many philosophers and people that debate consciousness all the time.
Yeah.
So you're asking me to define the spiritual and consciousness and put it into a physical state, which you know is impossible. So you're going with a false argument
Consciousness
here
are rights?
to try to prove a point that you're not even touching.
Consciousness are rights? Being conscious means that you have
Your
rights?
spirit and your soul.
Do people in
is where
Somalia
you,
who are conscious have rights?
So you don't
Where
believe
are
in the
rights
spirit?
absent your brain?
Why can't
Where
women
are they?
vote? Why can't
Where
women
is
vote?
your right to vote absent your mind?
Where is your
Stop
argument?
asking me a
absent your
question
mind?
and answer one.
Where is your argument absent
I'll
your
tell you what. I'll
mind.
answer any fucking question you want after you answer this one.
Where is your argument outside of your subconscious? Outside of your
All of my
conscious?
arguments are based in the epistemological. The epistemology and the ontology that I have comes directly from God and divine command.
Really?
This answers, yes, and yours
And
too.
I said,
and
my,
all
I
Christians.
said I believe my rights are God given.
That's great.
So why are you? Why
and
are
that's
yours
what
and
we're
mine
talking about. Now, I just answered your question. Now answer mine. Where is this right to vote absent your brain?
Where's your argument?
Yeah, I
absent your brain?
just won't answer it, no matter what.
Wait, can you answer his question though?
No, she
just answer
can't.
the question.
She knows. She already knows.
My-
It's a
my
fail.
rights
Where's your
absent
right
my
to
brain?
vote absent your brain?
I've been saying this whole time, my rights are God given.
Your right to vote comes from
So-
God?
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does.
Yes, it does. My right,
Wait, hold
my
on.
right
We
does
have
come
a
from God.
$200.
Andrew's got to go.
My
take a
right to
smoke.
have a
Hold on,
say
hold on,
in
hold
what
on.
government does.
Expired.
My right to vote
Right
comes
to vote
from
is a civil
God.
right
That's right.
franchisees do in bankrupt corporations. Your substantial rights are what you should focus on.
Yeah, go have a
Distinction.
smoke. You can't define consciousness in a physical state. Like
He
Rose.
hasn't answered why he thinks women.
no,
Hold
he
on.
hasn't. The whole thing
He's
has
coming
been
back.
no.
He's
The
coming
whole
back.
thing
Hold on.
he's been doing here has been because he can't actually answer.
Hold on.
Why
hold
he
on.
thinks
Hold
that
on.
women shouldn't be
He's
able
gone.
to.
He can't respond. So let me get through. a
He
couple
went down
things.
some really
Rose
crazy long
donated
rabbit hole.
$200.
That's what he does.
Ridiculous.
The Constitution is a commercial charter, which expired. The right to vote is a civil right franchisees do in bankrupt corporations. Your substantial rights are what you should focus on.
Okay.
Distinction.
Rose, appreciate it. Thank you very much. Also, just want to make one thing clear. You know, we're having some debates here. The views expressed by the panelists do not necessarily reflect the views of the whatever podcast. Me specifically, I'm okay. Cool. Vote. Women should vote. I'm fine with it. Not trying to get canceled. Women should vote. He has his own thoughts on that. Please don't cancel me. The censors, but good talk. Good talk. Oh, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. And I'm trying to think. Oh, we were going around the table on
Are you a
who is a
feminist?
feminist. Who's a feminist? I think.
Oh, it's my turn.
Your turn. Yeah.
What are you? Well, I just want to say, like, I don't understand where his rights were coming from if he doesn't believe in the Constitution as American. But anyway, I am not a feminist. I am absolutely not a feminist.
Okay.
Like I said, though, I do think that women should have the right to vote in America.
Wasn't that propagated by the feminists?
No, I think women should have the right. Look, who's propagating that? as a
Hold on.
feminist?
Where
Hold
did
on.
the
Just
idea-
let's stick to the question.
I'm a reformed feminist.
Reformed feminist, so no longer feminist.
Correct.
Okay. What about you?
I would consider myself a feminist in the sense that women should be given the right to take on certain masculine roles, but I think that it's in our best interest to stay within those boundaries, I guess.
Okay. So, oh, he's coming back. Okay. Madison, are you a feminist?
No.
Okay. Wait, so can you explain your position a little in more detail?
Like, I think that, yeah, women should be able to vote. and
Into the
say-
mic, please.
Yeah, I think that women should be able to vote and, go to school and take on more masculine roles, as
More masculine roles.
as was said. But I think that those gender roles are innate, and I think that both genders benefit from them.
What do you mean?
Like women, like
Into the mic.
a more traditional like household and just gender roles in general, I guess.
So on a societal level, you want equality, but when it comes to the relationship, the intersexual dynamics between men and women, you want traditional order. Is that my
Yes.
understanding? Okay. So since you mentioned you're fine with, on a societal level, equality between men and women, I assume then you're also in favor of women being subject to military conscription.
I'm not opposed to it.
So equality would demand it. Equality would
okay,
demand that
then
women
yes.
are subject to military conscription.
Then yes,
Okay, so you're in favor of it.
sure.
Okay, just checking on the rolls. Andrew's back from his smoke break. How was the smokes?
It was great.
Smokes were good. Let me read a
I
chat.
actually don't think women should be forced to conscript.
Well, see, that's
I don't think
interesting.
they should. I don't think they should be drafted either.
Yeah, because they have that right from God to not be
Because
drafted.
we're women, right?
Yeah,
We
that's your right.
think
from God.
think of it from a logical standpoint. Okay, let's think of the logic here. Women are who are going to birth the future generations to keep your nation going stronger, correct?
Yeah.
So if you send a bunch of your women out to war to die, you are going to severely impact your population numbers in your nation, because if you could have fewer men essentially and more women, and you can still balance your population.
Let me come in really quick. Well, okay.
Big hole in this line of argumentation.
Okay, so that's one argument. The other argument is that because women are physically not as strong, because women menstruate, because women carry pregnancies, I think that those are reasons why I don't think that it would be beneficial to have them in military service. I think it's probably going to be more of a burden on the military than it would actually be a help.
To argument one, you would still create a gaps argument with this as well. Even if you sent men off, you would end up with less men, which means that unless you suddenly become a Christian polygamist, you're still going to have less men than are required to impregnate the women. And I'm guessing you want one woman per one man. So even sending men off to die, you're still going to have this problem, right?
Well, technically not.
Technically not what?
Well, like if you were to think of, I'm not necessarily advocating for this, but if you had a situation where you had a severely declined population in a nation and you had to increase the numbers, you could increase the numbers via like in vitro fertilization. You could do other types of, and there were people who used to do polygamy.
Wouldn't
God not vibe with that?
First,
right.
In vitro
I
fertilization.
do believe in vitro fertilization.
In vitro fertilization is highly expensive. If you look at Israel has a massive IVF program. It costs their state millions upon millions upon millions, mostly our dollars yearly, and it's not very effective. It's
but the other reason,
hang on, I'm almost done. It's only raised it slightly. You still would end up with this gaps argument. If you're a Christian, you believe one man for one woman, you would still be decreasing the population of men, which means that unless you switch over to polygamy, you have this. The argument actually turns on you. If women out there were dying at the same ratio that men were, right? And then you would have exactly the amount of men and women that you would need to repopulate, right?
But then, well, not necessarily. I mean, you could technically.
Well, I don't know. I know math.
You could do.
I'm mathing it in my brain right now.
If you had a dying population on an island, okay, and you had 10 women and 10 men, if you were to try to send your people off to go, fight a group of people, you would be smart to preserve as many women as you could, because you'd be able to create,
yes,
duplicate your numbers. As long as you had a couple men, you could duplicate the population.
Yes, but then you would be endorsing polygamy, right?
Right, and there were times when people.
Yeah,
did
but that's not within the
polygamy.
Christian ethic, is it? Polygamy.
Well, some Christians, I guess.
Oh, so are they the same ones that have female pastors?
Well, no, it's actually
those Christians.
No, it's actually. That's actually a fact, though, that there were Christian groups that resorted to polygamy to boost their numbers.
Yes,
but anyway,
and it's immoral, though, from the Christian ethic, right?
Okay, and
do agree with that, right?
We're talking about, we're putting on our logical, nation hat right now as far as what a nation should do for a military. I'm not talking about it from necessarily a Christian standpoint.
Yeah, but that was your argument.
But no, that's not what I said. Now,
yes, it was what you said.
Here's the other thing. There's another argument here for it, which is women should have their own sports, right? Because if men compete in women's sports, we all know that the men are going to win because they're stronger, they're faster, the way they're built anatomically, they are, they're stronger, they're faster. So there's no real point to putting a female in a combat situation with men when we know the woman's most likely going to lose.
What if they're all just in support roles?
Well, support roles is another thing.
So they should be drafted for support roles.
Well, if it were just something like support roles, as in being a nurse or something like phone communication lines,
most
then I would
roles
be
in the
okay
military
with
are
that.
not combat roles.
Well, if it's non-combat roles, I would say that then I would agree that women could be conscripted. But I would say that if there
I
are
thought
mothers,
that earlier you said it goes against God's ontological nature that He made women with.
Nope,
Yes, you did.
I didn't say God.
You did. You said their nature. Their nature for the draft is part of. Yes, you did.
No, I said because women menstruate, because women carry pregnancies, because women's bodies are weaker. I was talking about that being why women shouldn't be in the military, and I think that it would be more of a burden to have them in. And you're pointing out that, okay, well, maybe we have them in non-combat roles. And I would say, well, if they were limited to having the women in non-combat roles, then I would say, okay, but we clearly see that that's not the case. We see that there are women who are being forced to be in combat roles. But if they limited it to only non-combat roles, then I would say, okay, that might be something that I could be in agreement with, as long as the women are not mothers that have to tend to children.
Okay, so backing up on the basis of argument one, which is, well, if we send the men off to war and a bunch of them die, we can just do polygamy. Yeah, I mean, I guess, but that would be against your Christian ethics.
I'm not necessarily saying that that's...
I get it. So that one's rejected, right? Obviously, you don't believe that shit, right? That would be bad.
What I'm saying is, if you had people, a society that the population was seriously hurt because look, what happened in World War II? You had hundreds of millions of people being killed.
And they solved that with age gap relationships.
Right, and how much harder would it have been to recuperate our population numbers if half of those were women? It probably would have taken a lot longer to recuperate our population.
You would have exactly the amount of men to women. No, that's why it makes no sense, right? The argument falls back on you either way. So either A, women and men go out and they have roughly the same losses, so there's just as many men as there are women, or B, men go out and a bunch of them die, and now you have less men than are necessary for a polygamous relationship with women. You can't have your cake and eat it too here.
Well, here's the thing. If you're talking about having the women in non-combat roles anyway, then the women aren't going to be being put in the position of dying.
Yeah, but we weren't talking about that originally.
Yeah,
them in
and that's what I'm saying.
roles.
One of my arguments was population numbers, but what I'm saying is your argument was, okay, well, what if the women are in the non-combat roles?
Right.
Well, therefore, it wouldn't be affecting population numbers because the women are not going to be in direct combat. They're not going to be in combat. Their lives are not likely to be being taken from them. So at that point, it's less likely to run into the very problem that I was talking about.
Now let's move into non-combat roles. Wouldn't it still be effective even in the non-combat roles to have men serve in those roles than women, since a lot of them require a lot of physical labor?
Well, I think that it's possible for some women to be able to fulfill that role.
Outliers,
but
yes.
I think that the outliers, right? Like the 6 foot tall big girls that can do that.
Yeah, all 26 of them. Yeah.
You know, right? But I think that as a whole, most women are not going to be suited for like combat
military
roles.
service at all, right?
Well, I would say
so why should
especially
we?
combat
If they can't
roles.
defend the nation, then they can't.
I'm not saying military service at all. I agreed with you
if they can't
that
defend
they
our
could do
nation as a
non-combat
whole,
roles.
and you're depending on men then to defend your nation for you
Okay.
and go out and die, that's why I think they should be able to vote, and you shouldn't.
Okay, well, you just acknowledged that women could perform non-combat roles. So
as
you
long
just
as men let them.
defeated your own argument.
No, I didn't. Defeat my own argument. I defeated yours 3 times. Here,
You just
let's go through it.
contradicted your own argument
We'll
earlier.
go all
You're
3
just-
times. There's no contradiction.
You're literally contradicting.
There's no contradiction. I was granting your argument for the purpose of destroying it. I showed you, yes, even if we added them as non-combatants, gave you that argument to save you from you.
If this were
even
Tron,
if
you
we
would have
were
crashed
to,
already a million
even
times.
if we were to grant your
He's
argument,
contradicting himself.
What's the contradiction? Give
The
it to me.
contradiction was you just said. You literally said that women can do non-combat
No, I
roles.
said, what if we move them into those roles?
Okay, because you know they're capable.
No.
You wouldn't have even have suggested that if you.
That's why we clarified immediately after by saying, wouldn't men be better in those roles? And you were like, yeah, they would, Andrew. They would be better in those roles. And I was like, yeah, see, I grant everyone's argument for the purpose of destroying it twice.
No, you're contradicting.
There's no contradiction.
Yourself.
Point it out.
Okay, the contradiction was you suggested that women can fulfill non-combat roles.
I granted your argument, yes.
No, that was your argument. You presented that.
I said, what if we move them into non-com roles?
You presented that. Rewind. Everyone can rewind.
I said, what if we move them into non-com roles? You said, yeah, we could do that. So then I said, but even if we did, wouldn't men be better in that role? You said, yes, absolutely. And I went, well, then that's really not a viable argument either.
Would they be better in the role in a non-combat role?
Yes.
They would be better in a non-combat role.
So
You're
then,
right.
if we want the most effective military, we want it to be men. Therefore, men are the enforcers. And even if we did move women, all women into non-combat roles, they still would not be going out and doing the killing and the dying. So therefore, they still should get the big piece of chicken, the extra piece of meat, and the voting rights.
Okay, here's the question. Is sitting there behind a desk operating a drone a non-combat role?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it's classified.
It is a non-combat role because when you are...
Is it? Is it classified as a non-combat role? I'm not sure.
You're sitting... It's not hand-to-hand combat, okay?
So?
It's not physical combat.
So what?
That doesn't mean you can sit behind a desk and you can operate
Being in a
drone.
tank's not hand-to-hand combat either.
That's
Is that a non-combat role? You're in a tank. What about an F-16? That's not hand-to-hand.
Well, there aren't that many women pilots. It does take a lot of physical impact on your body. to be a pilot.
Right. So
Because
the
you
best
have to
pilots are going to be
withstand
men.
G-force.
The best tankers are going to be men. The best non-combatants are going to be men, and the best combatants are going to be men. We want the most powerful military. We know that men are going to enforce your rights. Therefore, men get to vote because they have more stake in the game, and you don't.
Who had the men that are being sent off to die?
God.
I'm just saying.
Men could have you whether you wanted them to have you or not. That's the point of enforcement. The point of enforcement is, regardless of what women want, whatever they claim, where they claim, oh no, we're equal, we're ontologically equal, we're physically equal, we have the same knowledge bases, we have all, men can just take what they want. Collectively, if men say tomorrow, you have no rights, you don't have any.
So you're going back to thinking women shouldn't have the right to vote.
I'm saying to you that due to enforcement, if men say collectively tomorrow, you have no rights, you don't have any. Would you like me to point out country after country where this is true?
It's horrible.
But I thought they were inherent from God.
They are.
Oh, they should be.
But the
is what
reason
you meant to say.
people choose to do bad things.
The only reason why men are...
But I thought that it was inherent.
People choose to break from God's will all the time. It's called sin.
Okay.
It's because he gave us free will.
So
Renee,
God
what were
gave
you going to say?
God gave you rights and you just ignore them.
I was going to ask him, all men are enforcers because of the historical trend of men being in power.
No,
but
it's because they can literally stomp you to death and there's nothing you can do
okay,
about it. That's
true.
why.
They're
Do you
physically
give your
stronger.
wife any
But
say
if
in
we-
decisions
if
in your
we lived-
household?
If we lived in a
Sometimes.
female
Okay, so your wife has
government-
to say...
I know you
hold
think
on.
that's impossible, but if I can pose that hypothetical that we
Right.
live in an all-female government where the women are the ones who enforce the rights, is that...
Women can't enforce the rights. They would still rely on men to enforce the rights.
Okay, let's...
I'll explain it.
Physically, yes.
Hang on.
The woman could be a
I'm trying
queen,
to
and
explain
then
it
the
to
man
you.
can
No,
enforce the rights.
nope.
But why can a woman not vote in that
I'm going to
scenario?
explain it to you so
Go
that
ahead.
you know.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's say you had a 100% powerhouse government of all women. They're all She-Ra bitches in tight leather who do ninja kicks in men's faces.
Problematic,
They
okay.
are the action movie stars that you have seen. They are the Black Widows, okay? Still wouldn't matter because ultimately the enforcement of the population, if it collectively said, nope, they're gone. And there's nothing they can do about it, but in reverse, it's not true. If men collectively say to women, we're in charge and you're not, you can do shit. That's the distinction.
But
whether or not you're in charge is always going to be based on men allowing you to be in charge because collectively they can take that away. Women could not collectively take it away from them.
So your whole argument is men should be able to vote and women no because men are physically stronger. And men can physically overpower them. And that's the definition of rights.
No, his argument is that the reason they should have the right to vote is because they have the inherent burden
of defending you.
The burden is being physically stronger.
No.
Not just physically
yes, it is, because
stronger.
if we were physically stronger, then all of this would be reversed.
But you're not.
Yeah. But,
So who cares?
Well, you were
but
just
who's to say that's not just an anatomical argument? That doesn't have any
Wait a second.
valiancy.
Let's assume for a second that it is just an anatomical argument. So what?
Aren't you losing out on billions of women for your economy, for your scientific
No.
advancement?
Why? Those bitches can still work. They just can't vote.
Are they going to want to work if they can't vote?
Do we
Are
care
they
what
gonna
they
wanna-
want inherently? That's the point. The point is, if you
they
have
gonna
the
wanna raise
enforcement arm
children?
and the enforcement collective of the enforcement arm, people don't have a choice. You don't get to go, well,
Then
we don't
why
want
do
to work.
women-
They go,
Then why
we
can
don't
women
care
vote?
if you want to work.
Then
That's
why
the
can women
point.
vote? Then why can women vote? Then why can women
Because
vote?
they're allowed to by the benevolent patriarchy.
I have a question. So
and when the
Because that's
benevolent patriarchy decides to take that away, they ain't going to vote.
No, it's not malevolency. It's not malevolency. It's
is.
they have to.
They don't have to.
Yes, they do.
Why?
Revolution. Female revolution. You think it's not possible?
Female
You think it's not
revolution.
possible. But
Tell me all about the
they-
female revolution.
Okay, listen. Not like
Where
actual,
was that?
Not like actual
Did they
war.
grab guns, take the patriarchs
You
down,
look
they
really,
bash their brains
you
in
look
with their
really
rifle
silly and
barrels?
emotional right now,
Oh, they
girl.
were
Are you on your period?
savages.
Anyways.
He might be.
Holy shit, this is hilarious.
but what I was
Female
saying-
revolution.
Yeah, okay. Like, as in, we stop doing our motherly duties.
Mm-hmm.
We abort all of our children, ourselves. Right? We don't work.
You just coat hanger
up.
them out, right?
Sorry.
But hey, here's the big,
Wait, speaking
giant,
to the mic.
massive hole in your argument again. Why do you think that you're allowed to do any of those things if the patriarchy says no?
But they play chess. They play chess. Why would they allow us to if they didn't have to? The only reson why they allow us to do things is because they have to.
That's weird. So every move you make on a chessboard is because you have to make the move?
No.
No.
Well, yeah, I'm saying
Yeah?
if they box you, if the other person is playing chess and they box you in somehow, you're gonna have to move to not get checkmate, right?
With the men, she's
And?
right.
So
With that,
men
she's
would
right.
take all the power if they could.
They
But
can.
Yeah, they would take away our right to vote tomorrow if they
wait,
could,
wait,
but
wait,
they
which
can't.
brings
No,
me to
they-
the question
you have
I've been
what
trying
is
to ask for like
called-
30 minutes.
You have what is
Why?
called a benevolent patriarchy.
Well,
And
wait,
because
no.
the patriarchy is benevolent, they don't like to see women uncomfortable.
Okay, so-
they have
Oh,
worked.
they don't like to
They
see
don't.
women uncomfortable.
They have worked
Or
tirelessly inside of the Christian ethic to do everything that they possibly can do.
All men
so that
work within the Christian
women, most men in the side of the United States did, yeah.
Most men.
Okay,
I
but
have a
why?
question.
Why
What was your question?
Thank you. Why is it okay? So
ahead.
aside everything that we've been, listening to for the last 30 minutes, which is like reactionary, why, if men believe this, why are they not then reinforcing this into their house? Because, like she said,
belief
men,
is the key.
Yeah, but men in
But
their own
the
houses,
odds-
why are they being cucks to the
saying
feminist
that
ideology and not controlling their own house?
Saying something is true versus something
No,
ought.
that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm saying why
Yeah,
are
you
men
are.
not defending their own beliefs in their own
That's a
home
descriptive
and
claim of
enforcing
is.
them? Why are they
Is
not
that a
enforcing
descriptive
their
claim
own-
of is, or is it an ought claim?
No, I'm saying why are men not being accountable in their own houses and leading their women and
Okay.
children to the best way that
Let's
they
back
see
up
fit?
so I can try to explain it to you.
Change the
That is
split
an
on
is
the
claim. When you say why aren't men doing X, you're talking about what is happening
So
currently.
you
Stop
ought to tell your
talking.
wife not to vote.
Still trying. She doesn't. I vote, and she votes how I tell her to double my vote. Now, back to this. What you're asking, that is an is claim, right? It's a descriptive truth of what's happening right now, right?
Men are not enforcing what they believe
Right.
in their house. Yes.
Right. Okay. So that is a descriptive claim. It's not an ought claim of what should happen.
Well, they should be enforcing
because
their
just because
their
you can have
ideology in their home.
just because you can have a society which can be brainwashed and they can do all sorts of things like I don't know, have a social contagion like the LGBTQ, where Gen Z says now that 1 in 4 of them identify as homosexual, right? You can claim that that's a social contagion. Populations can be bamboozled; they are all the time. But if you look at patriarchal. Okay. If you talk about patriarchal nations, though, I can point nation after nation after nation after nation who literally says to women, no rights.
Well, that's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying
But
that the
that's what
men
you
who
wanna
are
do.
leader, the
It's not
men.
what I want to do.
I'm
It's
saying,
what you just argued for.
No,
No,
that's not
it's
even.
not
That's
what I
not
just
even what I'm
argued.
talking
Okay.
about. I'm saying that the men
Why
within
do you
their
think
own
that
homes
women
are supposed
not being?
to.
Do you think that women in this nation were oppressed until they had the right to vote a few years ago? Seriously? Is that what you think? You think our founders oppressed women on purpose? They just wanted to oppress them all? Tell me.
What does that have to do with the men taking accountability?
Is that what you think?
Not having a say in the government
Grid
is
1
kind of.
Motorsports
They were just
donated
oppressing women, our
$200.
founders?
One second,
Men
one
share
second.
power. There is no balance power. There is no power dynamic. There are no boss babes.
No.
Please revolt. I double dog dare you. The patriarchy stands
Double
ready
dog.
to teach you the wages of arrogance.
Yeah, so anyway, you think that our founders and you think America was inherently sexist towards women. I just want to hear you say that on record because we didn't let them vote. Go
The
ahead.
men actually did vote to allow women to vote. So
Okay, but
I can't
that was
say that
recent.
the men didn't allow them
That
to
was
vote.
recent. Most of American
Okay.
history, that is not the case, correct?
Well, there was a long period of time where women did not have the right to vote. and
Right.
They didn't have the right to own property.
But
You used to
most,
need to
just
go
so
to
you know
war
though,
to
most
vote.
men
You
also did not have the right to vote.
By
get
the
the
way,
right to vote.
actually, one of the
It was not
reasons
just,
why some of
I
the
wanna vote, so I'm gonna
Christian
vote.
churches actually engaged in polygamy, which I'm not endorsing polygamy, but one of the reasons was because when a woman's husband died in war or any illness, anything, they didn't have the right to own the property. So what they would do was that's why they would
Women always had the
engage
right
in-
to own property.
No.
Especially their husbands. Yes, they
No,
did.
they
That's a
didn't.
feminist talking
They would
point.
marry
They always
in
did.
order to retain the
No,
property.
in fact, the opposite is true. Men couldn't retain women's property.
Yeah.
Women could always retain their own property. How the fuck do you not know this stuff? This is basic anti-feminist rhetoric 101. Women could always own property in the United States. Where did you get the idea that they couldn't? Where did you ever get that idea?
Women's studies classes.
Yeah, no shit.
I didn't take women's studies
Well, where did you get the idea they
Well,
couldn't
that's
own
where the idea
property?
came
That's
from.
literally I've read about it in history
Where?
that women didn't
Where
have
did
the
you
right
read
to
this? In
own property.
neverhappened.com? Where the fuck where was this at that you read about women not being
So you're
able to
saying
own
women
property?
always had the right to own property?
Yes, women could always own property. Where almost everywhere in the world women could own property. That's not tied to voting necessarily.
A lot of
Actually,
women
it's
owned
not
more
wrong.
no.
slaves
Actually,
than their
originally, voting
husbands
was
even.
tied to
Like,
property.
they owned a lot.
Voting was
history,
tied
but it
to
doesn't-
properties that were owned by men. Not properties that were owned.
No, voting was tied to whether or not you had a right to vote.
Where men had the right to vote, women did not have the right to vote. Suffrage was limited. Suffrage was limited on purpose. Our founders knew exactly what they were doing. They did not want pure democracy. They knew exactly what it was. A nightmare scenario. That's exactly what it is. So they limit suffrage.
To that
That
point,
was back when
that's what I
half the
wanted to ask
population
you.
was uneducated.
Real quick, that's what I wanted to
including the
ask
men.
you.
Oh, but women had the most amount of education in those populations.
False.
Just no, women have always done, since public schooling began, better inside of domestic testing and
teaching
have
a
had
little
better
boy
grades
2
than
plus
men
2.
always have. Not only that, but the feminists
It's not
of the
the same as
world,
a college
the feminists
education.
of the world that you're talking about flew all around the world, were highly educated, hung out with aristocrats, wrote books, they got published all over the fucking place. These were not oppressed women. It's bullshit.
Okay, but why are we still ignoring the fact that men are obligated as the leader and the head of the home to control their own house?
Can I
to
answer your
have
question, and then can I also ask you a question?
Yeah, I want to understand why we're not focusing on the root, which
I
is
notice-
men being responsible in their own house. And why are you cucking to your wife's feminist ideology?
I noticed
Is it
that
men's fault, Andrew?
No.
No,
Okay.
men have
Go
a
ahead. You
men
have
can
something.
men
Go ahead.
control
I was just going to
themselves.
say that I've noticed in some of the dynamics in relationships in people I know, men kind of just say, it's easier, they prefer peace, so they would rather
So they
just
cuck.
not. I don't know if
They
it's
cuck in the moment and think that they suffer their family long term for the instant gratification.
Well,
Yeah, that's what's happening.
What I observe is that they would basically say, kind of subscribe to the idea, happy wife, happy life.
In the moment, but then long term, everyone
This is-
suffers. They're calculating the destruction of
Yeah,
their
but
own
this is a
family by their own
recent-
personal
I'll tell you why
good
this
feelings
happened.
in that moment.
Because
So that
women
you
have been
cuck?
so like
This happened because Bolshevik communists came in, and
Okay,
they
what about
went
the men
into
in society who
institutions.
decided to stay true to their convictions and their pride as a man?
But listen, you can have what's called demoralization of a society. This is part of a communist progression for most places that they infiltrate. This happened right here in the United States. It's happening in Canada. It's happening all over the West. And what happened was there was an infiltration of Bolsheviks who got a hold of the institutions, and they have been slowly demoralizing the public. There's no doubt that this is true. You laugh and scoff, but it's true.
You should read Anthony.
That's probably why you're a
The Red
socialist.
Scare, yeah, I know.
I bet you're a socialist, huh?
Mao Zedong is
So,
my grandpa.
Are you a
What's-
socialist?
But what's the difference between
Answer my question. Are you a socialist?
No,
Okay. How do you define politically?
prefer not to state.
Yeah, that's right.
Wait.
How
You're
do
a
you
socialist.
define?
What's the
How do you
difference
define?
between the
would
men
you
who
consider
decide
yourself-
Far right wing.
No.
As far on the fucking
No.
scale as
Would
you
you-
can
What's
get.
the
would you
difference
say that
between
you're
the
like
men
a
who decided not to
masculinist or
cuck
the
and the
Hold
men
on,
who
there's too
decided
many
to
questions
bend?
here. I do actually, hold on. Do you want to actually give an answer though? How do you consider? Are you capitalist? Are you?
She's a socialist. Come on. Just say it. We already know it. The Red Scare, as you're about to say it.
I'm not like super defined, but I'm a political science student. I'd say I'm on the left.
Yeah, you're a socialist.
I'm not a socialist.
Well, what
I'm
are
on
you?
the left.
What are
Are you
you?
progressive?
Do you believe in laissez-faire capitalism?
I know about laissez-faire capitalism. I know John Locke.
Would you prefer a mixed market economy? Would you prefer that
We already have a mixed market
So
economy.
let's try it this way. Universal health care, yes or no?
Okay, you just want to roast me like once
No,
I say
I just
yes,
want to ask
and
you.
I'm fine with
Not even
fine.
going to roast
yes.
your question.
Yes.
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 Okay. You want expanded welfare benefits?
That one, it's a case-by-case basis. Depends on the benefit. Depends where.
For
depends
minorities
how it's
specifically?
implemented. Whoa, chill. No, that's not. I would say it's very based on public policy is a very complicated thing, and I'd say yes. Generally, I'd like the cost of living to be lower and people to be able
Didn't
to
you
afford
just
to
earlier
live.
say that you wanted expanded social benefits for maternity leave?
I said that people would not have to abort as much if there was more.
So are you for that or
Welfare.
against that?
Wait, but hasn't the social welfare state
It's just like getting an
increased
answer
and
out of
abortion
you
has
is a
also
nightmare.
increased?
I don't know. Show me the numbers. Okay, okay, fine, sure. Yeah, more welfare,
Okay.
welfare, universal health care. Go ahead,
Okay,
roast
so
me.
when it comes, I'm not roasting you. I'm
That's
just
what
telling
you're
you
setting
that
up for. I know
all
that's
of
why you're so
your-
curious.
All of your idea. If you don't want to answer the question, you don't have to. I thought you wanted to engage in a debate.
I'd love to. Let's go for it.
Okay, so
Why are we stuck with two ultra extremes? You
They're not
realize
ultra
that,
extreme.
Yeah, these are ultra
they're not.
I'm
extremes.
still trying to understand why we
Feminism
you're just a
and
milquetoast fence-sitting
masculinism.
libertarianism.
No,
with it.
Milquetoast
masculinism
fence-sitter.
and feminism.
But you can
we
argue
don't
Milquetoast.
actually have anything in the
Yeah,
middle.
you don't have to just argue
that's,
with him.
that has common sense that's
Hold on.
balanced.
We're gonna allow Andrew and her to have a back and forth. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, but the milquetoast fence sitter wants to jump in, you know. But
It's not milquetoast
It is. It's
fence-sitting. It's
libertarian
common
milquetoast
sense.
feminism.
Okay, most people in America.
It's common sense in
would
the
agree with
1970s
me.
when they were burning bras, maybe. But anyway, go ahead.
What do you mean, go ahead?
Well, I was asking about expanded social programs.
Yeah, we should have more expanded social programs.
Right,
Sure.
okay. What would you say distinguishes your ideology from that of somebody who identifies as being a socialist?
There are still capitalist things in place in society.
Socialists believe in mixed economies.
Okay, sure, I'm a socialist then.
Okay, that's so. Then when you said the Red Scare,
Yeah.
how many people do you think would identify themselves as socialists in the 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, 1980s?
There's a good amount. CPUSA was
No,
still
there was
active.
not a good amount.
CPUSA was still active before the
What do you
Red Scare.
define a good amount? Less than
The
almost
Communist
no percentage?
Party of the United States of
Yeah,
America?
very
How about
tiny.
you look it up?
Very
no,
tiny.
it had a substantial. It
Well,
was
it's
actually
substantial.
also involved with civil rights
Yeah,
organizations. at the time.
CPUSA, Communist Party USA, and people who identify as communists, very small threshold even to this day. How many people do you think there were in the 80s, 70s, 60s, 50s,
I'm saying
40s?
prior to the Red Scare, there were a lot more. But yes.
There were a lot more communists here?
Yeah.
Prior to the Red Scare?
There were a lot more people who identified as communists prior to the Red Scare.
Prove it.
I wish I could. I don't have anything in front of me, but yes.
And it was that
There
because
were.
Bolshevik communists were imported here after like things like Operation Paperclip and these various things where we brought them in, and then they went into academia, like I just said, and you scoffed at it?
Show me.
What does
Where's
that
the
have to
proof?
do-
Oh.
Here's the proof. Do you know what Operation Paperclip is?
Yeah, it's some sort of thing where they sent the Bolsheviks in to turn America's.
You don't know what it is?
To demoralize
So
the
just
American
say,
capitalist
I don't know
spirit.
what it is. Just say it.
It sounds familiar, but I don't know exactly.
Yeah, you don't know what it is. So just
What does
I would
that have
employ
to
you
do
read
with
the book
though, like
Anthony
the men
Sutton. He has
in
a really good commentary on what happened and how the Wall Street actually funded the Bolsheviks.
big
But
time.
and if you're a political science major,
I
I
can
would
fix her.
Again,
ask you to
what does that
Demoralizing.
have to do with men in their individualized homes keeping their duty to God and themselves as men and making the best example in their home? If men decided, I'm not going to deal with feminists and completely stopped dealing with feminists, it would go away because women would realize that's no longer a part of the market. And if
Ultimately-
they wanted good men,
Yeah.
they would have to put aside those and pick up the godly
Yeah, but ultimately,
perspective.
you have to understand you're dealing with two massive components. One, you can look at things like the MK Ultra program and you can see how successful brainwashing on a mass scale really is. Massively successful. You know it's true because all you have to do is look at the end of the table to see it. Okay, brainwashing,
You're brainwashed,
massively
Renee.
successful.
It's okay.
But
I'm
she
the youngest
said that
one
she's
here.
not a Christian.
She's
she
an
was raised in a
MK
house
Ultra
without a father.
victim.
Those are
Renee
the ones who are
is the
most
MK
vulnerable to this kind of stuff.
Not true.
But
I mean,
it's true.
kind of
If you have a
It's
good
true
father
that your
who
propensity to it
follows
is more.
God
but
and
what I'm-
sticks to his morals,
But what
you're
you
not gonna
discover
be the
is
same
this.
thing.
Here's what you discover.
All
you
I
look
know
at like
is
MK
that
Ultra, for
this
instance.
this ideology here that you're
You mean the
espousing.
Alex Jones ideology?
No, it's not.
Yeah, it is.
This ideology
Talk to him about
here,
MK Ultra. You don't know what you're
this
talking about.
ideology here is
Okay.
is literally recruiting feminists.
Uh-huh,
it is
sure it is.
recruiting leftist liberal voters.
Yeah, let's get more women voting because otherwise women will
do
vote.
vote. That's the reality
Get
of the
more women voting
situation.
or
So
women
if
will
you
vote.
continue espousing these very radical belief sets that doesn't
Milk toast
actually really
beliefs.
align with conservative Republican
Yes, it does.
beliefs. No, it doesn't.
Yeah, what's a
No, it
patriarchy in
doesn't.
the Christian ethic?
You are going to be turning out more women to go vote for some horrible candidate like Joe Biden.
Okay. If it's
Okay?
extreme,
that's what you're going to
why
be doing.
do you consider Catholicism extreme because it's a patriarchy? Do you consider Orthodoxy extreme because it's a patriarchy? And do you consider most denominational churches extreme because they operate under a patriarchy?
What you're pushing for
Answer
is
my
to undo.
fucking question without a question for once. Are they extreme because they are patriarchist?
No, they're not.
No.
They're this religion.
Then I'm not saying anything extreme from a Christian standpoint. Next.
Where does it
back
say
over to
in
you.
Catholicism women don't have the right to vote, though?
The Catholic Church, literally, the doctrine was always that you could not have female clergy. That was the doctrine. Same thing with
Okay.
Orthodoxy, always.
Okay, so what we have separation of church and state, though. So when we're talking
Oh, you
about
secularist beliefs. Yay.
No.
Our founders would have loved that.
okay,
Can
but,
I just
but we don't
ask-
have we aren't like the Muslim countries where Sharia law, is dictated
has a
by
question.
religions.
Our original
Dear God.
colonies, go ahead. Each one of our original colonies had a state religion. Are you aware that at the founding of the United States, all 13 of the colonies, which then became states, had a state religion? Are you aware of that? All of them had a state religion.
Okay.
Every single one of them. Where's this separation of church and state?
Okay, but you're talking about the colonies. You're not talking
No,
about the
post
United
after
States
the United
of
States was
America.
ratified, every single state had a state religion.
Okay, well, why do we have it say separation of church? and
We
state?
don't. That's a liberal progressive talking point.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is. Their secularism is stupid on its face.
That's why
and
they don't allow they don't allow religion in the schools.
Can I just
And
ask?
you're okay with that?
No, I'm not necessarily.
Well, I
okay
thought it
with
was
that,
we have
but
a
it's one of the
secular
reasons
state.
why they don't allow it.
Because of first of all, because the Supreme Court rules on a thing doesn't mean the thing ought to be true, one, and two, doesn't mean that was the intention of our founders. Our founders had no intention at all of this becoming a Muslim nation or anything absent a Christian nation ever.
Grid One
Ever.
Motorsports donated $200.
We're going to read some chats
Blonde
after this.
Rhino, please stop catering to the feminist talking points. It encourages them and makes everyone else take you less seriously. Listen to Andrew. He is right. Get some help. Be better.
Before I have you guys come in,
That's ridiculous. Okay.
she says you're ridiculous, Grid One, if you have
It
thoughts on
is.
that. But let me read these chats. We have 4 chats. We'll try to get through them. We have Killa of Cereal. It's going to come in here in just a sec. Grid One, thank you, man. Killa of Cereal, the Declaration of Independence. Truths to be self-evident. All men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, life, liberty, pursuit of happiness.
Right. What you're talking about
Right.
there is an axiom. Axioms are not a justified starting point. The only justification you can have for a starting point is through God. I've never seen a secularist present anything other than an axiom, meaning I just think we should arbitrarily start here for our philosophical discussion for no fucking reason whatsoever. It's not based in anything. It's just an axiom. My axiom is that axiom's wrong. Why am I wrong?
Well, tell us
It's
more
a
about how you don't
constitutional
believe in the
republic if we can
Constitution.
keep it,
Hold
by
on,
the
hold
way.
on.
I'm telling you that the Constitution's a social
job.
construction. What do you mean don't believe in it?
You
No,
literally said
sorry.
that earlier.
Let me read these chats. Chris Blakeman,
You did say
2024. Hey guys, keep up the good fight and keep spread the word of holding true to our values as men and women together. We can all build something great together if we keep having these conversations. From Chris Blakeman, 2024. He's running for president or something, local something council member. All right, thank you, man. Yo, W. Benny, thank you, man. Appreciate it. I can barely watch this podcast without Andrew on it. At least when Andrew isn't around, Grid One seems to keep the 3-0 foes, the strumpets, in check. Long-time listener, first-time donator. Hey, thank you, man. A 45 ACP beats BJJ, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu.
That's true. It does.
Every single time.
An automatic Colt pistol wins every conflict. It's true.
What about a bow? You think a bow could, like, fuck up a BJJ guy? Spencer, what do you think?
I think it could, yeah. A
Like,
compound bow.
compound bow,
yeah,
Spencer.
Compound bow would do it.
Okay, anyways.
Yeah.
We have last one here. We have Hopeless Niners fan with 145. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. The number of cigarettes Andrew will need after this podcast. That's a lot of sevens, however many that is.
Using seven
How
is
many
crazy.
packs a day do you smoke, Andrew? One pack, 2 packs?
1 pack.
Just 1 pack? Okay.
Unless I'm on stream, then I puff a lot.
The casual 1 pack. Okay, cool. We have a chat here. I would like, if we can, let's try to maybe bring it back a little more dating centered. Perhaps we can get back to some of these topics, a little later on. But we have Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you. Your looks. Go ahead.
Oh. Do a solid 8.
Solid 8. Okay. What about you?
I guess an 8, too.
4.
8.5.
6.
Fuck.
Living_, donated $200. I got you, bro. Andrew smokes 7 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 cigs a day.
On that note.
Oh, he's taking a cigarette break. He's taking a cigarette break. All right. I think we were on this. You seem to, I don't know, you're looking at me kind of, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, you want me to rate my looks?
Stifler does.
Okay. Well,
Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on the scale of 1 to 10, yeah.
I think that maybe the guys should just, they can rate my looks.
You sure you want the chat to rate your looks?
That's fine. I don't care.
You shouldn't I don't think
No,
you should.
it's fine. They can rate me as 1, or I don't really care. They can rate me.
I don't think you should invoke their wrath on this one. I don't know.
It's okay.
Okay. Well, what do you rate yourself as, looks-wise?
I don't understand why is that so important? Like, I get that guys want to always rate people. Like, there seems to be like a common theme of wanting to rate people's looks, right? On a scale
Women
of
don't
1 to
do that.
10.
Women don't make assessments about physical appearance.
I don't usually do that.
Really?
Yeah, no, I don't.
Well, you're married, right?
Yeah.
So you didn't, when you were, considering this person to date them, to marry them, maybe not to marry them, but when you first met your current husband, his physical appearance was not in any way a consideration.
Not really much.
Zero.
Actually, it was more about our intellectual connection and just how he made me feel when I was with him. I really admire intellectual men.
Okay.
And I that's kind of one of the things that's a big turn on, I guess, for me.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, man.
Just
Appreciate it.
getting here. You found the perfect man in every way. Strong, handsome, good income, etc. He invites you over. You find a fully loaded 30 RD Mag AR-15 next to his bed. What's your reaction?
Here, we'll come back. Actually, fuck
answer
it. We're
it.
gonna. No, we'll.
Okay.
Hold on. Your reaction. Go ahead. You.
Oh, me? Just fully loaded gun? I'd probably ask him why first.
Okay, perfect man in every way, strong, handsome, good income. He invites you over. You find a fully loaded 30 mag. Okay, well, the AR-15 next to his bed. What's your reaction?
I think I just ask him why, and it depends on how he
Self-defense.
answers. From what? Someone looking out for him?
Self-defense.
Okay, bro, but if we're gonna have kids or something, I might want to get that out of the house.
Wouldn't you, even if you have kids, wouldn't you want even more to have effective self-defense?
I don't want my kids to accidentally shoot themselves.
What if there were protocols in place?
Like a safe?
Not even necessarily safe, but perhaps it was hidden in a place where only your
kinda
husband
worse.
knew, or you knew.
I mean, I'd rather a safe than just it be hidden.
Well, okay.
Let's just say it was out of reach from kids. Up high, really high, or somewhere that the kids couldn't get.
I mean, I'm really young still, so this is still a question that honestly I'm
well,
not
do you
that
want
sure
kids?
about. Yeah.
Okay.
But it's just the question of I'm fine with gun ownership. It's just the question of would I want to be married to someone who owns a powerful gun in the home. I'm just not sure about. I'm literally 19, so I'm sorry.
Wow.
Well,
Yeah.
okay. How about the guy you were dating now?
That would be scary, because we don't. That wouldn't make any sense.
Why wouldn't it make sense?
There's nothing to defend.
What do you mean?
I guess it does only make sense in the context of if you have a home to own a gun.
What do you mean? What if you're if you renters? What?
Okay, I
don't need
don't
to
think
own
I
a
don't think he
home.
needs to defend his $1,000 a month college apartment.
No. Hold on. What about defending his life?
Yeah, I guess, but I feel like we live in a pretty safe area. I don't know. I don't know. It's not really something I think about
Just
a
I
lot.
mean, realistically speaking, that would be a little
jarring. Yeah, but I wouldn't break up with him over it. I think I'd have a lot of questions, and I think we might have to have a conversation about maybe getting rid of it if it's too much, or getting a smaller gun. But
Wait. Okay, there's a whole lot there.
Wait, is the question on guns?
It's the perfect. You're a perfect guy, but you go to his place and there's an AR-15.
okay, I'm chill with it. I don't care, but I have questions.
What if he had 100 of them?
I would probably leave the premises.
Why?
Because that's too many.
Why?
Because you don't need that many unless you're starting a civil.
Need's a strange word. Do you need to wear that tank top?
Yes.
Why?
So I'm not naked.
Couldn't you wear a shirt that wasn't that tank top?
Yes. But I
So
could
then you
also
don't
have an
need-
axe instead of a gun.
You could also have a bazooka instead of a
Okay,
rifle.
what's your point here?
My point is need. What do you mean need? What does need have to do with how many guns a person owns? And why would that be a red flag on a person if they owned 100 or 1,000 or 10,000?
Because it would be unnecessary.
Well, almost everything you do in life is unnecessary.
That's
Being
true.
on this podcast is unnecessary, but you're here.
Yeah.
So what does need have to do with anything?
It's okay. If we were living in a war-torn country that was currently in civil war, maybe I wouldn't be as mad. I'd be like, cool, go sell them. Let's make some money.
So
but
like when all
if
the
I pull
riots
up-
were going on, then it was
If I go
okay?
to my friend's apartment in the college town and they have 100 AR-15s, I'm going to be a little confused.
Okay, what if they have one? That's the original question.
Okay, I'm gonna be. I'm gonna ask a few questions, and
Okay.
depending on their answers, like I'll
What are
probably
the-
be
what
chill
are
with
the
it if it's just to
questions?
defend themselves.
What are the questions that you would ask?
Why did you buy a gun?
Self-defense. What are the other questions?
Why do you need that big of one? Why do you need that big of one to defend yourself?
Big, it's small.
Isn't it an AR-15?
It could be a
Yeah,
bazooka.
that shoots a teeny tiny bullet called a 5.56, basically a 22.
Would you? Why don't you get like a Glock or a handgun?
You mean the
Or a
ones that shoot the
pistol?
bigger bullets?
Oh, I don't
Well,
know.
if you're concerned
ones
with,
that are
with
easier to
self-
conceal?
You want them to shoot the bigger bullets at the bad guy and not the smaller
I
bullets?
told you guys like this is not
She
a
already-
topic
yeah,
I
she
know.
already
Oh,
just
I didn't know
said
that.
She didn't know anything
here.
about
I
it.
was
All
like,
she
I'm
said was
19,
she wants
I
to
don't
ask
know.
a question.
Yeah.
Like she just asked why. I don't think she just said she's gonna ask.
Well,
What
just-
if he says because
Yeah, I mean,
because I want to? That's it. That's the only reason.
Well, you don't actually need to have a lock on
I mean,
your
I
door
think-
until somebody tries to enter your home.
Yeah, I think it's more so if their reason is crazy, then that's why.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be the same with
If they give a
everything?
normal reason like self-defense,
Like, why'd you get that muscle car and they give you a crazy reason? Be the same shit, right?
a gun is more. If it's a crazy reason for a gun, it's obviously a little worse than a muscle car.
Why?
isn't
You
it?
could do way worse damage with a car than you could with a gun.
Yes, but it's the intention behind it. Like, what are the common
Cars are
intentions
for
right.
driving,
associated with
guns
those
are for
objects?
shooting and
And,
killing.
well, wait a second. If we have a tool for everything on planet Earth, why shouldn't we have a tool for self-defense? That seems absurd.
Okay, I didn't say we. I didn't say. I never said that we.
So if you could use
Have to
if
have
you can use
guns.
this gun or 1,000 guns or 10,000 guns, let's just say that he has 10,000, he has 20,000, 25,000.
I never said I was anti-gun on
Yeah,
this
but
podcast.
one is to 25 as you know it is to 2. Like, what would be the problem? I don't get the mentality of if you
Because
have
there's
one
always
gun,
a
it's
reason
okay.
why someone does something, and
'Cause
why
they
would you
fucking
buy
like 'em.
25
They
guns?
like 'em. That's
okay,
it.
if they say that, they're collecting them, that makes sense. Obviously, that's the answer that I needed. If they're like, I want to go shoot 25 people with 25 different guns, then that
But
would
if
be
they
kinda
said that
crazy.
about anything, you would be upset. It has nothing to do with the object, right? If they said, I collect pennies because I want to stuff them down a guy's throat, that would still be just as bad, right? I don't get
all
it.
they asked me is what I would do, and I said I'd ask.
Your answer, go ahead.
I'd be the same. It's a little concerning. I'm just gonna ask, why do you have that?
Self-defense. But the question is, so what's your reaction? Perfect guy, strong, handsome, good income, but he owns a single AR-15. I think the.
Do
okay.
I? Do, you're
Would
asking
you
if I
no
stay with
longer
him?
date him, basically?
I mean, I guess like I don't know. He's the perfect guy, and he has no intention of using that gun other than self-defense. So sure, why not? I'll stay with him.
Okay.
I've never owned a gun, so like I don't know why it was loaded. But if the laws state that like it's okay in that state and he's following all the laws for the guns or whatever, I don't mind. I actually shot guns for the first time like a little while ago, and I like them. So
I actually like guns. I want to have my own gun, so I probably wouldn't question him about it, especially if it was right next to his bed. I'd probably just, assume it was there for his self-defense.
Sure.
I think depending on the location, the context, what type of guy
Next to his
he
bed.
is, well, like what type of guy he is, if he's just kind of like a goofy college kid who like plays video games all day and like lives in his mom's basement, it's like, okay, what's going on here? But if he's like a fully grown man living in his own place, like you said, then I'd maybe just go, hey, what's that doing there? Because I mean, just the norms in society now, it's been pushed, very anti-gun in a lot of ways. So I think I've been,
Especially this state.
yeah, and I think I've fallen, prey to that a little bit too, where it is like very intimidating and off-putting. But I mean, if he's the perfect guy that answers it itself,
Sure.
whatever.
I would ask him why he doesn't have an AR-15.
No, he does have
Oh, it sounded like you said he just had a handgun by his bed. I said, why don't you have an
fully loaded AR-15.
Are you biased?
Oh, okay.
Are you
Well,
biased
I'd
against
say
the
good job.
AK-47? What if he said he had the AK-47?
I'd say let's go to the shooting range. Let's have some fun.
What if it was the AK instead of the AR, though? You got to weigh in on the debate.
Oh.
What if he was like, I like the AK-47 that 7.62 by 3.9 has way more hitting power. It's way more reliable. Fucking ARs jam all the time. You know, I just don't like those. I want that good Soviet AK-47.
Actually, my husband likes to have me armed with a double-barrel shotgun. That way I can't miss.
You got the Biden thing going? The double barrel?
Yeah, it's a double barrel.
It sounds similar to when I met my husband, and I didn't have a problem with it.
I wouldn't have a problem with it. I plan on having my own gun one day. But if we did have kids together, I think that it would be best if we had it in a safe.
Yeah. I mean, that's one thing I will say. As a mom with kids, I do take into consideration, like, you have to be safe with kids in the home. Absolutely.
You just train them to use them. Then they keep them under their beds.
Yeah, but
then you don't
kids
have to
are
get up
kids.
in the morning.
Kids are
kids. In so many ways.
They kick in the door. The kids take care of it. You can sleep in.
For the timestamper here, we are coming back to the rating 1 to 10 question. We got stuck with you. You seem to have not wanted to. I think the TTS about the AR-15 came in while we were talking about this.
I said the audience can rate me if they want.
Oh, no, I think, well, you were sort of, it sounded like you were objecting to this question to some degree. Why is it
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $200. Jesus. This is why I'm losing my fucking rights. Being 19. Handguns are for defense in public, shotguns are for home defense. And AR-15s or assault rifles are for when tyranny is present.
Well, they're not assault rifles. It's Armalite, but fair enough point.
Okay. So going back to Stifler's thing, I was just a little confused. What exactly kind of is your objection again with the rating looks on a scale of 1 to 10 thing?
I think because I think the subject here is very much around dating and how people view themselves when they're dating, and because I never really was taking into account what my physical looks were when I met my husband, and I wasn't taking into account his physical looks either. None of that really was an equation for me, and so I don't think along those lines.
So Andrew, you might have missed it. I was asking her when, with her, she's married, when you first met him, and I asked, you weren't even considering looks at all, even a little bit. It wasn't even weight, height, nothing, facial symmetry, nothing. So are you not physically attracted to your husband? I'm a bit confused.
No, I'm attracted to him, yeah.
Okay.
What are the qualities that make him attractive physically?
Well, he's very intelligent.
No, physically.
Oh, physically? Well, here's the thing. I have went on dates before with guys who you would define as like a physical model, and I've been completely unattracted to them and bored with them.
Sure.
So for me, attraction actually is very much based on how I feel with them and whether or not they stimulate me intellectually.
Yeah, well,
I
get
intelligent
that.
men.
But
I'm
like
attracted to intelligent men.
My wife, one of the things that she does it even annoys my chat and things like this. All she does is talk about how stunningly gorgeous I am, which is in no way, shape, or form true, but she's very kind to do it. Okay, but what she does is she'll say, I like this quality, I like that quality, I like this quality. She tells a story about how when we met, she opened the door, she heard Dreamweaver in her head, right, the whole 9 yards. Speaks very, very highly of me. From the perspective of the husband, he's sitting at home watching you right now, right? And
I can tell you some things I like.
Yeah, what's the physical qualities?
He has a
that
nice
you
smile,
like?
and he's got, I guess, pretty colored eyes. I don't know.
But that's all your physical. So just no physical attraction at all. That doesn't matter at all.
I'm attracted to him, but it's not one of those things where like I'm not shallow in that I will dismiss somebody if they don't look like a certain thing I'm after. Like for me, like I said, I will dismiss somebody if I think that they're stupid, or if I think I don't respect them, or if I think that they're mean or arrogant or condescending. I will not be attracted. Any bit of physical will be gone if there's personality issues, or if I see that person is.
Yeah, I get it, but the reason that this is asked is we're purely looking at the physical end of it, which you would agree is super important for maybe not you, maybe you're the one exception to this rule I've ever found, but most everybody has some kind of qualification for physical attractiveness. Even you must, like, for instance, you wouldn't debate or you wouldn't date a guy who's 900 pounds, right? That would be.
Yeah, I mean, you're probably right. I probably wouldn't want to.
Yeah, probably wouldn't want it. So there
pounds.
are some physical barriers. So
Right.
we're looking at that. We're saying what you would consider those physical barriers there, you could kind of assume what men's physical barriers may be, and based on those, how would you rate your physical looks to that?
I'd have to ask the men. I've heard different things from men as to what they think I look like.
From your perspective of what you think men would think.
How men have thought about me, what they think my number is.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's probably, obviously I'm 33 right now, so
Sure.
my number's probably gone down.
Sure.
Right? When I was younger, a lot of men, I always was just constantly being approached by almost every man I was coming into contact with. But, I mean, how much do men just say to women, you're gorgeous, you're beautiful, you're stunning, you're this, all the time? And that's just not just them saying
Yeah, I
it.
agree with all that. I'm just saying, based right now, you're 33, how you look right this second, how would you perceive that most men would perceive you on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest for physical attractiveness, 0 being the least? 1,000 pounds, jowls out to here, zits all over the face, right?
Right.
Where are you at in that scale?
I don't know. That's
If
why
you
I said
had
men,
to guess.
Men are visual creatures.
Let's just say you guessed. If you had to guess.
If I had to guess.
Yeah, I
a
had to
number?
guess. Yeah.
I don't know. I already told you. I think we should let
You
the
don't
audience
know
do it.
how, you don't know a guess?
Well, I know that
I mean, it's a
my
guess.
husband would say he probably thinks I'm a 10.
Yeah, I know.
Okay, but you.
Okay.
But what do I think?
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to just move on. Go ahead.
I don't know.
I would say like a 6 or a 7.
Same.
Okay. All right. Andrew?
4.
4. Okay, I give myself a 5.
Twin.
5. All right. There you have it. There you have it, folks. I have maybe a quick throw out here. Actually, let me read this chat really quick. Glad I tuned in tonight. Instead of a bunch of 304s, we have a based 306. No fucking idea what the 306 is, but come back to South Korea, SK. We need more women like you.
Oh, SK, is that Saskatchewan, sir?
Oh, could
Oh,
be.
yeah.
Oh, I think he's saying you're based.
Maybe 306
Oh,
because
yeah,
it's north. I don't know.
Saskatchewan is where
Because
I'm
it's,
from.
I don't know.
What's a 304?
Definitely an area code.
What is
Yeah,
a
it's an area
306?
code.
Definitely.
You mean
I saw
host?
based and got happy,
3-0.
so
Huh?
thanks.
Is it supposed to be? Never mind.
She's
One
got area
question
codes.
related to the rating thing. Does anybody here think they're going to be more physically attractive in 10 years as compared to how you look now? All else being equal, does anybody here think they'll be more physically attractive in 10 years' time? Starting with you. Go ahead.
No.
No.
I mean, no, objectively, probably not.
I don't know. Realistically, societally, probably not.
Okay.
I don't know, but going by the typical pattern of things, probably not.
No.
No.
I think so. I think that your 30s are your prime.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. All right. What about, let's go 10 years forward.
Well, hang on. Okay, sorry.
Yeah. So 20 years from now, you are 21, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you going to be more physically attractive at 41 as compared to now at 21, all else being equal?
No, at 41 I would not be.
Okay, so you think you'll peak early 30s, basically, looks-wise.
Right, yes.
All else being equal.
Yes.
Okay. Huh, okay.
Well,
You had something, Andrew?
I did. So, do you think that attractiveness between men and women is tied to fertility? Do you think that would be a good reason for why men would find younger women to be attractive, is because younger women have high fertility?
I think that that's part of it, yes.
not in all
What-
cases.
Really? What would be the other case? Besides a fetish.
Well, that was pretty much it.
Yeah, so that's like
Lack of
if you're gonna
mental
if you're gonna if you're
maturity.
gonna introduce like lunacy to it, like fetishes or something like this, sure. But generally speaking,
Wait, can you say the question again, like simplified again? Sorry.
yeah. So don't you think that what is considered attractive between men and women would often be tied to fertility.
I mean, there's that argument for sure, but when I ask my father about it, he tells me that he bases it on a woman's relationship with God, her spirituality, as well as her intelligence, because he needs to be able to trust that woman to raise children with him.
Well, I wish your dad was sitting where you are, because if I said the woman had all of those things, but all things being equal, you had to pick between one who was a 4 and one who was a 10, and both of them had all those same qualities, which would you pick? Your dad would say the 10.
Well, he said circumstantially. It depends on what that woman is capable of doing. And what
I just said they have the exact same values, just one's hotter than the other.
Well, would you pick a 20-year-old 10 over your wife?
No, of course not.
Okay, why?
Because of the value distinction.
Okay, well, I think that's
that literally makes no sense what you just said. My question to her was, they have the same values. You say, what about the distinction of values? It makes no sense to my question. The values are identical.
If the values are identical, maybe a man would prefer the one who's more attractive, who has the exact same values.
And why would they prefer the one who's more attractive?
I mean, I'm not a man that I should answer that.
Oh, okay.
All I'm saying is that.
Wait. Why would you have to be a man in order to answer that?
Because it's circumstantial. Like I said.
It's not circumstantial. The human race must survive, right?
Can I finish what I'm saying, sir, please?
Well, I mean, can you make it quick? Can you make it snappy?
Well, I could have been done if you didn't interject.
No, I can't. So anyway, can you make it
what
quick?
I'm saying is, like I said, I've asked my father the same questions, and what he delineates to me is that it's circumstantial based on what he's compatible with that woman, what she's capable to do with him in a relationship, in raising children, having a home, having a relationship with God, and things like that. It's not just on attraction alone. And he would take someone.
I know, we know this, but I don't understand why you're incapable of engaging with this. You don't have to be a man in order to engage with the idea that, of course, men are going to be attracted to women who are more fertile. And on top of that, I gave you the equation of same value structure that your dad would like. Woman who's 4 has it, woman who's 10 has it. You say he'll pick the woman who's 10. I say, great, if you'll pick the woman who's 10, why? You go, I'm not qualified to answer that. That's crazy.
Well, I'm saying that you said, I said that if the attraction was 10 and 4, maybe he might pick the one who's a 10.
Why?
If they have the same values.
Why?
Because maybe he might be whatever, but
well, no, not whatever. The whatever is the question.
And that's not what I initially said.
The whatever is the question.
To do with fertility.
The whatever is the question.
Because of our biological wiring.
Right. So the question is the whatever part. Why would he be attracted to the 10 over the 4, even if they have the same values, other than because
I can't answer that for him, because he doesn't answer questions like that.
Do you have daughters?
Like, he literally doesn't answer questions like that.
Do you value them and love them based on how physically beautiful they are?
No, of course not.
Why?
Because I'm looking at the value structure of the human being.
So do you think God judges and values the women, his daughters, based on 1 through 10 of how they look?
No.
No. And what does it say in the Bible about
what does that have to do with what makes a man's dick hard, lady? What does that have to do with what makes a man's penis go up? What God values in a woman or a child, or what you value
so you're
in a woman?
talking about sin and lust.
No, I'm talking about physical attractiveness.
Okay, that's what you're talking about.
No, I'm talking about physical attractiveness. You do realize in order to have a baby, you have to have sex?
Yes, I know, but it also says in the Bible, and you're supposedly a Christian, to judge a woman based on their heart.
Is a penis required to be hard for you to have sex? Would that require an attractiveness level so that the penis can get hard to have sex to have the baby?
But
how many drinks have you had tonight?
I want to know.
Andrew, have you been drinking?
I don't think.
I really hope the future your future son-in-law.
Andrew?
I really hope your future son-in-laws don't treat your daughters the way you treat and think about women.
I'm pretty sure.
How do I think about women?
Wait. No. Back up. Virtuous women of Proverbs 31.
Can you help me out? How do I think about women? By saying that there's going to be a physical metric for attractiveness. How is it that I'm in any way deviating from any type of Christian virtue? Tell me.
I mean,
the way you're talking about women the way you're talking about
about fertility being the standpoint
a
rather
woman's
than
value
attractiveness,
right?
Yes.
Yeah, but Proverbs 31 mentions a whole list of things as opposed to simply just fertility. So God says, and a man wrote that.
Strictly talking about physical attractiveness, and that's it.
But that's not what men decide. Well,
Men
at least my
shouldn't be
father
choosing
never told me
roles.
that's all that he makes the decision
I
on
think
when
what
he's
he's-
talking about a woman.
I think what he's saying is
Oh my
that
God,
say that
this
there are
is
two
absurd.
women that both fulfill the Proverbs 31 things, but one is less physically attractive and one is more physically attractive. Which would the man go with? Say he wasn't married or
I
anything.
can't say that he'd pick
just
the 10 because
neutrally
I don't know what
looking.
the 10 looks like, and I don't know what
fine.
the 4 looks like. I
Yeah,
don't know what the
okay,
preference is.
fine.
The 10
Yeah,
can be a
I
4
know
and a 4
physical
can be a 10.
attraction
Talk to
means
someone
nothing.
ungodly like me.
We're not
Physical
saying it means
attraction means nothing.
We're
All
not
that
saying it means
matters
nothing.
is what the virtues are. We all go get 9,000 pound you know what I mean? It's just crazy. We're talking specifically about physical attraction. Of course, it's going to be tied to fertility. Of course, it's going to be tied to fertility. Why wouldn't it be?
You're asking me to think like a man. and I
No, I'm
don't.
not. I'm
You're
asking
me what
females
kind
are
of,
highly competitive with other women
no,
when
but
it comes
that
to
doesn't
mate
mean
selection.
that I know what a man's going to prefer mentally, and you're asking me to answer a question like a man. What one would a man prefer? How would I know that?
Do you
I'm
have
a
to
female.
compete? Do you have to compete with other females for virtuous men?
Maybe, but I'm
Yeah,
a
maybe.
female.
So how
I think like
how
a woman.
and how would you
I
compete?
only know what a man
how
wants
would you
because my
compete with
father
other
told
women?
me.
How would you compete with other women for a virtuous man?
I would ask my father what a man would want.
And
if
what do
I'm
you think your
interested in
father would say?
somebody.
Do you think your father would say, "Well, looking like shit would be the best thing you could do"?
No, that's obviously
No,
you have to take
obviously
care of
not.
yourself, but that doesn't mean that. All I'm saying is it's not like the only thing. But you can't
I'm
sit
not
here and
saying-
ask
nobody
a group
said
of
it's the
women
only thing.
how
Nobody
a
said
man
that.
thinks is the best thing. You're not gonna get that response out of them. There's a group of women, like they're not gonna be thinking
Like women don't compete with each other.
But they
How-
do not think
do you
like
think
men.
That we
Okay,
don't
but
know
what's
this?
your what's your
Think like
point?
men.
Because I agree with your argument. Okay, fertility plays a part in sexual attractiveness. Whatever. What's the point?
The whole point of this was just to state that, yes, we understand that there's virtues that men are after. Of course, that's true. There's virtues that women should be after, but nowadays it seems like less and less. But men, I think, are attracted to virtue. I think that is a big role.
Really?
But if we were to take...
Have you seen the rise of OnlyFans?
It's pretty bad.
Yeah.
But if we were to take virtue...
But women.
If we were to take virtue
We're the
out...
slutty ones.
If we were to take virtue out of the equation and just look at the pure physical and just look at physical attractiveness, we're not looking at all the virtues, this and that, just whatever is aesthetically pleasing. That's all we're talking about, physical attractiveness.
I mean,
Nothing
at
more.
the end of the day, like any human being is going to value aesthetics. You're gonna choose the better looking car.
That's
The car
hilarious.
might have the same engines. It might do the same exact thing. But are you gonna choose the one that's all scratched up, or are you gonna choose the brand new shiny one? At
Right.
the end of the day, you want a pretty rock over a cracked up one. So if you're asking that, like, it's just human nature to like something.
Well, this
that's
is why
visually
I think when
pleasing.
this question is asked of women in particular, when they refuse to give a rating, it's because they don't want to be honest. And so what they do is they reframe every way that they can. But what about this quality, that quality, that quality? And it's like, look, just talking about physical attractiveness in and of itself. I understand there's other qualities. And maybe even combining those with physical attraction may raise it a point, lower it a point. But I think people still, when it comes to physical attractiveness, it's still tied to fertility. That's why men are attracted to younger women. Why wouldn't that be the case? It makes complete sense. So I don't understand why women are incapable of rating themselves unless they just don't want to give the answer.
Because
they really
it's a matter of what do the men perceive as beautiful or attractive, and that can vary from man to man. And then like Keisha was saying, you're asking us to kind of think along
I don't
the
think
lines of a
women are
man.
ignorant to this.
I think that women have a different probably standard for what they think is beautiful and
It's less
attractive
based on
versus
fertility
men.
and more on like
I think that women would
your skin,
women
your
would probably
clothing.
judge
but you would
aesthetics,
still,
and
but
maybe
you would
men
still
might
be
judge
looking at
She would be-
fertility signs.
you would have to
woman
look
would
at
be
the
an
standard on
idiot
both
to
edges,
try and
right?
think like a
So for you to
man.
perceive the beauty of women, there's no way for you to say that you wouldn't be influenced on how men perceive women. I don't see how
Yes,
that's...
I would be
Yeah, of course you would. So I don't think women are ignorant of this. I don't
Asking
think...
a woman to
There's a lot
delineate
of-
that
Not saying it's
information is
all
asking her to
encompassing.
behave like a
I'm
feminist.
just saying that
and
I
that's
think
not-
most women...
Right.
You're
I
asking her
think
to be
that-
a feminist right
No,
now.
I'm not asking her to be a
yes,
feminist.
because asking her to delineate the
asking
information
us
that a
to think
man
like
would
men.
tell a woman is asking her to be a feminist and think like a feminist. A woman is not going to
No,
assess
feminism
herself.
doesn't mean can't
A woman
think.
is not going to
That's
assess
not what it
herself
means.
the way that a man assesses a
Didn't
woman.
ask him to.
You just asked her.
No, I
how
asked
would a
her to
man-
rate herself based on what she thinks.
Okay, then.
That would be the opposite Of what I'm
But you
asking her
mentioned a
what
man-
men
but
think. I'm
a
saying
man-
that men have standards.
Okay.
Yes, we know men have standards because
but they're
men
not
have
gonna-
because men have standards. That is going to inform your opinion on
fine.
how you rate yourself
But they're not going to think of it the way that a man would. So you asking her to rate herself she's
based
gonna
on
think of
what
it-
she thinks.
Okay, herself. That's different than to what a man.
Yes,
would
I
think.
know, which is why we asked her that.
I mean, beauty is in the eye of the beholder, like at the end of the day.
Right, it is.
So you can say you're a 10, you can say you're a 1. It doesn't really matter because everybody has a different view on it. So at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. So the question that you're asking is, it just doesn't matter
Like,
in our minds.
Yeah, women,
one
it does
one
not
guy
matter.
could rate a girl as a 7, and another guy could rate her as an 8, and another guy could rate her as a 2, and another guy could rate her as a 9, and it depends on what that guy finds attractive.
But wasn't it asking what we thought of ourselves?
yes.
Yes.
I mean, I think it's to
Yeah,
gauge,
but then for him to say that it's not realistic in the eyes of men. So the point
No,
is
I'm
going to
just
come
saying
back.
that
think
your
it's to try to
self-assessment will
show-
be informed also by men. That's the point.
And I think it also shows, are you affected by delusion?
Yes.
Yes.
To just pretend it does not exist and that I can't
Well, no one
rate-
said
I
it
don't
didn't
know.
exist.
I don't know.
That's not the point.
But like
yeah.
when people hyper conflate their looks, well, then they would also expect to possibly match with somebody who they think are their equivalent. But if you're honest with yourself, then you're going to match yourself and not have this hyper conflated idea of what you're going to go after.
That's understandable. I agree with
So
that.
that's why they're trying to just gauge a sense of delusion.
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
But there was a mention of a man's perspective, and that's all that I said was not possible.
The mention of a man's perspective was to say how you end up ultimately determining what your value is, 1 through 10. And it's arbitrary. Nobody says it's not. Is at least somewhat going to be informed and how the opposite sex perceives you and what you've witnessed the opposite sex considering to be attractive or unattractive. That's what's going to be true because that's how information in your brain works.
Internalized
learned
male
that from your
gaze,
father,
as
so.
said by someone on the right.
No, that's not an internalized.
Yeah, it is. You just argued that
No.
we look at ourselves through the male
I'm
gaze.
saying that we look at. No, I didn't.
Yes, you did. You
I
said, how do
that
you know
it
you're attractive if you don't use the
I said
men's
it can assist you in
things.
making an informed
Okay, it can
self-assessment.
assist me,
Right.
so
But
it's
the
there.
same would be true the opposite way. So is that an informed female gaze?
Yeah.
Okay, so
There's
then,
a female gaze too.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then we're talking about nothing. We're just talking about objective reality.
I know, but some people argue that the male gaze doesn't exist. So
Well, it depends on how you're defining
women have
it.
an internalized
If you just
man
define
inside
what
of
the
them.
male gaze
you
is
have
as,
concurred with me that women
if
have an
you're just-
internalized perception of what men think.
well,
of
it's
them.
going to help inform it. There's no way around it.
You know, earlier when you asked me what disadvantages me when I'm born a woman, that.
Okay, but
Instantaneously, I have to wake up in the morning and do my
then
makeup
why
and get pretty.
did you just say men?
Because I have an internalized
You just
man
said that
inside of
men
me.
suffer from the same thing, which means that again, you just negated your
Yeah,
own point.
but the one for men value fertility much higher than women do. Do you
So
see
what?
men doing their makeup
No,
in the
they
morning
don't.
so they look more fertile?
Women,
Yeah.
no,
women
they
do
don't.
because the internalized male gaze is way stronger than the
How
internalized
can
female
you?
gaze.
Let's prove it.
I just did.
How?
Women do makeup, women dress way nicer, women do their
And
nails.
men wear nice
women-
clothes, and they try to get high status, and they try to get tons and tons of money, and they try to do all those
but
things.
that's the female gaze is money, and there are so many.
what?
because
So
of
I
the-
don't understand
hey,
how
listen
it's
to
not
this, Listen
moot.
to this. Because of the feminist movement these days, women will go for ugly broke men, but men are not going for ugly women. Obviously, they're
What women are
internalized
going
male
for
gaze.
ugly broke men? What women are out there going for ugly broke men? Almost none.
The ones with no dads.
That's not what the stat like you. So you go for ugly broke men?
For real, yeah. My ex, yeah. I'm not ashamedly, but my point was, as someone on the right, you admit that women have a male gaze inside of them. They can see how men.
Yeah, what I'm
view
saying is
them,
that every
and they internalize the patriarchy.
human being,
and that internalization
yeah,
is
okay.
already a negative effect.
What I'm
on
saying
my
is that
day-to-day
every
life.
human being who exists, regardless of where they're at in the world, if there's other human beings who are around them, it's going to inform their opinion of themselves and their opinion of the
true.
surrounding
But one of them is the
environments.
full standards of the male gender. That's
But that would be
it's on
true the opposite way too, which would make you a misandrist.
No, it is true the opposite way, but I'm
Then
saying that
you're
the
a
male
misandrist.
standards are so much higher than the female standards.
Why, prove that.
I will-
You didn't
I
that's
will
where
say-
you deviate. Where's the proof for that claim?
Okay.
I will say
okay,
that
maybe
a
it's
lot
fake.
of male
That's my
Well, no,
opinion.
where's the proof to that claim?
I'd like
will
to hear her
s-
speak.
I will say that a lot of male standards are very looks based because the fertility importance is much higher in women, you know, because they're the ones that are carrying a child. And so when that sort of standard lapses as they get older and everything, then it's like, okay, my value just boom. But men
Because
can
it
have,
does go boom.
No, exactly.
Yeah, and for men
sure.
What
For
does
men,
looks
it,
have
for
to
men
do
it
with
doesn't
fertility?
because
Yeah, but it's a trade-off because in
Actual
younger
biological
ages,
fertility.
for men,
Oh, right, they
it's
don't have as
often,
much
Yeah, they don't have
finances.
as much power
Right.
in order to attract their mate. So it's a trade-off both ways. So to say that it's more keen in one than the other, you'd have to demonstrate that to me.
it's just I think it's
and you have to demonstrate it to me the opposite
But
way. You'd
I
have
think
to
it is more
falsify it.
confining when it's
I
just
don't.
physical.
I wouldn't.
Just talking
I
each
actually
other
wouldn't.
with their
I wouldn't
opinions.
need.
So you don't
I
stop
wouldn't
asking
need to
me for
falsify it. I would just negate it.
Do you think that men only pick women to be with or marry based on how high they are on that 1 through 10 numbering system?
No.
No, but
So
they go
then
for
why
that higher number if they could.
why is that so important in this topic?
Because I suspect that men who enter into matrimony with a woman want to have children, and in order to do that, they have to be able to perform in the bedroom, and in order to do that, they have to have some semblance of attraction to the person they're having sex with. Do you
Okay.
agree or disagree?
Well, yeah.
Well, yeah. So
Yeah.
I don't understand why
you
you
said
asked
some
the question.
semblance, but we're not talking about every guy isn't going to marry a 10. Every girl isn't going to marry
Most
10,
guys are
right?
never going to marry a 10, and most women are not 10s to marry. So
Okay, so why use that value if that's not the only thing that people are going to judge when they're choosing a life partner? Why is that so important?
we're not saying that's the only value.
Okay.
We're asking specifically only on the one criteria of the physical. We're not saying that other values don't exist. Tens of thousands of other values exist. All sorts of little nuances and niches exist for different behaviors that you're interested in. We're purely talking about
I want
physical
you to rate
attractiveness.
your wife 1 to 10 then.
Okay, as soon as you rate your husband 1 to 10.
No, rate your wife.
As soon as you rate your
went
husband.
around.
I
Hold
mean,
on.
you didn't
no,
want her to
you don't
answer
want to
questions,
answer.
and you're going to
Answer the question.
Mm-hmm.
You went around and you want all these women to rate themselves,
Facts.
right? So rate
Yeah.
your wife.
On pure physical attractiveness at her age, my wife is about a 6. Now rate your husband.
I would
Do it. Your turn.
I don't.
Yeah, I don't. That's
No, I
right.
told you I don't use the number.
Distinction
saying
between
rate him?
honesty and a liar,
No, are you
ladies
saying
and gentlemen.
rate him physically?
Yes,
on physical
physically
attraction?
only.
Not on my attraction
Only
to him?
physically. Yes.
That's what the rating scale is.
Do it. I just did. Do it. You can't do it.
I'm not doing
Yeah,
that.
I mean,
that's
she
right.
couldn't do
You're not
it,
fucking
so-
doing it.
Disrespectful.
Totally dishonest.
No.
Demands it from me, refuses to say it
Because you're
herself.
the one setting the standard.
My
of wanting
wife's
to
literally
ask
watching
people.
it. Guarantee you she's not upset at all. But you can't answer the
No,
question
because I
honestly.
think it's a disrespectful question.
Why?
Because I think
Because it's true.
That's her own values. If she doesn't want to answer,
Yeah.
she doesn't
Right,
want
but
to answer.
demands that the other person does.
Yeah, because you're
she
the
asked you a
one
question.
saying, you're the one asking a table full of women to rate themselves.
So
Actually,
to
it
give
was
a
dinner
self. So wait a second. I'm
It was
asking
actually
a table
Stifler.
full of women to make a self-assessment based on pure physical qualities.
Right.
And you say this is an impossibility to begin with. Okay, well, granted. But then you said, fine, I'll call you out. Rate your wife. Okay, I did. Rate
Okay.
your husband. No.
No, I'm not going to rate
It's
it.
fucking pathetic.
It's not pathetic.
Yeah, it is pathetic.
I think it's disrespectful. So I would be a
Right,
hypocrite
yeah.
to then rate
You
him
are,
on
you're
a number
hypocrite.
system of 1
You're a
through 10.
hypocrite now because you made the
No.
demand you yourself won't fulfill.
Right, because my point
Because
is
you
it's
can't.
disrespectful, and
No.
I think the fact that
Do you not
are
know-
rating your wife even with that is
You
kind of
know
disrespectful
why
to
is it
her.
disrespectful? Do you think? How do you think she rates herself? Maybe she rated herself this way 15 times, and I'm using her rating.
Well, I think that's sad.
Why?
Because you should probably rate her a 10. She's your
What
wife.
do you rate yourself? Because you ain't as good looking as she is, honey.
Okay,
So-
well, that's fine.
I'm just saying.
And that's,
No,
that's,
because
your,
how do you
think
that's
that's
your
helpful?
opinion.
It's not necessary.
It is necessary.
opinion.
Well,
There's
no,
no
this
need
is
to belittle
this is exactly
anybody.
why I said like the question of rating yourself was from a
It's
man's
shallow.
perspective.
It's
A
very
woman's not going to
shallow.
answer the way that you want her to, because in the end, the conclusion that you're coming to is not what they're calculating. So it's already an unfair.
It's not unfair.
It is. It is unfair.
Then how
because
come
you-
men? How come
It's
men
not
can
your
make those
husband, though?
self-assessments then?
No, I'm not talking about, because what you're asking right now, the line of questioning that you're going down, that the end result is completely different to what is being discussed amongst the women that are answering. And even what you mentioned coming down to, the delusion or whatever, it's like that's not what they're even thinking about. The question is
Who's not thinking about that?
the women answering when they're like, what are you rating yourself? They're not thinking about, well, am I delusional? You just
No,
asked, what do
because
you
they are
rate
delusional,
yourself?
so of course
and
they're
they're
not
gonna,
thinking about that.
And I'm not, hey, I said 4. I could care less. But the
And I am a
fact is,
4.
the
So if you get a
fact
6,
is-
that's going up, right? That's good.
Yeah, but the fact is, what you're looking the answer for, they're clearly not thinking. And what's being displayed very clearly here is chess versus checkers. Just like I said at the beginning, the outcome that you're looking for is not what's understood in the initial questioning
What
or the
outcome
response.
am I looking for?
Well, what you mentioned about, the delusions and,
No, I'm saying that's why they asked that
I
question.
understand that's why
I'm
they
not looking
asked the
for anything.
question.
I just answered the question.
No, but
I wasn't posing
it was
the
a
question.
correct answer. I understand that's where it was going, but I'm
Right.
saying that's not what's understood in a woman's mind when you ask, what are you rating yourself and why? That's not what that's exactly
Yeah,
what
but
I'm saying.
I don't. So this
the
is
whole
this is
argument
nonsense.
that's the point. The
nonsense.
whole argument here is nonsense.
No, it's not. What you're saying the argument is nonsense.
No, because
what? Tell me, what could
it's completely
possibly
different.
bar you from giving a self-assessment on what you think
A
your rating is
self-assessment
for
completely
attractiveness?
Different than the outcome that you're
Yeah, I
tending
know.
towards.
That's a distinction with no merit. What's barring
Everyone
you?
gave an answer.
No, they didn't. But what's barring you from giving an assessment of your own personal attractiveness? Nothing.
Everyone gave an assessment of their
No, they
personal
didn't.
attractiveness,
No.
save Millie, I think.
Yeah. So then everybody. So then that would not be everybody then.
Okay, except for Millie.
Yeah, except for the person who didn't. Who you said it's impossible for her to do it.
I never
even though
said
you
it's
yourself
impossible
did it.
for
Well,
her
technically,
to,
I could
I
throw
never
out
said
a
it's
random
impossible for
number.
her to rate herself.
I said
I said the outcome
men
you're looking for at
decide.
the end of the whole line of
Let them
questioning
decide.
is not where their mind's going to go. So ultimately, at the end of the day, every answer is going to seem delusional. They're not looking at
They
what
don't
you're
all
looking
seem
at.
delusional.
Well, a lot of the times it does, or is.
What does that
going
have to do with anything?
Just like I said, it's not the same line of thinking.
It is the same line of thinking.
not the
I
same
don't
line of
understand.
thinking.
What's
They're
the
not answering
distinction
the same
between a
question.
man giving a self-assessment and a woman giving a
The
self-assessment?
reason is different.
What is the reason?
Well, you're talking about the fertility and the physicality or whatever, like being attractive and things like that.
The same reasoning that women would have.
Actually, that's not what was said earlier.
No. What's being said is they try to displace the actual question and say, I'm going to go for everything except what is physical.
Women don't think like that.
No, they do think like that. One thing women do think like is how attractive am I? Yes, they do.
That's not what I'm talking about, though. That's not
It is
how
what
they,
you're talking about.
No, because no, that is not what I'm talking
Then what
about.
are you talking about?
That's not how they gauge attractiveness. A lot of women will gauge attractiveness based on how they feel or what they think benefits them emotionally or mentally or whatever. It's not just physicality. Like,
Yes, but we're asking the question of pure physicality, and I don't think that women are so
Yeah, but
irrational they can't answer the
I never
question based
said
on
that
that.
has nothing to do with irrationality. And everybody answered, like I said, except for Millie. What I'm saying is the end result that you're looking for
And do you think
is
you were
not the
accurate?
same.
Do you think you were accurate in your assessment?
That has nothing to do with what I'm saying.
Oh, well, it has something to do with what I'm saying. Do you think you were accurate with your
You're
assessment?
deflecting from what I'm
I'm
talking
not
about.
deflecting
I'm
at all.
saying
I'm
that your
asking a
end
direct
result has
question.
nothing to do
Do
with
you
the
think your
initial
assessment
question.
was accurate?
I'm not a man. I don't know how a man would rate me. You can ask your audience. I don't
okay,
care.
fine.
It has
So you
nothing
don't
to-
know?
I said 4. I stand by 4.
Okay.
I don't care.
Do you
I
think
said.
it's accurate?
Doesn't matter if I think it's accurate or not. A man might agree.
Why
a
would you
man might
give a
disagree.
number if you don't think it's accurate?
That's not what I said. I said
That is what you
I said. I
said.
gave a 4. I stand by 4. I said if a man agrees, I'm not going to. I don't know if a man's going to agree or not. He might agree. He might not agree.
But you gave the
I
number,
said-
so clearly you think the number's accurate, right?
I said 4.
Do you think that's accurate? Because
I said
if
what I
you
said.
don't think it's accurate, why would you give the number?
I said.
Would
what
you
I
rather
said.
she not give one at all?
I don't get it.
Oh my god.
Like, I don't
this
actually
is-
understand the conversation
I said,
at this
no,
point.
you're
Yeah.
deflecting from the initial point here, which is that you asked a question that you know women will answer differently based on how they feel and are going in a completely different direction in the end about something completely different that men portray in a different way.
Yeah, but the
mentally.
question becomes, is it because they're being honest or not? Or if it's
No, it
really
has a
because they're
complete-
just
it's a different
irrational
line
like
of
you're
thinking.
claiming?
It's a completely different line of thinking, and it doesn't matter if
Nobody says they're not thinking about it along different lines, but that doesn't mean that they're still not being dishonest or they're being honest.
how are they being dishonest about what they
Because
feel?
I've seen 250-pound fat obese whales sitting right there saying they're
Is
tense.
anybody here 250
Again,
pounds?
and now you're deflecting.
No,
But
it's
that
no,
just
we're
goes to
talking about the
show-
women here right
You're
now.
not.
That just goes to
I don't
show
think he's
how
talking about you,
pointless
Renee.
the question
I don't think he's talking about you.
I'm
Because
saying
you
I've
could
seen
say any
I've
number.
seen those women do that, and clearly they're being dishonest. And when questioned, it's obvious they're being dishonest. That's why.
Okay, but
Yeah.
you're
Yeah.
basing our argument right now based on
Yes.
previous
Are you
assessments of
asking
other
them
people
You
as
mean
opposed to
how-
the
our
women in
opinion
front
of
of you?
Well, it's an
ourselves
empirical
or men's
question.
appearing?
It's an
See,
empirical
no,
question.
this is this is the contradiction.
Tell us the
No,
problem.
but then he just
There's no
said
contradiction.
Tell us
you're
the
being
problem.
dishonest.
No, I didn't say you're being dishonest.
No, you did. You
no,
literally
no,
said
I didn't.
No,
literally
you
never said
said
anybody's being dishonest.
a woman sitting there looking like a whale, rating herself 10, and you're saying she's being dishonest.
Through inquiry, I said
Right.
through inquiry, we discovered she was
Right.
being dishonest. Yes.
Okay. Okay.
You
What do you
understand the
mean by
distinction
through
there?
inquiry?
Like I asked a bunch of questions and she answered them and came to the conclusion she was being dishonest.
He inquired.
Okay. So she was
There
the
was-
one who
there was
said,
an
"Oh
inquiry.
no, I'm not
He
valued."
inquired.
Yeah, well, she literally said
There was an inquisition.
She said,
You could even
"Okay,
say there's an
physically,
inquisition.
yes, it's true. I'm blah, right? But emotionally, I'm a 10, or metaphysically, I'm a 10, or whatever." Yes, through inquiry,
Inquisition.
it was discovered that she was
Thanks.
not being very honest. Yes.
Well, that's. I think that men are going to be the best judges of how attractive they find women at the end of the day.
okay.
Well, we got a chat here from Alex. Alex says, "I enjoy your Christian views." Oh, hey, AB Check. Thank you for the gifted 20 memberships. Appreciate it, man. Andrew, but you lose me when you start acting petty, ignorant, and belittling of these women. If you want your message to be heard, is this tone policing? I don't know. The delivery matters.
Stop simping, Alex.
Dude, chill out.
Stop simping, Alex.
He has
Room
is
full
that
of,
Mary?
It's a room full of crazy feminists. Let's see you do better.
I'm not a feminist.
Yes, you're a feminist.
I am absolutely
oh,
not a
you
feminist.
absolutely are a feminist.
No, I'm not.
You're an egalitarian,
I am not a
vote
feminist.
harder feminist,
I'm
libertarian.
not a feminist.
Yes,
no, I'm
you
not.
are.
I'm not a feminist.
Then what is feminism?
Wait, can
I'm
I
not
ask
a
you a
feminist.
question?
Here, let's. No, are we
I
having
don't
an
know, I'm not a
argument?
feminist.
Sit there
Please.
while we have the argument. Go
You
ahead.
I'm a
define it.
woman.
I'm not a feminist.
Where did Maddie go?
So I'll agree with her definition. Feminism is the movement
I'm not a
towards.
feminist. Don't even go there.
I'm-
you don't get to say what I am.
I just
and
did.
I'm not.
I just did.
Yeah,
it's
well,
the
you're
movement
lying.
towards egalitarianism between men and women inside society. How do you delineate from that?
I have a question. Do you think that
no.
Okay.
Anyway, so back to this. How do you delineate from that?
Anyway,
Zip it.
How do you delineate from that?
I'm not answering your question.
Yeah, that's right.
You
You're
literally
right.
just made a false claim against
I'll
me
make
that
it
I'm
again.
a feminist, and I'm not.
If
so
you are a feminist,
No.
if you okay, so I'll define
you're a purple
feminism.
penguin.
I'll define feminism.
Penguin.
yeah, I mean he's just making things
Then
up.
let's have the argument. The delineation, or we'll allocate feminism this
Let's
way.
not bring aquatic animals
Yeah.
into this
Yeah.
conversation. Go ahead, Andy.
A feminist
I'm pretty sure
and
you're
feminism
saying you're a
is
woman,
the
right?
movement towards the egalitarian equality of men and women. How do you differ from a feminist?
Because I'm not. I don't believe in feminism.
That doesn't tell me
believe in
anything. How do
the
you differ
traditional
from the
roles,
movement of
traditional gender roles.
egalitarianism?
Right.
That's not antithetical to feminism.
Right. I'm not a feminist.
So how do you delineate from the movement of the egalitarianism between men and women?
If you think she's wrong, why don't you provide solutions?
Why don't you let us have the argument without interjecting? Go
Because
ahead.
men provide solutions.
And women be silent while they do. Go ahead.
Submit.
I've not heard you provide a single solution.
I think it's hilarious.
The solution is to, yeah, I did multiple times. I already said we should limit suffrage. We should limit the women's right to vote. We should do all sorts of different things. I gave tons of solutions. You just have a selective memory because you are interjecting again when there's an argument that doesn't even include you. Go ahead.
I'm not a feminist. I just
Okay,
told you.
so how do you differ
You don't
from
get
this
to define
ideology?
what I
do.
am and am not.
I get to define what feminism
No, you don't.
is.
This isn't some
then give me a
gender bender
definition.
stuff where you
Then
get
give
to
me a
pick and
definition of
choose
feminism. What is it?
what I am.
Fine. Then what is the definition of feminism? How do you differ
I don't know
from
because
it?
I'm not a feminist.
You don't.
I'm not a feminist.
Wait a second. What's
What a feminist is if
what-
you don't know the definition?
is that a cup? How do you know you're not a cup? That makes no sense. How do you differ from feminists in ideology if it's the movement towards the egalitarian equality of men and women? Yeah, it's just nothing.
I'm not a feminist. I already
No,
told
yeah,
you.
I know, I know.
don't
You
believe.
just-
I believe in traditional roles, man and woman, marriage.
And if a transgender
women-
was sitting where
women
you are,
being
they would be like,
children.
I'm not a man, I'm a woman.
No, that's not. Look, it's not even the same. I don't even
It
understand
is
how you're
exactly
equating.
the same. So how do you
you're just
delineate then?
claiming I'm something.
Okay, so I'll just ask again so that I don't strawman any positions. Do you agree that feminism is the movement of egalitarianism between men and women?
You're wrong because the goal of feminism is to reach full equality.
Not
and
arguing
that is
with
not
you.
what
One
she
at a
wants.
time, please. Thank you.
Zip.
Go ahead.
The which is actually crazy.
I still don't see how you are the one who made a
Once
claim.
donated $200.
Here's the thing. You made a
Blondie,
claim.
You are a feminist.
No.
Wait, just let
Almost all of your talking
And I
points
backed my
have
claim up
been-
with the definition. And said you
I
don't
am not a
delineate from the...
feminist.
Okay, well then give me a counter definition how you delineate from it.
Just because you think a woman should be able to vote doesn't mean you're a feminist.
Okay, great. Feminism, do you agree, is the movement of egalitarianism between men and women or not?
I would say yes.
Okay,
probably.
how do you delineate from that? That's what I thought.
She wants the preservation of social norms for men and women.
What I thought.
And that is not what
Do you need a
feminists want.
cigarette?
I do.
There's a little
I
cigarette
think
break.
I do.
No,
need
no,
a break after that
I
one.
think that. Good Lord. I think that for you to sit there and just claim I'm something I'm not is
You just did.
disrespectful.
I just said,
It's-
is that
it's
the definition?
condescending.
You said yes. I said, how do you delineate? Nothing.
Yeah, because you didn't give me a chance to
Okay, I'll give you a
respond.
chance.
You didn't give me a chance to
Okay, I'm
respond.
giving you a chance.
Okay, because you don't know all of my belief sets.
Okay, give me the belief set that delineates from that.
on marriage, on gender roles, on the role of a man
Still
and a woman
waiting
in
for the belief
relationships.
delineation. What is it?
Okay. What?
Waiting for that delineation from feminism. What is it?
He's asking you how you deviate from that.
How do I deviate from feminism?
Yeah.
Okay, well, I believe that, women should be mothers and prioritize a motherhood role over a career, and that's one thing I think that feminists would probably disagree with.
Okay, but you would also agree that there's many feminists who would agree that that's just fine if mothers want to prioritize that.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, so what actually delineates your ideology from the feminist ideology of egalitarianism?
That women should submit to their husbands.
That women should submit to their husbands. Okay, and are
If
they...
their husbands submit to first to God.
Okay. So maybe there's, if that's true, and we'll get into that next. Now this is more interesting. So when you say submission, what do you mean?
They should submit to their husbands.
What does that mean?
Like, they should trust their husband's judgment in the home, and basically, to a certain degree, they should trust his judgment and allow him to make some of the decisions. But I think that it kind of becomes one of the things where it's not that the woman doesn't have a say, but it's that they should submit to the husband.
What if
because
he
knows
says, no, you have no say?
Well, I guess the thing you'd have to think about is his decision making in line with with what God says and what the Bible says.
Well, the Bible says to submit
If
to him.
it's something that would
That's
be,
what it says,
Well,
right?
well, here's an example. If your husband said that you should go and say do it on OnlyFans, right? Would you say that a woman should submit to that?
Well, that wouldn't be an actual Christian marriage at that point, right?
Right. So at that point, he would be
But if you're in
deviating
a
from
Christian,
what God's law
if you're
is.
in
So
a
a woman
Christian
should
marriage,
not, in that case,
yeah. If you're in a
submit.
Christian marriage, though, he's a Christian, you're a Christian.
Right.
He's not going to be asking you to do OnlyFans.
Right.
Okay, so should you submit even if he?
As long as what he's saying is in
this.
line with God,
Well,
yes,
let's say he
absolutely.
says-
And with the Bible, with teaching.
Let's say he says something like this. Let's say he comes to you, and you guys are discussing finances, and he goes, actually, we're just going to do everything this way, and I don't give a shit what you have to say about it. And I'm emptying out your account tomorrow, and I'm going to do what I want with the money, and you need to just deal with it. Are you going to just shut up and take that?
I already let my husband do what he wants with my account. So.
Right now, do you have your own account?
It's a joint. He's on it, and he does whatever he wants to it.
Okay, well, maybe there's a slight deviation then, which is that you'll allow for some sort of submission.
Yeah, allow for him to look at my phone. I look at his phone. I can do. He can do whatever he wants on my accounts.
Do you think that women should be forced to submit in marriage?
I think that women should always be able to some degree, have the right to choose and have a right of consent. Basically, a man shouldn't be able to force himself on a woman.
Yeah, of course not.
A man shouldn't be like, basically, if a man's like, I want to have, tonight, and she's like, no, she has a right to say no, right? She has a right to choose.
Do you believe that there's implied consent in a marriage?
What do you mean? Like
your husband rolls over in the morning and you're still asleep and he plows you.
Fuck.
Were you essayed?
No.
No.
But if you,
So
but
there's
if
an
you
implied
were saying,
consent?
If legally, there's already implied
yes,
consent.
in the law.
if you were saying no, stop, then I would say that it was rape.
Okay.
As soon as the woman, it's implied consent. As soon as a woman says no, it's no longer consent, right?
Okay.
Can I just ask, how do y'all's view of feminism influence your expectations for dating and marriage and all that sort of stuff?
Also, I'll
like
end.
that
I'll end.
question.
I'll
You
end.
know, that.
so I'll
I
tie
think
this one up
wait,
with
really
this.
quick. I'm not going to let you get away with it because you called me a feminist.
You are a feminist.
How am I a feminist?
Yeah, because the only thing that you could come up with,
ridiculous.
the only thing that you could
Okay.
come up with, and by the way, feminists
You can't just make
also
blanket claims
also
like that.
feminists who make claims that they're Christians will also make a claim for submission. They'll say, "I'll do it within the
That's
context
not
of
true.
religiosity," but when it comes to society itself, you want to see the egalitarian movement of men and women, and you've said it over and over
I
and
didn't say
over
that.
and over.
I did not say that.
Okay, well then give me a deviation, which is not personal, but is a societal prescription.
A societal prescription. Okay, here's what I'll say. I would say that my belief set as far as relationships go is very traditional in that I totally believe in the dynamics of the man fulfilling the male role, the woman fulfilling the female role, and those being very defined in that.
But feminists
what
can
I would
believe that
say-
too. It has nothing to do with an egalitarian prescription for society. What sorts of things do you think, as far as egalitarianism in society, would you move away from when it comes to men and women under the law or under any type of social patriarchy? Like, here's a good example. Do you support a patriarchy?
Yes,
Yes?
to a certain degree, yeah.
What does that mean, though? A certain degree.
I believe that men should be allowed to be masculine and fully embrace their
patriarchy means
masculinity.
men are in charge.
I believe in traditional roles.
Yeah.
Patriarchy
Patriarchy means
chivalry.
Patriarchy means the father, right? Mm-hmm. Men are in charge.
Yes.
That's what it means. So if
Right.
men are in charge and women can't be in charge, is that okay with you?
I don't think that that's how it naturally happens in the nuclear family unit, though, to a certain degree, because women do have say in matter. They do have a say in matters. It's not that a woman never has a say in any matter.
Do you think a woman should be able to be president? I feel like that's kind of what he's asking. President, or just a large leadership role, something like that, right?
Is that what you're asking?
Are you saying that all women? This is my question. Are you saying that all
he's
women?
asking legally what
Right.
we can't do that men can.
My question is, so you're saying, okay, so not only should women not vote, but they shouldn't be able to hold any type of a job. They
didn't
shouldn't
say
be
a
able to
job.
hold any political positions.
Political positions, no.
Okay, so why would they be expected to work and provide, which is a role that a male is supposed to perform for his family, but not be able to vote?
We don't expect them to work inside of a patriarchal system.
Okay, so you're saying the women should be allowed to work, though?
They should be allowed to work. That doesn't mean that they should have to work.
Okay, so how is that not a feminist belief then?
How is that a feminist belief? Because I'm telling you that I endorse a patriarchal system. Patriarchal systems traditionally have protected women.
If women are working, though, wouldn't that be considered the
they
job
can
of the man?
work. There could be interests that they have. Or they might need a little part-time cash or something like this. But if you contracted 50% of the workforce, which would be female tomorrow, wages would fucking skyrocket, and I guarantee you men would be making a lot more money. So the question becomes, if you're inside of a patriarchal system, the patriarchy itself is in charge. Women can't hold political office at all. They say, no, you're not allowed to hold political office, which was the tradition of the United States. No, you're not allowed to vote, which was the tradition of the United States. What's your problem with that?
Well, you realize that the United States is a corporation, right?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not. That's some
Yes, it
sovereign
is.
citizen
No,
bullshit.
it actually is a corporation.
No, it's not a corporation.
It is a corporation.
What type of corporation?
It is a corporation.
What type of corporation? Is it an S corp? Is it an S corporation?
Oh gosh. Okay, so what I'm getting at here is, so women should be able to work and fulfill roles at corporations and at jobs, but they shouldn't be able to.
I said can,
They
not
shouldn't
should.
be able to fulfill a political role in office.
Can is different than should. You realize this, right?
So
if I say should, that means ought to do. If I say can, means capable of. So yes, women should be capable of working and should be able to work if they choose to work. It doesn't mean they should work. There's a distinction between those two words. When you're living inside of a patriarchal society, what would your actual problem with a patriarchal society be, or do you have none?
my actual deviation would just be more along the lines of traditional nuclear family roles.
Why would that not exist inside of a patriarchal
Because that's
system?
not what we're seeing today. We're seeing the feminist movement of today. We're seeing women pushing for, young girls to never get married, to just stay sexually promiscuous and just go get a job in gender studies.
I thought you said we live in a benevolent patriarchy where you guys allow us to vote. Yes, you did.
I said the best thing about a benevolent patriarchy is that they don't use the enforcement arm to oppress you.
Saying the best thing about something implies that it exists.
I'll get back to you.
You just told me stop talking in the middle of my conversation
until I finish this. Anyway, go ahead.
By 19-year-olds.
Oh my gosh. This is ridiculous.
Here, let's move on. We got to move on, guys. We got other things to talk about. Let me do some of the chats that came in. Actually, before we do that, though, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you have one. Twitch.tv/whatever. Guys, we're trying to get to Pwned. Look at all these. Oh my God, the Blazing Rose. Thank you for the follow. Matt Ballard. Thank you for the follow. Guys, drop us a follow on Twitch, twitch.tv/whatever. And also, if you have a Prime sub, a little Prime sub in the chat, if you can. Upgrade. Thank you for the Tier 1. Alarino, thank you for the Prime. Rom, thank you for the Prime. Thank you, everybody else, for those follows. Picard, thank you for the Prime. Thank you for all the follows and the Primes. Appreciate it, guys. And then, guys, YouTube.com/whatever second. Guys, we're less than 1,000 subscribers away from 1 million subscribers. Guys, tonight it's going to happen on this stream. We will cross the threshold. We will cross the event horizon. We will cross the point of no return. Wait, hold on. So go drop us a little subscribe on this channel, please. And Nick, next one. Next one. Guys, look at that. We're so close, boys. Get us there, boys.
Almost there.
We're so close. Okay, get us there, guys. Thank you.
Wait.
Do you
really want to have this engagement now that we're done with this one?
In just a sec. Kill of Serial, pick 6'2", 180K a year, fit 8-inch PP, but has a horrible world outlook, bad attitude in general. Hide that, Nick. 5'2", 30K a year, chubby, 4-inch PP, has a positive outlook and oozes confidence and swagger. So pick one of the two, and then why? Quick answers if you can, please go.
6'2", D1 babies.
Okay.
I don't even know what you just said.
The short one, so then I don't have a negative life 24/7 around me.
Dang, that's crazy. Neither.
No, you gotta pick one.
No, I like neither. God is not in the equation of either of those.
You gotta.
I can't. I wouldn't.
God had somebody has a gun. Yo, Marcus, thank you for the 20 gifted memberships. Somebody has
a gun to my head.
An AK-47. A bazooka. Dude, he's got a bazooka to your head.
Mm-hmm. I'm dying with honor.
Okay, what about your whole family? And you got to pick one, otherwise your whole family gets wiped out.
I mean, if I pick one, they're going to die anyway.
You wouldn't do the sacrifice? You wouldn't do the sacrifice for your family?
I mean, if I picked one of those guys, my family would probably die anyway.
All right,
so.
all right, what about you?
Yeah, I'd probably pick the 6'2" guy because I'm tall.
Okay.
Shoot, I really don't know, and this is genuinely, I apologize. I agree with you, but I guess if we're going off of morals and whatnot, I would go with morally, but you know, looks are really, really nice, but I think morals just trump it just a little.
You pick the 5'2" guy.
Unfortunately, if you force me to choose, you know.
Okay, that's fine.
What's the question again?
Tall, rich, fit, large peen, horrible world outlook and bad attitude in general, or 5'2", 30K a year, chubby, 4-inch peen, but positive outlook and oozes confidence and swagger.
Ooh, the second one.
Okay.
Wait,
first guy.
The who one?
The first guy.
First guy?
The second guy.
Second guy?
Could I change my answer actually to the first guy? I'm sorry, I wasn't like totally.
Why? So why?
Well, just because I heard you reread it again, and I you know, didn't process fully.
What was it that made you switch?
I do think that there's a provider aspect as well to the first guy and everything.
That was the paycheck.
It's not even it's not even a paycheck, but like
6'2", he's fit.
We talked about
Huge peen.
Well, I think it's an aspect of taking care
It's
of
money.
himself, and that gives self assurance that already radiates confidence, and so I can respect a lot of those aspects, but
For shizzle.
Yeah.
All right, we have Rose. Given the implied consent stance scenarios that the man is asleep and the woman hops on, the man said the night before he wanted to conserve his seed. She keeps going despite his ask to stop. Is that essay?
Yes.
Quick answer on this.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, for the whole table, I guess. Yeah, okay, we'll go around the table.
I mean, if he said to stop, like, she should stop. But I mean, I don't know. If he said stop, she should stop.
Yeah.
yes.
Living underscore donated $200. Andrew, explain why you believe tone and delivery aren't important in debate. I understand it doesn't change the logic of your argument, but acting as though it doesn't matter is literally retarded.
The only reason that you think that is because it's women being made uncomfortable. If this was the tone with men, which would take all the time, you'd be in the audience fucking cheering me, like you probably already have. It's only because it's women being made uncomfortable, and that makes you a simp, sir.
No, he just understands that women don't understand things at a certain tone. Like,
It sounds like you understand it fine.
well, no, a lot of women though. I was raised by a single father.
All right, so
it's
you
different.
so
Like,
you're
and I
capable
don't
of rationality, just most
no,
women
and I
aren't.
still don't understand. A lot of times, if you approach a woman emotional or in a tone that
My
sounds
arguments aren't
emotional-
for you. It's for the thousands of people watching.
Yeah,
I
but-
don't care if I change your mind or not.
No, but the fact is, if you approach a conversation with a certain tone that is offensive to women, most of their brains turn off. It's
Good.
Like, but they're
It's
the ones
because-
that need to learn.
Well,
It's because-
they're not gonna listen. Do you think that there's anything that I can say to a woman who's a libertarian feminist to explain to her that she's actually a libertarian feminist and not a right-wing conservative, regardless of my fucking tone? No, there's nothing I could say.
Well, here's the thing. There's nothing I can say to a condescending asshole
You can.
to tell him I'm not a feminist and he'll
you
believe
can say it all you
So-
want, but
I mean, Jesus did it. I mean, Jesus showed love to people and with his words.
yeah,
as
and he
well,
called them
and
pit of vipers, and he called them Pharisees, and he ran them out of temple after he
he
fashioned a
didn't talk
whip.
to women like that.
How do you
Yes.
know what he talked to women like?
what
You mean
we
when he
saw in
told
the
a woman
Bible's
to
examples, we didn't see that.
listen.
I don't
Moving
see
back,
how you're convincing.
Jesus
Is anyone
didn't
here at
talk to
this
women in
table
a mean way.
convinced
I don't
by
care if I
you?
convince
Like,
you. It's not
you're
for you. My
convincing anyone.
arguments
About
aren't to
convincing,
convince
it's
you.
about-
They're to refute your arguments.
I like the way that he speaks. I feel like it gives me more leeway to be meaner back.
Good.
When it comes to arguing.
And that's
Yeah.
By the way, that's also
But
part of
that's why it
entertainment.
is a problem, though, because I
That's part of
understand that
entertainment.
I'm a very masculine woman because of, no dad. So I'm very comfortable with acting that way. However,
Good.
lots of other women, like she has just said, are scared of retaliation from men and are scared of talking to men in a similar tone
It's
if
not
that tone is taken
So they're
up
afraid
against
I'm
them.
gonna-
It's
Wait,
not.
wait.
What I said has
Not
nothing to do with
You think
feelings.
you,
But, like,
you think they think
disrespect?
I'm gonna go beat them up?
No.
Like, what are you
no,
talking
but
about?
No. But over time, that's kind of something that's naturally ingrained in you. It's like I said with the male gaze. Maybe you're not going to beat me up, but like 200 years ago, you would have stoned me to death, and that tends to travel over decades. And
It does.
Societally, we
Your
tend
ancestor
to know.
maybe possibly getting stoned to death 1,000 years ago means something
You
to
know
you
that's
now.
not my
Generational
point.
trauma.
No, I don't know
that's
what
not my
that.
point.
That's not your
My
point. That
is
was the point you just
My point
made.
is that in general, women
No.
are less likely to talk back.
The
to
thing,
men.
My point
here's the
is,
thing.
why would a man speak to
Most
a
women.
wage
Here's the
knowing
truth.
that
Most
she's
Women are
women
less
are
likely to insult a
never.
man.
Most women are never made to feel uncomfortable
That's
by a
my
man,
question.
and so when they are, a lot of women panic and freak the fuck
Yeah,
out.
exactly.
But
Whereas a
lot
man in that
of
situation would
men-
attack back.
A lot of men
I mean, a lot of the men on
also
the podcast
panic
wouldn't
and
speak
freak
like this
out.
if their
But
father
I don't
was
understand if the feminist egalitarian belief is that we're fucking equal and interchangeable widgets, then be uncomfortable.
That's
be
what
made
I'm doing.
uncomfortable.
If we're
That's what
not
I'm doing.
equal,
I'm saying I'm
And you're the
disagree
only
with
part of
respect.
this that's been entertaining so far.
I think that
That's
you kind of represent like what is the polar opposite to the feminists in a opposite end of the spectrum, where
Good.
the feminists represent a very radicalized, toxic version of femininity, and what you're representing is
It's
a very
toxic masculinity.
No,
Go
a
ahead.
Go
ahead.
Radicalized. No, I'm not going to say that. No.
Yes, you were.
No, you are representing a very radicalized version of what it is to be a man,
If I'm on-
and you are speaking in such a way that is very condescending.
If I'm on the extreme end of toxic femininity, that would make it what? Finish the sentence for me. Toxic masculinity, right? If that's the extreme end to the toxic feminist, wouldn't that be toxic masculinity?
What you're essentially espousing here are, what I'm getting at is very radical beliefs.
No, they're not
that
radical
aren't
beliefs.
in line.
What makes them radical?
They're not in the middle, and they're not in line.
Is the
with
only
the
thing
center.
that makes a
and
thing-
most people's belief sets are you would say the majority of the population's belief sets are going to be in that center range, and then you have some of the people who are like super ultra radical on both
What do
sides
you
of the
say
argument.
about people
but
who
I would say
say-
that they're both toxic.
Yeah, what do you-
Andrew, may
and
I
they end
please
up
ask
being
you a
both
question?
toxic to the nuclear family.
Yeah. What do you think that? Do you think that people who call Alex Jones's beliefs radical are correct?
Probably. I want to hear Eden's question.
And no, I want an answer to mine. Do you think that people who call Alex Jones's beliefs radical are
We're
correct?
not talking about Alex Jones.
The reason I bring Alex Jones up and his beliefs and whether or not they're radical is because there's millions upon millions of people who say that they're radical beliefs. Are they wrong? And just calling something radical, by the way, leftist tactic, just calling my beliefs radical without refuting them.
I can refute it.
Then refute them.
I'm trying to explain right now is there's more centric beliefs, and then there's beliefs that you would see on opposite sides of
an
a
argument ad
spectrum.
populum.
An opposite side of a spectrum.
That's an argument ad populum.
But what I would say is that both sides, when you're way too much on this crazy deranged I hate men spectrum versus this other very degrading I hate women spectrum.
Don't hate women. Where did you ever come up with that?
Well, you're saying women shouldn't be able to vote.
Why does that mean that you hate them?
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
Do you think felons should be able to vote?
The way you
Do you
talk
think
to
felons
women-
should be able to vote?
Listen, you're talking about.
Does that mean you hate them?
You're talking about the questions you're pointing at. All the women on this table here are very much about your values based on your looks.
That's right.
Rate yourself
No.
1 to 10.
Those aren't even my questions.
And then
those are
you
my
shouldn't
questions.
be able
Those
to
are his
vote.
questions.
Those are my questions.
You shouldn't be able to have a
Andrew's
say.
a feminist.
I don't know where he
government.
came
You
up with the
shouldn't
idea.
be able to have a role
I
in
don't give a
government.
shit how any of you look. I'm just here for the arguments. I could give a fuck less.
He doesn't give a fuck.
I don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
so why was it such a big issue to try to essentially
Because you took
ask
a
us about our
position that I
numbers?
found absurd, so I argued
Okay.
it.
And can I ask
That's
you?
fine, but here's the problem with when you
Do you think
have
when I
the
do debates with
females-
women, I come out and go, now how would you rate yourself? I don't give a fuck how they look. I'm
doesn't
here
care.
to do a debate.
I feel like you guys are talking in circles. Can she ask her question?
Yeah,
Yeah,
but
go
I
ahead.
feel like we're gonna finish the argument real quick. Hang on. So back to
not
this.
gonna
We're almost done.
Do you believe in democracy?
No.
Can we take a vote?
Can we get back to this?
I would say not
An
believing in the
argument-
Constitution
an
in
argument
the United
ad-
States is kind of radical.
An
but
argument ad populum.
me.
What was in the Constitution that we had slavery? Did you believe in the Constitution then?
I've always believed in the Constitution.
Except for the.
I didn't
Did you
believe
believe
in
in the
slavery.
slavery? Oh, you didn't. So you don't believe in the Constitution.
Well.
Oh, you didn't believe in the Constitution.
So you believed in slavery?
No, of course not.
Okay.
But you're making the argument to me. I don't believe in the Constitution. When
Well,
I
you
put it right
said
back
that.
on you, neither do you. So who cares?
Okay. Thank you. So, I wanted to ask you. So
I do believe in the Constitution, by the way. Sorry.
Just as
No,
it's
it's
written
okay.
right now. It's perfect right now.
Yes.
Like,
Go ahead.
for instance,
Don't let him interrupt you.
yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I just wanted to ask this, and I wanted to come at this from a Christian perspective because I'm genuinely really curious. I'm not trying to like back you into a corner or anything. I'm genuinely curious. So a lot of times on this show, I've seen a lot of girls who claim to be Christian. They come on here and they're like, oh yeah, you know, I'm on OF or I'm doing X, Y, and Z thing, and you know, you or someone else points out, well, that's kind of conflicting, right?
Sure.
So do you think that sometimes that your delivery can be kind of conflicting with Christian values? I know that Jesus
yeah,
flipped the
that's what I
tables
was
and
saying.
everything, but I think there is a time and a place, and I think there is a way to conduct yourself. And I know that being polite, you know, it's and debates don't really go together a lot of times.
Would you be
but
nice to a Satanist?
yes, of course.
And would you be nice to Satan?
That's
love
a
the
grand
sinner
question.
and hate the sin.
Love the sinner and hate the sin.
There
That's
is a
nowhere in
certain
the
way-
Bible. You just made it up.
No, that is in the
Where?
Bible. That is in the Bible.
Where?
Well,
In chapter, you just made it the fuck up?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, you did.
Earlier you
Okay.
said.
Wait,
Wait,
Go ahead,
I have
pull it
something
up.
to say.
Pull it up. Let's find out if you're right.
I mean, I don't have my.
I
phone
would-
right
Andrew-
now,
No,
so I
we'll
can't.
pull it up.
Andrew, please.
What's it
Earlier
called?
you said
Chapter,
that.
You just made it the fuck. Is that what
That's
should we
Yeah,
do?
crazy.
chapter, you just made it the fuck
Andrew,
up.
earlier you said that patriarchies have historically protected women. Can you cite something for me, or chat? Did you just make that the fuck up?
Yes, I can. Actually, here's a great example of it. Have you ever heard of the Byzantine Empire?
Yes.
Who ran it?
Constantine.
Okay, great.
Bitch.
Constantine. Did Constantine put in a code?
Hold on.
Probably put up a law.
Can we not do name calling? Let's not do name
Did Constantine put in a code?
Oh, but he can call me
I was gonna say he can belittle.
Yeah.
What was it?
Nobody.
Probably there was
runs
probably
the
something
show.
about not raping women, but they probably still raped the shit out of all the
Oh,
women.
they probably did, huh? Based on you just made it up. Based on I just
sorry.
made it the fuck up.
Yeah,
like you do everything.
Yeah, but you don't have evidence for your point either.
I do have evidence. We just agreed
What's the law?
Constantine
What's the law
put
that he made?
in
What was the
a
law?
code. So
What was the code?
so here, Constantine, after he took or converted over, inside of the Byzantine Empire, yes, of course, there was a doctrine that women were to be protected. And the reason that this happened is because one of the great assets when it comes to wartime is to make sure that your women are
Can you
protected.
tell me the
because-
specific tenets
no,
of
I
the
don't need to
doctrine?
give you
Yeah.
the specific code to note that there is one.
Oh, so it's the you made that shit up chapter?
That's a genetic, what you're making right now is a genetic
I'm using the
fallacy.
same fallacy that you've been using on
What's-
all of us,
what's
which is show me the
fallacious?
exact evidence. Show me the exact
Nope.
date, time, whatever.
When did I say that? On an exacting, when it wasn't the position that you
You
postulated.
said that patriarchies have historically protected women.
And I just gave an
is
example that
false.
you agreed with.
Okay, but that is false in more cases than it
Then
is
give me a
correct.
case where it's false and we'll argue it.
I hate it so much.
It's okay, we don't have to argue.
No, we do. Give me a case
I
and
would
we'll
like
argue
someone
it.
else to be
Give
able
me
to
a case and we'll argue it.
Like I said, because
you
keep
don't
bringing up
fucking know
specific
one.
Cases.
You don't know one.
But yeah,
Yeah,
mean,
but yeah, that's
yours-
right.
yours is
Do you
wrong
want to
or
know
whatever.
why? Do you want to know why? Like, this is the absurdity of what you're arguing.
Okay.
Women should relinquish their rights to what a man like you, who is going to treat them in a belittling way, condescending way, and kind of an authoritarian way. I mean, you're not really
You don't like
convincing.
authoritarianism? I thought you just said you should submit to your husband.
You are not convincing people.
Isn't
women.
your husband an authority if you submit to him?
I don't think he's trying to. You're not trying to
It's
convince.
saying it doesn't say men should force women to submit. It says
I didn't
women
say women should be forced to
willingly
submit.
submit.
Then if they gave
To
up
their
their
men.
right to vote, wouldn't they be willingly be submitting to men?
Can't somebody just get their
Well,
point across without
the
being
woman
interjected?
wouldn't have
like at least respectful
listen,
conversation.
It wouldn't be willful if the woman didn't have a choice. And you're saying taking the
If
choice
women,
away
if
from her.
women gave up their right to
No,
vote tomorrow, wouldn't that be
it's not
submission?
it's not willful if you take away her choice, is it?
So here's the thing. It's interesting.
So that's not willful.
I think it's okay to take choice away from people, especially in various circumstances where they don't need to have the choice to begin with. For instance, I think it's okay to take away your choice to do heroin. I think it's okay to take away your right to do an abortion. I think it's okay to take away all sorts of values
What
that
about your
you
right
might
to
have.
smoke cigarettes?
What about it?
You'd be chill if the government took that away.
I think that there is a position when it comes to authoritarianism where if there was such a greater good that was served, if the only way I could get rid of heroin and abortion was to also get rid of the cigarettes, sure. But does cigarettes do the same amount of fucking damage that you see inside of society that you see from OnlyFans and these various things? No.
A weakness
Here's,
is a weakness.
No.
Yes, it
it's
is.
not. Oh, is it?
A weakness.
I think more people die from cigarettes than
eating-
OnlyFans.
Their death itself is not the pushing of the decadence of society.
Neither is
it's
the death of an
reliance.
aborted
People-
baby.
Almost
An
everybody.
inability
Yes,
to be
that
able to
would
mitigate
move
problems in real
towards the
time.
decadence of society.
How about we go around the table and ask
So if
ask
you
the
are-
women here if they would be willing to date a man like Andrew?
I hope the answer is no, and that you would go get a great stud who
Let's
was
go
awesome.
ahead. Go ahead. My answer is no.
I feel like
Never.
Renee's kind of
just out
down,
of
to be
curiosity, real
honest.
quick.
Never.
No.
Can I ask you a question?
Like, I
No.
think Renee's kind of.
I would hope that the
not
answer
gonna
is no, and you would go for a stud. Great. Everybody says no. What does that have to do with anything?
Real quick.
It actually would
Can
be
I
your
ask you something though?
personality.
Because I've been dying to know. I just want to know,
my God.
out of curiosity, do you think that things have gotten better in this country since women got the right to vote? The direction of society.
Okay, I don't think that it's fair to use women as the scapegoat for all
I'm
the
not saying,
problems
I'm
in our
just
country.
asking you.
I
They'll
could
never
actually-
answer your
Listen,
question.
I could point to no. I could actually point to the exact reason why things in our society are going wrong.
pill.
And the number one, no.
Is it the pill?
Actually, I'm gonna go a little bit deeper with that, and I'm gonna talk about the large investment hedge funds like BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street Capital.
Okay.
Many of the large funds that are investing in eugenics programs in our country, investing in the destruction of the nuclear family. I'm going to go with those. And I mean, I would guess, I'm just guessing the majority of the board members and the shareholders on those hedge funds are mostly males. I would just guess.
Don't most women though vote Democratic?
But
Yes.
no, she.
No,
What does that have to do with
What I'm
men
getting at,
or
what
just-
are,
I'm asking. I'm
why
not
and why do you
all
think
men
that
asking
is?
this
Why do you
question.
think that is? Because of what they're seeing
That
on
was a based
TV.
anti-capitalist take.
No. It's
A
not
little bit.
anti-capitalistic. It's not anti-capitalistic. No, because those big hedge funds, if anything, they're destroying mom and pop businesses and small businesses.
Rip.
So
But they exist
yes,
because of the unfettered
Yes, because of
multiplication.
monopolies. No, because of monopolies. Because they allow these big giant corporations. How many of these big corporations had to shut down during the lockdowns? Walmart was open, all the big chains were open, but the small mom and pops, they all had to close their doors and they all suffered because of it. What I'm getting at is your question was,
Yeah, you think that
women
there would have been mass
are voting
mandates if
Democrat.
women weren't out there
Why do you think
screaming
the
with their
women are
fucking
voting
little
Democrat?
signs? Yeah, right.
No, I would say the women are mostly voting Democrat because of what they're seeing in music, media,
The music.
Hollywood,
Cardi B.
the mainstream media, Cardi B, right? All those things.
Cardi B.
So they can
And
be
what is-
influenced
Taylor
by
Swift.
brainwashing.
Yes.
You
Yes.
think,
They're
wait,
brainwashed.
I have a question.
Cardi
that
B
what
is
you're kind of talking about?
brainwashing.
I have a
What
question.
I would say is
Brainwashing
The most
women.
influential
majority-
sector,
Cardi B.
by the way.
irony-
Brainwashing.
Wait,
Hold on.
you
Duh.
think that women
And then they're
create
Let me finish.
feminism
Brainwashed.
and
Okay, I
outmastered
could finish
men
here.
in a game of chess?
I could.
You think
I don't
that
know
would
how
be
that. I
stated.
didn't say that at all.
No.
Let's
But
keep
Listen,
this PG-13.
Hold on,
okay?
I'm keeping it. Let me finish here.
I don't know, you're talking about let me
the
finish.
majority of the
This is
reason our nation is
unacceptable to
going
do
to
during a
hell in a
podcast.
handbasket is because of what people are consuming from these mainstream media outlets, entertainment, Hollywood, so on
Sure.
and so forth, and a lot of those big corporate interests, those big companies. They are large in part owned by men.
Let's
I
talk
like
about
men.
dating.
but what I will
Let's
say
talk
is
about dating.
You
We've
can't,
got to
please,
talk
you
about
can't
dating.
blame it all on women.
We gotta talk about
because
dating.
women are
Well,
being
Then
influenced
just
by what they
answer
see on
the simple
TV.
question that she asked then. Simple, super
Okay.
simple. If women were not able to vote, would any of that be happening? That's her question.
Cool.
Problem, reaction,
we're
solution.
gonna move on.
Hegelian dialectic.
men created
Correlation is not
Creating
causation.
the problem
Fashizzle.
to create the reaction
Cool.
to create the solution.
I got a chat to read.
Well, can you name a causation that has no correlation?
Let's just move.
Super
We're gonna
weird.
move on. We're gonna move on.
What? What has a cause with no
Grid 1
correlatory?
Motorsports donated $200. Rhino girl, please stop until you can speak in something other than talking points. You obviously are a lukewarm conservative at best, and lack faith in the Lord. Get help, be better. You can change.
I'm not a rhino.
For shizzle. Okay. Thank you, Grid One. Good to see you in the chat. We have David Treziak coming in here in just a sec. Thank you, man. Thank you, Grid One. What's your name? Who's your daddy? Is he rich like me? Has he taken any time to show you what you need to live? Tell it to me slowly. Zombies bomb. Love debate. Renee, you're out of frame. Just FYI. Okay. Thank you, man.
You know that's
Appreciate
a
it.
song, right?
It sounded like it was
Yeah.
lyrics or something. We have the great FB. So you're saying that Andrew should let women be mean to him and be soft and weak because he is a Christian. You thought since he was a Christian, you can use him as a punching bag. That says more about you than Andrew, who Christianity is not a pacifist religion, I think he meant to say.
May I please respond to this?
Quickly, please.
Okay, so I would never ever want to use Andrew as a punching bag. I like a lot of his points actually, and the point I was making is I don't think anyone should be used as a punching bag, and the difference between Satan and people who are maybe Satanist is because they're still people, they're still human beings, and there's room to change. And I think if we treat people as if there's no room to change or room to grow, it's condemning, and it doesn't give the people the option to change.
All right.
Sorry.
VV, the principles of love the sinner, but hate the sin is backed by Scripture. That specific quote
Thank you,
is not in the Bible. However, see Matthew 5:43-44 and 6:14-15. What's difficult is that often our modern worlds confuse love with excusing or ignoring degenerate behavior.
Right. So
quick, please, if you can.
The point here is to give pushback. That is the point of me being here, is to give pushback to your ideologies. Yes, it's not always going to be nice. Yes, it's going to sound like I'm being mean. Yes, it's going to sound like all of this. That's my purpose is not here to be nice and kind and fill your ass with smoke. My purpose is here to destroy your ideology, mangle it the worst way I possibly can, and basically drub it through the street, tar and feather it. That's the point of me being here. It wouldn't matter if all of you were men, gone into the same room with them, don't care. Means nothing to me. I'm just here for the worldviews.
Awesome.
Mr. Travolta with the 100 British pounds, I think. First girl is very thoughtful. I don't agree with anything she says, but she's very thoughtful. eloquent and knows when to be quiet. And the first girl?
Her.
I have a name, you know.
Eloquent and knows when to be quiet and listen. Okay. Those aren't traits of a typical feminist. Andrew's just triggered because she doesn't believe in God. There's no proof that God exists.
I don't care if she believes in God or not.
He doesn't.
I don't know. Mr. Travolta said you did. Have some faith.
Okay. You know what? You guys should also do a debate.
Oh my God.
A debate on Thursday and Friday. That would be interesting.
With no interruptions? Man, that'd be wonderful.
Yeah, we'll try our best. Okay, so before we get back into some dating-related stuff, these are always interesting questions that are, because generally speaking, are men physically stronger than women? Are men stronger than women?
Yes.
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 Generally speaking, yeah.
Yes.
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 Okay, just me and Andrew have encountered a couple a few times that disagree, and that's always an interesting convo. Can you be sexist towards men?
Okay.
This is related to our feminism conversation, but go ahead.
I have a general view that, like the feminist thing, you guys know, I think like society is sexist, and we have like this internalized sexist view of ourselves, that causes us
when
to
you say
like,
society,
negatively impact. I'm saying,
but when you say society is sexist, towards who?
Towards females. It's
in totality.
It's not okay. It's not sexist towards females, and it discriminates from what they can or can't do. But
okay.
There is an inherent sexism, weaved into the thread of our existence on this planet just by the nature of our gender roles and what is expected from each of us.
Wait.
It's like the Christian thing, but my argument's maybe that has like some negative impacts.
Okay, so let's back up.
But
maybe
you can say
something.
You can say something sexist to a man, in my opinion, but because it's like, can you be racist towards a black person? Well, I mean, yes. I meant a white person, sorry. Can you be racist towards a white person? Yes, you can be racist towards a white person, but it's not the same as the societal oppression that black people as a race have experienced and women as a gender have experienced. That's my answer.
Okay. So...
Yes, you can be sexist towards a man.
Well, when you say men, you're talking about on an individual level, but can you be sexist more broadly speaking towards men?
I think I could meet a girl out there who could do it. Who could... I think it would have to be a very strong girl. I don't know. This is kind of a weird answer.
I can't wait to get into this as soon as he's done going around the table.
Misandry and sexism are different. I think that's a misandrist.
Well,
that's
hold on.
not
There's
like a
misandry
sexist.
and there's misogyny. Those are the two counter terms.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have sexism, which could be be sexist towards men, sexist towards women.
Just works on both ends.
I'm saying she just hates men, because I'd say sexism is more of an act taken to discriminate against someone versus one is just a distaste. Like a misandrist is someone who just generally hates men, and someone who is sexist towards men would do things to decrease their opportunities in the future.
So are you saying you can be sexist towards men?
Yeah. I guess. I don't know. It's a really roundabout way of answering. I think that it's hard to be sexist towards a man, and lots of women do not do it. It's not common for women to be sexist towards men.
It's
and
not?
You're defining sexism as?
Like I said, it's inhibiting someone's progression in life. So I don't mean like they're saying oh, you're ugly because...
Back up. Sexism is what now?
Let's say a woman is the CEO of a company and she's interviewing a man and a woman for a job, and she hires the woman purely on the basis that she's a woman. I would say that's sexism. Now, misandry would be if a girl walks around and says, fuck you, in every guy's face that she meets, you're broke and you're ugly, because she just hates men. That's not inhibiting their personal growth. It's just she hates men.
Okay.
So I'm saying it's harder to enact sexism against men in society. However, it's still possible. Whereas misandry is way more possible and easy. I've met a lot of misandrists.
You mean because women are asking men for more shit? Essentially? They're asking for more things? More stuff?
No, I'm saying that you have to have power to oppress. So the woman would have to be in a position of power to commit a sexist act against a man.
So that means
it's harder.
Women are coming to men for more stuff. more
Dick
things.
Bick Energy donated
No.
$200.
So they're not going to
A
him for
father
jobs, they're not
snatches
going
his
to him for
child,
loans, they're not
saving
going
him
to him
from
for-
oncoming
No,
traffic.
women are going to men
The
for all those
suddenness
things.
of the movement
That's what I
is
just
scary.
said.
So too is Andrew and other uncomfortable truths. Love is often experienced as pain.
Thank you, Dig Bick Energy. Appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Anyway, I thought that's what you just said, though. Aren't we saying the same thing?
Okay, yeah, okay. Women have to do that. Women have to ask for men for more things because of historically, and like you said, like your own beliefs, you think that women should have to ask men for more things.
Yeah, okay, but that would have nothing to do with the other thing. So even if I thought...
What do you mean the other thing?
Even if I thought, and it was my belief, that all the things that you're saying should happen, that was what I actually believed, wouldn't make your descriptive claim that it is happening true. So I don't even know why you brought that up. It means nothing. But back to your descriptive claim itself, women are going... So your definition here, that's all I'm interested in, is that misandry only can exist if you're in power over a man.
No, sexism only exists if you're in power
And
over
then
a man.
misandry is just hatred towards men.
Yes.
Okay, so you're saying that women are not in positions to do that because they have no power over men.
Yes.
What about sexual power?
I'd say they have not that much sexual power over men either.
Really? Can men abort your kids for you? Seems like quite the power.
Actually, I don't think I would be performing my own abortion. I think a man would be performing
Yeah, I know, but
it.
who has to make the choice?
Me.
Yeah, you get to make the choice. So when it comes to sexual power, don't women have more sexual power than men do?
The question was whether or not I think that men
Yeah,
can
but
experience
then we
sexism.
got to your definition, and that's what we're going off of, is your definition of what is sexism.
Yes.
And you said, what sexism is, you have to be in a position of power
Yes.
in order to perform sexism.
Okay, so you're
So
saying...
if that's the case, women have sexual power, right?
So if a woman aborted her baby because her husband didn't, or not her husband, her boyfriend or whatever didn't want her
that's
to...
a huge amount of power.
You think that's an act of sexism?
Well, I'm saying by your definition, isn't that power?
Yeah.
Yeah, and isn't that being applied specifically to the opposite sex?
But it isn't an act of sexism because it wasn't on the basis of his gender, was it? It was
That's
just
how
she wanted to abort the baby.
That's actually how it was selected, was on the basis of his
No.
sex. Yeah, because otherwise he would have a say in the abortion, wouldn't he?
Well, they wouldn't have had a child because it would have been 2 women.
No. What I'm saying to you is that it's selected that he's not allowed to have a decision in it based on his sex.
Well, if he could become pregnant, then he could have a decision.
No,
that's a skill issue.
Wait, that's really a strange way to go about it. So, if he could become pregnant,
then it would be his personal
then
choice.
by your standard, I just want to make sure. So, if it's something which is inherent, if there's some type of like inherent distinction or inherent difference, then it doesn't fall in the realm of sexism.
What? I was saying if it's not on the basis of someone's gender or sex, then it's not sexism.
Okay,
And
but that would
her
be,
aborting a baby is not on the basis of the opposite person's gender or sex.
I don't understand.
It's just something that
Can
is
any
intrinsically part
man
of
make the
abortion process.
decision for a female to have an abortion or not?
They legally, I don't think so.
No.
Yeah.
So that seems like it's highly targeted towards a single sex then.
Yeah, but the women are the ones carrying the child.
Yeah, but
and not
why
the
is
men.
that the relevant thing here? That
Why
they're
are
the
you
ones
having
carrying
sex
the
with
children?
someone who wants abortions? Why are you having
Well,
sex
okay,
with
that's
someone
that
who
has
likes
nothing to do with anything.
You guys can move on. I think I made my
Wait,
point
I
pretty
do.
clear.
Yeah,
Let's
but-
get the answer from everybody.
Okay. All
What
right.
was the original question even?
Okay, can you be sexist towards men?
This whole little argument, I don't know at this point. I really don't know.
Well, hold on. Okay, can you be sexist towards women?
I mean, yeah.
Well, why is it that you can answer
Well,
affirmatively to that question, but not to the
Because
question?
just like how she said, like, can you be racist towards a white man? Like,
Well, okay, that I can get to that one later, but
but I mean, it's kind of like
fuck it,
the
let's
same
start
thing.
right now. Okay, starting with you, can you be racist?
We're gonna forget right where we were at though, but okay.
We'll come
that's
back.
fine.
Can you be racist towards white people?
You can yes, you can discriminate against them based on the color of their skin. However, like there's
Okay,
like
what's your definition of racism?
systematic disadvantages to a certain population or group based on their ethnic or national identity.
Okay.
I don't understand what's so painful about that.
So no, you can't be racist towards white people.
No, I said you can be racist towards them, but it'll never be in the same like
It won't be as
extent.
bad.
it's like you can commit an act of racism, but it's not like.
There's no. Okay.
Okay.
Is there?
It's like what I was saying with sexism. If the group that is perpetuating the action is not in power, then it doesn't make sense.
Can you be? Can Asian people be racist towards black people?
Yes.
Can black people be racist towards Asian people?
Yes, but less so.
That's interesting. Okay.
Because I'd say that the Black American experience is very unique, whereas Asian people who experience racism, a lot of them are immigrants
Can black people be
and not
racist towards Native
Everybody's
Americans?
experience is unique.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, Japanese Americans were in internment camps.
Yeah, I'm aware.
Okay.
Yeah. But what about that? Like.
Okay, here, let's get everybody's answers.
I'm saying that
Okay,
societally,
cool.
there's been a group
Yep,
that has experienced the most
cool.
racism.
Can you be racist towards white people?
The most?
Hold
Yes.
on. Go
In
ahead.
America.
Go ahead.
Yes, you can make racist remarks.
No. Can you be racist towards white people?
I don't know. This is like something that I really can't really speak on because I'm obviously just uneducated and I don't really want to put myself in that position.
Well,
I'm just like,
can you be racist towards Asian people?
yes, it happens every day.
Can you be racist towards black people?
It happens every day.
Can you be racist towards Latinos?
It happens every day.
Can you be racist towards Native Americans?
It happens every day. You're
Can you
asking
be
things that
racist?
happen
Can
all
you be
the time.
racist towards white people?
Like, I guess, yes, in a sense you can. You can be.
Why are you so quick to affirmatively answer all those other questions? But when it comes to
Because
racism towards white people, you're incapable of simply answering the question.
Because I don't know the white experience. I don't know.
Well, are you Latina?
Yes.
Are you Asian?
No.
Are you black?
No.
Are you Native American?
No.
So why were you able to answer on behalf of those other races?
Because it happens every day. I've seen it personally happen.
What if I told you racism happened against white people every day? Would that sway you?
Well, then
Is it
I can't
the
deny
frequency?
something that's a fact. If it's happening, then how can I deny it?
Okay, well then it's happening, so you don't deny it, right?
Okay, there
Okay,
you go.
great.
Okay. So can you be sexist towards men?
If it's happening, yes.
If I don't really understand that.
Like if that's what's going on and people are being sexist towards men, then yes. If people are belittling them, then yes. But at the same time, I do agree with her statement that like if you're the majority, it doesn't hit as hard. Yes,
men
it is
aren't
still
the majority.
It's still sexist, it's still racist, it's still whatever it may be, but it doesn't hit as hard if you are the majority.
Well, men
you have
aren't
the power.
majority. Oh, stay safe in the chat. Yo, thank you for the big raid, man. We're having a heated conversation about sexism and racism and... oh, yeah, really quick. Yo, I hope you had a good stream. Stay safe. Appreciate the raid. Guys, if you're coming over from Stay Safe, if you can, drop us a little follow in the chat. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Drop us a follow in the chat. If you have a Prime sub, drop us a follow. Not right now. Hope you had a good stream, man. I don't know if you did Sunken Temple today. Stay safe. He's playing World of Warcraft Classics, Season of Discovery. What a giga chat. Okay, really quick, one World of Warcraft related question for the table. Would you date a guy who played a male human warlock? Go ahead, Renee. Quick.
Yes.
Yes, I don't know.
No.
No, I'm confused.
No.
No.
Like he's playing Destruction Spec.
Oh, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, who cares?
Like he's like a Giga Chad pumper raider.
Yeah, no.
Like parses in the like 100.
You're not
99
speaking English
percentile.
to us right
Yeah,
now.
like I don't understand.
What about you?
I
Like
guess.
you down?
Sure.
Okay, cool.
But
Anyways,
yeah,
moving on.
Men can experience sexism.
Well, hold on, we'll get to you.
White people
Wait, so
can
okay.
experience racism.
I don't know if you fully gave your answer. Can you be sexist towards men?
Yes.
Wait, do you actually believe that though, or are you just kind of like, all right, move on?
I mean, why? Oh, yes, sure. Go on.
Wait, yeah, sure to the question I just asked you, or yeah, sure, you can be.
I mean,
racist
there's
with them?
no point in giving my opinion when you're just gonna go to the point that you want. You know what I mean?
So, what is your opinion? I won't even debate you. I'll hear your opinion and then I'll move on to the next person. I won't even debate you.
But I've already said that I don't know.
Okay, that's fine.
Grid 1 Motorsports donated $200.
Yeah, that's a good point.
White people are the minority in the world. Some of my ancestors came over as indentured servants. Do you know what that means? You kids' understanding of history and culture is pathetic.
Oh, some of my ancestors came over and... Well, the originating term of slave comes from...
Slavic.
White people were the OG slaves, I think. Anyways, Grid 1 Motorsports, thank you. Really quick, we're going to continue on this thread. Kyle Kelsey, dude, I don't know if you're still watching. I need to tell you something. Kyle, I mentioned this at the beginning of the show. You super chatted last show, I believe, or a show before. I think it was last show. Yeah, and I missed it. I'm very sorry. Normally we're very good with making sure we get every single Streamlabs message, every single super chat. We missed one of yours. If you want to DM me on Instagram at whatever, we will. If you want to just submit a message that I'll just treat as a super chat, we'll do that. I apologize, Kyle, that we missed your super chat last show. He says the annoying blondie and the annoying 19-year-old makes me want to turn on channel 1-9, listen to Mud Duck out in the desert, stay safe on those highways and byways. Okay. Thank you, Kyle Kelsey. Shoot me a DM on Instagram. We'll get it. We'll get you squared away. Okay. We'll get the rest of the super chats a little bit later on. So can you be sexist towards men?
For the sexist and racist question, I think answers both is yes.
Okay.
Yes.
To both?
Yes.
Yes to both.
Yes, obviously.
Yes.
Yes and yes.
Okay. All right. So Renee's a little bit of an outlier here with her answer.
Well, I'd say there's personal instances of racism and sexism, and there's, as a whole, generally in society, racism and sexism. They're phenomenons that we experience every day.
Let me ask you a question. So if there were hiring practices that are put in place by corporations that said to deprioritize white men in hiring and to hire people who are part of quote unquote minority groups, somehow women are included in, I don't know how that works, but to prioritize hiring women and hiring people of color, would that be evidence of racism or sexism against white men?
It goes against the Civil Rights Act, I believe, right? Or they're discriminating for employment.
But you are familiar with like DEI practices and affirmative action?
Yeah, DEI and affirmative action, but you can't do that.
Which deprioritizes hiring
but it's illegal.
White men.
It's illegal to not hire them on the basis of race.
Doesn't stop it from happening.
I would say that is an experience of racism.
Just to be clear, okay.
Daily Dreaming 88 donated $200. Nothing is ever a one-way street. Everyone can experience racism or sexism. You don't have to be white to realize this. You don't have to be a murderer to know murder is real or wrong. Happens to all.
Yo, Daily Dreaming, thank you, man. Appreciate your patronage. Well put. Wait, so you said, well, it's illegal. Well, isn't it illegal to pay men and women different wages?
Yeah.
So are you conceding like you don't believe in the wage gap then?
I believe in it. I'd never said that I didn't believe what you.
But I thought it's illegal.
Happened.
It's illegal, so it can't possibly happen.
Okay,
right?
It can still happen.
Okay.
Definitely, and I'm sure that there have been hiring practices against white people put into place for certain corporations, but for many other corporations, they exclusively hire people they already know.
So nepotism. What's that have to do with race?
It does, because people feel comfortable around their own race. Just like maybe an Asian company would only want to more so hire Asian employees, they feel comfortable around their own race.
My question is...
understand that. I'm just saying systematically over time, because white people have been in such a higher place of power, they've been able to do that and connect with their communities in a more comprehensive way than other races.
Why should we defer to the definition of racism being only institutional authority rather than defer to a definition of racism?
I didn't defer to either one. I acknowledged both of their existence, and I said
so if
I delineated one of them, and I conceded that the other one does exist.
Then if the other form of racism exists, aren't people just as capable, black, white, whatever, of being just as racist as the next person?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'll concede that. But I'm just saying I don't want that to be used to belittle or demean like how much more I think systematic oppression is impactful versus these one-off acts of discrimination. Although they are bad, and obviously I don't
but how do you
condone
quantify systemic oppression?
that. You don't have to quantify it. You can look at the historical examples. You can look at laws.
That would be quantifying it.
It would be quantifying if you looked at the data. There's statistics.
Yeah, so how would we quantify, and by what methodology would you use to quantify whether or not something was systemic racism or not?
That's not a quantifiable thing. You'd have to use qualitative and quantifiable
Okay,
factors.
what qualitative and quantitative factors would you use?
Well, you'd probably have to do some poll research.
But that would just be, if you're polling, that would just be asking people how they felt, essentially, right?
Yeah, but isn't that what we're all doing? Aren't you just asking me how I feel?
No, I'm asking you for your opinion, and if it's based around objective fact instead of feelings, in fact.
Oh, whoa. Facts over feelings. Well, I told you that both exist. I don't have a problem with admitting that.
So back to this. How would you go about trying to figure out how you would quantify what is systemic racism? Because, like, for instance, you'd have to...
It's not quantifiable.
It's not quantifiable. So
it's just something that we know happened historically.
It's just a feeling.
If you go to history classes,
well, if it's
or
not
quantifiable
quantifiable, right, and it's not empirical, then how is it anything other than a feeling?
You said the thing about the patriarchy protecting women earlier, and you brought up the example of the Byzantine Empire. Is that anything more than just a feeling? There's no quantifiable evidence in that.
Yeah, but I wasn't looking for something which was quantified then. We were giving an example.
I'm not looking at something that's quantified either. What unit would you even use to quantify systematic
racism? I'm asking you. It's your definition.
Yeah, okay, money, years incarcerated, that kind of thing. There you go.
So if you're just using years incarcerated, though.
Okay, here we go. Oh, higher crime rate. There you go.
And the problem with that is?
I just already know what argument you're going to make, so I don't know why you're talking with me.
I'm guessing you have a great counter for it.
What's the actual definition? Like, why aren't we pulling up actual definitions of words and then asking people's opinions
well,
instead of going on feelings?
People can come up with whatever definition for whatever thing they want.
So why not just pull up the real definition?
There's no such thing as a
real definition.
real
Do you think that slavery had zero lasting impact? Like, do you think they just, after Reconstruction, they just made that perfect?
I have to answer one question
Okay, but can you answer mine first?
As soon as I'm done answering
Can you answer mine first?
Just give me 1 second. Calm down, lady.
I'm just acting like he does. I mean, you wouldn't let her talk for like 5 minutes.
Because I was already in the middle of having a debate.
And we're in the middle of having a debate.
No, I was in the middle of having a debate with her. And you just went, But fine. My attention's all focused on you. What did you want?
I asked a question.
What was the question?
Low-key, I forgot.
Great. So back to this. Now that you forgot your question, just saying that anybody come up with a definition of anything. What makes this a cup? That's just agreed upon, or couldn't we call it bubble gum?
Oh, I remember my question.
I mean, but then that throws every argument that you've put on the table out the door this entire time.
No, not if a person comes up with a definition. They might have a definition which deviates from whatever you find in the dictionary.
There is 2 + 2 = 4.
Yes, I agree. Always.
So
but that's a metaphysical truth, not a socially constructed one.
Yeah, but what makes that a cup is metaphysical. It's physical. It's not social.
The glass is real. The beer inside the glass is real. What makes it a cup? What makes it that?
It's literally a cup, like it was made by a glass maker.
What makes it not a saucer?
Epistemology.
It's literally a cup. Like, I don't...
Right.
See, you can...
It's a cup because it's a cup?
No, but like, it's like explaining, how do you explain the word do?
No,
like,
it's not. It's not like that. We're just talking about definition. You make a definition.
Okay,
a person can make a definition for whatever they want. And
I don't care about opinion of a definition.
So how are you?
What is the literal definition?
Yeah, so you're just going to appeal to an authority, though, right?
No, because things are definitive. Like, this is blue. It's a cup.
What makes a social construction definitive?
Like, sometimes cylindrical object that can contain fluids.
I think my question is relevant.
That's a very stupid argument. Because at the end of the day, no, for real, it's trash. No disrespect. Well, that was disrespect. I'm sorry.
You think that? That definitions are objective?
No, like, a cup is a cup. And if you're going to ask somebody what their opinion of a cup is,
what makes it a cup?
Someone can't say, oh, well, it might be a cat. Like, what is the...
Okay, fine.
What is the definition of sexism?
I'll tell you
and
what
then
then.
let
If that's
people give their opinions based on their understanding. If they're going based on something that's in the clouds they don't even have any understanding of, this is a completely waste of a conversation.
Great. Okay.
Yeah, you have to define terms when you're going to have a discussion.
Then define chair.
I'm not here. We're not discussing chairs.
Define a chair.
About sexism.
Define a chair.
It's a stupid question.
A chair is literally an inanimate object that you can sit on.
Does it have to have 4 legs?
I mean, a chair can have 4 legs. It can have 3. It depends on the
Can have
structure
Well,
of the chair.
what makes it a cushion then, not a chair, or a couch versus a chair,
Look,
or
I'm
whatever?
not a cushion or a chair connoisseur. Okay, pull up the definition of a chair, and then we'll discuss what a chair is.
But what I'm saying
Tell
to
me
you,
what the
what makes
confines
the
of the
definition that you
conversation
pull up of the chair an authority on what a chair is? What makes the definition correct?
The inventor, I don't know.
The
Pull
inventor.
Up the guy who originally
So-
invented
so
chairs,
a guy-
and then we'll talk about what he made chairs to
So
be.
you're appealing to an authority, which is fallacious. That's
I'm a
my
woman.
point.
I appeal to authorities.
So you're just a walking fallacy?
No, I'm a woman, so I.
So you're just a walking fallacy? I just always appeal to authority when I
No.
make arguments?
No, there's right and there's wrong. 2 + 2 = 4. You can't just say,
Yes,
oh
but
well,
that's
someone
an objective
feels like
truth.
2 + 2 = 5. It's gonna equal 5. No, like you're
Oh,
sitting
man.
here asking questions. It's not a fair. Like you're asking a question. Can someone be sexist to men? Okay, I said yes. She said many things. At the end of the day, bring up the actual definition of what
makes
you,
that the definitive definition, other than appealing to the authority that it is?
Then give your definition.
That's
of
what she was doing. That's what I asked her to do, and you have a problem with it.
No, because it's not there. It's like a waste of a back and forth.
It's not
if
a
there's
waste.
no definitive yes or no. Like if you can't sit down and prove this is where I'm getting my ideology from, this is where I'm getting my standpoint from, then everyone's just sitting here talking about feelings and it's going in circles. It's like, bro, do you get headaches?
Cool. So the word cool. The word cool can mean cold, or it can mean awesome, or it can mean all sorts of different shit
Okay,
other
and
than the
context
word
matters.
cool. Yeah, but not just that. Definitions themselves. If you say, look, I only use this dictionary definition of this thing, fine, we can do that. But what if somebody has a different definition than what the dictionary is? What makes the dictionary
then pull that
right?
up and talk about it. Pull
What
up
makes the
different
dictionary
variations
right?
Pull up the different variations of
You're not
the
answering
actual
my
word.
question. You're just talking.
No, because you're saying what makes that right. Pull up the different variations of the word and then discuss the difference between them.
What makes
You
it?
have
What makes the
to-
dictionary
you need something
definition
to go
correct?
by.
Right.
You're going
You
in
have
the
to have
clouds right
definition.
A
now.
person coming up with their own definition, something to go by. So what makes the dictionary definition
You can't
correct?
say when I'm saying apple, I really mean orange, or you're not going to be able to actually
That's a
have
word
conversations.
concept fallacy. But if you were to say, I call this a laflipadoo, and I call this a doondoodle, and this is the apple, and this is the orange, we still know what we're talking about.
I think what's happening with a lot of the progressive ideology is they're actually redefining terms, and then when they're describing what they are describing as racism or sexism or whatever, they've actually tried to redefine it with their own new invented definition of
That's
what
true.
that is. And I think what
But they
Keisha's
can.
saying is, can you lay out what your
Show me
definition
how
is
2
so that
+ 2
she can
equals 4.
juxtapose
That's
it to
exactly
yours.
what we were doing when I asked her her definition.
asked-
That's
No,
literally
no,
what
no.
we were doing.
You asked her hers. Keisha's
Yes.
saying,
asking
can
hers.
you
I'm saying
tell
show
because
hers.
because
Pull it up and
because
show
we're
her.
going off of her.
He's not understanding it.
No, I'm not only am I
Can
understanding,
you say
I'll still man
yours
it.
so that we've heard hers?
Why
Can
would
you
my
say yours?
definition mean anything when we're asking a question about her belief?
We absolutely, because you're debating with her, so you should define what sexism is to you. She's defined it what is it to her, and then that would actually explain some of the miscommunications happening.
There's no miscommunication happening. Nobody was confused except you.
Actually, there is miscommunication because I think too
Because
many
you're
of
confused
the
and you're
progressives.
confused, but we were never confused.
Excuse me. Stop.
You're excused.
No, stop.
No, you stop.
The reason is
You're so fucking low IQ, I can barely
no,
talk to you.
here's
You don't
the
even
problem.
know what a definition is.
No,
It's just
here's the actual
insane.
problem. If you were to actually attack it at their definition,
That's
you could
the best
destroy
thing to
their
do.
argument
Yes.
immediately. Yeah,
That's
but the
why I asked her
problem
for the
is-
definition to destroy her
The problem
argument.
is you're not actually disputing it with what the correct definition is, and that's what
Yeah.
Keisha's trying to point you and clue
What
you
is
in on.
the correct definition?
Yeah, tell
it up.
her what it
Pull it
is
up.
so she can see that.
up.
What
Okay,
would make
guys,
what would make that definition correct?
Look,
Yes, you can be racist and sexist towards white people and men. You can be racist and sexist towards a white man. I concede. My other definition is something that I feel like they teach us in school.
And that's wrong because they're redefining terms. Like racism always meant.
There's always been two meanings in the dictionary,
Right.
for both of them, though.
Under the true original definition of racism, absolutely everyone is capable. You can be racist against a white person. I think the problem is the progressives. They've decided we're just going to now redefine what racism is, and then in their new definition of it, they're excluding white people, and they're saying it has to be because they're turning into the definition saying there has to be a power imbalance. right? So they're redefining what racism is. And I think that's the point here is if you talk about, no, the only true definition of racism is discriminating against somebody based on their race.
Because if you said that, I would have ceded that,
then
yes,
that
you can do that.
By definition, racism, okay, and I think that's the definition we're going off because we're not acknowledging their other, because what they're actually doing is they're merging together what they believe was originally systemic racism. They've just merged that into just generalized racism.
Well, it's just that the two words are the same word.
Don't
They mean
care
different things.
how they define a thing. I want to know how they define it so that I can get into the argument and destroy the argument. That's why I'm asking for the definition.
So you want to cause chaos
when
instead
you
of
that's not
learning.
chaos. That's the opposite.
Educate.
That would be order destroying an argument.
Well, see how when I defined racism, she was able to concede and say, well, yes, white, you can be racist
she
against
can
white
concede
people.
to your definition, but I would still like to know what she means by institutional racism, how we quantify that, and why we should see to that definition to begin with. I don't even need to give a counter definition in order to go into the worldview. It's called an internal critique. People do it all the time. It's fine to do one. People who have definitions, you can internally critique those definitions. Appealing to a dictionary definition doesn't mean it's the correct definition.
So she has to explain her argument. You don't have to.
She made the argument. So yes. Yes.
Do you believe
that's right? When you make an argument, I don't have to. I don't have to do anything but internally critique it because it's your position. Yes, that's right. That's correct.
Do you believe that Reconstruction was done perfectly?
What do you mean by Reconstruction?
After the Emancipation Proclamation passed.
Well, and then perfect. What do you mean by perfect?
I'm sorry?
What do you mean by perfect?
When did I say perfect?
You said, was Reconstruction done perfect?
Oh yeah. Was it done in a way so that we currently have no systematic injustice, discrimination, racism against black people?
No, I would say that there might be some.
Okay. So you didn't even obliterate my argument. In fact, you somewhat agreed with it a tiny
No,
little
all I did was
tiny
answer
bit.
a question.
Okay. Well,
So, yeah, so there might be some, but that doesn't mean that there's more than there is against any other race. It doesn't mean that there's less or more than there are against whites. It doesn't mean that there's less or more than there are against this or that. All I did was say, sure,
but I said it in the
grant
context
that.
of Reconstruction.
And?
After slavery. I
And
don't think
there could still be overall
other
systems, but there could be other factors which lead to other races being more racially profiled, perhaps.
Do you think
or
that any
more
other
systems
race has
against them.
experienced a worse, not cleavage, but historical acts than Black Americans in America?
Yeah.
Native Americans had a pretty awful time.
Yeah, they did. And I'd say that but besides that, can't you say that definitively then they, in society, experience a general level of inequality that is
Not right
higher
now.
than a white
That's
person?
a different argument, asking it then and now.
Well, I asked you if you thought Reconstruction was perfect, and
Yeah, but when you said perfect, all you did was say that you would admit that there could possibly be inequalities even now, and I would say, sure, there could be.
is there equalities even now?
I don't know. Just name one.
Planned Parenthood targeting black communities.
That would not be an inequality that's done from the government level. That would be an institutional progressive lobbying group
Redlining?
that's doing that. Yeah, well, it would be a progressive lobbying group that's doing that. It's not, the government's not forcing blacks to have abortions.
Okay, but we elected.
Okay, so
You elected who?
question-
You elected people who
so
force
the
blacks to have
question
abortions,
is the institutions
Yes,
in the
unfortunately.
government actually targeting specific races? Is that the question?
I think in that particular case, she's asking yes. If Planned Parenthood itself, well, that was her
Or
argument.
any
Yeah.
institution within the United States is targeting specific races of people?
Yeah.
Okay, well, the answer is yes. That definitely does happen. That happens with black people. It happens with like I said, racism.
That's what I just said.
sexism
It happens.
happen
It
with-
happens to all sorts of different races. I'm not willing to concede immediately that it happens more to one group than another. That's why I asked for specifics.
Well, I was about to give a specific. I was about to tell you a specific. I'm not, like I said, racism can happen to anybody. But for example, human trafficking, for example, if I think I was doing an interview with someone running for Congress, and they said where 4 children will go missing of brown, white, black background, at least 5,000 indigenous women and children will go missing. And DHS is involved in this, family courts are involved in this, immigration is involved in this, like a bunch of different agencies from the government are actually involved in trafficking minority children. So There is
we gotta steer clear on this.
Okay, well, there's a lot of, what my point is, there is a lot of government agencies that do target minorities. White people can get racism as well, but there is government agencies involved in a lot of stuff.
Do you think they target white people by kind of shutting down any argument by basically saying you can't even have a say in this, you're white?
I mean, I've heard people do that.
I mean, you're kind of like scoffing, but
yeah,
if you can't,
not in the government, in this conversation, yeah, probably, but
no.
Not
But
in
what
the
I'm
government.
saying is, if you're basically negating somebody's perspective purely based on their race, and they can't even have a perspective on it, isn't that kind of racist?
I never said anyone.
Nobody ever said anyone was negating anyone's perspective.
Wait, like, were you not here for all the riots that happened, where the government inside these major metropolitan areas literally cleared their police forces out so that people could riot, loot, destroy, take over whole city blocks, things like that? Pretty fucking institutional, I must say.
But that's not actively discriminating against white
that's
people.
pretty actively discriminating against a certain group, by emboldening another group to go and commit violence against them.
Of years. We're Irish. We were slaves. Do we have records of who profited/owned slaves in US? Why are all and only white people held responsible?
Well, also, you know, when you look at the slave trade too, we were also some of the first to end it. So, and we're always held responsible for that as well.
Well, I also think it's interesting that the generalization to say, you know, we hear a lot of times leftists blaming all white people for this, that, and the other. And the reality is many people even that live in the United States that are white, their family immigrated here much later than slavery, right? So how would you hold them responsible for things that happen?
I don't think we have to hold them responsible at all.
They're
and
just
I don't
benefiting from the institutional power.
And how do we
and I don't disagree. And I don't, I mean, what's it called? And I don't immediately disagree with white people just on the basis that they're white. I don't think that either of those are.
No, I don't think you necessarily. I was just like extrapolating something that happens more generally. So it's basically like, oh, you can't have an opinion because you weren't impacted by it. And that kind of happens with men on certain topics, like you don't have a uterus, shut up. Or you weren't involved, you weren't a slave, so you don't know what it's like to be affected by racism. As if people who aren't that exact thing, then they can't have an opinion. I think that's what I was talking about. I wasn't saying specifically you.
Yeah. I don't know. I think I think it's pretty common for. I see what you mean from some communities. Definitely, probably like shutting down white people's opinions, but I don't know. I don't think it's gotten to like a systematic level yet where they're like afraid to express them in public. I guess
know
maybe
a lot of
they
people are kind of afraid to express things.
They get depersoned if they express the wrong opinion. What do you mean? They get thrown off of all media. They get they get debanked. They get, I would say that there's a pretty institutional drive at this point that's pretty hard to ignore.
I think that's heavier against Christians, though. I think Christians are some
agree
of the
with
most
that, too.
persecuted
So you
people on
think
the planet.
you think it's wrong to shut down and oppress other people's opinions?
No, I'm making a specific point
Ironic.
about institutional
Because he doesn't
power.
think I should have an opinion on who's president.
Oh my God! Don't
Which
you
we
understand?
all know it's going to be Trump. I'm going to be voting for Trump.
I don't understand why it's hard for you to make a disassociation.
Trump
between
2024.
arguments.
Everybody vote for Trump.
So if you're making a dissociation with an argument, I can hold an argument in my mind without conceding that it's true. I can argue a thing without ceding it's true or false. I can run an internal critique without ever ceding it's true or false. Making the argument that you're wrong is not making the argument that I hold that value. I don't know why you have had a hard time with that all night. There's no performative contradictions to anything that I've said. Me saying that there can be, by her definition, institutional authorities which discriminate against people in no way, shape, or form negates me saying that limiting women's suffrage would be good for society.
That's not what you were talking about just now. You were talking about racism. No, you were talking about racism, and you're talking
running
about
an
how
internal critique.
Okay, you weren't even talking about. You're talking about racism and how you think that, isn't it wrong to basically shut down white people, for example, having a say in a matter that they aren't.
That's an internal critique.
Right?
It's an internal critique. It's not me giving any actual, here's my opinion, here's what I think on it. It's literally just running
I
a
agree that it's
criticism
wrong
on
to,
her argument.
I think it's wrong. Everyone should have a say in these things and be able to speak on these things. No one should be trying to, say you can't say certain words because we all have freedom of speech, which is in the Constitution, which you don't believe in, but I know, most Americans do believe in that.
The right to free speech. Okay, great. That's a great segue. So you think that there's a right to free speech? Really? You really think that?
We have the Constitution, which has the First
The
Amendment,
piece of paper.
which refrains our government from interfering and infringing on our right to free speech.
Yeah. Are they doing that with Mr. Jones right now, do you think? Or do you think that they're impeding his free speech, his rights?
Alex Jones?
Mm-hmm. Oh. Would you say that the government's impeding his free speech?
I would say, you'd have to define what...
the First Amendment.
No. I hear what you're saying. You're talking about a civil lawsuit that happened, right? Which I believe the accusation was it slander or defamation, right? His speech, nobody's came and put a muzzle over his mouth. Like, he technically can say whatever he wants at this point in time. But the thing is if I went out there and I said something about something not true about the whatever podcast say, I could be liable for that, right? So I can't actually I'm not saying whether what he said was true or not. I'm not making an argument in that the state.
But what I'm saying is it an inherent right, meaning...
Alex
is this
Jones
something?
has First
Is this
Amendment
something?
rights.
Is this
Absolutely.
something which can be taken from you, arbitrarily for no reason given? The answer is yes.
Your First Amendment. You have a First Amendment right.
Let's say, okay, so let me try to phrase it the best way I can. Let's assume another country came in and just butchered all of our men folk. They just gunned them all down with machine guns and left all the women folk and said, none of you bitches got free speech anymore. That's what they said. They're like, none of you bitches, no more free speech ever. Do you have it or not? No. The right does not exist absent enforcement. No right exists absent enforcement. That's the point of my argument. Now, that's actually my argument. Now, right now, you can run an internal critique, and you don't even have to agree or give me a position to run one. Go ahead.
Okay, so your opinion is because at any moment your rights can be taken from you, therefore you don't have rights.
They're not inherent, meaning they don't exist absent the mind. You and I can all agree at the table. We should all have free speech and then act as though we should, and so we will.
So all
until
rights
somebody
are
says,
inherent.
No rights.
No rights are inherent. Okay, so what about free will then? Is that not a right that God gave us?
That's not a right. It's part of your ontology. It's part of your being that you have free will. You're created with this thing. That's different than saying that there's an arbitrary right which you have, the right to own a gun. Or let's take the Second Amendment, right? Or not the Second Amendment, the Third Amendment. So the Second Amendment is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, right? Bam. Third Amendment, we're talking about housing. I believe that is the government can't come in and take over your house during wartime. Okay, they're not allowed to do that. They can do that. And they have done that. And there's not really fucking anything you can do about it. Rights can be suspended. Rights can be given. Rights can be taken away because rights are only as good as the enforcement arm of who gives you the right. The second you make the bold claim, I have these rights, and they're just mine because I was born with them, then you would have to show me where those rights exist absent enforcement.
So then what gives you the right to be the head of the household?
Enforcement.
Oh, okay. So your rights to be the head of the household aren't because of God commanding it, but because you have the physical brute force
because
to
ultimately
subject a woman to
ultimately
forced submission.
the overarch in society is going to come down to force. I can say that there's an ontological order that I ought to be the head of the household absent force. That's great for an ought claim. But the truth is, the descriptor is that I'm only ever going to have as much power inside of the household or inside of anywhere as I can enforce. And so are you, and so are you, and you, and everybody.
Enforce or force? Because my father never...
Enforce and force are essentially the same dynamic.
Well, I've never, my father's never forced me to do anything, but I submit by my own free will, but I see the love of God in him, and he has shown me an example in my everyday life that I can trust him as the leader of our house. And so
absolutely,
like women, the first person that they learn to interact with, like to love opposite sex, obviously their father. My father says you have to teach that daughter or your children, you have to show them in your example that you have to trust them and that they're worthy of that respect and that they're valuable to your life.
I guess I understand what you're saying, but it misses the broader point, which is that if people came into your house to do harm to you, your father protects you from that, right?
Yeah, of course.
Of course. He uses force to do so, right? So all this relationship and everything you have and anything you think you have a right to with your father is really still going to boil down to what can and can't be enforced.
Well,
right now, society
he shows in his actions that he is a man of God and he is strong and capable and he's going to protect me and provide for me. And so I see in that everyday action in my relationship with him that yes, I can trust you as that authority.
Yeah, but this misses the point though of enforcement, that your rights, your actual rights, what you consider a right to be, is really only going to come down to how much you can enforce or not enforce that right. Period.
That's why you have to have guns.
Enforce
yes.
if you're showing
Great. Awesome. That's an actually good argument for me. Yes, that's why you need to have guns, because that helps to equalize force for rights. But it really does always come down to force, and there's no way to get around that. That is a descriptive truth of objective reality. Force is what determines rights. Rights don't exist. They're a construct of the mind. It's great we can agree on things, and we can act as though these things are true, but they're not really true. They're just products of the brain.
Should Christian men be trying to follow the ways of Jesus Christ and God?
Yes.
I got to move on.
Yes.
We have.
Does God use force?
Yes.
There it is. Okay, okie dokie. These women never had
Remember
their
when he
ideologies.
blew up Sodom and Gomorrah?
But he also gives us free will.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that too.
These women never had their ideologies thoroughly challenged before you were doing God's work, Andrew. Also, Gustavo, like you cut G. Ask the panel what they think of mandatory conscription for men only. We need to get through a bunch of chats, guys, so if you can, allow us to get through the chats, answer the questions, but let's try to be brief.
I understand the biological argument. However, I wouldn't be mad if women had to get drafted too.
Okay.
Would you go?
No, I would go to jail. I would take the jail time.
I kind of figured.
But I'd do the same if I was a man. Like.
Okay.
Conscript those bitches, just not me.
What do you think of
Let's just
you're out of frame. You're out of frame. Go ahead.
I agree with her.
Okay.
I don't think women should be drafted.
I mean, I wouldn't want to be drafted, so I'm gonna say no.
I think it would be a very bad idea if women were drafted just coming from a standpoint of trying to protect your country.
I don't think women should be drafted. At least at the bare minimum, if they were, it should not be combat roles.
I don't want women to be conscripted.
I mean, like I said earlier, I don't really see the big problem with it. I think that there are different roles that would best fit.
Okay. We have David Treziak. Thank you, man. Chair 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Great debaters. I thought Andrew was related to Owen and Luke Wilson. Okay. Love this debate. British thing, please. Appreciate the debate. British thing, please. I'm a little confused. You wanted the
because
TTS.
they have that, don't they have like that town square where they go and they all yell at each other in the town square? I don't remember where that is.
It's typically like Christians debating Muslims.
Yeah.
All right. We have some super chats here. Just a reminder, guys, YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut of all of these. So if you want more of your patronage to go towards whatever instead of to the woke pockets of Megacorp YouTube, consider doing it through Streamlabs. We also give prio to Streamlabs. Second girl in black next to Andrew's based. I like Andrew. He tells the truth. These women need to actually listen to the first girl is actually brainwashed. Holy shoot. Blondie's a fake conservative. As a former cop answers the gun is alarming. Ladies, get a gun, Jesus. Okay.
Yeah, she's been awesome all night.
All right. Thank you, Hearn. We have Ben George. Why is it so hard for her to admit racism against white people is a thing? Because our education system and media is systemically racist against white people and systemically sexist towards especially white men. Your quick response to that?
I'm white.
Do you well, you're half,
I'm
right?
half white,
You're half
yeah.
Asian, half white?
Yes.
What are you? Japanese, Chinese, Korean, Laos, Vietnamese?
I'm Chinese, specifically from Hong Kong. My
Okay.
mom.
Okay.
She like gets mad if I say the other thing because she hates socialists. Would you look at that? But anyways, about this.
Would you look at that?
I would say that a lot of people tend to think that the education system is biased. And you know what? If it is, and that's why I believe the things I do, then I guess it is. But I personally have faith in academia. And wouldn't I be stupid if I didn't believe what I learned in school? Like,
No, I mean, to your point, I was
I'm
a
an
political
undergrad.
science major.
Yeah.
I went through the whole system, and I pretty much believe the exact opposite of everything I've ever learned because I continued my education, I continued to read, and I observed reality, and I realized this doesn't make any sense, starting with feminist ideology, gender ideology, especially when you start having kids, you realize it's all bullshit.
I'll take that into consideration.
She's taking it into consideration.
But as it stands, I still think that,
Think what? What do you think?
I have faith in my education.
Well, yeah, you probably spent a fortune on it.
No, I have a scholarship, but thank you.
Oh. Do you?
Thank you.
Or do you
Thank
spend
you,
a
Andrew
fortune
Wilson.
on it?
Do you want me to actually pull up my
Well, I'm just
scholarship?
curious.
Yes, pull
I'm
it
just
up.
wondering.
Pull that
Financial
shit
aid
out.
award
Show us the
letter? Like-
What's your? Is it a athletic scholarship?
No, I'm not an athlete.
I guess
It's academic.
I'm kind of getting softball vibes from you.
No. Oh, I was on track. Oh, that's offensive.
Why is that offensive? Softball is a very respectable athletic thing in the sport.
You did the underhand pitch?
Are you an underhander? Or
Yeah, it's an underhand
Is it
pitch for
underhand?
sure.
It's 2 circles, right?
Yeah, 2 circles.
Yeah, that's me. Big softball
Have you ever
girl.
done the third circle thing?
What the fuck is that?
Is that legal?
I don't know.
Probably not. Okay. Is this girl really so dumb she thinks some are incapable of prejudice, discrimination, or antagonism by an individual, community, or institution against a person or people on the basis of their membership in a particular racial or ethnic group? Even a third grader knows.
I seeded this. There is an alternate
seeded.
version of racism and sexism.
Okay.
But I agree that everyone can experience racism and
All right.
sexism.
Thank you, FB, for that. We have Mr. Travolta with the 100 British pounds sterling. Thank you. Yes, you can be racist and sexist towards white, black, or blue, or pink people. Well, hold on a second. I don't know about those pink people. Okay. Not all countries have a history of historic black slavery, and there's racism in those countries. Look at the definition of the word. They have meaning. That's what is lost on this generation. Is this? I think this is directed towards you. I don't know.
I mean, like I said, I was just 2 different definitions of the word racism.
The shizzle. Mr. Travolta, once again, Brian, you're taking a big poop. Why can't you come and sit down and actually run your podcast? It's disrespectful. Anyway, I've noticed that white people are shut down because of their skin color. BTW, I'm not white, so no bias.
I feel like it's
there.
respectful. I feel like he's putting his confidence in me if he has to go, That's
Well,
respectful.
actually, a lot of people, say, hey, Brian, you got to, when Andrew's on, you got to shut the fuck up and let Andrew talk more. So, I figured, okay, I'll get up and meander around back
I feel
there.
like it's been a good brawl tonight.
And harass Nick a little bit and, all that stuff. So, okay, we have not harass, just, Okay, anyways, never mind. Ask half a, oh wait, sorry, okay, we don't read those, sorry. Actually, fuck it, why not? Okay.
Sorry.
Okay, I'm doing you a solid here, and this is Canadian too, so that's like $1. No offense, Keisha. Keisha? Sorry, did I say it right?
Well, I'm American Indian, so I'm sovereign on both sides. So shout out to the USC.
Shout out. Do you date Asian guys? Let's talk about let's do dating for the rest of the show if we can, guys. Let's try. Okay.
Not my preference, but my first boyfriend was
Whoa.
half white, half Asian.
Your first boyfriend, but it's not your preference to date Asian men. Like, are you attracted to full Asian men?
This is so aggressive.
Into the mic. No, I'm sorry. Okay.
Maybe the right man, but like I said, not exactly my type.
What's? Oh, we'll go around the table on this. Everyone's type. So, are you a race trader?
You two have been getting away with
A
murder.
race
haven't
trader.
you?
Are you a race trader?
Let's just say
It's ridiculous.
she's just like her mama.
So wait, your Hong Kong mom?
Yeah.
Is your dad American or British?
Oh, because of the colonization.
that
He's
thing.
American.
Okay.
Yeah, but she definitely has like an idolization of both of the countries.
Awkward.
Just, yeah.
Okay. Okay, going around the table, I guess. What's everyone's type? Should we keep it to race? I feel like it'd be a little simpler. Jesus Christ. What am I doing?
You didn't even have to ask me the
Ryan.
question. I was
Stop.
ready to.
Do you prefer white guys? What do you have a racial for everyone at the table? Do you have a racial preference when it comes to dating? White guys, Latinos. Renee, you got this.
Why is it just me?
It always starts over there.
Okay.
You got this. I believe in you. You're doing great.
Yeah, I'd say probably white men. But I've dated other races, and I don't think that's a huge determining factor.
Why is it not your preference for Asian men? Like, why? I'm always curious about that.
Short.
They're short?
I said it earlier, D1 babies, and he didn't understand what I meant. It's like when kids go to athletics, and they're like D1, D2, D3.
But
it's like you want D1 babies.
Wait, but how tall are you?
I'm 5'5", 5'6" on a good day, I've got a decent preservation.
But you think the guy who
rate?
wants D1 babies wants
Rude,
you?
Rude. Yeah, for my softball arm.
The third role.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just a height thing. What if he was a tall Asian guy, though? Is that fine?
These are so...
I'm just curious.
Like I said, it would depend on the person. I'm not ruling any race out purely because of their race.
I know you're half, right? But I don't get it. Like, it seems like a lot of Asian ladies are opting not to date Asian men.
It's called the Biba Doobie theory. You guys know that?
What is that? I don't know
She's
that.
like this Asian pop singer, and she has a white boyfriend. It's like all Asian women have white boyfriends.
Good times.
Type of thing.
All right. That's cool. What about you? Any preference?
I don't have a racial preference.
No preference?
No.
Okay.
My preference is literally just like a man of God. I don't care where you come from.
I've dated predominantly white men, but I don't think I have a racial preference.
I've dated predominantly white men as well, but no racial preference.
I probably have also dated mostly white men as well. But I wouldn't rule out an Asian man if he was like really good looking if I was single, but
wait,
maybe
do we go back?
Yeah.
Is this a callback here?
Yeah. I mean, it would have to be something
Wait, earlier you said you weren't.
tantalizing and Asian men are intelligent usually.
No, but you said if he was really good. Yes, but you said if he was really good looking.
You said that earlier. You said that appearance didn't matter. That's why they're trying to.
Okay, so I get that. No, I get that.
Anyways, we won't linger on that too long.
I don't have a racial preference.
I don't have a preference, but I would like them to be taller than me.
Mm-hmm.
You're currently in a relationship, right?
Well, yeah.
Is he a white guy, Hispanic?
Latino.
Latino? Okay. Andrew, your racial preference in men?
According to the internet, I have a black ex-wife, so maybe no preference, I guess.
Okay, sweet. All right, we have Veteran 6. As a veteran of multiple deployments, we do not want to see you drafted. Not because the panel couldn't handle support jobs, but because as feminists would weaken the force. Sorry, there are no pumpkin spice lattes or AC in war from Veteran 6. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Thank you for the super chat. No pumpkin spice lattes in war. Yep. Good times. Okay, let's get some dating questions out of the way. So, actually, what's that?
And the fictitious black ex-wife has a warrant out for her arrest, I'm told, too.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. This is like the Andrew Wilson lore.
Yeah, doing it up, I guess.
Really quick, let's pull up the YouTube. Guys, get us to 1 million subscribers. Can you pull up the other tab? Yeah. Where are we at? Okay, that shit's not going to happen tonight. Rest in peace. Okay, it's going to probably happen tomorrow.
Come on, get over there, Crucible, do it.
It's going to happen. It's probably going to happen tomorrow, and then we'll announce it on.
It's going. It's kicking.
Go. It's going to happen on Tuesday. I don't think it's going to happen tonight, but okay, it's fine. It's fine. All right, so let me get into my pre-show notes. There's a bunch. I'm going to try to get through everything. So there's a lot here, guys. So let's try not to linger on anything for too long. We have Alicia. And try to be brief in your responses for everybody here as I'm going through all of your pre-show notes. You said you've greatly shifted from being a stereotypical liberal to more conservative. You said you consider yourself a recovered feminist who is not traditional but fell into tradition. Mm-hmm. Back when you were caught up in the lifestyle of degeneracy, you were...
Arrested.
Nick, that's the wrong split. Say it again.
Arrested.
Okay. What for? What?
Driving under the influence.
Okay. But and then the arresting officer gave the what happened?
So the
What's
arresting
the story?
officer gave me his phone number, and he released me to the custody of my father. And then he basically said to reach out to him, so I did. And we ended up having coffee, and he told me he wasn't going to show up to my hearing to help me out, basically. And so
Did it get dismissed?
it did.
Wow.
But
That female privilege.
so I was gonna say that was a dating
Look
top.
at, she's shocked.
I'm genuinely.
She is shocked.
I am shocked.
Now this is a perfect example of female
So-
privilege.
I was going to say, so I brought it up as a dating.
That
'cause-
sounds like a date. Does sound like a date.
yeah, it was.
Oh, it was a date.
Yeah. That's why he said, do you have any interesting stories? And I really don't. I have like
Okay.
19 years of relationships.
Okay.
So that was the only one that stood out. But more so than it being a story about an interesting date, I actually thought it reflected, one, men's benevolence, because he was in a position where he greatly could have taken advantage of the situation and really kind of manipulated or pushed my boundaries in order to kind of, put himself in a situation. Well, I'll do this.
That has to be unethical. Like again,
Totally.
It was
That
totally
has to be.
unethical.
Totally unethical.
Totally
super unethical. Wait, so did you end up dating the guy, or you just went out with
No.
him once?
No, I just
One
went
time?
out with him once.
One time?
One time.
Did he show up for the hearing?
Wait,
He did not.
No, he didn't.
was there any carnal knowledge?
There was no carnal knowledge.
No carnal knowledge.
No.
He didn't like.
That's what I was saying.
So you
like,
didn't blow your way out of a
Okay.
DUI otherwise.
I've had a police officer
well, and
pull
I
me
got
over to get
I
my
got
number.
my karma.
You got your.
I got
karma?
another DUI.
Oh
basically.
Oh no.
God.
So isn't that like a strike against him? Isn't that
Well-
like saying if he had given you the DUI earlier, you may not have gotten the DUI later?
No, I mean, I basically had 17 years of struggling with alcoholism. So I went down a pretty dark path and took my now husband on that dark path. So, yeah,
Okay.
Oh,
All done though.
it is all done.
How
I've
long?
been
How
sober.
long have you been sober?
Well, I got sober completely when I was pregnant with my son. So that was about 3.5 years ago. And yeah.
Well, congrats on your sobriety.
Congratulations.
You said hot take. Don't shoot the messenger here, guys. Women have become the villain in our modern story. That's what you said, not me.
So I just, okay, let me see. How do I want to say this? I'm noticing it, with how single women actually behave, but I am also kind of disturbed by how I see women in a position of like being a mother. This might be kind of a weird example, but because I'm a stay-at-home mom, some of the content that gets directed toward me, it's these like trad wives, so to speak, but they're always really complaining about like their life and the kids, and then they position it like their husband have it so easy, and it just really kind of bothers me because I'm like, how could your life be hard if you're making content? Like, I don't like, you're sitting there with your camera positioning yourself like your life is so hard, and I'm a stay-at-home mom. I have 2 young kids, and not that it's not without difficulty, but I think it's like such a privilege and an honor, and I just noticed that women don't really lean into their duty. They kind of have become selfish, and they don't really care about the overall good of society right now. They care more about themselves.
Okay. All right. You really quick, going back to, you said you were caught up in the lifestyle of degeneracy. I mean, I know you mentioned the alcohol. Was there anything else besides alcohol?
No, that was pretty much it. I mean, I definitely dabbled with some like drug use, but nothing hard, mainly like weed.
Any, like, also, are you talking like hookup culture stuff?
No, so I wasn't really involved in hookup culture because I had, like I said, like 19 years of pretty serious relationships. So it was mainly like the alcoholism, but what I would do in order to feed that alcoholism, I started working at bars, which is a pretty toxic environment to be in, especially in a relationship. Yeah. And I didn't really listen to my now husband at the time, who was expressing concerns. And that's why I said, for me, that would be a red flag if a man
Nick,
had a
did
vice.
you hide the super? I think you. Yeah, can you catch it? Sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying that's why for me it would be a red flag if a guy was leaning into his vice, because I've seen what it can do, and I feel a ton of shame and regret for putting my husband through that, and so that's where I come.
Mr. So Travolta,
Uh,
no drinks at all?
What's that?
No drinks at all? Like, period? Or
No, so like, for instance, on Easter, someone brought a bottle of champagne and I had like a cup of it, but it used to be like I wouldn't be able to stop, nor would I want to.
You drank it to drink the Sahara dry, basically?
Basically, yeah.
Mr. Travolta, thank you, man. Devil's Advocate, was the DUI story an example of white privilege, female privilege, or neither of those?
Female privilege for sure, and also, like I said, men's benevolence. I think cops, and I had a pretty bad opinion of cops, kind of, again, based on like my education and whatnot. But I felt like in hindsight that was a really good example of, I mean, he didn't do an ethical thing, but he definitely could have taken it much further and really pushed me to be like, trying to be like, well, if you do this, then I could not stay, or then I'll abstain from attending your hearing. But he really was actually pretty nice.
Okay. Was it the AA? When you got the DUI, they sent you to AA?
I mean, they send you to these classes, but I didn't really buy into it. I was basically doing everything I could to keep up with my alcoholism.
Wait, can somebody stop shaking the table? Somebody's like leg is vibrating. It's okay. Let's see. You said that you're a fan of the bow. You're a fan of the bow.
I'm not necessarily a fan of it, but I do watch
okay.
your podcast. I used to watch or listen to Loveline, and so when I stumbled on your podcast, it was reminiscent of that. And so I was listening to it as I was cooking, and I just thought it was funny, and I thought it was really funny how some of the women reacted. And so when my husband got home and he took off his boots and whatnot, I hit him with a bow, and his reaction was pretty priceless.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, I'm not going to go into it completely, but I probably could have got like anything I wanted that day.
It was good. Did he say anything?
I mean, his face said a lot, and then, like I said, I'm not going to go in.
You guys had a little carnal knowledge?
No, we have 2 kids, so it'd have to be like later on.
Oh.
I'm just saying, like, he was
impressed.
He was a fan of the bow. Yeah.
Was it your first time ever doing a bow?
Yeah, I would never. Again, I'm a recovered feminist. I never would have bowed to a man.
Look at this. See, people. Should we show them the bow? In a woman, in a girlfriend. I need a bow. She has to bow. Boom! Look at that fucking bow. Now watch the rest of it. No, you can. Okay, we'll see Nick. We'll watch it again. Okay. Boom! Did you see the bow? Huge. Now watch, right? Look at the attentiveness, okay? Boom, just, folding the shirt. It's very nice. She's running to the kitchen in our $10,000 a month penthouse apartment, getting the beer. Look at, very attentive. The dinner's ready. She stirs the noodles. I don't need that. You don't have to stir the noodles. The thought is what counts.
You have to stir the noodles.
She has to stir the noodles.
She has to stir the noodles.
Very attentive. One more time with the bow. Let's see the bow. I'll settle for the bow. Boom, huge. Okay, so you hit was the bow like that?
I mean, it was my first bow.
It was your first bow.
It was my first.
What good
it
is
might
the
have been
bow
rusty
if she doesn't stir the noodles, Brian?
Maddie, can somebody fix that? Go fix that. Well, what look, me personally,
you can't give the sign of respect and then not stir the noodles, bro.
I guess you're right. I've rethought my position. She has to stir.
She has to stir the noodles.
She's got to stir the noodles too. Question going around the panel really quick on the bow thing. Your boyfriend wants you to bow. Would you bow?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
That's not very enthusiastic, but
because
okay.
I told them they can get whatever they want from it.
I mean,
yeah, you shouldn't have done that. Way to enable them.
Yes, when I love a man, I will do anything for them.
Well, what if you don't love him yet?
No.
Like it's the second date, third date? He's like, let's see the bow.
Oh, hell no.
Hell no?
Hell no.
What if he was like, well, I'm only going to pay for first dates until I'm in love with you? I don't even know if you want men to pay for the first date, but...
Yeah, I mean, I like it, but...
Okay.
Yes.
You'd bow? Would you bow?
I would bow. I just think that my husband's response would be very unusual. I think he would probably... I think he would probably look at me like what is she doing? And then he would probably be like, so anyway, do you want to talk to me about his new math formula he did? Like, I don't think he would.
He'd be like, what kind of crazy shit are they teaching you on the whatever podcast?
No, I honestly think he would be like, is your back okay? Like, what are you doing? Like, I don't think he would.
Yeah.
I think he
wouldn't believe it.
No, I don't think he would understand why and what that what it even meant. You know what I mean?
No, you do the bow. Would you bow?
100%.
100%.
Love worshiping my
Wow,
man.
this is. I feel like because you told us the story. Now they're more inclined to bow. Maybe I should have asked beforehand if they would do a bow.
How about would you make your man a sandwich? I think he would be reciprocative of that.
Okay,
Like,
all right,
if I made him a
Renee.
sandwich, he'd be like, oh, all right.
You'll do a sandwich?
Make him better than a sandwich.
Look at this anti-feminist over
you
here.
guys heard
Look
my,
at this
you guys heard my
anti-feminist.
story in the beginning, okay? Clearly, when it comes to relationships, there's not the same amount of feminism there.
When it comes
It's my
to
belief system.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I make my husband sandwiches all the time. I'm just
Feminist
getting
take
it
at
like
home.
he notices when I do things like that for him. I don't think he would
Right.
pick up on
Okay.
bowing.
Yeah. On the bow thing, though, you said bowing to a man yields amazing results. You were watching one of my episodes. While you're cooking him dinner, you told us this, came in, you hit him with a bow. His reaction was priceless. And you thought to yourself, Brian might be onto something. Yep. Listen.
I will only use it for good, but
all the ladies out there, all the women out there, try a fucking bow. Just saying, do a little bow. Actually, any girls here want to demonstrate a bow? Anybody?
That's reserved for my husband.
No, you don't have to bow,
Good idea.
to me. You can just bow to the camera, I guess. Anybody want to bow? Renee, I think we need to see a bow from you.
Whoa, is that racially charged?
Yes, just kidding. No. Oh, she's going to do it. The patriarchy wins again.
Okay, I need a donation.
Wait,
Okay, wait,
no, but don't,
Wait, wait, wait.
don't.
No,
Millennial
don't do
Millie.
it. Don't do it. They're trying to see down your shirt.
Oh my, bro.
So true.
What?
I knew that.
What?
I could totally
Then
see
just do
it
it in a
happening.
way where you don't bend over and show the
go like this.
goods.
Give her a fucking jacket then. God damn.
Yeah.
I actually object
He
to
totally
this.
was mad because I blocked that. I'm sorry.
Okay,
But
well,
I'm
you're-
not sorry to you. I think it's the right thing.
Nobody's
That's very
trying to look down
feminist of
her
you to do.
shirt.
It's not feminist. It's called being respectful.
I'm not trying, bro.
You saw her shirt. It was like we were about to see
Okay.
her bra wire.
Keisha, who's wearing a fucking t-shirt, it has nothing to do with trying to see some titties.
Okay.
I want to see the bow. I really don't like that characterization there. I think it's a straw man. I think you're straw manning. A little bit of a straw man, millennial Millie.
No,
I want an apology.
It's not you,
I
the
demand.
internet.
It was like I totally on the screen was just seeing stuff.
I agree with what Faith said. I think the bow should be reserved to your man if you're going to
Bro, she was about to do it. You guys.
I know, but it's true. Like,
I was gonna say this is for my ex if he's watching.
No, yeah, do that.
Well, do it if you want, but just know that we can totally see down your shirt.
No, it's okay. I'm good. Sorry, guys.
We're about to.
What did I tell you about libertarians, Brian? What did I tell
I'm not a libertarian. I'm a conservative. Thank you very
Does
much.
anybody?
I'm a Christian
can we see the bow from
conservative.
anybody? Can we see the bow that you gave to your husband?
You're not gonna pick.
Can we see
I
the
mean,
bow?
it might be subpar, but
Okay, we'll see. Let's see. So, ladies, this is a tutorial that she did a bow to her husband. It worked great. Why don't you just show us?
I don't know.
Wait, did you do your hands together?
Oh yeah.
I don't think I did.
No, you don't. You don't do the hands together. Your
Yeah,
hands are
'cause
like down here and
then
they're kind of
she'd be
timid.
covering her.
It has to be a timid hand hold.
Maybe, I mean, I don't know. It was about.
No, it's still a bow, but I don't like the. I don't like the this. I don't like the. I don't like the that.
Too Buddhisty.
Yeah, I don't like
Well,
the
I'm
hands
Catholic.
together. I know. All right.
Catholic.
We almost made progress on Renee here. We almost
Very
made progress, and then just I'm disappointed. Okay, don't you?
The patriarchy could totally have taken the W.
I
on
know
that.
we could have taken the W. Unfortunately, the feminist had to come in and
Well,
cock
here's my
block.
question. I'm not a feminist. I'm
I think
just
you might
saying, in
Covert?
in
Is it
her
covert
case here-
feminism?
No, in her case here,
That was pretty
she's a married.
feminist. That
Listen.
was pretty feminist of you.
Oh no.
That was pretty feminist of you.
No, it's just I'm wise.
To prevent the
I'm
bow.
wise to the tricks of men that want
There wasn't. I just.
take
it was an
advantage
innocent
here.
bow. There was
Even
no,
if it
oh
wasn't
my
you
God,
two,
bro.
the whole internet
Is this
is
true?
watching, and you don't know
That's
the
what I'm
intentions
saying,
of the
like-
men watching this podcast.
You said the internet's forever with OnlyFans, so you're wanting her to show
Bro,
down
am
her
I getting
shirt.
me too'd for trying to get her to bow?
You're not
What the
being
fuck,
me
bro? Is this a
too.
me
You're not
too?
being me, and maybe you didn't pick up on the subtlety. I just had the. I had
They
the
don't do
right
it because
to
you're
tell
trying
her,
to
hey.
look down your shirt.
So why are you dogging me for letting her know? I can see down her shirt.
Yeah, but you implied that was our intention.
No.
What evidence do you have?
You know, I don't
that
know
was
if
our
that's your intention, but
it wasn't. It wasn't.
It's my
Okay.
fault for wearing the shirt.
Yeah, how dare you? Free the nipple. I
A
guess.
true Bauer would have been way more conservative.
That's what I'm saying.
Can we get her
Conservative men wouldn't want to free the nipple.
Oh shit, Maddie, can you get her the Japanese schoolgirl outfit? That'll cover it. Wait, Maddie, it's upstairs. Go for it. Wait, Nick, do you know where it is? Maddie, do you know where it is? No. If it's upstairs, I'll find it. Yeah, Nick, it's upstairs. I think it's. Wait, is it upstairs? Jeez, now this might be racially insensitive. Can't tell. I don't know if. Just see if it's like there's a blue one and a white one.
I think it's a
Just
good
to be
time
considerate.
for me to go have a cigarette while you do this Japanese schoolgirl thing.
Look, there's a concern over the attire that Renee is wearing. You know, it's.
Oh wow.
Oh
Okay,
my
well,
god.
that's a Sailor Moon.
Oh my god.
It's literally a schoolgirl.
The Sailor Moon's
A
kind of
schoolgirl outfit.
I can't believe you have those on hand.
There should be a.
open to like a
Well-
schoolgirl, like a child's uniform.
I think we do the.
But I just thought we were over the map.
Do we do the Sailor Moon one?
Yeah, why?
I guess we're
Are we doing the Sailor Moon one?
all over this.
Is this kind of cringe at this
You
point?
should put on the Sailor Moon.
Yeah,
one
why
and do
not?
the bow. And
I'm
do the
too
bow.
fat. I'm too fat right now. Wait, Nick, what are you doing? Where are you going? Nick, are you coming back? Just bring down all three. There should be three. Just bring down all three. She can pick. She can pick. She does if she wants.
If anyone else wants to wear one.
No.
Okay. Let's see.
I'm an adult. I don't want to
You
wear child's
disagree.
clothing.
You disagree wholeheartedly that women ought to be subject to military conscription. Well, we already talked about that. I think women should be drafted. To be honest,
Well, so
I'm the biggest feminist here.
the reason
I
would
think
say
we
that,
should conscript women. In fact, we shouldn't conscript men at all. It's kind of like a, for all the years that men were conscripted. I think, here's what we do. We conscript women, we soften up the enemy, and then we send the men in to finish it off. I think that's the best.
Sounds a little gay.
So we're like.
Hey, please don't be mean to those people.
All the women are dying first,
I was
and then
gonna
it's
say,
just y'all.
I'm not opposed to like helping my country because if there was some sort of like issue here in the States, I would 100% like, I have guns, I would help. But I kind of disagree with the idea of taking women when I already feel like children are being targeted to become like property of the state through the school system and through other like means. And so I would just think that mothers would be needed in order to maintain, protection. But I would also, I don't want men to be conscripted either.
Well, I mean, conscription typically isn't, I don't know the exact percentages for like World War I, World War II, Vietnam. I believe the United States, just off the top of my head, for example, for Vietnam, I think the U.S. casualties in Vietnam was 70 or 80,000. Let me just check that out really quick. Vietnam, USA casualties. I think it was 70, 80,000. I could be, hold on. Goddamn, show me the, oh my God.
Wait, when
sorry.
you said that the women would soften the enemy, soften them in what way?
Not by pussy.
I was about to say,
You think
I
about
was
pussy?
like,
No.
soften them how? Because they
fuck?
would just completely obliterate them and just...
How many casualties for U.S.? I can't fucking, I don't know why I can't find it.
Yeah, there's no softening.
Okay, I was a bit off. But I don't think if we lost, for example, like 70,000 women, Jesus Christ, that's going to get clipped. If we like lost 70,000 women instead of men in the Vietnam War, I don't think demographically that would have had a massive impact in the U.S., for example.
I mean,
Like, so your argument of, well, we need women to repopulate in
No,
some
no,
like
it wouldn't be
catastrophic.
populated.
No, but that your argument about, well, women need to birth the future children
no.
and soldiers, that argument really only applies where there's like just catastrophic.
Well, that's what happened in World War II.
Well, and that was
There was catastrophic lives lost. I mean, we're talking
Well, we'd have
about
to see the
hundreds of
percentages.
millions of lives were lost in World War II. So
Sure.
and that's really sad. That's really sad that so many young men lost their life. They're
Yes.
literally just being thrown into just instant death in these trenches. So yeah, I think that if you had those numbers of women being lost, you absolutely would probably be affecting the population.
Why would a man be willing to sacrifice women in society, like the vulnerable sectors of society, as men? Why would that even be a thought? Let's sacrifice the women and the children subsequently, actually.
If the men's role and job is supposed to be to protect and be protectors, why would they want the women to do it for them?
Yeah. How would you sleep at night? I sacrificed 80,000 women so that men can stay in the country and not even defend the country properly, might I add. Like, it would suck.
They'd be like, the Titanic was sinking and the men today are like, move over, ladies. We're going on the boat. Right? Women and children
first. How it should. I think I don't believe in women and children first.
Okay, well then that is not a conservative belief set. So you're not that doesn't align with a conservative belief set. No, no, you haven't.
So why not? Though?
I above like traditional conservative beliefs. I actually put forward men's rights advocacy positions over any conservative or traditional positions.
So, but you guys are talking about men being like leaders.
For example, I'll give you an example that's going to trigger you guys. I'll give you an example that's going to trigger you guys. So, I believe in any state where abortion is legal, I think men should have a corresponding right to legal paternal surrender, whereby if in any state a woman has the ability to murder their child, men should have a corresponding right to relinquish any financial or parental responsibility.
So you think that men should base their integrity and their actions on the emotional reactions of women?
Well,
and not their own integrity as a man from their own principles, ideologies, values, and God.
Well, that's a different conversation.
That's
the reality
is, the
same
conversation. You're saying that as a man, you want to react to women as opposed to standing your ground as a man and doing what you think is necessary as a man. Why? Why are you reacting to women?
Why wouldn't a man step up and say, "I will take care of my child, my
don't
son,
kill
daughter"?
My child.
It occurs. Well, I'm not really inclined at this moment.
This is making an implication of choice.
They do. A lot of men.
They should have the right to choose, right?
Yes, but that's Brian's point. Mm-hmm. Brian's point is, if you're in a state where you have no choice, she has the choice.
Why are you having sex with a woman who agrees with abortion? That's your fault.
Well, what if you have sex with a woman who didn't agree with an abortion?
Then that was so bad.
Then you didn't take accountability for your
really
responsibilities, and you put her in a position where
let's assume for a second you're married to her.
I don't agree with abortion.
Would you ever consider a woman that believes in abortion for marriage?
Well, they're talking about
really quick. Would you, both of you?
But let us assume for a second you married a woman.
Okay, so what about you?
Again,
that's like the exception
I'm
of the
not
rule.
interested in actually like having another abortion conversation. I'm just saying that's a position.
No, the rule is right now that women can terminate the pregnancy and men can't do anything.
That's exactly what we're talking about. Why are you having sex with women and impregnating women who agree with abortion? If you're sleeping with women who don't agree with abortion, you wouldn't even come up with this.
I'm giving you an example. I'm giving you an example of how
the man in this scenario, the woman aborted it.
There's no woman that's like, I want to have a family with you. And then you get pregnant. She's like, oh, I'm going to abort it.
He wants to.
Yeah, there are women who can do that and do that.
He wants to abort it in this situation.
There are women who do that.
No, that's not even what I said. That's not even what I said.
But why would a man want to kill his own child because of the right word?
No. What he's saying is
he wants to abandon his child, which is calculating its destruction.
That's not even what I said.
No.
You said they should have the right to. But why would a man even want the right to abandon their own child? That is literally calculating its destruction.
Okay, did you not hear the first part of that?
You said if a woman can abort her kid,
which is the case in how many states?
You should also be able to destroy your child by proxy. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
You should
it's
be
about
able to
reproductive
react as
rights.
a man.
It's about reproductive
it's about taking
rights.
accountability as an individual.
So are you pro-abortion?
Right, but you're
as an individual because a woman decides not to.
No.
That doesn't make sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense.
Reactionary, man.
What is wrong with reactionary?
Because men don't react to women.
What?
They shouldn't. You cannot be a leader and
You're
react to women and make your
oughts for ises.
No, but that's what it should be.
Yeah, I know. It's an ought claim, but it's not an is claim.
Does not do that,
if you say should, it's ought.
No, because my father does not do that, and I've witnessed in my life.
I get that your father doesn't do that, but your father also would have no choice.
Do you want to mention your father one more time?
What's your problem?
I don't know. It just seems like.
Oh, because I have a good father? Is that a problem?
No. Okay, I didn't say that.
Okay,
but you seem to very much.
You
frequently bring it up, which I don't really.
Because she's using that as the example. And that's good. You're using it as the example.
So you want women to submit to men, but when I bring up my father in submission, deferring to the knowledge that he gave to me, it's a problem. You can't pick.
Okay,
You can't
now
have
we're
your
having
cake
a
and eat it too.
we're having a meta conversation.
Yeah, but he's not.
I can address the
It doesn't
actual
matter if he's
original
president or
thing.
not. The fact is that if you're
If
submitting
he's
a woman
arguing
in
with
any
your
situation that defers to
sure,
a man is
then
because
we'll argue the third party position. You're arguing on your father's behalf. So
no,
let's
it's
assume
not.
that.
You're arguing based on the knowledge that you have acquired from your father, from the
Okay.
headship in your home.
Okay.
It would be the same if you had a husband.
So you're
It's
arguing
the
your
protection
knowledge
that you have as
right
a woman.
now.
So you can't tell me that, as a woman, you shouldn't be able to defer to the knowledge of the
Yeah.
man
So
that
you're
is in
arguing
your life.
your
or else
knowledge
you're
right
saying,
now, right?
Remove yourself from the protection of the
Okay.
father or the man that you have in your life. That doesn't make any
So
sense.
you're arguing your knowledge right now, not your father's knowledge.
the
Knowledge that he
ideology
gave
that
you.
he raised me with
Sure.
based on the Bible.
But it is your knowledge.
He gave it to me.
Yes,
Whatever.
great. So he is arguing with your knowledge. So anyway, back to this. All he's doing is pointing out a standard. He's saying that there's a double standard where if the standard is going to be that women have the right to do this thing, then there should be an alternative standard where, fine, if that's the case that they can do this, why couldn't men then be able to relinquish their rights?
We don't agree with abortion, and we don't agree with men abandoning their kids.
If I could just interject here. So the women who would abort your child would abort it, right? And you wouldn't have to financially pay for that child. So what you're actually saying is the woman that wouldn't abort your child should be abandoned financially, and the child should have no father in its life.
No, that's not the argument.
That is the argument you're saying.
Not the
Okay,
argument.
do the math then.
Okay, so let's do the math.
Okay, do the
So
math.
here's the argument. The argument is actually if a woman has a right to terminate the pregnancy against the will of a man, you and I agree that this is incorrect, right?
Correct.
So he's saying that if that is the standard, then he would argue, so that we don't have a double standard, that then men should be able to terminate their rights to the child if they so choose to do so there's no double standard.
So a man's actions is dictated on the sins and the foolishness of women. Again, I can get away with doing stupidity
Not
because
agreeing
women are
with the
doing
position,
it. Monkey
I'm just
see,
explaining
monkey
the
do.
position.
Yes, I understand you're explaining it, but I'm saying that it is absolutely nonsense, because why as a man are you dictating your morals, your integrity, your values and principles on the stupidity of women who you say, by the way, who men constantly say that women are not meant to lead
be.
and they can't be in these
I didn't say
positions
that.
of power.
I didn't say that.
Well, it's been brought up here, okay? So the fact is, why, and women are more emotional, why are you dictating your logic on the emotions and the foolishness of women when they decide to kill their children? Okay, well, a woman kills her kids, so now men can abandon their children and equally cause destruction.
Got it. So let's
That doesn't make
let
sense.
us assume for a moment
That's not even Christian either.
that you live
No, it's
inside of a society where you can't get abortion banned. Let's just say it couldn't get banned. You couldn't ban it.
You're from
in
Canada,
this
right?
area. You couldn't get
What's
enough
your point?
votes to
I'm pretty
sway it.
sure abortion rights in Canada are fairly robust as compared to the United States.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't abort children, so
Yeah,
I
got it.
The state. Yeah, oh my God.
But assuming for a second,
And I live in the
you
United
could not
States.
get the
I'm American
electorate.
Indian,
You could
so-
not get the electorate to vote to terminate or to stop women from being able to terminate their pregnancy. You couldn't get enough people to do that. But
So
you
then
could,
don't sleep with women
okay,
who
so
agree
anyway,
with
let me
abortion.
finish the question.
Exactly.
Oh my God.
But
Let
you
him finish. Let him
could,
finish.
but you could sway the.
It literally, don't sleep with women who agree with that ideology, and you won't deal with the problem to begin with.
Okay, so
You're not
anyway,
engaging
do you want
fairly
me?
with the.
No, it is.
It is
No,
fair.
it's not. Then I'll give you the
Completely
counter
ignore that.
argument,
Let
but
him
you have to
finish.
stop
Let him
talking.
finish.
Fair. I'm sorry.
So here's the counter argument to this. If you were able to sway the electorate, though, in that position to allow for men to terminate their rights so that the women themselves then had to deal with the responsibility of it, you'd likely see abortion drop the fuck off. That's the point.
Okay, now what if you dealt with it legislatively?
that has
where
nothing to do with what
It
I
does
said.
have something to do with it
No,
because you're
because
talking
the point
about a
is,
grander
if every-
3D
if
chess,
every
right?
If every single, and you're right, you're playing chess. So at the end of the day, none of us are winning this argument. But what I'm saying is, at the end of the day, if all the men in society decided we're going to stop dating feminist women,
Yeah,
and
that's
they were
true.
left to their own devices, they would stop the mentality because there would be no market for them. There'd be
Yeah,
no
but
one for them to sleep with.
the same
no one for
standard be
them to
applied
get
the opposite
security
direction.
from.
If all women began to gatekeep sex again, just like they did in the 30s and 40s when
No,
they
because
embraced
if you were
Christian
dating
when they embraced
traditionally, you would go
Christian
to your
values
father,
in
and
the
there would-
30s and 40s. They embraced Christian values. They did not open the legs up for every man who was around. I'm not buying the argument that women are not responsible for who they sleep
I
with.
never
Only
said
men.
that. I never said
It
that.
is
I
the
said
entailment of your
traditional-
argument.
No, I said
It
traditional
is.
dating. You would go to the father, and there would not be sex before marriage, because what are you going to say to the father? Like, oh, I'm going to date your daughter, and I have good intentions, but she has to sleep with me. You can't convince any father of that. I'm sorry. You can't. So if you go back to
What does that have to do with anything?
dating, because if you go back to traditional dating, it would solve a lot of these problems. The
Oh my God, we're
pregnancy
going all
before
over the
marriage
place
and
here.
everything.
We're all
So
No, if you actually really wanted to solve the problem, you actually have to go to the root of the problem. The root
Literally.
of the problem is premarital sex. That's the root of the problem.
Oh wait, actually, you did want to talk about that. So okay, we'll talk about that really quick. We'll move on from the previous conversation.
Moving over to the patriarchal structure that you're talking about here. Yeah.
You, Millie, you are, my understanding, you are against premarital sex. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Actually, let me open this up to the panel really quick. For or against premarital sex, going around the table.
Go for it.
I'm not against it.
Everyone has free will, but as a Christian, it's a no.
I wouldn't teach it to my daughter, but I'm not going to tell other people how to live their lives.
Well, what about for your own life currently?
Well, honestly,
is there carnal knowledge?
What do you mean? Sorry.
Carnal knowledge, fornication,
like am
sexual intercourse.
Like me right now,
Are you
like
celibate?
actively?
Are you celibate or?
I was kind of planning on a celibacy.
You should.
You were planning on celibacy?
Well, I slept with one person after I broke up with my ex recently, but
wait, so hold on. So 3 months ago, you broke up with your ex, and you've had sex with a subsequent person within the past 3 months. So like last week?
About a month. 2 months ago.
Okay.
A month and a half.
Well, the whole planning for celibacy
Yeah,
thing
I
didn't
know,
really
I
work
got
out,
that.
but you tried your best. Okay.
No. But
Premarital sex, for or against?
For I advise it for everyone. Granted, we do have free will, but I'm very against it. And actually, so my husband and I, when we were dating, we weren't abiding by that, and we both came to the conclusion of like, okay, because we were still like early on in our Christianity, early enough to where we weren't getting convicted as hard about it. But then we started to face a lot of conviction about it, especially me, and it's literally the best thing that you'll do, especially because if you're not sure what your partner's intentions are, that is the quickest way to sort through people. So advise it.
You're against. What about you?
You're against it?
I'm against premarital sex.
She's against premarital sex.
What about everybody's choice? Everybody has a right to have a choice. It's all about choice.
Your answer.
Nah.
I mean, I'm definitely going to try to.
Sorry, I'm not laughing at you.
So ridiculous.
No.
Go ahead.
For my children, or for my daughter, I would definitely want to push for that and try to instill that with her, because I grew up in like the 90s and I noticed how much sexualization went on, and so I definitely want to push that.
For or against?
Do what you want.
Do what you want. Word. Okay. And bringing it back to you, Millie, not only are you against it for religious or moral or ethical reasons, you also want to criminalize it. Is that correct?
But the choice. What do we do without the woman choice?
Listen, I'm exploring the idea of if they were to criminalize
Women
premarital
voting?
sex,
Premarital sex.
what the pros and the cons would be. Sorry, what the pros and the cons would be to society.
Okay.
Because here's my argument here from what I understand. Essentially, when a man is, I guess you could say, when a man is going out and having sex with a woman, right? Let's say he takes a woman's virginity, right? In a way, when he's taking her virginity, is he essentially devaluing her? Is he injuring her, causing damage to her?
So not only are you saying like criminal, but also there should be civil.
No, I'm not saying sexual assault. I'm not saying.
No. But you're saying no.
Right.
Like criminalize the act of it for both parties, perhaps. There's also. Are you saying there should be like a civil tort?
is a woman who
Can she bring a lawsuit against him?
Here's my question to you.
Can she bring a lawsuit?
Say you have two women who look like identical twins, both beautiful 10s, gorgeous, right? Your understanding of a 10, right?
My understanding of 10, because there's no such thing.
Yeah, it doesn't
exist. Right. If one of them was a virgin, and one of them had been with multiple partners,
she was a strumpet.
Who would be
harlot,
perceived?
Sir.
Sorry, who would be perceived as more valuable, and who would be perceived as damaged?
The virgin would be considered more valuable.
Yes.
Okay. So when a man has sex with a woman, he devalues her.
But she's having sex with him.
But hear me out here. Mm-hmm. She's devaluing herself.
Sure.
Okay. So hear me out. So.
I'm listening.
When a man is having sex with that woman, right?
Yeah.
This is the analogy I would give it to. Imagine there's a bakery, okay? And in this bakery, there's a case full of these pristine, beautiful, gorgeous cakes, each unique in their own way.
Can it be a pastry shop?
No, it's not. It's
I
a
prefer,
cake.
croissants.
No, it's a cake bakery. And so
like a French bakery? Can it be a French bakery?
Okay, it can be a French cake
I want baguettes.
Bakery. Okay.
I want croissants. Okay.
No croissants. Cakes. Just cakes.
Pain au raisin?
Okay. Just cakes.
Pain au raisin?
Okay, so we have this. Okay, come on now.
Okay, go ahead.
We have this. Okay, at the bakery, there's a case full of beautiful cakes, pristine, gorgeous in their own way, right? And then you have a line of men who want to buy a cake, right? Now the guy at the front of the line decides. The guy.
Sorry.
Okay, stop interrupting. It's kind of rude. The guy at the front of the line decides he's going to go and stick his finger in each cake because he wants to try it before he wants to buy it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
So, is he being disrespectful more so to the men behind him that want to buy the cake, or is he, essentially being more disrespectful to the cake itself?
One point of clarification. He's sticking his finger or his penis in the cake?
Well, you could say whatever, but essentially he wants to taste it before he buys it, right?
They covered this in American Pie.
And then he decides, I'm going to...
Great film, by the way, American Pie.
Let me finish my analogy.
Okay.
Because we're actually going to have a discussion here, right? Or is this a clown show? Okay, so the cakes essentially are... he decides he's going to buy the cake that, he wants for himself. But now the next man behind him comes and every single cake he sees has a fingerprint in it. And then he decides to take a finger. Yeah. And then by the time the guy at the end of the line here gets to it, you have all these cakes that have been just
battered and
right.
destroyed.
It's not in its original condition.
It's not the original
And so what's happening
condition.
here is I don't understand why men in society aren't mad at the guys who are going and sticking their fingers in all the cakes.
I'm pissed off.
Well,
I'm not. Why shouldn't?
I think all women should be virgins.
What about all those fucking cakes opening their legs though? And they're like, put your finger in here.
Well,
but they have a runway going right towards the finger insert.
No, I hear it, but
I
don't see any accountability on the men's part, and I don't see any ire towards.
It sounds like you're only giving accountability to the men.
No, I say obviously I said I'm against premarital
men
sex,
are
and
leaders,
I don't think
except
women.
when it comes to sex.
Right.
Then they're
women are the gatekeepers of
they're
sex.
on their back.
Then they're bottoms. Then they're bottoms.
But men usually make the first move on most occasions. Okay, now here's the thing, okay?
But the gatekeepers of sex are women.
The most
actually it's the parents.
A lot of times they'll say, women have sex to have relationships, men have relationships to have sex, okay? So this is what I'm getting at.
Yeah.
You have to realize that men should also hold other men accountable for going up there and tarnishing all of the cakes, because what's happening is you're actually disrespecting by if you're dating a woman and you're sleeping with her and you have no intention of marrying her, you are actually tarnishing her for her future husband, and you're disrespecting her future husband. So you have to realize
this whole analogy.
She would be, but where's the accountability on the part of the men as well? In respecting other men.
Go ahead, Renee.
Should men respect other men?
I don't disagree with your general idea. Definitely
Say it, Renee. Say it.
I don't know. Men shouldn't be sticking their fingers in the cakes like crazy like that. They should want to wipe them up. But
wait, what?
But, however.
Yeah.
This is a fallacious analogy because you can't tell
Renee.
from the cake. you wouldn't be able if you walk.
You
What?
can't look at my cake.
You
Hold
can't
on,
look
Renee.
You wouldn't know the damn
You cannot look at
difference.
me and tell me how many bodies I have.
And that wouldn't be a fallacious
Your
analogy.
actions will demonstrate.
No, you
Yeah,
wouldn't.
it's called
but you
no,
would
your
actions
no,
demonstrate
you would never
Hang
know.
on, hang on.
You would never know.
It's called
That's not
emotional.
true.
When
That's
But they would never know.
Listen,
the
when-
man
would.
wouldn't know.
Yes,
no,
he
and
would.
even if
No,
the
you
man
could lie.
He might know. He might not know the precise
Do you
number,
know?
but he
Do you
can
know
tell
what
the
a
level of
continuum
deviancy
fallacy
or
is?
sexual.
Actually, what you
The
just
level of
wait, hang on. What you
deviancy.
just did is called a continuum fallacy.
Nickelodeon
It's where one thing is
donated
not another, but you
$200.
can't tell when
If
the
the woman
deviation
posts
happens.
a bunch of pictures on the internet for men to see what her bakery has to offer, who's responsible? What if I leave a good review?
I'm saying
Dumb analogy.
you'd have to put the finger like in the bottom where no one can see it.
Wait, Millie, can you answer this one?
Okay, he didn't
Wait,
really.
wait,
what did
wait.
he say? Who's held responsible?
Did you catch
What?
that? Okay.
But you
Yeah,
get what I
okay,
mean.
wait.
Okay, you get the
How
point.
to
It's like
hide.
you can't see when you walk by a woman. You cannot see how many men she's been with.
That's irrelevant.
Actually, but that's not true. Like
Actually,
men
no,
can-
it is true.
Wait,
No,
This
men
is an
can
analogy.
tell.
Renee,
men
Renee,
can tell.
Renee, listen. There's something called, check this shit out, the 1,000 cock stare. Okay, and sometimes you can look a girl in the eyes, and you know.
We're looking at you, Renee. No,
Yep.
I'm joking.
There's like a 1,000 cock stare look. Some women have it.
Do I have it?
A little bit, not gonna lie.
I'm
Just
just
kidding.
kidding.
Yeah, it's like a 200. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
So in the
I'm
analogy,
joking.
why do men get to remain like men and then the
They
women
don't.
become the
Biblically,
inanimate
they don't.
object?
No, well, here's what the reason why I give this analogy for the men in general right here is because I want them to be able to think about should men be disrespecting other men. It's not as much about the women. The real point here is when the man is doing that to the men behind, they're disrespecting the men. Do you understand? It's actually a question
Okay, I'll give
of
you my
should men be
answer on this. I'll give
disrespecting
you my
other
answer on this.
men?
Well, I don't
in
think
that
it's
way?
I don't think it's really men disrespecting other men. One, I think women are the gatekeepers of sex, as Andrew says. Women are the gatekeepers. Also, from my point of view, I don't advocate for male promiscuity. I'm against male promiscuity. Now, I don't know if I take it as far. I certainly don't take it as far as you do. I don't object to premarital sex, but I also object to like hookup culture. I object to. Here's my perspective. If I want to sleep with a girl, I want there to be continuity. I want to continue seeing her. I want to pursue a long-term relationship with her. That doesn't always necessarily lead to marriage, for example, in my case. So I'm probably not as far along as you'd like me, but I'm not as far back as there's these guys who just want to fuck a girl once and never talk to her again. I'm against that. Me personally, if I want to sleep with a girl, I want to continue seeing her. I want to pursue a long-term relationship.
Are you ready for marriage right now in your life?
Well, here's the other thing. I don't want to get married.
Okay, so then you
but then
shouldn't
aren't
be
you just
doing
going
that
around
then,
damaging
right?
Wait,
women then?
yeah.
Wait, so hold on.
Just going around
So-
making more
Hold
you're
on.
making more
Penis in
hoes.
his
Whoa,
penis.
whoa, whoa.
He can still have a
Hold
long-term
on.
relationship.
I could have.
No, but you're
contributing
making
to body count.
You're contributing to whoredom.
Right.
And
Wait, hold on.
destruction.
Yeah.
How-
One of the cake stickers.
Yeah, you're the finger dipper, and they're like, "Oh, you're such a 304. You should have let me dip my finger." And it's like, "But you promised a long life with
Well,
me
you're
and sold a
assuming.
dream."
Then you don't have
No,
room
I
to
don't
judge.
sell the dream.
You don't have room to
Well, you said
judge
you
the
want a long-term
women.
relationship
No,
with
you
them.
don't have room to
Yes.
judge the cakes that have had their fingers stick
But there's
in
no
them
commitment
if
to
you're
that.
doing the sticking.
Actually,
I
that's
just
not
wants to find a
true.
new cake, a new
Hold
bakery.
on, guys. One fucking thing at a time.
different
please.
bakery every
I can only
week.
respond to one person at a time.
Traditionally, men, when they slept with women, they were defiling their status and
Defile? Shit.
fathers would hunt men down
me
and
up.
beat the living daylights out of them or shoot them
What the
sometimes.
fuck?
Yeah,
Damn.
historically,
didn't
yeah,
marry
if you
him,
slept
yeah.
with their daughter and they lost status or something
Personally,
because
I
Oh
don't
my
think a woman
God.
loses
Okay.
any worth.
No.
They
No,
would
but-
challenge
No.
them. Challenge them to a
2024.
duel.
They would
No,
have to
that's not the point.
No,
The
that
point
it is the point.
No, 'cause
what
you
they would
didn't
have
let
to
me
do
finish.
is they
You
would
didn't
have to
let me
pay
finish.
restitution.
You didn't let me
maybe.
finish. But still,
maybe.
the fact is, you are causing damage, and it's a disrespect to
You're
a family.
also causing
They're-
damage to the male, and
Yeah,
male
the
virginity
family, the
being
male-
intact was also something which was considered
Okay,
to
but-
be, inside of society, something that which needed to be held intact.
It damages
Male
everyone.
chastity.
That's the point. It's a disrespect to everyone, including yourself. And if you're going to go around continually just sleeping with people without marriage and then saying, "Oh, well, women have to stop being 304s," you're contributing to the problem. You're literally
Did you
the
not
problem.
hear anything I just said?
But you said you want
Did
a
you
long
not just
term,
hear-
but not marriage. And if it doesn't
What's
work out,
the-
then
Yeah, but do you acknowledge there's a difference between these guys who will fuck like multiple new women a week and never talk to them again versus a guy who's actually genuinely interested in pursuing
Biblically, it's the
long-term...
same
But
thing. If
you're
you're sleeping
wasting-
with someone
Really?
before
You're wasting
marriage,
their time if
Biblically,
you
if
have
you're-
no intent to marry
No,
them.
if you're being
No.
upfront, if you're being upfront with them,
Yes,
yeah,
I'm being
exactly.
upfront.
So then I
I'm
don't think
literally
you're wasting
saying
their time.
I'm saying it on a podcast.
Yeah.
I mean,
saying
like
it
you're
on a
being. I
podcast.
never said you're being dishonest.
The overarching
I'm saying
point,
you're causing harm.
Yeah, the overarching
long
point
term.
you're
Am I?
making is
I mean,
fine.
yeah.
I
Damn,
agree.
bro.
Like I literally agree with you. I've agreed with most of what you said.
Andrew
when
disagrees
it comes to this. But here's the thing. I don't really, in this sense, I don't understand why you're negating the responsibility of women
I
whose
didn't.
sexual virtue is really important for biblically.
Right.
I didn't
We're
negate
not
her
negating
responsibility.
women's
I didn't say that
responsibility.
she was inept mentally and she can't
I'm
like make her own
actually
decisions.
speaking more like
That's not what I'm
from
saying.
man to man, brother to brother.
I'm addressing
Men
her question.
disrespecting other men.
Yeah, I know, but
by
I'm
doing
talking
that.
specifically.
What's up, Nick? Everything okay, Nick? Oh, okay. I thought I heard something.
So
back
are you
there.
thinking it's a more compelling argument because men respect other men? So if they think they're causing harm to other men, then it might make them.
Well,
think
they are
about it
causing harm to
differently?
other men. They
Yeah,
are
they
because.
are.
Wait, okay,
because
hold on.
You wouldn't want someone doing that to your daughter or your sister or your mother.
Or
just
my
coming-
son.
Well, I
Or your no, but a man coming along saying, I want to have a long-term relationship with you. I'm not going to marry you, but I do expect you to sleep with me and do all the roles of a wife.
But what type of woman would
Sign
allow
me
all
that?
up.
the roles of a wife. A
Sign
father
me
would not
up.
want that for his
That's
daughter.
removing
Let-
autonomy
show me
from the
that.
woman.
You
That's
can
the only
towel.
problem with the argument.
You can do my laundry.
So why would you expect that full commitment from a woman without giving that full commitment with her?
Why is she giving
It's her
it?
choice at the end
That's
of
the
the
argument
day,
back.
you know?
Why is she giving it?
well, if
If she doesn't want that,
Why is she giving
no,
the
it's not
commitment?
the argument of who's giving it or who's receiving
No,
or
it is.
taking.
It's
the
the
argument is
same.
why are you doing it?
No,
Why
it's
do
the
you
same
want to
argument.
participate in that when you're
Why does
complaining-
she?
You're complaining about that being a part of the problem. Why are you participating in the problem?
Why is she?
You are complaining about the problem.
See,
If
I
she's
think
doing
the
it, she
problem
probably
is
doesn't
you
care.
can't have your
She
cake
doesn't
and eat it
care.
too.
I'm not
you know?
conceding.
Right.
I'm not saying that it's
So
wrong.
she doesn't-
It's not wrong.
Right.
I'm saying it's wrong on
Gâteau.
both ends,
Please
but
use
he's
the
saying that it's
gâteau.
okay. Why is it okay to
Gâteau de roi.
contribute to all of this and say it's a problem, but then
You okay,
continue
Renee?
to
You doing
contribute
good?
to the problem? If
So-
you're going to have sex with women before marriage,
So I'll answer the
continuously-
question. So if chastity is important to a woman, great.
It's important to
So
men.
again, he should react and make his morals
let me
based
let me
on
make
a
the
woman
argument
instead
before
of
you cut me
God.
off in 5 seconds. Relax.
I'm just
So so here's the
I'm sorry.
so here's the
Je m'excuse.
So here's the argument back, right? You're right that men and women should keep their chastity intact 100%. They both have a responsibility to do that, women even more so than men because of how valuable it is. And they are the gatekeepers of sex. We know this because based on ancestry, we can see that men have twice as many female ancestors as they do male ancestors. Okay?
You're a man in the relationship is
So hang
supposed
on,
to,
let me finish.
Okay.
Almost done. So because of this, we know that women gatekeep sex. That's as it should be. And yes, it is absolutely biblical. And yes, there's nothing wrong with that. And men also are supposed to maintain their chastity. My only contention with your entire argument here is that if a fucking degen, Brian, and another no, I'm kidding, I'm joking, bro, relax, calm down. But anyway, and
Just a little bit.
and a degen woman,
Just a little bit.
right? They're both hooking up together. I don't see where you can delineate and say that that's purely the responsibility of the man. It
never said
clearly
that.
isn't.
I never
And
said
the
that.
same thing, but that's her argument, right?
Okay, it's not my
So
argument.
I didn't say
Wait, are
it
you a-
was
are
only
you
the
a
responsibility
virgin?
of a man. Don't put that in my
I
mouth.
said
That
that
word
I
is
was-
in my
well,
mouth.
but
Like,
who's
I did
leaving
not
the
say
finger
that.
on the cake? This implies that the cake
I didn't say
itself
that.
was perfect until this finger hit it.
Well, you said a
but the cake
virgin
has no
had-
autonomy,
the
right?
virgin
The cake
was
can't
epitome.
choose
That's
if you
darn
stick your
finger.
That's
finger
not
in
what I
it.
said.
Okay,
I said
hold
as-
on. This was my analogy, so I want to address this because you're actually saying that I said something in it. What I'm saying here is the reason I gave the analogy was
what's
to
the-
pose the question of if you think it's okay as a man to be disrespecting other men by essentially tampering with, causing damage
Damn,
to
the
such
answer-
a
the answer is
devaluation
no.
My penis is
to
not that
another
big.
man's future
So the
wife.
answer is
No
no.
damage.
The answer is
No
no.
damage is
and
occurring.
the answer to the
There's
other
no
side
damage occurring.
is it's
It's an
also
average
not okay
penis.
for her
I've never
to be doing the
damaged.
same behavior.
Okay, so
That's
you
the
don't.
point.
So
Vagina.
men don't think that they have to respect
Just,
other men.
You know.
No,
I do want to add something real quick.
I literally just said, I agree with you. They should respect a man. They shouldn't be pulling the ladder up behind them, right? What I'm saying to you, though, is it's as much in this case, the, I guess, inanimate object of cake, which is like a dunderhead woman, also would have the same responsibility and is also cheapening sex and cheapening chastity, which is way more valuable to women than it even is to men for all other women. They're kind of fucking the whole sisterhood. You know what I mean? The whole sisterhood, which could keep the chastity together. So that's my problem with the analogy.
I
should
hold
lower
women
their
accountable for
integrity
that.
as men because women allow them.
I did
to.
have a question for you. Are you a virgin?
It does make sense.
Are you?
I told you that I was.
She was married.
Married before, even though it was like not.
Oh, I see.
To address what you're saying, because I agree with you on that.
Keisha, will you marry me?
Stop it right now! What the heck? Traditional men approach fathers first. So in courtship. Yeah.
Is he watching the show right now?
Stop it.
What's his name?
That's crazy.
Yo, check this out. I don't know. I'm gonna make up a name for your dad.
No, his name is Dale Richardson. Don't disrespect him.
Oh, but that, no. I was trying
Don't call him like some random name.
I was trying to respect him by not,
No, that's okay.
Saying his name. Just
No, but he's all over my.
Dale Richardson. Dr. Can I call him Dr? Yo, what's up, Dr? I wish to.
Well, good job, Dale. She's got good values.
I wish to make a proposal. Okay, sorry, this is cringe as fuck. My bad.
I do want to add something real quick. So about the cakes and everything. So, oh my God.
She convinced me. Keisha convinced me. I had to propose.
This is a really degenerate bakery we're in right now.
It really is.
Well, let's say that the chef of the bakery is like the dad, and the chef should be also watching over and saying,
"What if the dad
get away from my daughter?"
So I did get aborted, and I was never baked.
That's not even. That's not
Okay,
even, that's
I am
not
going to add
sometimes
something. Please.
I mean, the
That's
chef
messed up.
tastes.
No,
Sometimes the
that's
chef
really
will
bad.
sample. I'm just saying.
don't-
Sometimes the chef, he wants to make sure the food came out right. He
No,
sometimes
that's
samples.
disgusting.
Oh, that's disgusting.
That's absolutely disgusting.
No.
That's absolutely. That's not even funny.
I want to hear what she had to
I
say.
thought that was a bit. Okay.
I mean, the P word? No, that's not.
Incest.
Yeah, no, that's not funny.
Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
My bad.
Okay.
Yeah. My bad.
So, my husband and I one time we were talking about this really
Obviously
cool
joking.
study,
you
and
from
I don't know
Kentucky?
the
I'm joking.
Or West
obviously.
Virginia.
Alabama.
I don't know the exact source of it off the top of my head, but it was talking about how the more people that someone sleeps with, particularly particularly in this situation, women, the less emotional capacity she has to get attached and everything. And so I think, like you were saying, with the cakes and whatnot, eventually, if enough men dip their finger in the cake, there might not be any cake left. And it's not that necessarily there's like no value, she's horrible, whatever it is,
She's
but it's just
mentally,
it's a like a mental and emotional depletion over time,
Inability
and that
to connect
takes away
emotionally with
from
the
the
partner.
quality of
Right.
relationship with a man, or
That's
you know, so
The cake just
yeah.
stops tasting good when too many fingers get in it.
There's
Sometimes
nothing
it
left.
gets
There's no
moldy.
Can make you
Yeah,
sick.
but that's not
It
even.
gets
You might
I don't
get E.
think
coli.
anyone's disagreeing with what she's
It's
saying
AIDS
about
cake.
the cake.
I mean, like, please tell me if
might get super
I'm
gonorrhea
wrong.
from the
No,
cake.
you're
got
right.
HPV.
I would love to know your guys'
HPV
thoughts
cake.
on that.
No one
Yeah.
is
Sign me up.
no one is saying that I agree with you, Faith. I don't think anyone's disagreeing with what you're saying.
I drink it up.
I'm sorry, I never play that. I had to play it because food.
Okay.
Wait, hold on. I do want to move things along because we're getting stuck here for too long. Really quick. Okay, so your position
This is the real cake gate.
This is so you said you wanted to criminalize it, correct? Premarital sex.
I said, yeah, I think that
It should be a misdemeanor?
there are, if you weigh the pros and the cons, which I really have a hard time finding a single con, which maybe you guys could see if you think of a con, but the pros of what it could do for society would be it would drastically cut down on STDs, and especially super STDs.
Yep.
It would decrease unwanted pregnancies. It would essentially do away with this hookup date culture where they treat sex like a handshake. It would, and by decreasing unwanted pregnancies, you would be able to have a stronger nuclear family unit. And by essentially encouraging that more men and women are virgins going into a marriage, statistically, they're going to have a better outcome for essentially staying together and not getting divorced, which is going to affect the children in a better way, right? Because we know divorce damages children. So
Okay,
I
let
mean,
me
that's just a couple.
yeah,
so far.
okay, lots of
pros.
good-
Sounds like Sharia law, right? Isn't that what you're...
No, it's actually holding men and women accountable that want to act irresponsibly with
by,
reproduction.
Would
by
both men
punishing
and
their
women-
choices. By
Wait, would
punishing
would
them.
both men and women be held, like both of them held criminally liable?
Right, both men and women.
Or would it fall more
both
so
men and
towards
women?
men?
It's not only men. It
Okay.
would be both men and women.
Is it
would
a
be-
fine?
I'm actually
Yeah, I'm
against-
thinking
I'm
like
very
a
much
fine.
against this.
Would it be cheaper than
against
taking a
this.
woman on a date?
I am against.
No, I'm thinking it would
He'd
be
just
like,
be like, I'll just pay the $300. Fuck it.
Dang.
well, a fine and maybe a misdemeanor, and
Wait,
you know,
felony? Should it be felony?
No, I didn't say felony.
Death penalty. What about
misdemeanor.
I mean,
repeat?
you could go to jail for a misdemeanor.
Repeat.
Right, repeat offender, maybe.
Death
yeah,
penalty.
if a guy's like going around and he's got 7 baby mamas all on child support, don't you think the guy should probably be going to jail for some of that?
Wait,
I
so
mean, he's
death penal-
causing a
death
damage.
penalty?
Well, hold on, he's causing injury to the
Hey,
public
I'm with
because
that.
now the American taxpayers are having to pay
She
for.
caused all the damage too, though.
No, not necessarily.
For shizzle.
If this guy's going around impregnating all these
Deportation?
women,
Should we deport people?
we're gonna have more welfare queens, you know. If,
Should we
if he's
deport
doing
people
that.
for premarital sex?
Deport people.
No, I'm
Deportation.
not saying anyone should be deported.
Couldn't that just be achieved through like stigma or returning to stigma rather than criminalizing?
Yeah, way better strategy.
I mean,
Sign
good
me
luck.
up. Get me a criminal
But isn't that
defense
how it
attorney.
used
We're
to be?
good.
Yeah,
What do you mean? Well, it's
I mean,
Sign
there
me
used to
that way.
be a much
Yeah, it was
more.
not crime. It was not a crime in the
going to
40s to have
jail.
sex. It was just highly stigmatized, and that kept society together through shame, which works well.
All right. That was an interesting
Well, here's
concept.
my thing. Can you think of any cons?
Yeah, it's unconstitutional.
Criminalizing anything never
Can
works.
these women?
So wait, you're not criminalizing children. How are you
unconstitutional.
When do
All
most
these
people have sex
304s
now?
going to jail.
Oh no, that's
bro.
not criminalizing
These strumpets
children. No, it's
in
not. It's
jail,
actually
dude.
preventing
The women's
unwanted
prisons are going to be
pregnancies,
overrun.
and it's encouraging
Doing that
children
was
to be born in
criminalizing
wedlock.
All right, we're not
having
gonna here. This was
No, actually, I really want to know what are the cons. Can you
It's
actually?
unconstitutional.
Does it say in the Constitution?
We have a right.
Freedom
To,
of religion.
we have a right to have sex.
Freedom of
Okay,
religion.
we have a right.
You are saying that.
It's
God
in
gave
the
us free will.
Constitution.
No, do we have a right?
It's a God-given right.
Listen, a lot of our
No,
laws.
but you're
Do you have a
Christian,
right to
right?
drink and drive? No, because you have the
I can-
potential
wait,
of injuring the public.
I can.
It's listen. You do not have a right to drink and drive. Okay, that is impeding your free will. Whatever you want to try to say, but you
Look.
are potentially going to injure the public. Therefore, they have made it illegal to drink and drive.
You could
if
literally
you are
kill someone,
engaging
though.
in a
I-
reckless sexual lifestyle,
Okay, cool,
you
cool,
have
cool,
a high
cool.
potentiality
Millie,
of
look,
injuring
I mean,
the
I'm
public,
fine. Look, I'm fine
causing
with it.
unwanted
But as an
pregnancies,
actual societal
super
solution, it
gonorrhea,
wouldn't work. But
all
look,
kinds
I'm
of
fine
problems.
with it.
Look, as just a quip that's kind of humorous to talk about, I think yes. But like realistically speaking, do you think that this will ever occur? No. So like,
Well, how do you know?
It's never going to happen.
Well, do you think that it will ever
Not with
occur?
women voting, it
Listen,
won't happen.
Do you think it will ever occur that women won't be able to vote?
Yes.
No, it won't. Because
Yes,
the
it
women
will.
would have to vote to
No,
undo
I agree.
their
I don't
rights,
think.
and that's
I don't
not
think
gonna
we're.
happen.
I don't think that we would
All
ever
you would
be able
need
to
is
walk
a
that back.
Supreme Court
I think it's
ruling.
actually more likely
You would
that
only need a Supreme
people
Court
would outlaw
ruling.
Jesus
premarital
There's women on the
sex.
Supreme Court nowadays. Did
Yeah,
you
there was
know?
women on the Supreme Court who outlawed abortion too.
Let me read some
Yeah,
chats,
but-
boys. Boys, let me
Sorry.
read some chats. Brian,
It's
when,
way easier to convince 9 people than it is to convince 70 million.
Brian,
so.
Which is why our democracy stinks.
That's why democracy
Brian,
sucks.
when you have carnal
I like
knowledge
how
with
nobody could
stop,
point
stop,
out
stop,
cons.
stop, stop, stop. Brian, when you have carnal knowledge with
No, there's
Eve,
no cons.
you
It's
become
great.
one flesh. Even without marriage, you are impacting your temple and creating soul ties. Cool, man. Thanks. Thank you, bro. Cool story, bro. Thank you, Rose. Appreciate it. Yeah, sorry. I'm gonna.
You just called
I'm
him
gonna,
a 403, guys.
I'm gonna continue.
Is it 304?
I'm gonna
Same thing.
continue. I'm not trying to run through a bunch of chicks, but yeah, I'm probably not gonna stop
love.
premarital sex.
Stop-
Sorry.
stop the degeneracy
I'm a
of today,
I'm a
Brian.
degen. I'm a
not
degen.
too late.
But you would
You
get
know what,
married
though?
if the state
Andrew's
got out of it, right?
What's that?
You would get married if the state got out of the equation, right?
I'd get married under the current terms if she was rich.
Would you get married?
Sign me up.
Would you get married
Why?
if the state
Why
He wants
that?
a
outlawed
sugar mama.
premarital sex?
Little money.
If the state made it illegal to have premarital sex, would you get married?
Can I have multiple wives? No, I'm just kidding.
Would that change it for you?
Well, yes, I would be more inclined to get married
Oh, well,
if
there you have it.
I would be
Yeah,
more
I'm just-
inclined to get married if I could not if it was illegal to have premarital sex.
Yeah. So
You do realize though, like drugs are illegal and people still do drugs though, right?
No, I do realize that, but at the same time, it would probably drastically cut down on the hookup culture that we're seeing today, where you have women with
wouldn't you
really
have to
high
make
body
How is this
counts,
being
men with
enforced?
high body
Wait,
counts.
Yeah, this is like this would be
The
such
enforcement question.
like this would be such an infringement on like the police state necessary.
Well, you would know it by if there's an unintended pregnancy out of wedlock.
Yeah, I
What
know,
if there wasn't, though?
But wouldn't you have to get rid of contraception for this plan to work?
Not necessarily. If
Shit, my
if,
pull-out
if
game is
somebody,
It wouldn't work
bro.
if
unless you got
somebody
rid
knows
of it.
about
Pull-out
it,
game.
How
if-
could it? If
Yeah, because you could not
I
be
should
able
be
to tell.
fine.
They could just
there'd
keep
be
going
no way
every
for you to
day.
do anything about it if there was
if both
contraception.
parties were consenting, yeah, and if at no point in time did either party, go astray and decide.
Well,
that
I
they
mean,
feel
couldn't one of the parties
jaded or-
also not want to like report essays because if they did, they would feel like they potentially could be guilty of an alternative crime?
Wait, what?
That's
Wait,
a con.
That's a,
All right,
that's a
guys,
con.
this is great. Look, let's move on. All
One of
right,
the smartest things you said all night.
hold on, Mr. Travolta.
Nothing I say.
Wait,
Which is
Renee,
not
can you read
genius.
this one for me?
Undercover blonde feminist and glasses are complete loons. Not actually, guys, sorry. Completely taking accountability away from women. Now they want to criminalize consensual sex. Women choose who to have sex with. Dummies.
Right.
Not
Okay.
them.
Merci beaucoup, Travolta.
Can I actually? I can respond to it real quick.
Quick, please,
I
please,
think
please.
I actually take accountability every single time that I say I actually have to listen to my father's advice when he tells me to do what's best for me, and I choose to listen. It means I'm protecting myself from doing bad mistakes. I'm taking accountability for myself and doing what is right for me. So I am not.
Is a fucking legend.
Yes, he is.
He's a
the
fucking
OG
legend.
engineer. That's what I call him.
He did good.
I
He
don't
did
understand though
awesome.
because we're not
No.
disputing that point.
All I'm saying, no, but him, the sir, whoever said that, I'm just saying that when a woman puts herself under the submission of her father, she's taking accountability for herself and her life, understanding that that's what's best for her. Like, I'm not saying that women should not do that. If
Wait.
more women listen to their fathers, they'd be in less problems.
Wait, I have a question for you. If you were married, I assume your father would still have some degree of influence, right?
I mean, if I'm married, I'm listening to my husband.
But would
Yeah.
you listen to your husband over your father?
Yes. Yeah. Yes.
I mean, if my husband told me to do something that was harmful to me, then I can't listen to him biblically. Like,
what does that mean, harmful?
Like if he told me to like shoot Millie, I don't know. Like,
Because like if we were married and like I should
Well-
have ultimate authority, and then
I mean,
but your dad
my-
sounds kind of fucking based.
I'm
I don't know,
not
like
gonna-
how
If
can
your
I
dad-
ever
I'm
live
not
up?
gonna be in
How
my
can I
house,
ever
like,
live up
if
telling
your
to
dad
Dale?
and your husband,
I just
were
feel
in a
like Dale would
dispute-
overpower me.
If your dad and your
My dad
husband
is
were in a
not like a-
dispute over your future,
saying.
and they both had your best intentions, you
I'm
would
just
listen to
saying.
your
but
husband,
the thing
right?
is, so I'll give an example. So the people I've dated in the past, like genuinely dated, they've gone to my dad and asked, okay, I'm interested in your daughter. How are men talk to each other? I don't know. I like her, whatever. Can I date her? Whatever. I don't know. And then that goes that way. I date her, whatever. If there's a problem that they feel like they need my dad's opinion on, since he knows me better, they have called him and reached out to him like, hey, I would like to understand how to approach your daughter better in this situation. And he will talk to them, and he's had a close relationship with them. So I've never been put in the position where I had to listen to one or the other
Okay,
because
that's fair.
they've been in unity when it came down to that. And they were quick to call my dad if I did something that pissed them off, like, what's wrong with your daughter? Like, why is she doing this? And my dad's like, hey, I get it. She's been doing this to me too. Like, this is how you fix it. I don't know.
All right, we have AB Check. Hey, dude, AB Check, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Make slut shaming great again. Okay.
That is it's ultimately a better
Thank you.
solution to move
Thank
towards
you,
shame.
AB Check.
If you
Thank
want to
you.
see that type of movement
I don't
in
think
society.
you can shame women into like being better though.
But you
Not
can,
long-term.
and I can tell you how.
Not
the same
if the-
reason you got them to smoke.
Not if
because
the-
women are highly susceptible to propaganda, far more than the alternative sex. The same thing exists. I was trying to bring this up earlier, but if you look at that same program, Jones talks about a bunch, MK Ultra, you find what they found, kind of studying this, is it's like 15% on the front end and the back end are open to suggestion, meaning 15% you can't fucking brainwash for shit. Okay, bottom 15% of society totally susceptible to it. Women are far more suggestible to propaganda, though, than men are, overwhelmingly. And they conform to social norms far more than men do. So if you utilize propaganda, even state propaganda works great for this, by the way. Women tend to enforce state propaganda more than any man does. And yes, you can move through propaganda for shame. And if even just having a switch in Hollywood towards alternative propaganda would do wonders for shaming.
All I say is you should carry that same energy to the men who are being promiscuous
I just told you
in
it's
society.
really hard to propagandize men. It's really easy to propagandize
not
women.
necessarily. You don't have
What's
to
the
necessarily.
evidence behind that?
I just gave it to you. It's
Listen,
called MK Ultra. I literally just said it. You weren't even paying attention.
You don't have
You're
to.
just sitting there going,
Hey,
isn't MK
you
Ultra
don't have
like
to
a move?
use propaganda
No, it's a
to
CIA
carry that
program.
same
no,
energy.
it's a program, yeah.
You don't have to use propaganda to carry that same energy towards men. How men hold other men accountable is through force, correct?
You want us to go and beat the shit out of them? Fine,
That's what they
great.
used to
That's
do.
wonderful. But what we could easily do is just move into a shame culture of stigma. Stigma works better than anything. Why do you think progressives are always trying to fucking remove stigma as part of their social agenda? Remove stigma from LGBTQ. Remove stigma from women in the workforce. Remove stigma from. It's always a destigmatization campaign because they know how effective stigma is in society. That's why they're always moving to remove it.
Okay, you had a good point what you were saying about women with the propaganda, and they do because they're emotional, and that's true. What I'm saying is, though, when women go into a bad lifestyle that's harmful to them and they're trying to get out of it, for example, OnlyFans or something, say they start learning about Jesus or they learn about a better way of life and they're like, you know what, this is terrible, I want to stop. A lot of society will shame them so bad they'll feel like they have no option but to go back into it because people accept them when they're in it and they're like, oh yes, queen, do what you want, or that's just her OnlyFans life or whatever.
That wouldn't
but
be
as soon
stigma.
but they try to, like, when they come out of it, they shame them so bad it's like they can't handle it. Sometimes you can shame to a certain point, but you cannot shame an emotional being into positive progression long term. It doesn't work.
Of course
you
it
need
works.
to show them
What do you mean?
show them how to actually solve the problem.
Yes, you can.
You need to actually show
Listen,
them.
You can replace the ideology after it's broken down, most certainly, and you should. But saying that the stigmatization doesn't work long term is insane. We use stigmatization, it works long term all the time for everything, for behavior, for how you act in class, to how you act at home, to how you act everywhere, to how you act in a restaurant. Stigma works everywhere you see it applied. Everywhere you see it applied, it works.
You mean like people are doing things because they're afraid of the stigma as opposed to their actual ideological
Correct.
beliefs?
Nobody tells you you don't get arrested for cutting in movie theater line. You just don't do it because all the shame of the people looking at you and going, get to the back of the fucking line. It's the stigma itself.
If that were true, then they could use shame.
It is true.
They could use shame in place of laws for things like drunk driving.
That doesn't work when it comes to like people needing to be reformed.
They give you an additional penalty on top as part of a deterrent. However, if you had a sufficient amount of social stigma against drunk driving, like, I don't know, you could probably get a law passed like prohibition, which was largely pushed by women, and it was largely to stigmatize alcohol. And yes, of course it worked. And it was only pushed back through kind of countering that stigma where it started to fall apart. Yes, stigmatization works. If you had a social norm that was so entrenched that people adhere to whatever it is, it could be more powerful than a law. Sometimes social norms can be more powerful than a law you put on the books. Tradition can be
like
more
the
powerful than a law.
Yeah,
again, traditions can be more powerful than law too. Imagine tomorrow, for instance, there's a law that said you couldn't celebrate Christmas. That would be a tall order, right? The traditionalism that maybe people are rooted in be more powerful than the law itself. It would
Prohibition was a
override it.
bad example because that one was also criminalized and it failed.
What?
Prohibition of alcohol?
That was my point was it was a stigmatization against alcohol.
Yeah, but it was also criminalized.
But when women were pushing back the other direction, then they went ahead and removed the laws. And also there was all sorts of other problems with it. But the way that a lot of that stigma happened, the way a lot of the men went with it, is because women would hold up signs and shit and say things like, alcohol that have touched our lips, you'll never touch our lips. Now, granted, they were ugly women, but still, propaganda.
But it failed.
Ultimately
it
works.
failed. Ultimately, we have alcohol now.
The policy failed. The stigmatization
also
did not fail.
People still drink alcohol.
It didn't fail.
If you could shame women out of OnlyFans, like there'd be no 304s.
No, yeah, you can't
like you
shame
can't
a girl
shame
out
a
of
girl.
OnlyFans. She has to make that decision on her own.
A girl can't handle long term dealing with that kind of emotional attack without having an actual solution to the problem
Then let me ask you a
given to her in
question.
real time. Like she needs
when it
to
comes
have
to
a way
the
out.
when it
Somebody
comes to the
needs show her a way out.
LGBTQ, are progressives trying to destigmatize that?
What
Hold
does
on,
that
look.
When it comes to certain groups like that group, Progressives want to destigmatize. They don't want any stigma towards that group, right?
You don't have to participate if you don't want.
Yeah, but they don't want any stigma towards that group, right?
Yeah.
Okay, why?
Tell me why.
No, you tell me why. I asked you.
I mean, I don't know what your answer is.
Okay. But anyway, the answer is simple. They want to destigmatize these things because when they are stigmatized, people push back. They literally push back. They go, no, we don't want this. We don't want that. Certain parades, shit like that. They will push back as long as stigma is socially okay.
Yeah, but resenting something doesn't
So
give you a solution.
I'm sorry, got to move on. Culturally, where are the fathers from Ben George?
Based.
Thank you, Ben George. Not sure if that's an actual question or hypothetical or...
Their kids all got aborted. That's not...
And parental alien. There's a lot of alienation going on, you know?
That's
okay. We have Mr. Travolta. Shut up about your father. You have a father. We get it. You talk too much for someone that listens to dad. I was talking about criminalizing premarital sex. Also, my DUI question was for the whole panel. I forgot what your DUI question was.
Something about female privilege or white privilege.
Yeah. But she answered that already.
He wanted the whole panel to answer. We could go around really quick, I guess.
A little bit of both.
Do you identify as white?
Yeah, I don't know what the question is.
No, I'm not white.
Oh, sorry.
I
rescind that.
What
no.
is the question? I don't.
Yeah,
I
I'd
think
say
people
actually
are
it is
confused.
female privilege. I think the piggies do be giving you some slack as a woman.
Okay, quick, please.
Oh, the question is...
Is it female privilege?
Is
or
it,
is it white
it's
privilege?
it's female, I think.
Or is it both?
I mean, it could be both. It
She
depends
doesn't
on the
identify
situ-
as white, so I would
Well,
say
not
it's
for
just
her
female
specifically,
privilege.
but I mean, like, if it was anyone else, I mean, it could be both depending on the circumstances. But I don't know, for her, maybe just female. Whatever.
I'm not really sure for this one.
Female. Female privilege.
Female.
Okay. All right, let me get through my show notes here. I would like to try to wrap things up relatively soon, so I do need to get through a lot. Holy fuck. Okay. Nalia, you are apolitical, correct? Nalia?
Yeah, Reina?
Oopsie. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah, you probably should. Okay,
It's all good.
right. Okay. You said the government is ran by cult leaders and aliens?
Yes. That was just kind of a joke, but...
Oh, so you don't actually think it's run by aliens?
I think it's like... I just think it's like weird. I just think it's weird that our food is poisoned, but yeah, that's all.
The food's poisoned?
Yeah, the American food
Like the
system,
cakes?
big food.
The FDA just lets everything
FDA.
fly.
And that's where you get back
Are you a
to...
vegan?
I'm not a vegan. I love meat. I like
thank
grass-fed
God.
meat, though.
Oh, thank
I
God.
don't like...
It has to be
like
grass
raw
finished.
milk. Hell
Renee,
yeah.
are you-
not grass
are you
fed,
vegan?
grass
It has to be grass finished. It's a real thing.
You're real.
Big food and big pharma.
So all of you, none of you are vegans, right?
No.
So there's some semblance of
Okay.
sanity.
Ben George, too scared to ask culturally where the fathers are. Why might that be? Wait, so what do you want me to ask? I'm a little confused. Where the fathers are? Why
I
not?
think maybe he
Culturally
wants to go around and find out
Where's our dad?
everyone's
Okay, here, let me.
father situation.
I'm going to take some liberties here. Going around the table, are your parents still together?
No.
Into the mic, please.
No.
Yes.
No.
No.
No. No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes. All right, Ben George. I'm changing up your chat here. I just don't really know what you want me to ask them. Going back to you, Reina. Is that?
Sure.
I don't know. I'm just gonna call you Gertrude.
Sure.
You said you got some hot takes on the adult industry. You were in it for 2 months. You got the shit end of the stick and exposed to what it's really like. And you said you spoke out against it. Can you give us a quick plot synopsis?
It's kind of hard to put in a nutshell, but I don't know. Basically, I don't know. My personal perspective on pornography and OnlyFans and stuff like that. I know people often say it's addictive to watch. They talk about how men struggle with watching it and stuff like that. I think on the other side of that, a lot of these women are addicted to making it. I really feel like it's a real, genuine addiction, like drugs too.
You were living in a house, a model house.
Attention. Yeah, I went to the. Okay, so that was part of the big part I was talking about. So yeah, I did go to this model house one time, and so basically my agent was involved with some of the biggest companies in the industry, And so, like, I trusted him initially. Obviously, like, don't ever trust anyone in the industry who's a man. Like, they'll just lie to your face. But, yeah, I don't know. I just remember, like, he was, like, you know, giving me what I wanted as far as, like, money and the jobs I wanted and stuff like that. But I don't know. They have something weird going on. I have no idea. Like, apparently my agent didn't even have a real license, and that he was actually working for some other guy. And I don't know, when I got to the model house, I was getting death threats my first time in LA. He said that this guy was after me and that he wanted to, like, hurt me or something like that.
Deal with it. Okay. Let's bring it back to, we'll bring it to dating. You said you dated a male adult star who was jealous of you. What's the story there?
I don't know, pretty much he did, you know, that for, like, a lot longer than I did.
Did he smash dudes?
No, he never did anything gay or anything like with another guy. He just had, like, his own stuff and, like, but I think he was just, I don't know. Sorry, I, like,
no, you're fine.
Mumble a lot.
Here, I can help prompt you. So you said that he wanted to impregnate, maybe do split, Nick. He wanted to impregnate you and insisted on getting married to you, but you found out he was cheating. You said he was a psychopathic narcissist who was twice your age.
Yes.
So you were what, like 20?
I was 19 when I started in the industry.
So he was like 40 or something?
He's, about 40. And I met him, 2 months into filming. And pretty much he just told me that, you know, he wanted, like, the best for me. He didn't want me to be involved in any of that. And I believed him.
Okay. But it sounded like he wanted you to quit the industry. And did he quit it with you?
So we were shooting OnlyFans exclusively together. And then, like, I know he like cheated on me with someone else and, like, shot a scene with them, and then, like,
he cheated on you and you broke up with him?
Yes.
But then you got back.
Then I got back together.
You got back with him.
But this recent time.
You're recently single. Oh, so this is the guy that you said that you've been single for 3 months. Okay, so that's the one. This is the relationship, the 2-year relationship that you're talking about, correct?
Yes, my longest relationship.
Okay. You're single again after looking through his phone history of him searching for OF girls. Yeah. To date, to work with?
Well, when I met him, I remember I saw him, like, looking for this stuff on YouTube, and he told me, like, that it was from before and that his intention was to work with these girls. So when I saw it again, I just kind of didn't give him the benefit of the doubt because he's already cheated on me. So I'm assuming his intention was to work with someone else again.
Okay. All right. And you said that he was jealous of you. You mentioned the impregnation thing. What made him a psychopathic narcissist?
He's, like, a huge asshole. He's a really big asshole.
Yeah, but what narcissism?
He's an abusive narcissist.
How do you know he's a narcissist?
I've been watching, like, a lot of videos from doctors and stuff. I've been studying, like, my own journey and stuff like that.
Do you think if you watched a bunch of videos from doctors and stuff that you'd be able to, I don't know, diagnose cancer and stuff like that?
It's not like I was just like, oh, mental health, what is mental health? Like, I dialed in on, like, what is narcissism? Sure. And I think it's pretty spot on.
Okay, we won't linger too long on that. You did want to talk about that you can turn a hoe into a housewife. Did anybody else have that as a thing you wanted to talk about, turning a hoe into a housewife? Did you put that in your notes?
Not word for word, but the essence, yes.
Okay, that's. By the way, what's that? You did it too?
I didn't, but I agree.
Oh, you agree. So these are your words, but I didn't say hoe. You said hoe. You said you can turn a hoe into a housewife. I have to disagree with you here, but I'm open to.
I think you're wrong, Brian.
Well, I'm open to hearing you out. So what's your position?
I don't know. I don't know, because my ex was a hoe too, though. So, like, you know, like, men have to, like, you know, we were saying a little bit, like, take a little bit of accountability, you know.
Should you turn a hoe into a housewife?
Not always. I feel like I have, like,
just sometimes.
I feel like you can't. Okay, only a hoe can turn themselves into a housewife. Really, like, it has
lead
to
a
be
horse to water.
Yeah, but you can't make him drink.
Well, she'd have to find a man who's willing to do that. And my general recommendation to men, my prescriptive suggestion is that's not even an avenue you go down. That's not even the path you go down.
Oh, whatever.
If she has a past of doing sex work or a past of promiscuity, that is 100% a deal breaker. Go find yourself a girl, and there's plenty of women out there who aren't promiscuous, who haven't done S work. Go get that girl.
Can you
Yeah,
ask
go
for
get
that
her.
if you're not doing it though? Like if you're not,
What's
like
that?
if you're sleeping around or have slept with like, say you've say you're a guy, say you slept with like 10 women that you tried to have long-term relationships with and it didn't work. Can you realistically ask for a virgin?
Yes.
Because a lot of virgin women who are
Yes.
like conservative or Christian,
You
they
don't
want
always-
also virgin
Well,
men who
so-
had the same mental fortitude that they did.
So I'll
and
answer your question.
spiritual-
I'll answer your question.
So-
So just to reiterate, I'm not in favor of male promiscuity. However, I would say that there is a differential here in terms of the impact that promiscuity or being engaged in sex work, for example, let's just keep it to promiscuity, has on men and women. Now, I think they're both bad, but this seems to be more pronounced. There's a more pronounced impact on women. And there's biological reasons, there's other reasons, there's just kind of societal, cultural reasons in terms of, the reputational stuff. But I actually don't think there's anything wrong with, for example, a guy who was promiscuous making the sort of assessment that, well, actually, the best women to partner up with are women who are not promiscuous. We're all chasing after the best we can get, both men and women. Women want the best man they can get. Men want the best women that they can get.
Yeah, that's fair.
I don't think there's anything wrong with a guy who has a past of promiscuity acknowledging and realizing that if, for example, if he's desirous of a long-term relationship, that the most optimum choice for him, the most selfish choice, and I think selfishness to some degree is a virtue. Okay, I'm not going to, sorry, that's going to derail the conversation. We're all going to choose what's best for us, right?
Sure, yeah.
So, yeah, I don't object to it at all.
Well, all I'll say is, like, of course, there's going to be what's optimal. As a Christian in the Bible, Rahab was a full-on prostitute. She saved those people
but let's
from
just,
this
here.
fight. Well, I'm just saying that.
Cool. That's cool, but let's just talk about secular people.
No, but this is. But
because
I'm not a secular person.
That's
so
fine,
I can't,
but not everybody. But not everybody subscribes.
Okay, but
to
this
your
is what
religious
I
views.
subscribe to, and the Christians who do will also agree that Rahab, who is a prostitute, gave her life to God. She saved people from the spies, turned away from prostitution, and God gave her a family, and she had a husband and children. Jesus came from the line of Rahab. So can you turn a hoe to a housewife if they choose to give their life to God and turn away from sin? Yes, they can, and we can accept those people, and they can have a part of society. They need to have that hope that they can change, they can be accepted and be better, or there's no incentive.
Okay, look, women can change and be redeemed, but men do not need to then disregard their baggage and marry them. These are compatible, even from a religious purview.
If you can't, and I would say, can I say
No,
one thing?
yeah, go ahead.
My one thing is,
Huh?
sorry.
No, go ahead. Go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
Go ahead. Go
Oh, sorry.
ahead.
Okay. I have a bit of a redemption arc because of my alcoholism, but I wouldn't tell my son that he should maybe like do the same things that maybe his dad did, because that is suboptimal. And yes, I made changes, but that is the exemption or exception.
Yeah, I'm not saying to go out of your way and look for someone who's a reformed prostitute to marry. That's not at all what I'm saying. I'm just saying that those people have just as equal opportunity, because if God says they have value once they give their life to God and he has gifts for them that he's going to bless them with, I have no authority to tell that individual that they have no right to have a family or no right to have children or no right
find
to
a guy
be
who's
redemption.
willing to do that, but
Well, God will know that man.
Would you
I'm
tell
not
your
that man.
Would you tell your virgin son to marry a reformed
I will
prostitute?
tell my son to marry whoever God tells him to marry.
Yeah, but okay, so just to
And
just to
I'm
make
gonna
I
say
leave this to you.
obvious- there is obviously
hang on.
an
Relax
optimal-
before you start prattling again forever and ever, and I can't get a word in. When we move into this, okay, I just want to know. Your son comes to you, he's 18 years old, and he's like, Mom, Betty's out down the road who did OnlyFans for 3 years. I want to marry her, and she's done 250 scenes and sucked 1,000 dicks. I want to marry her. You're going to be like, well, okay, Junior. Has God called you to do it? And he goes, sure has, Mom.
I would tell him to ask his dad about that, his father about it. Talk to
What do
your
you
father.
think his dad would say?
Whatever his father says, that's his father. I'm
Yeah,
not-
so do you think that his father would probably say, no?
I don't know.
No.
It might depend if she's given her life to God, if she's changed.
Okay, well, if his
I don't
dad
know.
does say no, then you're gonna go with that, right?
Well, why not? Like,
Yeah, he's not doing anything wrong by telling Junior, no, don't go and marry this prostitute, even if you think God told you to.
That's not what I said. I said if someone's reformed and they've given their life to God, they're a new person in Christ, and they've changed their ways.
Sure.
They're just as much as a valuable individual as I have.
Nobody's disputing that.
So I can't tell somebody not to marry that person because of their past.
Why not?
Because everybody has a past, and Jesus says, when you are saved, you are washed and cleansed by the blood of the Lamb. You are new. Like,
that doesn't mean your past
went
is
from dirty
erased.
It doesn't mean it's erased, but it means I cannot now treat you like you are a sin. You are not a sin. You live a life of sin, but you yourself as a human being are not a sin.
Got it. Then let me ask you this last question, right? Let's assume for a second that you found out that your babysitter had been a reformed Christian for 15 years and lived a model life, but he had molested 15 children. Would you leave him at home with your children?
That's not at all.
Would you leave him at home with your children? He's a new person.
That's not.
You have no right to judge his past.
No, that's not at all like the same.
One is consensual, the other is
Why is it not the
To
same?
kill people who do that.
Wait,
so
it wouldn't be your preference to do that? It wouldn't
the
be your
Bible
preference to
says
leave him there?
kill pedophiles.
No,
so-
because there's
Okay,
a big
he's a
difference between
rapist.
consensual
Would you leave him with your daughter?
So you're equating a prostitute to a pedo.
No,
That's
what
not
I'm
at all the
equating to is I'm trying to say that
You're comparing
it's
consensual
insane
and
to try to say
Exactly.
that because a person
With
has a
adults,
past,
with children
it's
who are
insane to say that because a person has a past, you can't make a value judgment because they've been saved. That's nuts.
I honestly think people can think that, and they.
Are you
and
saying
they
that
can
those
turn away
people
from me
can't be
because of that.
reformed?
It's whatever.
They can't.
Well,
is that what you're saying?
I know a situation where
So they can't be reformed.
Listen, I know a situation where
So they can't be
there's
reformed.
someone.
All right, can they be reformed?
God says to kill
Do you
them.
want to
That's
answer
the
my
solution.
question?
God, I gave you God's solution. Kill
Okay.
them in the Bible.
So yes or no? Can they be reformed?
I gave you my answer.
Yeah, you want to answer the fucking question. Weak.
Can who be reformed? The
You're
women?
calling a woman weak.
Yeah, your logic
You're
is
a man
weak.
How about
Good.
the real
You
question?
You need
is,
to hear it.
The real question
That's
is,
crazy.
can they be forgiven by Jesus?
No, the question is reformed.
Can they be forgiven by Jesus?
Well, this is the same question.
I'm
as
asking
In
you.
your Catholic belief, do you think that a pedophile who molested 15 kids can be forgiven by
Bro,
God?
guys, let's not even. Hold on.
He used it first.
Hold on, no.
My bad.
I'm just changing the entire topic
Yes,
because
the
you guys
reason,
can't.
The reason that is brought up is to test the logic of saying, can we judge the past? I would say, of course, put him with a sword in a second. Love to say it, but
I'm giving you examples. From
But
the Bible.
I'm
You're
also
giving
not
me,
saying that a
your
person like that
feelings.
can't be saved. Not saying that a prostitute can't be saved. But I'm saying we can look at both of their past and go,
Right.
we can make a value judgment on you.
I can understand that. There's
We can
Bro,
judge behavior.
okay, I'm changing the entire conversation.
We can
'cause you
judge
guys
behavior based on the
can't
past.
abide by the guidelines we provide before the show. Andrew, you are my hero. I've been listening to you talk on whatever for a while now, and it has made me consider a lot about my role as a female and wife. Do you want a quick response?
Awesome. Glad you enjoy the show.
Thank you, Amanda. The med tech. We have also Mr. Travolta here coming in just a second. Respectfully, first and last day super chatting. Dating podcast is off the rails. Religious nuts, absent hosts, feminists accusing men of looking down tops. Yeah, that was lackluster answers for super chat questions. For shizzle? Sorry, I don't know.
This was a weirder show tonight, I noticed, but I think it's because it was really contentious. And so when
Very
Chads came
contentious.
in, we weren't really focusing as much on those as we were with arguing.
Yeah, and sometimes, look, the questions aren't always the most clear when it comes to some of these chats, if you know what I mean. Oftentimes, it's best to, make it as simple as possible. for
Nigerian
us.
scammer chatters.
We have Ben George, too scared to ask culturally where the fathers are. Why might that be? And then he clarified, culture. We live in a melting pot of culture. Do you know what culture means? No, I'm R-slurred. Sorry, I don't know what that means. Then he says, Ben George, there is Asian culture, Latin culture, Black or African American culture, Native American culture. There's also, dare I say, white culture or European culture. Why dare you say that? So which culture has the fathers present? Is that
Well, I couldn't tell you.
Where's the on behalf of
You don't want to engage with this one.
Oh, I don't?
No.
Because Is it TOS? I don't know if
yes,
it's TOS.
That one I would not.
Is it? I don't think it's TOS. Like to just state a stat about.
Yep.
It's TOS.
I would stay clear of it.
Hey, you know what, Andrew? He's the adjudicator. He's the arbiter of this. So unfortunately, Ben George, I think we know what you're trying to get at. And can we say that there's different rates of fatherhood among different racial? That's I think that's okay. There's different rates of father. Isn't this like a Ben Shapiro? Like Ben Shapiro says this shit all the time.
Hey, but you could say whatever you want to say on QUX, the tech company I co-founded. Little
really
shameless
cool.
plug there.
Really? Can he go on there? Can he go on there and be a Nazi?
You can go on there and say whatever you want to say. It's
Even if you were like pro H word, you could go on there.
You can say whatever you want to say on there.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
All right, here, let's move this on.
You know, whether you like it
Yep,
or not,
cool.
free speech is free speech.
Okay, we were talking to Raina. We were talking about turning a hoe into a housewife. Yeah, I don't recommend it, but look,
It's not for the weak.
Well,
It's for the strong?
You would argue it is for the weak.
I mean,
Strong man would not be inclined to deal with that headache.
that's not always necessarily always true.
Nah, we go into the world and combat the difficulties of the world. We don't want to come home to if I can quote Proverbs 21:19, better to live in the desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. We don't want to contend with our.
I'm a wonderful wife.
You should just read Proverbs 5 out loud.
I'm not familiar with.
You should read it.
Okay. I'll have to look it up later.
Yeah,
but
sure.
Let's see. I'm just seeing if there's any other stuff from you. There's cheating. You were dating this guy. Were you jealous if he did scenes with other chicks?
Yeah. I think it did eventually get to that point, but I think he gave me problems about my scenes first, and then that jealousy kind of grew. The resentment grew in me because he would do that to me when he said that, it wasn't fine. So yeah, I think it became like jealousy over time, but not at first. I wasn't. I was like really cool and just.
All right. So, okay, we're gonna move on to Faith.
Yes.
Faith, here, you said you went through a little party phase.
Yeah, I did. So I grew up very, very sheltered. I went to Catholic school, did the whole shebang, and then I went off to my first year of college, and I never really went to a party in high school except for one party my senior year, and I stayed for like an hour. And so then my freshman year of college, when I went off to ASU, I just was like, oh my gosh, this is awesome, and
You went to ASU?
Yeah, I go
Major
to ASU.
party school. Okay.
I heard about that.
Yeah, and I was an idiot because I was still a hopeless romantic at heart, and I was like, I really want to find my husband. You know where the perfect place is to do that? Fraternity parties. I feel like you could say something about this too, but yeah, and so I would go to these fraternity parties, and I would be there for like 15 minutes, and then all of a sudden I would see like the disgusting behavior going on, and I would just sort of have like a dissociative moment and like start like crying outside, being like, oh my gosh, this is so like depraved and sad and depressing. And I would go home, and then I would repeat the cycle again, expecting a different outcome because I was just stupid.
How often were you partying?
Just on the weekends, and like maybe on like Thursdays, just occasionally if I had finished my homework.
Greek life is evil.
You would go to
really
the party for 15 minutes?
Yeah.
Leave and then go to a new party for 15 minutes?
No. So I would go to a party for like 15 minutes. I would get all dolled up, get ready, go out to this party for like 15 minutes, sometimes 30 if it was like more tolerable. And then I would go outside, and I would just be super bummed, super sad. And I would go home, and then the next week the cycle would repeat because my friends would be like, hey, such and such theme is going on. We can get dressed up, blah, 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 blah. And so I was like, okay, yeah, I don't want to be left out. I don't want to stay at home in my dorm room, And so
what did you do wrong if you just went to these parties and left in 20 minutes?
It was the drinking, and then
you were getting drunk in 20 minutes?
No, like the pre-gaming, and then additionally when you go there, they also give out free alcohol, and so I would just get.
So you would get drunk to go to the party?
Yeah.
Were you in a
that's how
sorority?
bad it was. No.
You said, but you're newly married. You said
Yes.
you described yourself born again Christian.
Yes.
21.
Yes.
You said being married at 21 in this day and age is an anomaly in
Yes.
itself. Okay.
It's true.
You said also there's a huge divide between men and women today as there's an attack on family. The female empowerment lifestyle I was living before becoming Christian was highly counterproductive to what is healthiest, what most women my age actually want deep down. An emotionally mature, strong, loyal man. Many of the qualities women are pushing back on are the exact qualities that will give them the stable and healthy relationships they desire and that every human being deserves. Do you care
Yes.
to elaborate on any of that? Or?
Yeah, absolutely. So also my first year of college, I was an astrology girl. I was just totally off my rocker. I was like, I hate men. Men suck. F the patriarchy, and like I was on my whole, yeah. Right? Womp womp. I know. It was really bad. And I was like, I don't need to conform or submit to any man. It's garbage, blah, 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 blah. And then it's like, okay, yeah, you say all this, and yet here you are, unhappy, single, alone, and depressed, really, really depressed. And then I had, and I just hit rock bottom, and I had a personal encounter. I feel with God, with the Holy Spirit, and everything.
Wait, were you about to say you had a shmortion?
That's what it sounded
What?
like.
No.
Sounded like you're about to say, okay.
No, not at all.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I just hit a rock bottom. I like self-isolated from everyone. I just found that party culture, just a lot of people there, it's just kind of like a bottomless void of nothingness and emptiness, and you're not going to find anything really fulfilling and meaningful there. And so those places where I was seeking that out, and how I was seeking it out and conducting myself in that behavior, it's not going to provide anything that I wanted, because at the end of the day, I did want a loyal man. And when I would watch the Whatever podcast and everything, I would see all these girls, and they're like, oh yeah, in a couple years when I want to settle down after I finish my OF career or whatever it is.
I would love to be on one of those podcasts.
Yeah, like when I finish my OF career, I'll find this husband, blah, blah, blah. So it's like, even like if you're not really thinking about it, or even like how you were saying, like it's, and how all of us were saying we've all had experiences, most of us, where a guy has screwed us over, and it's hurt because we want that commitment, we want that loyalty, and we can't get that if we're going out partying, being like totally crazy, whatever it is. So after I became Christian, I humbled myself, and I got like a totally new nature. I got way more in touch with my femininity, and yeah, I don't resent my husband.
Did you ever have color in your hair?
I did.
Was this your feminist days?
Yes.
What color? Blue? Purple?
No.
Red?
It was like it was red. It was yeah,
red.
Not like a bright like Pennywise red,
photos?
but
Any photos of it?
Oh my god, it's on my phone,
Okay.
but yeah. No.
All right. One of the things that you said you had a disagreement with the show. Sometimes the way women are demeaned.
Yeah.
And I assume you're talking about Andrew here. This raging
I
misogynist.
was. I'm sorry.
The raging misogynist.
No, not a misogynist.
Because you do believe it pushes women to be angry at men, more divided. Well, I've often received this accusation too, I suppose. So, can you provide an example of a time,
Yeah,
women demeaning?
Can't think of like the exact
anything
word.
tonight?
There was a time on a recent episode, I can't remember like word for word,
Was it
but
me?
It was Andrew.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Andrew.
And
Sorry,
again,
Andrew.
I agree with your views, but
it's the way I say it.
It's not the way you say it. It's actually like words that you say, and it's counterproductive to getting your point across. My dad like straight up like is super conservative, and when I was in my liberal phase would like straight up like yell at me, whatever it is, but it wasn't in the way like that. So there was a girl that was talking about like, I'm a born again virgin or whatever it was, and you're like, can you like piece together like, or can you
the Asian
regenerate
girl?
No.
Was it the Asian girl?
When I asked her if God could give her back her hymen?
Yeah.
That was super funny.
and
She was so pissed. That chick was so mad. But it's stupid. It's stupid.
it is stupid.
Then why
And
doesn't anybody just say, look, don't be
you can say it's stupid, but then
Come
there
on.
are like
But you know what
times like that where
really
it's
emphasizes
crass.
that? What really emphasizes that is when you make a comment like that and they're like, fuck, okay, that's stupid.
Yeah, I can understand that, but then you also have people that are like, see, you know, like he hates women, and this is why, like, you know, we should rebel against this. Versus, I feel like if the comments were maybe a little less crass in that regard, it could have gotten your point across better. But I do understand, and
Man,
like
could you
I could
close
be
the door?
totally wrong.
You ever
I'm not
heard of a
professional
creator named Pearl Davis?
debater. Yes, actually.
Hey,
Yes.
yo, shout out
I've
Pearl.
heard of
Yeah,
her.
one of the reasons that I think that so many women come after her and hate her guts
Mm-hmm.
is because she's funny. And most women are not funny.
Yeah.
They suck and they're
I'm-
miserable when it comes to humor. They're just
Yeah.
not funny.
Yeah,
And I think they
yeah.
actually get mad at her because she's hilarious, and that's just really rare to see.
Mm-hmm.
That comment that I made was super funny. And everybody was laughing except, of course, a bunch of women. They're saying, I can't believe
I
you.
don't think
What
it's a
about the
women thing.
message?
I think
what
it's
about
a-
the message? And it's like,
Have I demeaned? Have I done any demeaning?
Yeah, you were awful, Brian.
No,
He was pretty bad. He was
No,
pretty
not
bad.
tonight. I mean, like,
Not
have I-
honestly,
have you
not
seen
that
any
I.
demeaning?
Not that
I've
I
probably
can think
demeaned
of
at one
course,
point
off the
or
top of my
another.
head. I'm not going to say something that's
Sometimes,
not true or that I
you know,
can't recall.
I've probably demeaned.
I mean, like we're all
I've
guilty.
probably
Like, I'm
I think that
guilty
some of the
growing
questions
up,
I've
you
heard
know?
asked on the show
Stuff
have been a bit
happens.
demeaning.
Wait. Hold on. Say that again.
I think some of the questions asked on the show have been a bit demeaning,
Like the
and I don't
rating.
know if it's just because of this being a dating podcast, some of the questions that are being asked, but I find some of them being very
Which
inappropriate
Which one?
or you know just pushing boundaries.
Which one?
Well, I mean, there's different ones where you've asked.
I know you had an issue with the rating yourself thing.
Yeah,
If you're trying
was
to
the
think
rating
of
one inappropriate or demeaning?
I wouldn't say that one. I mean,
Well, that seemed to be the only question you really
No,
objected
no,
to.
I
Okay,
agree.
give me some examples.
I agree. Okay, so I thought that one was, to me, it's kind of like not a very, I feel like it's not a very intellectual question
What?
to ask
Which
somebody.
one?
Just asking them to rate themselves. But I guess if that's the current dating culture that everyone just does, then maybe I'm just not aware of that because I've, haven't been dating for 12 years.
Okay.
But so I think some of that stuff just, to me, some of the level of questions that are being asked just don't seem like I'm used to, for example, I'm used to going on a lot of podcasts, on a lot of shows, and I'm used to men interacting with me in a way that's more professional or respectful. So my thing is I've noticed like the questions being asked here and the way the women are being talked to here is kind of more or less like a little bit more like they're being looked at as sex objects, which
What?
Maybe
How could you possibly arrive?
She's
She's such a fucking feminist.
wanted her to
No.
Oh, bro,
No.
you're a fucking feminist.
told
I'm
you.
sorry.
I'm not a
Hold on.
feminist.
I'm gonna fucking double down on this shit with a fucking answer. You're a fucking feminist. Everything that's come out your fucking mouth,
Okay.
you are a fucking
No,
feminist.
here's my
Holy
proof.
shit,
Okay,
bro.
allow me to prove it.
Okay.
Here's a point here. On one of your
Sex
podcasts.
objects?
Sex
yeah,
objects.
on one
You
of your
said tonight, though.
Hey, no, I didn't
ahead.
say tonight. I said on one of your
Okay, go
one
ahead,
of your
go ahead. Let's hear
podcasts,
it.
you asked women about the anatomy of their vaginas. How is that not treating
Oh my
women like sex
God.
objects?
Hold
No,
on.
I think the TTS does
What
that.
specific? Okay, tell me specifically what I said. I think I know what you're getting at, but specifically, what did I say?
Are you talking about the two-hole prostitute?
No, you asked women specifically about the anatomy of their vaginas. That's what you asked on your specifically. I think you said if they had any vaginas or outie vaginas, you're asking them to go around the table
hold on.
and talk about their vaginas. And to me,
Brian, you made a
I
joke,
think
you
that
son of a
that
bitch.
is
You
no, it's
son
not
of
a
a
joke.
bitch.
I think to me, that's not a. I mean, that's kind of a demeaning question to ask a woman. Would you ask that to your mother?
What?
Yeah, would you ask your mother and her friends? Do you have
hold
an
on.
innie or outie vagina in a bakery?
First off,
Would you ask that to your mother?
first off, the
Ask
way
her
that
how many
you
fingers have been in her cake.
Yeah, call up your mom right now and ask her if she has an innie or outie vagina.
Well, hold on. The question.
I mean, is that appropriate?
Are you gonna let
Is
me
that what
answer
you-
the? Are you gonna let me answer the
Yeah,
question?
go ahead.
Or are you just gonna continue yapping on as Andrew says here?
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, the way that
That's
you
woman
conduct
prattle.
yourself in any scenario is going to vary based on the relationship dynamics that exist. For example, we're all actors to some degree. The way that I might conduct myself, or that I might have conducted myself when I was in school, for example, and there's a teacher, I'm going to conduct myself much differently than when I'm among my friends. Mm-hmm. Or the way you conduct yourself at work is much different than the way you might conduct yourself with, again, a friend group or your girlfriend, for example. So would I ask my mom about, first off, I'm kind of, you bringing my mother into this is sort of insulting in its own right. But no, to answer your question, I wouldn't ask her this question. But this is a dating podcast. We regularly talk about sex-related things, dating-related things. Now, to actually address the initial point that you made about that I was asking that question, you're actually just full-on...
Erroneous!
You're just wrong, and you're actually... It's very disingenuous. Just like...
How's it disingenuous?
Hold on. Just like when we were saying she should bow, you made this... false accusation that our intention was to be predatory and see down her shirt, which actually wasn't the case at all.
You said bow towards the camera?
I'm about to destroy your fucking position.
All right.
A TTS came in and asked the question. It wasn't me. It was a TTS that said, innies or outies, ladies. If I'm recalling, it was the previous show, I'm pretty sure. Nick, you might recall. Yeah. Spencer, you might recall. Madison, you might recall. It wasn't me just out of the ether asking the question. A TTS asked it. And I was almost hesitantly do you I was kind of, it's obviously a bit uncomfortable to ask somebody about their genitalia. Mm-hmm. But out of respect for the TTSer, I was like, okay, fuck it, I guess. So it's a bit disingenuous for you to say that it was me asking when I was just entertaining the person who asked the question via the TTS.
Right. I mean, do you have to ask
And I told the
questions?
girls, I'm pretty sure I told the girls, you don't have to answer the question. Right. And in fact, Andrew, I think you were there too in the call-in. Yeah. So it's just a little bit unfair. You've done some very unfair characterizations.
But don't you think that is an inappropriate question to be asking?
How this always works is like this, and I've watched this now. I think, by the way, I made history tonight because I think that I'm the most recurred.
You are the most recurring guest
on the show. Ever history. What do you know? Anyway, I've seen this so many times now. But what Brian always does is he will stop on a question if you don't want to answer it, and he might ask you your reasoning. And if your reasoning is silly, he might argue back and forth. He never actually tells women they have to answer the question. He'll just argue. If they're giving a reason why they won't, that makes no sense.
And if I recall,
I don't see why that's a problem.
If I recall correctly to that actual question, mind you, if I recall, I think none of the women answered.
Yeah,
and I left it
at
that.
Yep. Just asked it from the TTS.
But okay.
But I mean, in a dating podcast, you're going to talk about sex. You're going to talk about all that kind of stuff. I mean, that's what the whole point is. I get it. It's not comfortable to be in a room full of fucking degens talking about sex all the time, but if you want to get your message to people, you want to go.
Would you ask that on a first date to a girl? You
Fuck yeah, bro.
If she had an
pull up Big Labia Matter. Pull that shit up. Fuck it.
I'm not.
Hashtag Big Labia Matter.
For me, those types of things, I don't give a shit. I don't give a how many, this has happened or that or what you rate. Those things for me are the least important thing from my perspective for the podcast. I don't care. That's not what I'm here for. I'm here to give ideological pushback. I'm just saying to you, I understand on a dating podcast, it makes sense why those questions would be asked. That's all.
Girls ask me if I'm a munch.
What is that?
It's a munch.
What's that?
You don't want to.
I don't even know.
You don't want to.
You don't know?
Wait, Renee, why don't you tell us, Renee?
Wow.
Renee, why don't you tell us?
You guys need feminism. A munch is just a certified eater.
Oh my
you just invite him over to eat you out. That's it.
That's fucking disgusting.
Hey.
Do you have that?
No. I just know what it is.
You call it an eater?
Well, they
Wait,
call it,
is that the thing that
people call it a munch?
Is that the thing that Ice Spice talks
Yeah.
You oh my god.
You're just a munch. You're just eating my coochie. That's
oh
all
my
they
god,
say.
I thought it was like a Cheeto.
What?
Foul creature.
But hold on. Millie, do you see why me and Andrew might think you're a feminist? Because you've used a bunch of buzzwords, sexual objectification, what was the other?
Demeaning.
Is it well, here's the question. Is it impossible to be sexually objected to a man or a woman?
Yeah, both men and women can be sexually objectified.
Okay, so
I don't even really know what that means.
My thing was my
though.
perspective and take on asking certain questions like that was that it was kind of treating the women as sexual objects.
But the go-to,
whatever.
here was the big example, right, is the go-to. The go-to is with the bow thing. The bow thing was nuts. Like, that made no sense. Nobody was trying to see down this girl's shirt.
Okay.
What
well,
was
you have to
going
understand,
on?
she's wearing a
There's
low-cut blouse.
There's an ongoing meme on the show.
There's a camera right here. You said face the
Yeah,
camera,
there's a meme.
bow to
We're
the
just
camera.
feeling-
I'm seeing
Yeah,
that
it's a
as
meme.
she's bowing down, you can start to see more and more.
Yeah, it's a
And I
meme.
was wanting to let her know, hey, wait, they're trying
Were
to.
you trying to kind of be like motherly
yeah.
in a way?
Who's they?
But couldn't you have just said
Who
you
is
might
they?
be exposing yourself rather than they're
Who
trying to
are
get you to do
who
this?
are you accusing though?
Okay.
Who
All
are
right.
you accusing?
Well, you guys
me and
seemed
Andrew,
like it was
me?
really fun and funny and just.
Yeah,
I
it's a
don't know.
meme.
Okay.
Literally, it's an ongoing meme of the show. There's women. It's like, can we get her to do it? And then it's patriarchy wins again. It has nothing to do with any. It's an ongoing meme, literally a joke, and it's funny.
I'm
it's
a nice
funny
guy
joke.
also.
So yeah, that was
Just saying.
definitely not the intention,
Thank
but
you.
it was. But it was your go-to.
I don't really care about
it
boobs, to be
was
honest.
your
Well,
go-to,
you know-
along with all the other feminist ideology.
No, I'm not a feminist. I'm not a feminist. I'm a conservative. See, I don't think you guys are actually. He said he's not a conservative man.
I agree that he's not.
You say that you're a conservative man,
Yeah.
but I've heard you tonight espouse a lot of kind of beliefs that
Like
aren't
what?
necessarily
I can't
conservative.
wait to hear one. I would love to hear one belief I've espoused that's not conservative. Just one.
Well, I guess some of the beliefs you said you were pushing back against making it illegal to essentially have premarital sex.
It's a non-conservative belief not to criminalize premarital sex. Is that correct?
Right, but then the other things.
No, is that correct?
Okay. Well, I would say that if
Is that correct?
I'm not saying that necessarily. Okay,
Okay.
that was one
Well, then
indication.
but that was
the
your
other
example?
indication is when we were discussing about what conservative men should be held accountable to as far as like engaging in premarital sex, and you were really kind of pushing it more on that it was the woman and that she's the one who has the choice and the say at the end of the day, and
fact, I
and
said
has
their
the
chastity.
power, and that you said women hold the power.
So they're gatekeepers of sex.
You said, women hold the power, they're gatekeepers of sex,
Yeah.
as though, and that's kind of pushing back in that, men also have a role in it as well.
Yeah,
right?
I said that. Yeah. And not only did I say that, but I said that male chastity is necessary. I said absolutely 100% male promiscuity should be socially stigmatized, just like female promiscuity. All of it. I still haven't actually heard a single position
so
that I have
most
which would be
conservatives,
antithetical to
the
conservatism.
conservatives I know believe in the Constitution, and you did say you didn't believe in the Constitution.
No, listen. So that you understand, because I don't think you ever got the argument. It's not a matter of believing or not believing the Constitution. The Constitution exists. It's the law of the land. People follow it. They do or don't follow it, whatever. I was making an argument against rights being anything other than a social construction. That has nothing to do with my belief in the Constitution, saying the Constitution is wrong, nothing like that. Just that the rights which are entailed in it are a social construction built on a false starting point, an axiom. That's it. That's the whole argument. There's nothing antithetical to conservatism about it. In fact, conservatism should be about the conservation of the Bible, not the conservation of the Constitution. We know this because you yourself would want to see certain amendments from the old Constitution taken out, like slavery, right? So you want the Constitution to be amended, don't you?
Well, it already has been.
Right. And you would like that, right? That's not a bad thing.
Yeah, but
But we don't want the
respect
Bible
the
amended.
Constitution as it stands today, and the values that it has.
Yeah.
And it did kind of sound like earlier you were essentially arguing and undermining.
Well, there's lots in the
Constitution.
Constitution I don't like. Yeah, totally. Tons of things in it I don't like that I think suck. I mean, I think that it sucks for one thing that we have a Congress now that doesn't elect the president, and instead it's elected by popular vote. I don't like that. I think that sucks. I think that that's a stupid process, and it never was the process. I don't like the fact that we have expanded suffrage and we're continuing to expand suffrage. That's a bad system. There's lots of systems I can point to that are superior. Tons of things in it I disagree with. But what does that have to do with anything? It's not a conservative principle. So I'm still actually waiting to hear a single conservative principle I don't hold.
Right. I don't necessarily agree with wanting to ban I guess, women's right to vote
Okay,
or take away
we're
women's
not
right
gonna
to vote
rehash
as
that.
conservative
We're not
beliefs.
gonna
I don't
rehash
believe that that's a conservative belief.
We do have a chat here. Renee, can you read it for us? You got this.
This feminist loon made me chat one more time. They see the, quote, male boogeyman, end quote, everywhere. It makes no sense for Brian to ask her to bow to see up her shirt with thousands of people watching. You are an idiot. I don't.
Well, then why did he ask that?
Because it's an ongoing meme. It's an ongoing meme of the show where women will stand up and bow.
Wait, are you actually still just holding firm on your position
like she stood up and bowed?
Wait, are you still holding firm on your position?
He's saying it makes no sense to have her stand up and bow in front of the camera, and I'm saying, well, you did.
But well, yes, I'm not denying that I asked her to do it, but are you staying firm in your assertions that my motivations for doing it was to see down her shirt?
Well, it was interpreted that I interpreted it as that was a possibility of what was going on there.
You just got me too'd, homie.
I was interpreting it as that. It seemed kind of like it. I mean, you're asking them to bow forward with low-cut shirts towards the camera, and the camera's coming out and hanging down.
Motion like that. There's no other way to bow.
Yes,
than to...
I'm familiar.
Right, but so what evidence do you have that the motivation was to see down her shirt?
I said that's how I interpreted it.
How?
Because the way that there was laughing and giggling, and it seemed like it.
Because laughing and giggling implies that there's a bad faith reason for I don't get it.
Okay, well then why after I brought it up? No, why after I brought it up that you could see down? Did you still continue to carry on and encourage her to do it?
Because that was never his intention.
So you're
okay.
Is this a post hoc justification?
Yes.
So
saying
because
after you knew that the possibility existed, that she had a low-cut shirt, and it could spill the beans for the entirety of the camera, why would you risk your channel with a nude shot by having her bow and show all of that, Brian? You fool. Why? You sick fuck. Get your shit together, Brian. Unbelievable.
So I don't even think I pressed it that much further, but you're saying by virtue of me following up on the bow request, that is evidence that your initial assertion is correct.
Well, it kind of made, following up when I'm like, hey, we can totally see down your shirt. And
your logic, it seems a little faulty here.
I don't think so.
Okay, I want to try to give an example where I could just turn this on you and essentially call you
you should be grateful, if anything, because I prevented you from getting a terms of service because
terms of that's different. Wait, hang on.
That's different.
Did you think he wanted to get a terms of service strike? Hang on.
Jacket.
Do you think he wanted to get a terms of service strike?
She can do a bow with a jacket on.
Hang on though.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
If you don't think he wanted to get a terms of service strike, then why would he ask her to bow to see down her shirt?
Well, I mean, you potentially could. I mean, I don't know if you were going to see nipple. I'm sure if you show nipple, you're more likely to get a
So you just wanted to see her cleavage real bad? It's like, really?
Okay.
That's like.
I already said I'm an ass guy. I'm not really that interested in.
Okay, well, all I know is me as a woman, if I was going to potentially do something that could be exposing myself in front of the whole internet.
What?
I would want other women to be like, hey, we can totally see down your shirt.
But that's not what you said. You said they want to see down your shirt.
Because that's what it appeared to be like. It appeared to be that.
What evidence do you have for that? It appeared to be that way.
Okay, well, I'm just telling you.
And
look, you have the opportunity to be like, that's totally not what we're intending. And I can go, okay. But I think
that's what I'm doing right now.
You know what? Here's the thing. When I initially said it, if you guys would have been like, oh, wow, okay, you know what? Hold your shirt if you're going to bow or whatever. Then I would have been like,
Didn't I say she could go put
then I
something else
probably
on?
would have been like, okay, you know what? I'm sorry for jumping to conclusions there.
No, but you pushed back and said, no, don't do it. Don't do it. They're trying to do it.
That's what
you kind of pushed back on her, like, no, don't do it.
Yeah, because you could totally see.
Well, then that doesn't prove your point because you would have just said, hey, when you bow, do this. Cover yourself. But you immediately implied there was malicious intent and
like I said, that's how I perceived it.
Damn, bro, this is how dudes get falsely accused.
It seemed jokey. No, it's not. It seemed
that's literally what you're doing, though.
The joke was that she presented herself as the most feminist here, so to get her to bow, they're going to say patriarchy wins. That was the joke. The joke wasn't, haha, we're going to see her tits.
Okay.
Just a meme.
All right. Well, here's the thing. What I will say, if you guys really and truly didn't intend for her
Where's
to
you guys?
be,
I didn't fucking ask anybody to bow anyway.
Brian, if you really didn't intend for her to be like exposing herself like that to the millions of followers you have, then I apologize for jumping to conclusions.
You know what? Maybe I did. Maybe I was like, yeah, go ahead and bow. And you know what? I'm going to double down. You should still go fucking bow. Still, right this second, you should bow. And you're still a fucking feminist. And you're dumb. And you made an accusation that has no merit whatsoever.
I'm
tried
not
to
a
me
feminist.
too this guy. Totally
no, I'm not
tried
trying
to
to
me
me
too this guy.
too. I'm not trying to me
He
too.
wanted to see down the shirt of this poor 19-year-old girl that has no proof at all for your allegation. Just made it for no reason at all. Pretty awful, if you ask me. Pretty shitty female behavior.
Did you hear what I just said?
I did.
I said if he in fact didn't intend, then I apologize. Okay, well then I apologize to you, Brian, if you really didn't, intend to do that. But it's how I perceived it, and that's why I said
that's
what I said.
That's a feminist perception.
It's not a feminist perception.
It is.
No, because the way the conversation led up to
male
it,
gaze,
and the joking and the laughing, and it kind of seemed like you guys were getting kind of giddy. I thought, okay, well, it kind of seems like we're about to see a show of her breasts, on the big screen.
Can we move on or something? I
No.
feel really uncomfortable with this conversation.
Yeah.
Can we ask the person in question, Renee, did you feel like that was my intention, asking for the bow?
No, but I am glad I didn't actually fully. I would have just rathered maybe if someone
can
was
also
hold your
bow
shirt
with
up,
your-
girl.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, this is within the context of my conversation with you, because you actually specifically wanted to talk about your experience with the bow. So it was it wasn't just like non sequitur, let me ask Renee over here for a bow. It was within the context of our conversation. Oh my God, this is such a meta conversation. It was within that context. So, okay. Did I just get, that was a Me Too for sure, bro. That was a fucking
totally.
Me Too. That
Yeah,
was a Me Too.
that was a
All
Me
right.
Too.
Okay. All right. Well,
you sick son of a bitch.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Well, good talk, I guess. All right. Let's get some, let me read some of the chats. We have Nickelodeon. She focused on the at the camera part of the bow request. Brian was respectfully telling her she didn't have to bow to him, so do it towards the camera. Apparently that makes you a predator, Brian. Yeah, it is what it is. Thank you, Nickelodeon. I don't recall the exact verbatim of what was said, what wasn't said. So, yeah. Evil World Body Cams. This feminist is an idiot. They just can't see past the male boogeyman. Yeah, pretty much anything men do is always going to be viewed within this sort of lens of, I guess, men. It's always viewed in this men tend to be pathologized. Always. So, I'm saying that there are thousands of people watching, so that wasn't his intent. He worked too hard to lose channel to see some nip. Yeah, bro. We had a nip slip once or twice on the show. We are very avoidant of that sort of thing. Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Evil World Body Cams. Appreciate it, man. Let me try to get through my notes here. Bringing it back to Faith. Faith, you said if you can be quick, tell us the Antichrist story really quick.
Oh my gosh, yeah, okay.
Whoa.
So, yeah, right.
Is there a red heifer involved?
Huh?
Nothing. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. Okay, so back when I was just starting to kind of get into Christianity and whatnot, I wasn't totally convinced yet, but I was moving closer and closer, starting to do some research on the Bible and everything. And I was seeing this guy, it was my first and only ever sort of friends with benefits sort of thing. I very much regret it. And one night,
did he go to 15-minute parties with you too?
No. One night, had gotten a call from someone who was like a sort of spiritual religious mentor, and he was actually the pastor that married my husband and I in the end. But I remember earlier that day he had called and was like, hey, just by the way, I kind of got, I was deep in prayer this morning, and just stay away from men right now. Like I was like, yeah, whatever, fine, you know. And then later on that day, this guy, the Antichrist, came over. And I was kind of talking to him about how I was feeling really guilty about what we were doing. I was like, I don't feel like this is spiritually right. I don't feel like this is right for me anymore. I just don't feel like I'm this type of girl. It's not. And he was like, well, why do you think that? And I'm like, oh, well, because I'm really starting to fall in love with Christianity, and I'm falling in love with God again and everything. And his demeanor totally switched, and he just like totally different person. I'm like getting chills right now, like totally different person. And he was like, well, I hate God. And I was like, what do you mean? He's like, well, I'm atheist. And I was like, oh, okay. And he's like, yeah, no, I hate the Bible. And I was like, well, don't you go to a Catholic college? And he's like, yeah, I do, but that doesn't mean anything. He's like, and then all of a sudden he starts to say, and it was stupid of me to think that, but you know, it was late at night, I was tired, whatever. And then all of a sudden he's like, yeah, and I'm the Antichrist actually, and I can't wait to burn in hell. I can't wait to die and burn in hell. And just, what? Right? And he started to go on and on about this, and I just totally freaked out. He went to take a shower. I called
are you saying you slept with the Antichrist?
Oh my God, it freaks me out. But I did like a lot of deep prayer afterward and everything, and I think he's just very anti-Christian and everything. And so I called my mentor, and I was like, oh my God, you were right. What do I do? And he was like, just pray about it. I'll pray about it. You know, we'll figure this out. And the next morning, and I kind of slept with one eye open that night because it was like 3 a.m. I didn't want to do anything because I've never heard some guy say crazy stuff like that. And the next morning I like woke up with, I don't know if I can say this, but like bruises and whatnot, like all over my body, like really, really dark bruises. And I don't know how they got there. And I never saw him again, thankfully. But that was my final thing of like, okay, God, this was my sign. I
Confused
guess I'm
on
never
the
doing this again.
bruises thing. How did the bruises come about?
I literally don't know how they got there. The next morning I took a shower.
Were you maybe just tossing and turning?
Maybe, but I've never had that ever happen before. But yeah, and maybe it doesn't have anything to do with it at all. I just thought it was very, very, very peculiar and strange. And I saw it the next morning when I was taking a shower because I literally couldn't stand the stench. I actually came down to Santa Barbara for like 3 days after the fact because I didn't want to be in my house, anything, or well, my apartment. I didn't want to be in my apartment, anything. I was just so freaked out about it. But I'm thankful that the experience happened because it was a huge learning experience, and it was enough to scare me into celibacy until I met my husband months later.
Wait, did you hook up with the guy? Did you hook up with him?
Yes. It was consistent. We knew each other for months beforehand.
Oh, okay.
And talked for a little while, and yeah.
Wait, so you were having sex with this
the
guy?
Antichrist.
The Antichrist.
Yeah.
Yes, but I didn't
Holy
know.
shit.
But it was the very last time that I saw him after consistent. And my husband knows this story. I've talked with him to make sure he's comfortable with me talking about this.
Okay.
But yeah. So I mean, if anyone who's watching, you know, is curious, like, sometimes like this stuff is legit. Like this was a very real experience, and it was crazy. So, but yeah.
But you said this man was essentially just an atheist college man who I met when I was debating celibacy, was first starting out to know God. So you met him, you were interested in pursuing Christ, you were interested in, you were trying to be celibate, but he veered you off the path a bit on your celibacy?
It wasn't that I was even, because I wasn't fully committed to Christ yet, so I wasn't intentionally trying to be celibate. I just was because at the time I was self-isolating. It was my post-party phase. I was self-isolating. I didn't want to have anything to do with anyone, and so I just happened to meet this guy through. Wait,
it's just a couple questions.
Sure.
You met him. How did you meet him?
I met him through work.
Through work.
Yeah.
And you said you did have sex with him. How quickly after meeting him did you have sex with him?
I think like 4 months. 4 months.
4 months?
Because we would just see each other at work, and he would walk me home after work.
Atheist?
Yeah, but we never really talked. We never really got to that point because at the time I wasn't like really.
Oh, were you guys like not dating for that period of time?
No, and I fully regret it, and I fully advise against it. So yeah, but.
But so 4 months, and then you guys were hooking up for how long?
It was only like three times. That was the third
only
time.
3 times.
That was the third time that happened.
You waited 4 months and. Okay. Well,
Well, it was because he would only be at work occasionally. He kind of was like I was a server at a restaurant, and so sometimes when it would get really, really packed, he would host and everything. So yeah.
Good times. But then I forgot if you already answered this.
Sure.
You're married. Did you wait until marriage for carnal knowledge with your husband?
No, and
I think you answered that. Already.
Yeah, I advise against it, but there was a point. It was when we first started dating, and we're both much stronger in our faith now. But when we first started dating, we weren't. And it got to a point where I was getting a lot of like conviction and everything, and I would pray about it, and I'd open up my Bible, and all of a sudden, like, all I could see was like, celibacy, like everywhere, and I was like, okay, this is definitely like, and we had to talk about it, and I was like, I'm just not comfortable with this, and it's been really good, and it was really good because we were able to, whenever we had disagreements, we could think through things more logically and everything, and it was just better and all around healthier, and I definitely think that's why.
Final notes here from Eden. Eden, you said that you're in a committed age gap relationship with your boyfriend who's 32.
Yes.
You are 21, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You tell us your craziest dating story.
So this happened when I was 19. I was dating this doctor in San Francisco, and he was 40 years old. Yeah, pretty crazy.
What kind of doctor?
He was a podiatrist. I don't know.
Foot doctor.
Yeah, foot doctor.
They can get it.
He didn't have a foot fetish though, so. But
I would guess that would be bad if you were a foot doctor to have a foot fetish.
But it was really crazy looking back on it. It was something I got super invested in at the time, just because I was so young and naive, and he kind of it was super intense. We went on like trips to Napa. He bought me designer gifts, and we were going to concerts and stuff like that. And I don't know, he was just like promising me the world and stuff. And so I, me being 19 and stupid, I was just like, okay, this man loves me because he's saying he does. But after we had sex though, I got home and I was blocked. But looking back on it, there were a lot of
What? Wait, hold on. And I have some pre-show notes here, so perhaps I can prompt it. So you're 40, or excuse me, he was 40. He was 40, he's a doctor, you were 19. Yeah. He was taking you on expensive dates, bought you luxury gifts. He was fun, intellectual conversations, Christian, good morals, although that seems dubious. Yeah. Overall, the perfect package, right? How long were you, you said you guys had sex once and then ghosted? Into the mic.
Yeah, so I obviously didn't have sex with him initially, and so this happened over like a span of 3 months.
Okay.
And so I had sex with him like at the end of
3 months.
3 months.
3 months.
Yeah.
This guy waited 3 months to have sex one time.
Are you sure he wasn't like married or anything like that?
He lived alone, but he could have been.
Closer to the mic. Wait, so a couple questions here. How did you meet him?
It was on Tinder, actually.
You met him on Tinder?
Yeah, he just like randomly asked me if I wanted to go to a concert. I was like,
okay,
sure.
And how many, it was 3 month period of time, but like how frequently would you see him? Once a week, twice a week?
I would say
on
like
average.
Every couple weeks, maybe 3 weeks.
Oh, so you only maybe went on, how many times did you see him before you guys
I would
had
say we saw
carnal
each
knowledge?
other like 5 times.
5 times, okay.
Yeah,
So 3 months, but only hung out 5 times.
Every day, and he would just
every day, really?
Constantly.
Like phone calls? He lived in your city?
No, he lived in San Francisco.
And where did you live?
Fresno.
How far? Is that like an hour away or?
A couple hours, yeah.
Would you drive to see him?
I would, but he would.
He'd pay for your gas and stuff? Okay.
Can she just put the mic in her lap?
Oh yeah, that might be better. So you would talk every day for like how long, an hour or something?
Just like throughout the whole day, phone calls, everything.
Really?
Yeah, and I mean, it was like super,
Damn, this
super
guy's
intense. Because he would like talk about
Okay,
how,
so sorry, go ahead.
he would talk about how, you know, he loved me and like wanted to make plans for the future, and obviously he was just filling my head with whatever I wanted to hear so that I would.
Damn,
give
bro,
in.
this guy. Okay, I got some thoughts on this dude, but so he was doing all these nice things. You had sex, and then you did a complete 360. You got home, and you were blocked.
Right.
Did he communicate with you at all? Like, did he say why? Do you have any suspicions as to why he did this, or?
I mean.
Into the mic.
No, he didn't say anything. I hadn't spoken to him.
Wait, so okay,
since.
you guys. So let's break this down. You're on your 5th date or whatever. You guys had a great whatever date. One thing leads to another. You have sex.
I mean, I drove back.
He kisses you goodbye. Everything's all hunky dory.
Yeah, he was like, "I'll see you next time." And then as soon as I got home,
nothing like after having sex. Nothing's strange or anything.
No, it seemed completely fine.
Everything was good. You go back home. You send him a text and it's like green or some shit.
Yeah.
And you've not heard anything from this guy.
No.
Did you try to call him?
I did. Yeah. Obviously, it didn't go
and you
through.
never got through?
Right.
So damn, bro. Holy shit.
I was pretty heartbroken.
Damn.
But
wait, so okay.
I did dodge a bullet though, looking back on it, because there were a lot of red flags. I remember one night he, we were drinking, and he showed me this book that he had actually like on an iPad that he had made, and it was like a collection of all of the women that he's ever been with.
Wait, a book?
Yeah, like.
Wait.
Oh my god. It's like a. Do you think you're in it now?
Oh, she's.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Wait, hold on. When you say
page like 330.
He's a serial cake finger dipper.
When he showed you the book, was it names? Was it photos?
Names, like messages between them.
What
and
the fuck?
What a
dating
weirdo.
profile
That's like
pictures. Yeah.
Narcissist, sociopath.
It was like insane.
Wait, what are those books called? Where it's like there's
Scrapbook.
a name. Scrapbook.
Yeah.
This guy's fucking scrapbooking. Holy shit.
Right.
Wait, so how many girls were in this shit?
I mean,
Into the mic.
I saw at least like 10, but I mean,
How
after he
big
kept
was
showing
this?
me, I was like, I don't want to see this anymore.
Like, how thick was the book? Hold on.
Well, no, it was
Can
like-
you get one of the George R.R. Martin fucking?
No, it was on an iPad, so it
a
was
song
like
of. Okay,
yeah.
never mind.
I mean, there were chapters, so.
It was a Kindle.
There was
Yeah.
chapters.
God damn.
Yeah,
what the
he
fuck?
like he would
What?
give feedback on it. Like he would
my
like
God.
write.
How many
paragraphs.
chapters?
Like a Yelp
Yo.
review.
Honestly, yeah.
Wait, so this guy was telling you he wanted a future, he wanted kids even, or?
Oh yeah, definitely. And
And you had sex once?
yeah, and one of the weirdest things, like looking back on it, he was like, "You would look so sexy pregnant," and I'm like, that is just
The fuck?
such a weird thing to say.
I don't even. Wow, that's crazy. Could the sex have been? Was the sex bad?
No comment.
Could there be chapters of just bad people? Nah, that seems weird.
Yeah, it was like out of a
There's
movie, honestly.
chapters
weird.
of people like with just reviews, like Yelp reviews.
Mind
like
you, like
said.
in high school, I never dated or did anything
That's
like
really
that. So I was
creepy.
very like naive, and this was kind of like the first experience I had had with a man.
Wait, were you a virgin?
At the time, yeah.
Wait, so that was your first time?
God.
Yeah, that's rough.
So he had the big book of virgins?
Holy.
Maybe,
fuck.
I don't know. I
Oh
mean, there
my
were some
God.
older
How old were
women in
you?
there too.
Was his name Tristan Tate?
Yeah.
Was his name Tristan Tate?
That's actually
Holy
crazy.
fuck. Wait, I'm gonna send the asteroid on this one. Holy fuck, bro. This is. Wait, actually, you know what? I'm gonna send the asteroid, but then I'm gonna send the fucking nuke. Hold on.
Oh my god. But yeah, there were like older women.
By the way,
there
has
too,
anybody
so I
been
don't
watching
know if it was
Fallout
just, like,
on
a
Amazon?
Virgin thing.
It's kind of. It's okay.
Do you think like afterwards he would just get like after sex with all these women, he'd be like, "Dear diary, today like da 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 da," you know?
Today I took this girl's virginity
But
and
there
then
was-
just blocked her on everything and never talked to
there
her
was
again.
like
I don't
pictures
get it,
and like a whole
Bro.
layout of what happened. Like that's
That
just
is-
so.
That sounds
That's
like.
so creepy.
No, it's so sick.
That.
I don't
Wait.
know, man. That
Wait.
sounds like a lot of work.
That sounds like a lot of work to like fuck once.
Yeah, and throw it away. Like that's
Wait,
very
did
meticulous.
he use a condom?
That's very weird.
Yeah.
Bro, imagine doing all this shit to fuck a girl once with a condom. Bro, what? Yo.
Something in Brian just want to watch the world burn.
I mean, it was probably he just wanted to like know that he could
just take
attain
the
her.
take the V and
maybe
the blood of virgins, like
something-
left, right, and center.
It was more about like
He has
attainability.
weird-
I would
Holy
say.
shit.
Maybe he's like his fetish is taking
Yeah.
girls' virginities, and he just moves on.
And he
to the
has a
next, on to
fucking
the
book about it.
Could have been,
disgusting. That's kind of
And so
Damn,
he was
a
40.
podiatrist?
He was 40.
Yeah.
That's demonic.
Never
Dude,
been
I
so
feel
gross.
like this is enough info for. Hold on, never mind.
This is
Wait.
kind of making my point though about the bakery. I'm just saying.
Right,
like-
and so I wanted to bring
Yeah, dude, that's she's ruined. I'm kidding. I'm sorry.
Ruined is
No,
crazy.
but like,
But like, bro, that's some baggage.
yeah.
Right? Is that some baggage, or you chill about it? Now?
I mean, well, I wanted to bring up the point about like age gap relationships because obviously that was a situation where I was taken advantage of. But you know, since meeting my boyfriend now, I've completely like changed my morals, and
well, you can't wait.
Can you let her finish? She
Taken
has talked
advantage
like 2
of?
times the whole time. Can she just finish?
She was like half his age.
Yeah, I'm asking a question. That's all. Is that okay, Your Majesty?
Well, I'm just
Is it
saying-
okay
no,
for me to
I'm
get some
just-
clarification?
I'm just
Is there
saying,
anything else we can do for you? So anyway, so back to this. I was just wondering, for the purposes of clarification, what do you mean taken advantage of?
well, like I went into it thinking that, you know, we were gonna be together forever, obviously. So
isn't that kind of fraudulent? Like to be like basically he put on to you that.
no, he totally
Yeah.
like promised me like a
And the
future
whole
and
thing was
everything.
just a big kind of
farce. Yeah.
Yeah, that is being taken advantage of.
So
if
it would have been
do that
harder
in
to do to a
business-
40-year-old woman.
If you
Yeah,
do that
but
in
that's
business,
that's a good
that would
argument
be
against
fraud.
voting rights, isn't it? So anyway, the question.
I have a question.
Well,
Well,
I mean,
if you did it in business,
if
it'd
a
be fraud.
18-year-old is too dumb to make relationship standards, why should she cancel out the 40-year-old vote? Makes no sense.
Well, I have a question.
But- but-
experience.
But that's
You
the
don't need
argument.
experience to
That's the
vote.
argument
I'll
back.
get
I'm not
you.
saying
I'll
she's
get you.
dumb, but what I am saying is that no, he did come to her. Let's not forget this part of the story with a big book of "I fucked her," and she was like, "Well,
You did say there were
Well-
red flags. You did say there were red
At the
flags.
time, I didn't know that they were red flags.
Because you
I was
said
like,
he.
oh my
When
God.
you're 19, you don't know what
I was like,
red
oh my
flags
god,
and
that's
green
so
flags are.
crazy.
Bro, that's a. You got girlfriends, right?
So,
like that's kind of a
yeah.
red flag.
Well,
Well,
40-something
girlfriends
year old
gotta give
guy
sound
could
advice on how to
outsmart a
deal with men.
19-year-old
Yeah.
any day.
Yeah.
Well,
You know.
then why should they cancel out their votes?"
I don't even think this is
Don't
an
go back
age
to
thing.
that.
I have a question.
I don't even think it's an age thing.
I
I think
think
a
he's just
guy.
a creep.
I think a guy
weirdo.
her age would be just as capable of finessing her virginity. Like guys her age do this shit
Yeah,
all the
that's true.
time too.
But do
They'll
they have like the
promise-
financial means and all that?
They
to
don't need
become
'em then.
It would have been
and
harder
allow
for
that?
them
Yeah,
to
but you
do
could
it.
argue.
They just
I mean,
they just go at it a different way.
Men can
Yeah.
be more skilled as they get older. If
Sure.
that's what they want to
Definitely.
do, they've picked up a lot of tricks along
yeah,
the
there's,
way.
but
you
there's
know?
plenty of 19, 20, 21-year-old fuck boys who are
yeah.
like hyper attractive.
sure.
I'm assuming this 40-year-old guy, despite his status and finances, I mean, probably guys your age are more physically attractive. Would you
He
agree?
was very attractive.
Okay, all right. Well,
Yeah, he.
all right. Well, okay.
Okay, so
I'm debunked.
So he's a hot podiatrist with
He's
the
a
big
hot
books.
podi-
I humped her, and you were
huge
just
peen.
like, "Okay,
Had
we're
a
doing
huge
this."
peen.
yeah. So this was kind of like your first encounter with a man, and he happened
Yeah,
to be 40,
literally.
and he was 40 years old, and the age gap between that. So do you think that made you put up a wall for your next relationship? I know that you're in an age gap relationship now, but
Definitely.
did you know, kind of step back and think to yourself like, oh, you know, a 40-year-old, my last relationship, he was 40 and it was age gap and this happened. Like, did you have like, I don't know, kind of walls up to get into a new age gap relationship?
100%. When my boyfriend first, you know, like when he and I first started dating, he was like obviously trying to, he was telling me that he wanted a relationship with me, and I was like very against that. And I really made him like prove himself to me. So.
Huh. Interesting.
But yeah, I think that some of the positives from like an age gap relationship is that they can kind of guide you to making better decisions and like
Based.
life choices. And
Based.
so I think that I take that with me and this new experience.
Really quick, going around the table, your thoughts on age gap relationships, for, against, neutral. What's the oldest guy you date, I guess?
It's going to be the ick.
I'm gonna say against.
Yeah.
You're against?
Yeah.
Like you wouldn't date like
I just
a 39-year-old like far-right extremist Christian nationalist?
No.
Sorry, 40? Is it 40?
40.
40, my bad. You wouldn't date? Okay, just, sorry, Andrew.
in my experience though, like with dating, or not dating, but like talking to younger guys, it's like they were only after one thing. And so obviously he was too, but I mean,
Yeah.
they never even like mentioned like wanting a relationship or anything like that.
Sure.
So I didn't know any better.
I've never experienced it myself, but I don't think that I'm for it. Sorry.
What's the oldest guy you date for you two? I don't know if you answered, but
At 19.
into the mic, please, quick.
Probably 28. I'd say no more than 10 years.
Okay. That's pretty decent.
I'm 20, and honestly, I probably wouldn't go older than my brother, and he's 23. So I know that's like not a very.
Okay.
My parents are 5 years apart, and I know a lot of other people, but.
I'd probably say like maybe like 10 or so years, so probably like 38 or something.
Yeah, I kind of have this theory, and maybe it's just like, I don't know. But basically, I have this theory that if I'm always like younger than the guy I'm with, then I'll always be young and beautiful to him.
I'm for it. I would say 10 years, but also as you get older, then you can have a larger and larger age gap possibly.
Right.
I'm for it as long as the man going into it has honorable intentions.
Okay, that's fair.
I'm not against age gap relationships.
Well, you're not against it. Andrew?
Or the woman. I mean, we could have a situation where there's a woman with...
There's nothing...
you know, but whoever's the older party...
I still have not
honorable
heard a good
intentions.
argument yet.
I mean, it's not like
for the age gap relationship being problematic. If you consider women at 18, 19 to be adults, what could your argument possibly be from this adult dating another adult? I would love to know. Other than, it gives me the ick.
First of all, I never said that. Don't put
I
words in
didn't say
my
you
mouth.
did. I said other than that, because that's where it's going to go, I promise.
That's not what I was going to say. I haven't
Okay,
really
go
said
ahead.
anything in that nature.
Because
yet.
you can take advantage of her. Go ahead.
Well, no, I just think you've experienced so much less of life. Like, isn't it pretty obvious that you wouldn't know as many things?
Yeah,
you
but so
haven't
what?
been with
Do you
as many
think-
partners. You
Yeah,
get
but
that
why
time
is
to
that?
learn.
Why?
Do you think
how
men want
in the
that?
world could you tie that into it being bad?
Because you're just not at the same place in life.
And is bad, do you mean immoral?
No, I wasn't saying it was
So
immoral.
it's not immoral.
I never said it was, but I think it
So it
can
just
be.
gives you the ick.
No, I was
fair
I was saying you're at different places in
sorry.
your life, so you're going to be fundamentally incompatible.
If a person takes advantage of another person, is it immoral?
Yes.
Okay, so then if your argument is there's a potential here for a person to take advantage of you, but they may not, and you have no moral argument for it, then what could your objection possibly be other than yuck?
I just told you, because you're at different stages of your life and one
Yes.
person has learned less, they're more likely to be able to take advantage of you.
Right, that's what I literally just said you would argue. So I literally just said the only argument that you could possibly have is that there's a potential. However, there's a potential for somebody your same age to take advantage of you
Yeah,
too.
that's true.
So what?
I never said I
so
was
what could-
against age gap relation. I
You
literally
did.
said they
You
were
said
chill.
only 10 years. Why not 12? Why not 13?
I think we all said like 10 years.
The ick. Go on, just
well,
say the
didn't
ick.
you say yourself that it's unattractive for
And
men
I'm
to be
not- why
with
are you asking me? I'm
infertile-looking
asking
women?
you. What, is it
I'm
just
sure
because
that
the
men's
ick?
seed is getting worse as they're getting older,
Wait,
unfortunately.
Andrew, can I ask you a question?
Is it just the ick?
No, it's because I have biological receptors in my brain that can sense a man's fertility, and it's going down.
Would that still be the ick? So that would still be the ick if you're not making a moral
The
argument.
ick is whatever you define it as. This could be the ick if you want it to be the ick. You see this cup?
Yeah,
could
what-
be the ick.
It could be the ick, and inside that cup would be your logical arguments. Can you want to take a drink? Yeah, there you go.
Oh my god.
Now get up and bow
Chug,
to the camera.
chug.
Anyway,
Andrew was the one with the beer. My question is, but like, and maybe I'm just misunderstanding a little bit. I don't think you object to her having a preference to date someone younger, right?
No,
That's just
I just want to know if
point
there's
of
an actual
clarification.
argument that you can come up with which is moral.
Wait,
for why you think
Making
it's
a moral
immoral.
argument. One person has more life experience.
You just said it wasn't immoral 5 seconds ago.
I feel like
Can you? Do you want to reconcile this at some point?
It's not immoral.
Take another drink of
unless-
your logical cup there. Go ahead.
Who said it's a cup? It's actually an ick.
Well, then take a drink of your ick.
What I was saying is that it's immoral if they do it, but you were preventing me from saying that like it's immoral altogether because it's only a possibility. It's not guaranteed.
So then it's not immoral.
It's possibly immoral. There you
Everything
go. We
is-
just found it out.
So everything is possibly immoral from your standard.
Yeah, so is premarital sex possibly immoral.
Possibly
to your
immoral.
standard, it's
Yeah, I
fully
didn't
immoral,
ask you
but it
about
depends
the
on the person.
possibility of it being immoral. Rather, I asked you if it is immoral.
For shizzle.
It's
Go ahead,
not.
just
It's
say
not
no.
fundamentally immoral
Right.
to date someone a different age than you.
Right. That's my whole point. The only objection you would have to it then would be that you have a preference against it.
No, I would say that
they're
you're
at
at
the
different
legal
stages
age
of
of
life development. Your brain is less developed before you're 25, scientifically.
First of all, that's not true. But second of all, yes, it's not true.
It is true. Your
Nope.
brain fully
You're
develops
taking
at
2
25.
studies, which are taken out of context. But here's the counter argument to that as well. Past 25, it begins to degrade. Yeah, that's right. That prefrontal cortex begins to degrade after 25. So if you were 40, wouldn't you have a more degraded prefrontal cortex? And so by this logic, wouldn't a man then at 40 also be right around the same maturity as a 20, 25-year-old
Your
girl?
argument's wrong because we haven't calculated the rate of degradation as compared to
Actually,
the rate
we
before the full
have
development.
calculated
You don't
the
have
rate
the
of
stats for me
degradation.
right in front of us.
So, okay, wait a
Tell me
second.
the number,
Do you
tell me
have
the
a
number,
study?
tell me the number, tell
Give
me
me
the
a
number, tell me
study
the number.
showing me that it's 25 at all. What's it called? By who? Since you want to be hyper specific,
Okay,
what's
I
it
don't,
called?
but I'm
You
just
don't.
using, I'm using
You don't
the
know
same
shit.
argument that
You're
you've used
just-
on me over and over
you're
again.
just
I don't know shit
talking.
because I'm 19 and
I
you're
know
like
you
40.
don't. Yes,
oh,
I do.
wonder.
It's so it's my fault that you're stupid because you're 19?
It's not your fault.
No,
I'm just
I know
stupid.
it's not.
I'm just
Thank
19.
you. It's not my fault.
Yeah, but theoretically, if there was a 40-year-old
I'm only
out
19.
there,
Schrodinger's feminist. I'm a badass, empowered woman, but at the same time, I'm a victim of the evil patriarchy.
Is there any limit though to the age gap? Like, would you say that like
I mean,
a
I would get
60-year-old
pretty
woman should date a
grossed
20-year-old
out.
man?
I would get pretty
I
grossed
want to
out.
make it clear though that I don't have a preference.
We're talking about adult
older men.
relationships here. We're talking about.
Well,
Yeah,
we are talking
adults
about. I'm
can-
talking about like a
No. I don't even want to entertain. I don't
She
even
said
want to.
60 and 20.
60
And
a
20.
60-year-old
Sorry.
lady
I
and
thought
a
she
20.
said 16.
No, I'm saying a 60-year-old lady
Yeah,
trying to date a 20-something-year-old guy.
that's fine.
Wait, what's
if he's with
Yeah, I can't think of
That's
a
fine.
moral argument against it.
Right, but it's ick, right? Like you would
Yeah,
find
I
it
would
kind
be
of
grossed
ick.
out by it. Sure.
Right, but it's not like
I
it's
don't-
not immoral as in no.
Yeah, I
there's
would
no,
never
like,
say that there's a
minor
problem
anything,
with it.
you know.
Shizzle. Okay, wait. Couple more, last few things on your thing, and then we're gonna wrap up the show. You said some red flags. You mentioned there was the book, right?
Right.
You had the scrapbook with all the other girls he had carnal knowledge of. Did you get the impression that he like dated those women long term, or like was there any inkling as to this guy was just like running through chicks, or
Well,
what?
I thought that at the time I thought that they were like girlfriends that he had for like a long time, and so that's why he was kind of like holding on to memories. Maybe that's what I told
Did
myself.
he show you photos of these girls?
Yeah.
Were there photos in the scrapbook? Were they mostly younger women?
No, there was
crazy.
like there were older women.
Older
yeah.
women, some grandmas in there. Okay.
I mean, like
Now you and Faith over here are friends.
Right.
Apparently, Faith, you actually met this man, correct?
Yeah, I did.
You went to a concert. You met him one time?
Yes. Right? Yeah, just
You
once.
guys went to a concert together, and the whole time he was being really nice. But then once the concert was over, he got super quiet on the drive home, and he flipped out on you about he didn't want to drive home and how we had been terrible to put up with the whole night. So he was just being weirdo in the car?
Yeah.
yeah, but he was like very, very angry, like yelling, screaming.
Yeah.
I don't know, were you guys being
Tell-
obnoxious?
No,
not
like
at all.
I was like so like shy. Like I was just
But I
excited to
think
like see
They don't
him.
seem that
So-
obnoxious.
Yeah, I don't get that impression.
So he brought a friend.
Were you guys liquored up or no?
No.
Okay. He brought a male friend.
Yeah, and he had kind of
Foot
been
doctor.
Huh?
Was it the foot doctor too?
Like, I don't.
No. Gynecologist.
Yeah,
Okay.
maybe. But he was kind of like, I interpreted it as he was like hitting on you the entire night, and so I think that maybe he might have been upset that.
Yeah.
That what?
Because I had a boyfriend at the time too.
Yeah. So obviously, like.
So, yeah. I mean, his friend was actually very, very polite, very shy. So I didn't really like say anything because I was like, okay, you know, I have a boyfriend, and this guy isn't like addressing me or anything, so I'm not like deliberately ignoring him or giving him the cold shoulder or trying to be rude.
I think that was his intention with it, though. Like.
Yeah.
You said this guy was creepy? He was like creepy or whatever?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
His friend was
As
like,
most
all right.
And he freaked out.
Yeah.
Well, so like your impression though after having met him, was that the third date, second date? What date was that?
Probably like third.
Mm-hmm.
Third. I mean, did you get any bad vibes from the guy?
Yeah, he
not
was
not the friend, the
No, the guy, the guy that she was
guy in question.
seeing. Yes. Awful, just so rude, so snappy, like his mood would change in a second, just like total emotional like whirlwind. He didn't want to have to, even though he said that he would drive me home, and he offered. I was like, oh no, I can have my boyfriend come pick me up or whatever. He was like, no, I want to drive you home. Then afterward, all of a sudden, when he was all wigging out, he was like, why don't I just like leave you right here on like the San Francisco State Bridge, and then your boyfriend can come get you. And I was like, and it was like 1 a.m. or something, or 12 at night, and I was just like, I have barely said anything. I've been like so nice and like polite. Like, I don't know what your deal is, but when I saw that mood switch and how like obnoxious and snappy he was getting with me, I was like, oh, he obviously doesn't have respect for her, because if he had respect for her, and I'm very self-aware, I genuinely like was not being obnoxious or anything, and he can just flip on her like closest friend like that and doesn't care about her friend's opinion at all, that gives me a really, really bad read.
So after this experience, did you advise your friend?
Yeah, of course.
Hey, this guy's bad news, or?
But at the end of the day, like I can advise, but at the end of the day, it's her business, her life.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you said, lastly, he took advantage of you because you're young, inexperienced, and in your words, not mine, pretty stupid. I don't think you're stupid.
No.
This is a pretty crazy scenario here. I don't know if there's any other details you want to share about this.
No, I just want to make it clear that like, even though my age gapped relationship has worked out, I don't.
Nick, we can't see her. No, it's not your fault.
That's not like typically like what I go for or anything like that. It's just the younger men I have like talked to throughout my life, all that they were after was sex. And so I feel like older men have been the only people that have like taken me seriously in that regard.
So you're saying younger men, they only want one thing?
In my experience, yes.
I could see that.
You've had experience with that, Renee?
Yeah, I'd say especially like
the frat boys.
You guys aren't from here, but in Isla Vista, it's definitely a big culture.
Oh yeah. I have a couple friends who go to UCSB. Yeah.
It's like, well, I was using dating apps a lot at the time, and so it's rare that you even will find a guy that like is willing to take you on a date. He's just like, do you want to meet at my place?
Come over. Yeah.
Seriously.
I do want to say one thing though, because I hear this fairly frequently from a lot of women. All men, they only want one thing. All men want is pussy. I have a quote from the late and great Patrice O'Neill. I think he said something along the lines of, pussy is not all I want unless that's all you got.
Wild. Poignant.
That's not my position. Yo, wheelchair Cathlete, thank you for the gift of 20 memberships. I think it goes something like, pussy's not the only thing I want unless, well, okay, whatever.
I would like to think I have a lot to offer.
We can't, okay. No, it's just we didn't see you when you said that. So.
Oh, okay.
You have a lot to offer?
I would like to think so.
What?
I mean, I have like a career going for myself, and
Do you think men care about that?
I think that men want a woman that's driven.
Nope.
Okay.
Sorry. I'm not saying that you don't bring other things besides that, but I think one thing that sometimes women will do is they'll think about what they desire in a partner and make the false assumption that men desire those same exact traits that they find attractive in men. And so when it comes to your ambition, your success, your money, your career achievement, your educational achievement, I'm not saying that that's bad. If you want to pursue that, fantastic. But in terms of making yourself more appealing, it doesn't make you more attractive to men in the same way that a man who's, for example, has some sort of status or money or reputation when it comes to his career.
That's universal.
I wasn't saying
It's
that I think it makes me
pretty-
more attractive. I was just saying I have more to offer than just my body.
I think that everybody has something to offer. It's just in the other person to see the value.
And
Well,
it's
okay,
not
that's-
only-
There are
not-
broke
not
boys out
only
there.
my-
There are broke boys out there who want a mother to provide.
Well, the first thing you went to was, well, I think you said what, you're ambitious, your career or something?
Right, and then also
I mean, I hate to break it to you, men don't give a fuck,
Well-
generally speaking.
Okay. But also, I feel like there are other things, like
Sure.
in a traditional relationship, that the woman can bring to the table, like being nurturing, being a mother
Absolutely.
figure,
Yeah.
things like that, stroking your man's ego. I think that that is also something that, in today's age, is kind of rare to find with the modern woman.
And
you
I'm just
know?
pushing back against this because, I mean, there's a biological basis for this, but just this is sort of a lie that feminists teach is like, yeah, men are really preoccupied with your educational achievement, your degrees, your money, your career achievement. Men, it's good. Look, if you have that stuff, it's good. But in terms of dating, it's not an attraction trigger.
So you would want to be with a woman who's like a high school dropout?
Why would that be a deal breaker?
Well,
I don't know.
Or let's just say somebody that doesn't have any goals.
Why would that be? But
Okay.
I mean, honestly, why would that be? If she met the
wouldn't.
criteria,
Because you don't care about the brains of your females. You guys just
If-
want subservient
if-
women.
That just proves his point that men don't care.
What I don't understand is her being a high school dropout mean that she's instantly going to not have a brain because
Okay,
you're going to
no.
college and you're dumb as fuck.
Oh, roasted.
So I don't know why you would bring that up.
I don't think
So I'm just asking, like
Renee's
honestly,
not
how would
dumb.
that be a
I don't
disqualifier?
think she's dumb.
she's not dumb.
Thank you guys.
Yeah.
I don't think Renee's
I think
dumb.
though that as
Yeah,
a
you're not
mother
dumb.
Sorry.
to a child, it's important to be educated so that you can.
I'll actually engage you on this question though. So for example, I'm 34. I'll date, and I'm fairly successful. I will date a girl who works at Chick-fil-A. Don't give a fuck. She could. Most women graduate high school, so I mean, I'll just say she's a college dropout. Don't care. I'll date a girl who works at Chick-fil-A.
Aren't you bothered by her lack of like work ethic to continue trying in
ethic.
college?
I mean, that's
Huh?
just proving
Saying
his point that
Chick-fil-A
men
people
don't
probably
mind
sleep.
No,
whether
he's
you have
probably
a career
happy
or
that she works at
anything.
Chick-fil-A so she can bring him home
I
like
think
free
that
food
also-
and everything, you know?
I think that also goes into the type of man that I'm wanting. You know, a high value man. I think.
You
they
think
w-
a high value? Here's what's funny. You want a high value man? So do you want a guy who's got status or wealth?
not necessarily wealth, but just has something going for himself.
Well, okay. My argument here would be, the more successful a guy becomes, the more status he gets, the more money he gets, the less he cares about
but those-
your money.
Right, but those type of men want to be able to have an intellectual conversation.
No,
with a
not
woman.
really. But okay,
In my
so hold on.
Well,
Let me.
no.
Like have a good girlfriend.
Well, here's the thing. I think that maybe don't speak for all men, because there are exceptions to the rule on that. Like,
Sure.
For example, my husband, he needs intellectual discussion and conversation. He's a philosopher. Like, he has to have that. Like, and so one of the things he valued with me was he could have those type of discussions and conversations with me, and it wasn't only just a looks thing. Like, he valued being able to have those discussions.
Sure.
My dad is
real
literally the same way.
intimacy
He
and real
needs to have a
connection.
woman around
There's
who's
men out
intellectual.
there
He
who-
can't trust a woman who's dumb to raise his children.
Right, and also my man wants a woman that's going to get him out of bed in the morning and push him to keep doing things and succeeding.
That has nothing to do with your academic or career
Yeah, it does,
achievement.
'cause
No.
you have to get up out of bed in the morning to do stuff. Like, you think a Chick-fil-A worker
That
who's going in
requires
at
a
4 is going to
college
be like, get up for your
education?
6 a.m.
I
shift,
think
sweetie, here's your
more so-
coffee. Like,
The
no, she's
academic
gonna be
thing
laying
was
in
just an
bed.
example of what I was saying. I think.
Well, no, you're making some.
Why would she be laying in bed?
Actually,
I don't know.
Andrew,
Okay,
I would
maybe I'm making
I would
assumptions.
actually argue. I think you're looking down upon fast food workers.
Yeah.
These people work incredibly fucking
Okay,
hard.
okay.
They're on their
There's a
feet
lot of fast
for
food
8,
workers
9,
with
10 hours a
families that
day.
they
They're
provide
showing up
for.
on time every single day.
No hate, but
and
I mean,
fucking working
if-
hard.
I'm assuming-
You think I actually
you
would
have the
rather? I
privilege
think
to not
the
have to do
women
that.
who work at a fast food restaurant have learned more valuable life lessons than some pampered fucking college chick. For sure, who a lot of these college chicks, their daddy, whatever, their parents pay for everything. They've never even really worked a job. Yeah, I'll take the girl who's actually worked in a fast food environment over the girl who's never worked, who's gotten a college education.
I take that, and I respect fast
Checkmate.
food
What's
workers.
up?
No, but my point was, I was assuming like this is someone who's like your age and working at Chick-fil-A, and she's planning on working at Chick-fil-A for like the rest of her life.
Well, I
like
think
that's
what-
kind of crazy.
No,
to
I
me.
think what
Why?
a lot of
Because she
the
doesn't
a lot
want
of the
anything
men
else?
they
But
don't
what if she likes Chick-fil-A?
listen. They don't
She wants
care
to be
about
the
the woman's
manager
career as much
and own a
because they're
Chick-fil-A.
thinking more along the lines of they would prefer their wives to be wives and mothers of children. And I think a lot of men that actually have the ability to, they prefer for their women to be able to stay at home and raise children.
I mean,
Yeah.
you have to take into account though also his age. I mean, he's obviously way more experienced than I am, and so he's had that where, you know, they maybe weren't as driven, and so, you know, he's told me firsthand that this is something that he wants
For you to be driven,
for his partner to be.
but you're dating him, right? So are you saying he
Well,
sees
I mean,
that
he's
in
talking
you?
about, well, when we were first dating, we went over what we want in a partner, and
But okay, hold on. Now you have to look at men's motivation, and the reality is that,
I mean, he still tells me that to this day, though.
well, right? Okay. Men, look. If a guy, there are some men who I suppose genuinely will care about your career or whatever, educational achievement, whatever. You also have to understand, if you care about that, and the guy's like, I don't give a fuck about it, you're probably going to be like, I don't want to date this guy. So a lot of men are going to play the game. Like, let me be honest, ladies. Do men lie to get pussy?
Yes.
All the time.
Yeah.
Would it be in a man's best interest to be like, Renee, I fucking love that you're going after your diploma. You're so smart, and I'm impressed. I think it's sexy. I think it's so sexy that you're going after this, and I want to support you. And I'm not doing a great job at this, but bro, they're gonna that's what guys do. And they're gonna gas you up, and they're gonna tell you shit like that. But deep down, I would argue most men prioritize. It's very low on the totem pole. Most men are gonna prioritize other things in terms of what they find attractive in women.
Like
Yeah.
what?
Well, men want support. So someone to cook for them.
Looks.
I'm gonna be so
Sandwiches. Unlimited
Looks,
sandwiches
looks,
and beverages.
being submissive, bringing a man peace, not being quarrelsome.
Making his food.
I will say
basic
like
stuff.
when
Very simple.
Being a simp.
yeah.
I mean, at
Well,
the
that's
same
why I
time,
was
she's
saying
19, so the
it's
men
not
that she's
just
interacted
yeah.
with
that I
are
bring to
very
the table.
different than
Wait,
the
what's
men.
That was just an example.
Like, she's 19, so the men that she's interacted with and had relationships with or whatever is very different from
Yeah, it's
men
not
that
like
you
they
may
Hold on.
interact with
already.
Hold
Like,
on.
if I
But
have
the
a job,
men
that's
her
a
age
benefit.
care even less about it.
No,
Yeah.
that's cap. That's cap, because some of them are
Bro,
they're gonna
you
grow
think-
up poor.
You think
They're not grow
hold
up
on,
poor.
bro.
They're not gonna be able to get a good job.
You think frat boys or fucking party fuck boys in Isla Vista give a fuck about what you're doing with your? You think they care if you're a bio major
No,
versus a comm major?
no.
They don't give a fuck.
Well,
I'm
it
sorry.
might be that some of the guys that are not high earners do see
That's what
value
I'm saying.
I was just
Yeah.
gonna ask
in a
how many of them
woman.
can
But are
afford
you
maybe they can,
attracted?
financially
Are you
use her or
attracted to those
something.
men? Is the question.
To non-high earners.
Well, yeah.
Unfortunately,
if a guy's
in
a,
the past.
Maybe he's cute.
But you're 19, right? You're in college. Your earning potential is so delayed that it's even irrelevant now. What these
they
19
still think about it. We definitely still talk
really
about
the
it.
20-year-old guys are
Oh,
like
yeah.
5 years down the road she's going to be providing for me. Like, really? Like most of these dudes are temporary. Let's be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know.
Most of these college relationships are fucking.
I will say that, my husband frequently talks to me being like, when are you going to be done with your bachelor's? When are you going to be done with your bachelor's? I'm so tired of watching you get stressed. I just want you to stay home all day and do what you love. Cook, hang out, hang out with the cat. Like, he genuinely, and he was so much more excited when I got my job at the grocery store than he was when I brought home my 4 whatever GPA for the whateverth time this last semester. And honestly, like, if you really want to just be able to hook a guy, like, be good at making food. I promise you, my husband's an EMT when he's working his doubles and everything.
But he's only 20. He can't be interested in that.
Oh no, I make a mean pasta.
I was good at cooking and I still got cheated on. So.
Also, on the whole like high value thing, so the more money a guy makes, the less he's going to care about your money. Because Millie, you made a good point. Well, there is an economic reality here that for most households, it's gonna have to be a two income household to support a family. That's just the economic reality of today. So, the average man, it might be more part of the calculus, but the reality is, like, that average man, when it comes to the optimum in terms of what he finds attractive in women, there might be economic realities, but in terms of strictly dating and what men find attractive, like, it's really not like if he has to pick between like the girl who's got a better personality and more physically attractive, but she's not, here's two scenarios. She's 30 years old, she's an attorney, she's a bit disagreeable because she's an attorney, but she makes really good money, versus dating a 22-year-old who works at Chick-fil-A and she's 1, 2, 3 points more attractive than the attorney chick. Most guys, even if he's not a high earner, want that Chick-fil-A chick.
I mean, why can't you have both though?
Because
you mean, like,
raise the kids?
Huh?
What do you mean?
If you're as ambitious to go after a career, and if you're saying like he's high value, who would raise your kids?
Yeah,
I would, but I mean, we want kids further down the line. I don't plan on having children until I'm at least 35.
So then, you would have a geriatric pregnancy, and that would not be like the best situation.
I could freeze my eggs.
No need to hate. My mom had me at 42.
I mean,
but that's suboptimal,
Your mom's a legend.
I would rather.
I was a C-section.
My mom had me.
And all you do is walk around talking about how you want to unalive yourself. So.
Yeah, all that work. God, how dare I?
I would rather be in a position where I could comfortably provide for my child and not have to rely on my man to carry the weight. I mean.
But what if he would want to?
Yeah.
What if he leaves?
Right, exactly.
What if he cheats on you? If he leaves and you guys are married, she would be in a position where she would actually be supported through alimony and through child support.
Yeah, sometimes they don't pay child support.
That doesn't always work out.
Yeah, I think
courts are
I think that there's a valid thing here. Like, I think a lot of the reason why you see so many women adamant about having careers is the fear that what if the man leaves? They don't want to be on
After
welfare.
They
don't want to. No.
Who initiate most of divorces, though?
Okay, but I'm saying a lot of women
cheats on you?
Think about
they initiate divorces because the men treat them worse.
What if they're abusive?
That's not what they're reporting.
Those aren't the figures that represent the majority of divorces. Most women aren't divorcing
irreconcilable differences.
Yeah. It's because
because of cheating.
A lot of women.
Where are the figures?
You can find them on Pew Research. In fact, Ryan can pull them up.
Thanks.
I just think it's smart to have a backup plan.
That's crazy.
But couldn't you also have a backup plan? Like, let's say you had kids younger. Couldn't you also go into the job market once your kids are older? And you'd still be able to provide them?
Yeah, but I'll be burnt out by then. I won't have the energy that I do now.
You won't have the energy to have
35?
kids?
I just, as some fatherly advice here, I think 35 is a bit, maybe like mid to late 20s is when you should start pumping them out.
At least 30, 32 maybe.
I regret having kids as old as I did.
How many kids do you want?
At most 2. But I mean, every person that I've talked to that has had kids in their 20s says that they wish that they would have waited.
I had kids in my 20s and
I
it was
wish
great.
I would have had kids younger because I would have been able to have more. And now right now I would love to have another kid, but I feel like that would be more selfish for me because I would be potentially now compromising the viability of my child.
The other value to it is that when they're old enough and move out, you're still fairly young. Like you're still fairly young enough to chase after your grandkids and do all that kind of
Yeah,
stuff.
I mean, my parents had me when they were 40, and they're still.
Yeah, you can have kids when you're older. Guys, it is getting late. I do have to wrap things up here. Let me read these chats and then we're going to wrap up. Okay. Renee, you've got a lovely speaking voice. Let me have you read these for me.
All right. One more to say this. Feminist is definitely an idiot and no one listens to apology after a #MeToo. The guy's life can be completely destroyed. He wants to destroy his channel just to see some nip? ? Idiot.
I feel like you read that well.
Thank you.
Okay. Evil World Body Cams. Hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Go ahead, Renee.
I don't know why people are shocked about the man ghosting. Women ghost guys all the time for bullshit reasons, and no one complains.
That's true.
Maybe he, quote, got the ick, like you women like to say. No one took advantage here.
I don't think the guy, I mean, we don't know his side of the story, right? But given what she said, I don't think this guy was conducting himself honorably.
Yeah,
Let's
not
say.
in good faith.
I think, I don't know. I mean, also, bro, it's like, I'll play the sound again.
I don't know, man. That sounds like a lot of work.
Oh, that's a lot of work to like, how, did he finish quickly?
I'm not answering that.
Because like, bro, what? Okay, let's just say like the sex like was 15 minutes. That's, bro, you're going to put in 3 months of work for 15 minutes of pleasure? Hello?
It's the attainability to know that he can.
Maybe it was worth
Okay, sure. It was a conquest. Still, though. I mean, my
it's the ego and
my
just to know that
conquest
he
patience,
can.
like, I'll give it, I don't, okay, never mind. Anyways. All right.
She went in the big book. I mean, got to fill up the book.
Got to fill up the book.
It's like having a gun safe with empty spots, right?
We have Daniel W.
There's an iPad, right?
Modern. Renee.
I
Can
like
we,
this.
Renee? Can we have you read this?
Modern age women lack accountability
Merci.
far more than men. Look at divorce. Women will divorce over the most arbitrary reasons. Abuse is rare. Incentivized by corrupt family court systems that are relatively new. Child support is not, quote, child support. Andrew? Brian? Panel?
Yeah. Well, I mean, child support is, well, I mean, there's child support that exceeds the minimum amount of money that is necessary to support a child, and then you'll see scenarios where, for example, if the man's a high earner, the woman, there's nothing like, with food stamps, you have to, like the money the government gives you, you have to spend it on food. But a woman, if you're paying her child support and the child's needs are met by, say, $300, but the child support's $1,000 a month, well, she's going to go ahead and spend that money on, conceivably, she's going to go get her nails done, get her hair done. That's not child support. So actually, this is a men's rights position in the same way that with like SNAP, EBT, food stamps, whatever, you have to spend it on food and they track it and you get given a card. I think with child support, you should be given a card that the expenses have to be used on children. I think that seems fair. And also there should be some sort of cap, I think. Child support shouldn't be based on income.
I don't think that's a controversial take.
Kanye West.
I don't think any women would be like, yeah, women should be spending their welfare checks on, or like their child support on their nails.
I
Like,
have
no.
seen a couple
There
women
is women
do that,
like
though.
that.
Yeah, but I don't think
They're
that's
like,
saying that it
but
should
it's the
happen.
exception.
They're
Yeah,
like,
it's not the
But no one
I don't think
believes
people-
that.
yeah,
I
I don't think anyone thinks
I think
that's
the problem
okay.
is more that the
that's
children
messed
aren't
up.
being supported.
Yes. We have Daniel W. Equality comes from the unique differences between men and women, radical individualism, and removing shame. Social stigma has been catastrophic for the West. Support and praise a divorced woman rather than shame them of the abuse they cause to their children. Me Too movement, ? Well, yeah, there's definitely no social stigma or shame associated with divorce really anymore. So that's probably another reason why divorce rates are very high. I think
because it's basically valueless to a secularist.
Right, exactly.
I don't think anyone here talked about praising women for
Yeah.
divorce.
Like literally nobody.
Well,
there's no, well, maybe not praise,
go
but
out there,
there's no shame anymore. Like it used to be shameful to be divorced, but there's no
Emily
shame.
Ratajkowski is trying to make it chic.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. I was thinking the
Good
same
point.
thing.
Good point. Okay, guys, this is our longest show ever. We broke the fucking 8-hour stream mark. God damn. There's just a lot of conversation. It was great. We're going to, let me do my outro here. I'm trying to think if there's, oh, sorry. Okay, last thing. Really quick, I'm just going to.
How close are you on your numbers?
We'll check that in just a sec. Last thing, really quick. We always do this question. So body count, does body count matter?
Does body count matter?
How about this? Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Okay. No, they're allowed to care, but they have to hold themselves to a similar standard.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess just don't be a hypocrite about it.
Everybody has a preference.
Sorry, can you repeat the question? Like, I know it's about body count, but I can't remember how you phrased it.
Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
No, not necessarily.
No, I agree with Renee.
Yeah, me too.
No, I think men have the right to care about that. Absolutely.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Okay. Final thing. This is the segment called What's Your Body Count?
Decline to state.
Wait. You want to give a range?
No. Personally, after everything I've heard in the show, I don't want to be called a cake.
No one's going to call you a cake. No cakes. No one will call you a cake.
Well, if she declined to answer, innit?
Do you want to do below X?
I don't think I want to share publicly. I'm sorry.
Rule number 76, no excuses, play like a champion.
Okay, less than 10. Less than 10. There you go. Go me.
Okay. Wait. Oh, okay. So, okay, it could be 0. All right.
Yeah, I prefer not to state.
Anybody going to have some cojones? Anybody going to have some cojones and answer the question? What about you? You going to answer?
I feel like mine's like a lot lower than people think because I was a sex worker.
What is it?
I mean, it's still pretty high, but
go ahead.
Like 21.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for sharing. No shame.
I know a guy with 23 and he wasn't even a sex worker, so.
I know. I'm honestly doing better than most civilians.
Trust.
So I gotta keep my celibacy.
That's a conversation for me and my future spouse. So.
It's between my husband and I, but it is in the single digits.
Right. I mean, this is one of the things where like I've been in a relationship for 12 years with the same guy. I got with him when I was 20, right? So I guess I'll put that out there. But like they're all saying, my husband knows, and that's all it needs to know.
No, I'm not answering.
Remember.
I'm not answering.
Not answering.
Gustavo? He's a virgin. Well, I credit you for being the one person who's willing to answer the question. I'm gonna.
Yes. That's awesome.
Thank you.
Multiply.
Whatever your numbers are, though.
Multiply it by 3, and that's the real number.
Okay.
Okay, your turn.
Oh, you guys won't share. There's no way I'm sharing. Sorry.
She shared one
well,
for
wait,
one.
last time one of us answered a question like that, you refused to answer it when it was posed back to you,
right,
remember?
But he's the one asking the question.
Yeah, I know, but last time you asked the question, I answered, and then you refused to answer.
You don't want to answer the questions that you ask.
Okay, but that's the same standard that you just had for us. So...
You don't want to answer it either, I'm guessing.
Again, men
Okay.
making stats.
Why would
Renee?
I? Okay, I will answer it for you if you will then go back and rate your husband like you promised me you were going to do earlier, and then you refused to after I
never
did
promised
the rating.
I was going to rate him.
Right. So I mean,
never
you're the
promised that.
hypocrite,
You
not me.
still blame the guy for ghosting. It's never the woman's fault. Also, what's feminists' obsession with talking about a, quote, man's ego and what a, quote, real man is? Oh, something
You all
shit,
say the same
unfortunately.
shit.
Yeah.
This is a podcast where they're talking about what it means to be a man and a woman. I don't understand.
I don't
Or,
know
like,
what their
dating and
obsession
stuff.
is with talking about a man's ego and what a real man is. I don't even know if that's...
Yeah, I don't even
That
think
didn't really
we
come up tonight.
Yeah, I don't know if
we
it came
didn't
up
even
tonight,
really-
but Evil World body cams. I appreciate all your patronage tonight. Thank you for all the messages. Really appreciate it, guys. All right, let's do the, one sec, guys. Okay, we are going to, bedtime. Okay, let's see. We are going to do a Twitch raid. Nick, if you're able to pull up our favorite grandma, we are going to raid, let's see. Her name is Wow, Grandma 78. She's playing World of Warcraft on Twitch. And Nick, if you're able to get that pull up, go full screen. Can you go full screen?
I endorse this.
This is crazy.
All right, guys. So, guys,
she's on World of Warcraft.
Her name is, we're going to raid, on those of you on Twitch, Whoa Grandma 78. She's 82. She plays World of Warcraft. Tell her she should come on the podcast. Guys, like I said, I always say, be nice to her. Don't, be nice. If I hear you're being dickheads, I'm going to ban you from my Twitch chat. Actually, really quick before we do the raid, let me just do part of my outro here for those of you on Twitch. GG, well played to the panel. Last call, hit the like button, please, on your way out. Well, I suppose that's for our YouTube viewers. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who super chats, donates, and supports the show. We will be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. Got a very good show coming up. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM out, whatever, on Instagram. If you can make it to Santa Barbara. 07's in the chat. Over there on Twitch, Nick, if you can pull it up.
Okay, where's my band-aids?
All right. So, guys, we're going to raid her. Be nice in the chat. She's got about 200 viewers right now. I like to raid, some smaller Twitch streamers. So she's the homie. She's the OG. She's a fucking legend. So I'm going to send the raid over now. Thank you guys for watching on Twitch. Hope you guys have a good night. Thank you guys, Twitch viewers. And that should be, sorry guys, that's going down in like just a few seconds. All right. She's got a dope computer set up there. Damn, solid streaming setup.
She has a 20% off G Fuel code.
Better than us. Oh my God. All right, the raid should have gone through. It should be going through right now. Let's see. Does it go through? A little wholesome moment here at the end. Is it going through? Is it going? I think she's got a stream delay here.
Thank you for the follows. We have a raid.
Is it going through?
Did we have a raid? That's funny.
She eating Fig Newtons.
What?
She's eating Fig Newtons.
She's eating Fig Newtons?
She's got to be eating Fig Newtons.
Is it whatever again? Hello there.
She can't hear us.
Welcome again. Hello, whatever. Welcome again.
Yo, thank you. All right. I don't think there's an alert, but anyways.
Thank you, everybody.
Anyways, that's it. Okay, you can pause it, Nick. All right, that's all good there. We rated her, a little wholesome moment there at the end of the stream. Go subscribe, please, to Andrew's YouTube channel. Also, I forgot to do our shit. I should have done the last Twitch call out before I rated. Oh well, it's okay. Pull up the Twitch really quick. Go subscribe to the Crucible, Andrew's channel. Pull up our Twitch. I should have done this. My bad. Guys, if you're still over there on Twitch, oh wait, what? They're still like, wait, what happened? I don't know. Drop us a follow and a Prime sub if you're over there on Twitch. And then go subscribe to our Clips channel. Did you refresh it?
No,
can you do?
Not there.
It's not, okay, put it on popular. Okay, well, guys, go subscribe to our Clips channel. We'll obviously be there by Tuesday for our next stream. We're trying to hit the 1 million subscriber milestone. Okay, guys, this was our longest stream ever. New record. Holy crap. Thank you guys. 07's in the chat. Thank you for tuning in. Good night, guys. We will see you Tuesday.